I am now in the snow city of the north. The Liu family's business reception is being held in the villa, with celebrities thronging the scene and feasting and revelry. I woke up in a corner with a shudder. After quickly accepting the memory text in my mind, I was so depressed that I wanted to die. This is the 7th time. I had a car accident while delivering food, and then I was pulled into the system and traveled to the internet to become a villain in a cool novel. According to the system prompts, as long as you can survive until the end without being killed by the protagonist, you can get the corresponding rewards and take them back to the real world. Firstly, I have no choice, and secondly, my mother's illness can't be delayed any longer. I urgently need to make money for her surgery, so I can only accept this challenge. However, each of the previous 6 times I died was more miserable than the last. The protagonists in online novels are too perverted. They are totally unreasonable. They are gifted and powerful. They know everything, including medicine, ancient martial arts, cultivation, gambling, and perspective. They are omnipotent. The most hateful thing is that they are so lucky. No matter how hard I, the villain, struggled, I was slapped to death by the protagonist in the end. Then he left a line and walked away with the beautiful girl. Moreover, all the beauties are his harem. As long as they are a little pretty, they will not escape from his palm. There is no room for negotiation on this. I was slapped to death by him just because I said a few more words to Long Aotian's woman once. Is there still the law? Is there still law? I quickly turned around and ran to the bathroom and started calculating. I have died at the hands of Xiao Yan, Yi Feng, Chu Feng, Yi Chen, Long Aotian, and Zhao Ritian. This time, the book is called The God of War Tours the Flower City, the Book of Beauties. What a disgusting name. The protagonist is Long Aotian again. He is the god of war on the frontier. He came back to unify all the forces in the North Country. Now he is working as a security guard under an assumed name and is approaching Ling Qingqiu. Today's plot is Chapter 9. He will stand up to protect Ling Qingqiu when Ling Qingqiu and I announce our engagement. If I show off to him, he will break one of my legs, and then I will be offline for a few chapters to recover. And Long Aotian will capture Ling Qingqiu's heart, and the two will be inseparable and shameless from then on. I washed my face quickly, looked at myself in the mirror and said with gritted teeth, this time, I will survive to the end, and take the system's reward back to treat my mother's illness. After calming down, I walked out of the bathroom with the intention of staying calm and not being reckless. As soon as I came out, I saw Ling Qingqiu standing at the door waiting for me. She was wearing a noble evening dress, and her face was so beautiful that it could overwhelm the whole country and shame the moon and flowers. She was flawless and absolutely beautiful. Her figure was well proportioned, but her expression was cold and arrogant. No need to ask, this must be the first female lead. She is the eldest daughter of the Ling family, the young female president of Qianfeng Group, and the goddess I have licked for 3 years. But the most important label is, Long Aotian's woman. I forced a smile, but before I could say anything, Ling Qingqiu said coldly, Lu Chengguen, I will not get engaged to you, so just give up on this idea. I laughed, thinking, big sister, please forgive me, and get engaged to you. I still want to live a few more years. She has a good figure and a beautiful face, but unfortunately she is a brainless heroine. She was fooled by Long Aotian and her IQ dropped offline. She was willing to be a concubine. Long Aotian took Ling Qingqiu, and basically took the Ling family. It's a pity that the Ling family's several generations of family business will be taken advantage of by the surname Long. I smiled and said, I agree. You agree? Ling Qingqiu was very surprised. She felt something was wrong. I didn't move just now, but how could I say so many words? She only heard the 3 words, I agree, said by me. What about those words before that? Besides, I have been licking her for 3 years. She has tried every method in these 3 years, but I just won't let go and always clings to her like a scabby dog. Now that her reputation is ruined, she will use the power of the family and let both parents come forward to force her to get engaged to me today. What's going on now? I smiled and said, Qingqiu, I've thought it through. We are not suitable for each other. Let's just be ordinary friends from now on. But I was thinking, go and become your Long Aotian's harem. You and the other 999 women are all coaxing that man, licking his soles, and calling him handsome. Roar. The first priority now is to quickly deal with this silly woman. This girl thinks she is invincible, but in fact she is just the meat on Long Aotian's chopping board. It's already 9/10 rare, and all she needs is my jumping. Leng Qingqiu was sure this time that she could hear my thoughts. What do you mean I lick someone's soles? And serve a man with 999 other women? Who is she, Leng Qingqiu? How could she be so self-deprecating? What on earth was I thinking about? Wait, Long Aotian. The security guard she hired a few days ago. She, Leng Qingqiu, was his licking dog. Leng Qingqiu's expression became more and more angry, staring at me, wishing she could pounce on me and bite me to death. I was stunned, thinking, what's wrong with this silly woman? I'm not going to arrange a marriage, why are you still so angry? But she is Long Aotian's woman, and she must not be offended. Fortunately, the heroine's brain is well organized, so it should be easy to appease. I quickly smiled and said, let's go and talk to the elders. Come on, go on, slow down. Leng Qingqiu strode towards the inner room, her chest heaving with anger. She thought, Lu Chenguan. You are amazing. 3 years. For 3 whole years, you gave me gifts every day, and showed me your affection whenever you had the chance. Were the 3 years of flattery and licking my boots all fake? Now you call me a silly woman in your heart, and say that I have a hole in my brain, and you look like you can't wait to get away from me. What do you think of me? I want to see what you are up to. I walked behind her, thinking, it's done, 3 years of hard work will be wasted. As long as I break off the engagement with this silly woman, with my villain status, I can go anywhere and hook up with 10 or 8 pretty girls to make myself happy. She likes to be someone's harem, there's nothing I can do about it, she was born to be someone's harem. I must cut off my relationship with this stupid woman, and there must be no dragging of the feet. Leng Qingqiu couldn't stand it any longer, so he stood still and turned around to glare at me. I was stunned, then I laughed, are you worried that I'm lying to you? I, Lu Chenguan, swear to the lamp that I will never do anything weird. I said I'd cancel the engagement, and I'll cancel it. And I'll never harass you again from now on. In fact, it'll be hard for you to even see me. We have no intersection from now on, and will disappear from each other's lives. Are you happy to disappear? Leng Qingqiu was about to explode with anger. What's going on? I, Leng Qingqiu, used to be your goddess, but now I've become a piece of shit. Are you so annoyed with me? Are you so annoyed that you can't even wait for a quarter of an hour? This kind of bastard. It's simply. I'm so angry. At this time, the door was opened, and the people from the Leng and Lu families saw us standing at the door confronting each other. Hey, why are you guys fighting again? That's right, if you have something to say, come inside and talk, don't stand at the door. As soon as I entered the room, I shook hands with Leng Qingqiu's mom and dad, hello, uncle and aunt. Before the elders could speak, I said, uncle and aunt, mom and dad, Qingqiu and I have already discussed it. We don't plan to get engaged. I said sincerely, Qingqiu is strong, independent, smart, and brave. She should find someone who is more suitable for her and who understands her better. Most importantly, that person should be the true love of her life from the bottom of her heart. We should support her and wish her well. I pretended to be sad and beat my chest, although I like her very much, love her, and cherish her more than I love myself. However, true love is to fulfill and let go. I was moved myself, and my mind was filled with that cliched song as the background music, there is a kind of love called letting go, giving up forever for love. Everyone was still. My dad Lu Guanghong didn't believe that I would be so reasonable. He is me. What kind of person am I? He thinks I am a bastard and I don't know what bad things I am up to. I am very satisfied with my acting skills. I thought to myself, poor Ling family, several generations of family property finally fell into the hands of that Long Aotian. The heads of these wealthy families are really, not only do they want their daughters to be concubines, but they also want to give them hundreds of billions of family property. They are definitely stupid. Leng Qingqiu didn't know why he could suddenly hear my thoughts. But I seemed to know something incredible. If it was as I expected, then this plot was too ridiculous, right? She was going to be someone's concubine. Or was she the bodyguard she hired a few days ago? You can't let me go, I must be up to something. I was still acting in the beginning, passionately explaining why I refused the engagement because I was a noble and decent person, and I did it for the good of Ling Qingqiu and the Ling family. Ling Qingqiu was watching me coldly beside me, and she was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Everyone was stunned. My dad looked at Ling Qingqiu and said, "Qingqiu, what do you mean?" Ling Qingqiu smiled slightly and surprised everyone. "Uncle, Aunt, Dad, Mom, I agree to get engaged to Brother Chengwen." I turned my head and opened my eyes as wide as ever. I looked at Ling Qingqiu as if he had seen a ghost. Ling Qingqiu's expression was cold, and even had a hint of provocative sneer. Everyone in the room was silent. What's going on? What's going on? For 3 years, I have been pestering Ling Qingqiu like a traitor, using all means to keep all the men around her away, just to get her. And in these 3 years, Ling Qingqiu exploded when she mentioned my engagement, with the momentum of preferring death to submission. Today, the two of them are reversed. I don't want to marry her, but she agreed. I'm completely crazy. I turned my head and looked at Ling Qingqiu in shock. I thought, big sister, what are you doing? What the hell is agreeing to an engagement? Big sister, you are Long Aotian's harem. You have to lick Long Aotian's shoes. If you do this to Long Aotian, he will beat me to death. That guy deliberately approached you just to play the pig and eat the tiger, and show off at the critical moment to make you and your family have a good impression of him. Then you will pledge yourself to him, and all your family's property will belong to him. You must follow the plot carefully. Ling Qingqiu looked at me and sneered. You want to break off the engagement? Have you asked me? You have disgusted me for 3 years, and now you want to cut off your relationship, and you are sure that I will become a harem for a bodyguard. I just want to disgust you today. I want to see how that Long Aotian dragged me into his harem. In addition, she was shocked to hear my inner monologue suddenly, and I seemed to know a lot of weird things. Although I don't know what I am doing, for now, it is definitely the best choice to make it difficult for me to achieve all my goals. The adults from both families started chatting enthusiastically, discussing excitedly about how we would plan our wedding, how our lives would unfold, and who would take care of our grandchildren. I pulled Ling Qingqiu aside and asked anxiously, "Qingqiu, are you not thinking straight today?" Ling Qingqiu snorted, "I think you are very abnormal." I tried to calm down. Okay, we won't argue. This is the engagement. We can't get it done. We have to change it. Really? Ling Qingqiu felt like she had won. For 3 years, she had no way to deal with a bastard like me. I had no shame, no dignity, and was just a stalker, and I dared to use any dirty tricks. She was really fed up with me. Now seeing me sweating and running around in circles, she felt so happy. Sister just wants to control you, a scumbag. I said, "Qingqiu, are you under pressure from your elders? Think about it, am I annoying or not?" Annoying. Do you hate it? Hate. Is it disgusting? Super disgusting. Then you still want to get engaged to me? Want. I looked at her in shock, and suddenly felt as if I didn't know this woman that well. At this time, the two families had already reached an agreement, and they excitedly surrounded us and came to the small garden. I was confused the whole time. Standing on the stage with Ling Qingqiu, I was still thinking, this is the end of the matter. In a few minutes, Long Aotian will rush out and break my legs, and then snatch Ling Qingqiu away. So this is a disaster that I can't avoid. Even if I know the direction of things in the future, I can't do anything. Ling Qingqiu is too abnormal. Isn't she particularly annoyed with me? What happened today? Ling Qingqiu narrowed his eyes and listened to my inner voice, and was even more shocked. This guy, not only can I hear my inner voice, but he also knows the direction of things to develop in the future. Will Long Aotian really stand up and oppose it? The host was very excited. Dear guests, I am entrusted by the Lu and Ling families to announce a big news here today. Lu Qingguan, the eldest son of the Lu family, and Ling Qingqiu, the eldest daughter of the Ling family, will hold an engagement ceremony on the 10th day of next month. I object. At this time, a security guard walked out of the crowd. It was the real male protagonist of the book, Long Aotian. The MC glanced at him and said, "Someone, get this low-level security guard out of here." My calves cramped when I saw Long Aotian. I couldn't help but take a step back. Leng Qingqiu looked at me, shocked. He was right. Long Aotian walked up to the MC, who tried to push him away, but he threw him off the stage. Leng Qingqiu glared at him. Long Aotian, what are you doing? Long Aotian grabbed Leng Qingqiu's shoulders with both hands. Qingqiu, please rest assured that I will never allow others to force you. You should control your own destiny. Frankly speaking, if the plot is followed, I am shameless. The Lu family uses their power to pressure others, and her parents are willing to facilitate this marriage of interest. If Long Aotian stepped forward at this time, Leng Qingqiu would be very surprised and touched. This bodyguard performed outstandingly in an accident a few days ago, and his extraordinary skills really made her look at him with new eyes. That's why she specially took him in and made him her personal bodyguard, and over the past few days, her impression of him has indeed been constantly refreshed and improved. But with my psychological preparation in advance, the taste has changed. Leng Qingqiu only felt that this guy was deliberately approaching her and plotting for her family business. He was insidious and disgusting, even more disgusting than me. Leng Qingqiu opened his hand. Long Aotian, you are just my bodyguard, it is not your turn to worry about my family affairs. Qingqiu, I know you're worried. Don't worry, I'm here today, and no one can force you to get married. I nodded. I thought to myself, of course, you are so awesome. You must have a lot of righteous words to say, right? Speak without poison. As the god of war, you have to let everyone know that you are on the side of justice. Please start your performance. Long Aotian turned around and said loudly to all the guests, the four great families of Snow City do not rely on legitimate means to make profits, but actually rely on sacrificing the happiness of a girl to gain benefits. Do you still have a sense of shame? Have you really cared about Qingqiu's happiness? I was clapping for Long Aotian from behind. I was thinking, beautiful. Qingqiu, it's your turn, cry. It would be wrong if you are not moved by what others have said. Really, cry. Leng Qingqiu looked at me, her cold eyes reflecting the anger of being humiliated. I looked at her fierce eyes, put down my hands awkwardly, and pretended to look away. Long Aotian continued, Uncle Leng, Aunt Leng, Qingqiu is your biological daughter. Do you really have the heart to push her into the fire pit? What kind of person Lu Qingguan is, everyone in Xuecheng knows it, right? Marrying your daughter to such a scumbag, don't you really have a trace of heartache and regret? Leng Qingqiu angrily scolded, is it your turn as a bodyguard to take care of my affairs? You are fired. Please leave here now. Long Aotian was also confused. Why, it seems, something is wrong. Things shouldn't be going this way. At this time, the surroundings all started to speak. Who is this guy? How can he be so unruly? Why is he causing trouble when someone else is having a wedding? He looks like a pervert. How dare he covet the eldest daughter of the Ling family? Take a piss and look in the mirror, buddy. Wow, this guy looks so greasy. I was so nervous. I thought, why are you guys shouting so loudly? The hatred value is almost high and he is about to attack. Calm down. At this time, a burly man from the Lu family rushed up and grabbed Long Aotian by the collar. Boy, today is young Master Lu's big day. Are you looking for trouble? Look at what this is. Have you ever seen a fist as big as a sandbag? Long Aotian sneered. You are just an ordinary person. I can kill you with just a flick of my finger. Long Aotian closed his eyes and raised his head. My first battle to become famous is about to begin. Honor. Dignity. Beauty. From this moment on, they are all mine. Long Aotian took a deep breath and suddenly opened his eyes. His domineering aura transformed his body. Since you want to take action, then I will let you know what the God of War returns to mean. Today I will. With a plop, the big guy in front of me disappeared. I looked down and saw that I had knocked him to the ground. The big guy struggled to get up and fight with Long Aotian, but I held him down tightly and the two of us rolled into a ball. Good brother. Calm down. Calm down. I quickly comforted him. I had to comfort him. This was the first sacrifice for the protagonist today. The protagonist killed him in one move, and then he would break my legs. I didn't want the protagonist to break my legs. I was about to cry, "Good brother, it's not worth it, please give me face." The boy was stunned for a moment. "Mr. Liu, you treat me as a brother." I was tired after arguing with him for a long time, and panted and said, "Yes, good brother, for life." The boy was so moved that his face was full of tears. "Mr. Liu, you treat me as a brother. Today I will help you, Mr. Liu, to get rid of this kid." Long Aotian shouted excitedly, "Okay. Come on. Do it." I held down the boy and gritted my teeth. "If you are my brother, don't move." Sure enough, the boy stopped moving instantly. Leng Qingqiu shouted angrily, "Long Aotian. Have you had enough of making trouble? Get out. I told you to get out." Long Aotian was very shocked. "Qingqiu, is it someone from the Liu family who is threatening you?" "Don't worry, the Liu family is nothing but ants in my eyes." Leng Qingqiu was so depressed that he was hurt. Isn't this line too cliché? "Long Aotian, you have been fired. You can get 3 months' salary. Leave now. I don't even want to say a word to you." Long Aotian understood. Qingqiu was threatened by the Liu family. She didn't know that I was the returning god of war. She was afraid that I would be harmed by the Liu family, so she deliberately pretended to break up with me and sacrificed herself to protect me. So touching. My woman is really responsible. Not only him, but now even Lu Qingwen thinks so. Heartbroken and said, "Big sis. You don't have to protect him so much. I'm a very good person and I won't cause any trouble for you. I beg you to go with him quickly. It would be better if I am not in the future plot. I really can't afford to get involved with you." Leng Qingqiu looked at Lu Qingwen, who was lying on the ground with a crying security guard under him, and suddenly felt that he looked so funny. I haven't found any good points in this person over the years, but today, he looked so angry and embarrassed, and for some reason, he seemed quite funny and cute. Leng Qingqiu laughed, which was rare. "Brother Chengwen, please get up." Long Aotian turned his head and looked at Lu Qingwen with murderous eyes. Lu Qingwen was shocked. "Fuck. No way. How can you hate me for this? I didn't do anything." At this time, a large group of bodyguards rushed over from a distance. "Brothers. Someone is trying to snatch our Master Lu's woman. Kill him." A group of people rushed over here with batons in their hands. Lu Qingwen was stunned. He is the god of war. "You guys are just going there to gain experience points, don't cause me any trouble. After I beat you up, my heroic spirit, chivalrous spirit and compassion will no longer be able to protect myself. Oh my god. Oh my earth. Is this dungeon so difficult to clear?" The god of war Long Aotian really wanted to take action. "This is a chance to show your strength. But that damn Lu Qingwen, why doesn't he pretend to be cool in front of me?" He was trying to stop more than a dozen of his men by himself, working so hard that he was sweating profusely. Was it that necessary? Let them in, I beg you. I'm so eager for this wave of experience points. If I don't brush my teeth, my day will not end well. Lu Qingwen had also made up his mind. I can't let you gain experience points no matter what. No, not today. From now on, you are the sky, you are God, whatever you say is the truth, I will not argue with you. If you can take Leng Qingqiu away, take her away. If you can't, you're screwed. Anyway, don't mess with me. Long Aotian is going crazy. Mr. Liu, are you very upset with me? Lu Qingwen finally calmed everyone down and opened his arms to block the group of bodyguards. No. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I think you and Qingqiu are a good match. Send me wedding invitations and I'll give you a gift. Long Aotian had no place to release all his strength, and he was so anxious that he was spinning around. Why don't you let them come over? After all, they are here to help you. No, don't worry, with me here today, none of them can get through. Lu Qingwen turned around and shouted to the bodyguards, I will kill anyone who touches me. Leng Qingqiu also knew that Lu Qingwen seemed to be able to predict some future events. And now the whole thing has changed. Now it seems that Lu Qingwen is determined to keep things quiet, while Long Aotian seems to think the matter is not big enough and must make some big noise. Leng Qingqiu had seen through Long Aotian's fake face and said angrily, "Long Aotian, that's enough. Get out. Get out now. Otherwise I will call the police." Long Aotian's face turned pale. "I am the returning god of war, and no one in the entire foreign land dares to humiliate me like this. I didn't expect to be humiliated like this today. Okay. I'll get out. But Qingqiu, please believe me, no matter when and where you are in the future, no matter what danger you encounter, I will stand up for you, even if it means I'm against the whole world." Leng Qingqiu suppressed her nausea and raised her hand, pointing, "Get out of here." Long Aotian had nothing more to say. His face almost turned black. He turned around and glared at Lu Qingwen fiercely. Lu Qingwen wanted to cry but had no tears. He said carefully, "It's really not my fault. I also didn't understand it. Are you feeling frustrated?" Long Aotian snorted and walked away with a gloomy face. Lu Qingwen almost vomited in the bathroom. After several rounds of time travel, he summarized the 3 iron laws of villain survival. First, don't try to be cool and argue with the protagonist, as that is definitely the fastest way to death. Who is the protagonist? Can he tolerate you showing off to him? If you don't show off, he will want to fuck you. If you show off, he will fuck you to death. Second, the protagonist's women should not be touched, stay as far away from them as possible. Those brain-dead women are poisonous. When the protagonist kills you, they will only clap their hands and praise the protagonist for his bravery and invincibility, and throw themselves into his arms. Third, never do bad things. If the protagonist sees you doing something bad, haha, you win. You will become the protagonist's experience pack, contributing a little to the protagonist's great cause of showing off. Ding dong. System prompts. Dear. Congratulations to the host for completing the initial survival test phase. The difficulty coefficient is 1 star. We have prepared a first stage reward for the host, dear. Lu Qingwen, what's the reward? A sports car as a reward, dear. Lu Qingwen opened his eyes wide, are you kidding? I am the eldest son of the Lu family, the head of the 4 major families in Snow City, and a wealthy man in charge of the Great Sage Group. I saved my life from the beast Long Aotian, and you reward me with a luxury car. Host, don't get excited, this luxury car is really special, dear. What's so special about it? Lu Qingwen shouted. This sports car has 4 wheels. You are older. Lu Qingwen suppressed his anger and said, what happened to that damn girl Leng Qingqiu? According to the plot, shouldn't she have gone with the god of war? What is this now? We don't know about Qingqiu's situation yet. If you want to know more, please talk to her. What am I talking to her about? The look in Long Aotian's eyes just now looked like he wanted to strangle me to death. Lu Qingwen was going crazy. After Lu Qingwen lost his temper, he became cowardly again. Please think of a way to reunite them quickly. If this goes on, I will be killed by you sooner or later. Please don't worry, host. The feedback we gave here is that we want to play you to death, dear. Fuck you. In Lu Guanhong's study. Lu Guanhong said with a straight face, sit down. Lu Qingwen sat down stiffly. Tell me, what's going on? What bad things are you up to? No. Lu Qingwen was confused. Humph. You can fool me. Don't I know what kind of person you are? Lu Guanhong said majestically, I'm telling you. You'd better calm down and treat Qingqiu well, otherwise I won't let you go. Lu Qingwen said, she won't marry me. Everyone in Snow City knows how much she hates me. Then why did she suddenly make a 180-degree turn today and agree to the marriage? I really don't know. I'm confused too. Then why are you suddenly so arrogant and don't want to get married? I have great love in my heart. Lu Guanhong narrowed his eyes, you are really becoming more and more shameless now. Lu Qingwen was so depressed that he didn't even bother to speak. Bring a gift with you, and go visit your grandfather later. Lu Qingwen was stunned, my grandfather. Oh, right. The primary structure of this book. There are four major families in Xueqing: Lu, Chen, Su, and Ling. Among them, the Lu family is the most powerful, followed by the Chen and Su families. The Ling family almost collapsed due to poor management in recent years. Fortunately, Ling Qingqiu took over in adversity and worked hard for 2 years, turning losses into profits, allowing the Ling family to stabilize the market and avoid complete bankruptcy. Therefore, the Ling family is very positive about marriage. The Ling family is not unaware of Lu Qingwen's character, but right now the Lu family is the only one in Xueqing that has the most ability and willingness to save the Ling family. Therefore, for the sake of family interests, they had no choice but to marry. In fact, he looked down on Lu Qingwen in his heart. This is where the book sucks. The character of this villain is almost perfect. He is tall and handsome, comes from a wealthy family, is successful at a young age, and is extremely talented. He leads the Monkey King group to overcome all obstacles and dominate the business world. But such a man who stands at the top of the human food chain in the real world happens to be the dog that sucks up to the heroine Ling Qingqiu. All of this is done to make it more enjoyable for the protagonist to step on himself. The better the villain is, the more fun it is for the protagonist to fight him. For Ling Qingqiu, he relied on his strong background to act like a rival to the protagonist, but was humiliated and beaten by the protagonist in various ways, and finally beaten to death. This is the fate of myself, this perfect little villain. If you want to survive, you have to avoid all conflicts with the protagonist. The primary conflict is the relationship with Ling Qingqiu. I must stay away from Ling Qingqiu, as far away as possible. As long as you make it through the finale, you can return to reality with generous rewards, become tall, rich and handsome, marry a beautiful and wealthy woman, and reach the peak of your life. It can also cure my mother's illness. The Lu family has been operating in Snow City for a long time and has good relations with the Chen, Su, and Ling families. Especially with the old men of the Chen family, Lu Guanghong even worshipped him as his godfather, who is also his god-grandfather. Recently, my grandfather Chen Qiushu has been bedridden. Everyone in the Lu family has visited him, but he has been playing around and has not shown up yet. Put down the gift, say hello, and run away. Yes. That's it. As soon as I went out, I saw the big guy who I had pinned down at the engagement party was counting the people. The big guy Zhao Gang was full of anger. Are all the people here? More than 30 bodyguards stood in several rows and shouted, all in. Good. Zhao Gang was still furious, his face darkened. Mr. Lu's engagement ceremony was disrupted by that fellow named Long Aotian. Can we swallow this? Everyone shouted, no. That's right. Young Master Lu is our boss. In Snow City, it has always been young Master Lu who robs men and women and does all kinds of evil things. No one can bully young Master Lu. Everyone raised their fists and shouted, robbing men and robbing women. Doing all kinds of evil. Robbing men and robbing women. Doing all kinds of evil. Zhao Gang stretched out his hand in a cool manner, and everyone fell silent in absolute unison. So, we have to find Long Aotian, beat him up, and take back young Master Lu's territory. Find Long Aotian. Beat up Long Aotian. He robs men and women, and does all kinds of evil. He robs men and women, and does all kinds of evil. Lu Qingwen ran over and pulled Zhao Gang over. What are you doing? Oh. Master Lu, you're here. Zhao Gang said excitedly, Master Lu, I have 9 ways to kill that Long Aotian. 9 ways. Just follow my instructions. Lu Qingwen kicked him in the ass. Are you free? Lu Qingwen looked at the 30 or so muscular young men and said, don't shout so loudly about robbing men and bullying women in the future. Do I want to be a human being? Zhao Gang was confused and scratched his head. Master Lu, you used to be, not very shameless. Lu Qingwen was so angry that he was shaking. Can I save face now? Oh. Zhao Gang said loudly, did you understand? Now our young Master Lu wants to be a whore and also to be a saint. Get the spirit. Everyone raised their fists and shouted, be a whore. Be a virtuous woman. Be a whore. Be a virtuous woman. Lu Qingwen roared, get out. Get out. A boy walked with his fist raised and muttered in a low voice, being a whore, building a memorial arch. Lu Chengwen went up to kick him. Don't leave, you little brat. I'm going to fight you today. Zhao Gang stopped him and said, Hey, Master Lu, this is all trained according to your instructions. We are all used to it. Lu Chengwen panted, Did you train? Yes, don't worry, I know what you mean. I will make Long Aotian, the stinky beggar. Lu Chengwen stopped him and said, Zhao Gang. Mr. Lu. We are brothers. Lu Chengwen said it very carefully. It was impossible not to be careful, because he had realized that this man was too reckless. He is also very stubborn and won't listen to anything else you say to him. The key is that if he continues to do this, all the blame will be on him, and Long Aotian will still beat him to death in the end. So, we can only coax and deceive. Zhao Gang was so moved that he cried, Master Lu, I don't deserve it, I'm just a. Lu Chengwen said, If you are my brother, don't come and cut me. Listen, don't mess with that Long Aotian in the future, and tell everyone to avoid Long Aotian when they see him. Do you understand? Why? Zhao Gang said, I am not sisterly. Lu Chengwen had tears in his eyes and held Zhao Gang's collar with both hands. I have died 6 times. This time I plan to survive to the end. I must survive to the end. Zhao Gang didn't understand. Mr. Lu, please speak Chinese. Lu Chengwen hugged the idiot's neck tightly and gritted his teeth. Brother, if you do this well, I should have a new sports car in my garage recently, and I will give it to you. Zhao Gang said, That's a Porsche. I'll give it to you. Zhao Gang wiped his tears and clasped his hands together. Northwest matter how close the heaven is to me, no one is closer than young Master Lu. No matter how high the heaven is, no one is as kind to me as young Master Lu. From now on, Zhao Gang's body is young Master Lu's body, and Zhao Gang's life is young Master Lu's life. Stop nagging me. Go prepare the gifts for the patient. Get the car out. I'm going to go see my grandfather. Yes. Boss. Chen Mansion. Lu Chengwen entered the old man's ward, put down the gift, and chatted with the old man about family matters. Just as he was thinking of a reason to retreat, the housekeeper came in and reported, Master, the eldest daughter of the Su family is here, and the young master is back too, with someone who he says is a miracle doctor. Chen Qiushou was stunned. Isn't Xue Jiao a famous doctor? Why did Xiao Huan bring some miracle doctor here? Anyway, come in. You kidding me, dog system? I can't even avoid this. This is obviously the plot later. Su Xue Jiao failed in her treatment and Mr. Chen was in danger of death. Then Long Aotian came to help. Su Xue Jiao admired his superb medical skills and fell in love with him. The old man of the Chen family was so grateful to him that he created a marriage between Long Aotian, Chen Mingyun, the eldest daughter of the Chen family, and Su Xue Jiao, the talented girl of the Su family. This plot has nothing to do with me. Why am I here? Don't you even give me time to escape. Lu Chengwen quickly stood up. Grandpa gone, you have a good rest. I have something to do in the company, so I will go back first. Well, don't leave. Damn it. The old man of the Chen family likes Lu Chengwen so much. However, Lu Chengwen had no feelings for him. According to the plot, Lu Chengwen will use the old man's trust to cheat the Chen family again in the future. Then Long Aotian appeared out of nowhere, saved the Chen family, and punished himself again. But before that, the old man of the Chen family trusted himself very much. Yes, he doesn't trust me, how can I cheat him? If I didn't cheat him, would Long Aotian have any reason to beat me into a cripple? Can Long Aotian win the hearts of Su Xue Jiao and Chen Mingyun without beating himself into a cripple? The protagonist is here to pick up girls. As a classic villain, what's wrong with you, Lu Chengwen, helping the protagonist pick up girls? What is that? I don't agree. Lu Chengwen shouted in his heart. I want to defy fate and change my destiny. My destiny is in my own hands. I'll see if there's a back door I can sneak out of. The old man of the Chen family pulled Lu Chengwen, and Lu Chengwen pushed his hand hard with a fake smile. Grandpa Chen, you're fine, I have to go, let go. Taking advantage of the angle where no one else could see, Lu Chengwen slapped the old man's hand. Let go, let go, let go, why don't you let go? At this time, Sushiwa Jiao had already walked in. With a straight face, he said coldly, "Lu Qingwen, Grandpa Chen likes you the most. You've just been here for 5 minutes and you're already clamoring to leave. Aren't you too heartless?" Lu Qingwen saw Sushiwa Jiao. I also saw Chen Mawan and Long Aotian walking in. As soon as Long Aotian saw Lu Qingwen, he narrowed his eyes and was filled with hatred. Lu Qingwen said to himself, a villain should be someone who makes people hate him to the core at the first sight of him. Lu Qingwen glanced at Sushiwa Jiao. Oh! What a perfect little loli. She has a petite figure but well-proportioned body. Her cute and smart facial features are exquisite to the extreme. The key is that, despite her petite body, her breasts are so big that the buttons of her little Lolita uniform are almost bursting. She is wearing a JK uniform at this time, looking youthful and charming, especially the white cotton stockings on her slender calves, which is quite tempting. Sushiwa Jiao greeted Grandpa Chen gently and began to examine the cause of Grandpa Chen's illness. This little girl is not growing taller, but only developing her chest. She will definitely be a nuisance in the future. TSK, it's worth seeing. Definitely worth seeing. And she's a little Lolita who likes to wear uniforms. Sushiwa Jiao turned her head and glared at him. What did you say? Ah. I didn't say anything. You said it. You big pervert. Chen Mahuan quickly said, Shui Jiao, what are you doing? Young Master Lu didn't say anything. Sushiwa Jiao was stunned for a moment. Was I hallucinating? He rolled his eyes at Lu Qingwen, then turned around and continued to check the cause of Grandpa Chen's illness. Oh my, what a well-proportioned figure. A little Lolita with a hot body, and she knows how to wear a uniform. Wow, Long Aotian is so lucky. Sushiwa Jiao turned around again and glared at Lu Qingwen angrily. Lu Qingwen was stunned. Sushiwa Jiao slowly looked at the others. What's going on? Everyone looked as if they didn't hear his nonsense. And, the sound did not seem to be normal. Could it be what he was thinking? Lu Qingwen was fantasizing about Sushiwa Jiao when he felt a chill on the back of his neck. He turned around and saw Long Aotian staring at him. Sushiwa Jiao felt that something was fishy, but if she told others about this, no one would believe it, right? After Sushiwa Jiao finished the examination, she smiled and said, Grandpa Chen, there are only a few blocked blood vessels. I can clear them with a silver needle. Just relax. Long Aotian said, Little sister, I'm afraid things are not that simple, right? Sushiwa Jiao stood up and looked at Long Aotian. Who are you? Chen Mahuan immediately introduced. Oh, I forgot to introduce him. This is my good friend, Long Aotian. He is an excellent doctor. I brought him here specially to treat Grandpa. Sushiwa Jiao said with a straight face, I know all the famous doctors in the North Country, but I have never heard of a young genius doctor named Long Aotian. Grandpa's health is of utmost importance, Brother Mo Huan, don't trust others casually. Ha ha ha. Long Aotian said, Little sister, as the saying goes, a master is rare in this world, and a master is rare in this world, so don't look down on others. Just as Sushiwa Jiao was about to speak, she heard Lu Qingwen's inner thoughts. Yes, that's the rhythm. Keep going. You cured Grandpa Chen, who was already half dead, and made him almost dead, and then the hero Long Aotian came to save his life. The confrontation between the two of you in the early stage was just a prelude to flirting. After that, you fell in love with him and were willing to be his concubine. You and Leng Qingqiu should be good sisters. Sushiwa Jiao turned around and looked at Lu Qingwen, her face pale with anger. What the hell? Is there something wrong with my medical skills? Is it possible to cure Grandpa Chen to the point of death? I still want to be a concubine for this arrogant guy. And with Leng Qingqiu. Who is Leng Qingqiu? Her stern face and contemptuous look are annoying. Would I be a concubine with her? Just shut up. Lu Qingwen was stunned, and everyone was stunned. Lu Qingwen pointed at Long Aotian, he's over there. I'm talking to you. Lu Qingwen was about to cry, I didn't say a word, ask everyone. Long Aotian laughed loudly, Little sister, I'm afraid that the old man's illness is the only one that can be cured in the entire North Country, no, in the entire China, except me, Long Aotian. Su Shiuejiao was almost pissed off by these two people. One was muttering endlessly in his heart, while the other was chattering in a sarcastic tone beside him. They are really more annoying than each other. When I'm moving the needle, you all keep quiet. Su Shiuejiao glared at both of them, then concentrated on giving Chen Qiu acupuncture. Lu Chengguen shook his head at the end. What a pity. The Wenwang 9 needles is a top-notch acupuncture technique, but the little girl was too conservative and bypassed two major acupuncture points. As a result, it was this negligence that caused Grandpa Chen and the King of Hell to wave their hands. Waiting for Long Aotian to rescue people at the critical moment, Su Shiuejiao bows down to Long Aotian. Alas, it's a pity that Su Shiuejiao is a generation of Lolita. No, she is a generation of famous doctor. She became famous at a young age, but she has to become Long Aotian's harem. Su Shiuejiao's heart skipped a beat. This bad guy actually knows medicine. I had indeed used a relatively gentle needle movement method just now, and I had indeed bypassed two of the more dangerous acupuncture points. He can even see this. When did he become so knowledgeable about medicine? Sure enough, Chen Qiushou suddenly started coughing violently, his body kept shaking, and finally blood came out of the corners of his mouth and he began to roll his eyes. Chen Mohuan immediately screamed, "Grandpa! Grandpa! Sister Shiuejiao, what did you do? This is a big deal." Su Shiuejiao's face was pale, but she already knew the crux of the problem. Long Aotian waved his hand and took out his needle bag. "Little sister, get out of the way. I will help the old man come back to life. Grandpa is still alive." Su Shiuejiao just said this firmly, picked up a silver needle, and stabbed it directly into a vital ache appointment. Sure enough, after this injection, Chen Qiushou felt a little better, but he was still in a coma. Long Aotian was shocked. The injection this little beauty gave was completely different from the previous ones. She suddenly became bolder and found the acupuncture points very accurately. Then there was another needle. Just as it was about to stab, Long Aotian put his hand in his sleeve and flicked his finger. Lu Chengguen had been staring at this kid for a long time. He saw something wrong in his eyes, and then he saw his hand move back a little and began to use his strength. Lu Chengwen's heart skipped a beat. Oh no. This kid is going to do something bad. Lu Chengguen didn't care about that and went over to grab Long Aotian's arm. "Brother Aotian." Long Aotian was frightened by him. "Ah. Oh, what happened?" "It's okay, I just think you're handsome." "Oh, thank you." "You're welcome." Su Shiuejiao had heard Lu Chenggwen's inner monologue and was shocked at the time, but at this critical moment of acupuncture, she could not relax. She turned her head slightly and saw the shape of Long Aotian's hand as if he was about to do something bad. Immediately afterwards, Lu Chengguen blocked his own view, and of course, also blocked Long Aotian's hand. After Su Shiuejiao finished the two injections, Mr. Chen's complexion gradually returned to its rosy color, and he opened his eyes in less than half a minute. "Shuejiao. Grandpa Chen. It's great to have you here. Don't leave this time. Just stay in Snow City. Grandpa, just rest and recover." Chen Qiushou just recovered a little. "Where's Chengguen? Where's my eldest grandson?" Lu Chengguen hurried over. "Grandpa. Chengguen, why does my hand hurt so much?" Lu Chengguen looked over and realized that he had just slapped and hit the old man so hard that his hands were all red. "It's okay, it helps to relax the muscles and promote blood circulation." Long Aotian was half dead. "I haven't even started to show off yet, but I've already collapsed halfway." "Damn Lu Chengguen, why are you everywhere?" Lu Chengguen turned around and saw that Long Aotian was glaring at him, and Chen Mahuan was also glaring at him. The old man favors the Lu family's kid too much. "I, Chen Mahuan, am your grandson," Lu Chengwengsen said. "Oh my god, I need to leave now. Except for the half-dead old man Chen, everyone else here wants to strangle me to death. Long Aotian wanted to kill me because I blocked his way to pick up girls. Chen Mahuan wanted to kick me to death because his grandfather spoiled me. Su Shiuejiao has looked down on me since she was a child, and today, I don't know what medicine she took wrong. It seems like she wants to strangle me to death. I have to run away quickly." When Su Shijiao heard this, she smiled in her heart. But when I thought about how he had just rushed out to help me, I felt inexplicably warm in my heart. This guy isn't so heartless. At this time, Zhao Gang walked up to Lu Qingwen, leaned close to his ear, and said nervously, "Mr. Lu, something big has happened. You have to go to the pharmaceutical factory immediately." Lu Qingwen was shocked. Pharmaceutical factory. Something happened. Lu Qingwen was eager to run away, so he said goodbye and fled from the Chen family manor. Walking on the corridor outside the Chen family manor, Lu Qingwen asked nervously, "What's the matter?" Zhao Gang's face turned pale and he looked around nervously. "Get in the car and talk." Lu Qingwen understood that something really happened. At this time, Su Shijiao also received the news. She was furious and chased out directly to Lu Qingwen and Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang quickly shut up and looked at Su Shijiao nervously. Lu Qingwen was still confused and completely out of his mind. "Hey, Sister Shijiao, why are you so anxious to chase me out? Is there something wrong?" Su Shijiao looked at Lu Qingwen's expression with a stern face, thinking, this guy is really good at pretending. He embezzled the money for purchasing fine materials, and made a whole batch of medicinal materials inconsistent with the ingredient list. Now it seems that he knows nothing. Su Shijiao smiled, her smile as sharp as a knife. "Brother Chengwen, is there anything important going on at the pharmaceutical factory recently?" "Well." Seeing Zhao Gang desperately winking at him, Lu Qingwen quickly said, "It's nothing serious, don't worry, I will take care of it if there is any problem." "Why did this girl come out? Where is Long Aotian? Shouldn't they have gone out to drink tea and chat, and start discussing medical skills? Why did the heroine follow me out? Why did Long Aotian's harem have to pester me? The pharmaceutical factory issue must be very important. It must be resolved." Su Shijiao was stunned. It seemed that this guy really didn't know the specific situation of the pharmaceutical factory. Could it be that he was the one who embezzled the money? Su Shijiao thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Brother Chengwen, we haven't seen each other for more than a year, right?" "Ah. Is that so? Haha, time flies, the years pass by like a shuttle, when the wheel of history rolls over our lost youth." Su Shijiao was about to vomit. This guy was really getting more and more disgusting. She forced a smile and opened her arms. "Hug." Lu Qingwen is now in a state of confusion. He is now covered with lice and doesn't know which one to catch first. Long Aotian's good fortune was ruined by me twice in one day. I was probably on his blacklist. That damned girl Ling Qingqiu insisted on getting engaged to me for some unknown reason. I had to resolve this matter quickly and not get entangled with that beast Long Aotian. The heroine Su Shijiao is not following the normal plot now, she is weird and clingy. But the most important thing now is to deal with the matter of the pharmaceutical factory. That's medicine, and if anything goes wrong it will be a big deal. Now this witch actually wants me to hug her. What are you hugging? What are you hugging? Who are you playing with? At this time, Lu Qingwen saw that Chen Mahuan and Long Aotian had already walked out, and Long Aotian and Lu Qingwen's eyes met instantly. Lu Qingwen grinned, "Isn't this the end of the world again?" Long Aotian narrowed his eyes slightly, "This guy is ruining my business again." Lu Qingwen quickly pretended to be calm, "What do you mean by hug?" He quickly shouted, "Hey, Brother Long. You're here just in time. Sister Shijiao was a little angry just now, but she actually admires your medical skills. You two can find a coffee shop to have a good chat. You are all obsessed with medicine, so you must have a lot of common topics. I have something else to do. Goodbye 886. Lu Qingwen turned around and wanted to leave, thinking, I can only help you up to this point. I wish you a baby soon. Just don't mess with me. You two are a perfect match, I am just a piece of stinky shit, okay? We must leave immediately, otherwise Long Aotian will easily find fault with us. Su Shijiao looked back at Long Aotian, snorted contemptuously, turned around and grabbed the corner of Lu Qingwen's clothes. Brother Lu, please don't leave. From childhood to adulthood, don't you always hug people when you are separated from them? Lu Qingwen opened his eyes wide and looked at the little Lolita in shock. Su Shijiao has a pretty face like a fairy, and a pair of big eyes as bright and clear as black gemstones. However, in this beautiful face and clear eyes, Lu Chengwen saw a hint of pride, a hint of cunning, a hint of ferocity, and even a hint of evil. She did it on purpose. Of course Su Shiuejiao did it on purpose. Lu Chengwen had completely pissed her off. After she heard most of her inner thoughts, she was sure that she would throw herself into Long Aotian's arms. Why? Su Shiuejiao also became excited. So you are afraid of Long Aotian? Humph, what are you afraid of? I will definitely put pressure on you and make you feel uneasy. Lu Chengwen's eyes were full of hostility and shock. He slowly pushed Su Shiuejiao's hand away, thinking viciously in his heart. That damn girl is trying to trick me. She seemed to know that I was afraid of Long Aotian, so she did it on purpose. She definitely did it on purpose. Su Shiuejiao almost laughed out loud, and continued to act cute with a pitiful face, but her eyes seemed to be saying, Sister did it on purpose. I never thought that you, Lu Chengwen, would also be afraid of being alone. Interesting, interesting, today I'm going to scare you to death. Ouch. Are you sweating? At this time, Long Aotian and Chen Maoan had already walked up to them. Long Aotian sneered. You have to hug each other every time we break up. Master Lu is so cool. The corners of Lu Chengwen's mouth twitched. Before he could explain, the reckless Zhao Gang stepped forward and said loudly, Just hug me. What's the matter? You are just a... Lu Chengwen pulled Zhao Gang over and thought to himself, Please stop causing trouble for me. Even if we were tied together, he wouldn't be able to beat us all by himself. Lu Chengwen said awkwardly, Sister Shiuejiao is joking, it's not true. What do you mean you haven't? It started when I was 8 years old. It was a family dinner, and you tricked me into a corner for kisses and hugs for the first time. Have you forgotten? You even insisted that I take off my clothes for you to examine me, saying that you plan to be a doctor in the future. I was so worried that day that I almost believed you. Long Aotian slowly clenched his fists, and his eyes staring at Lu Chengwen became more and more sharp. Lu Chengwen narrowed his eyes and looked at the devil Su Shiuejiao. He understood completely in his heart that this damn girl seemed to know his weak spot. The key is that she has an innocent lowly face and a pair of big, innocent eyes. I'm afraid no one would believe that this girl is so dark inside and has such amazing acting skills, right? I finally got another chance to change my fate, I won't fall into the hands of this little girl, right? Could it be that Long Aotian and his girlfriends are obstacles that I will never be able to overcome in this life? Su Shiuejiao was also thinking. He seemed to know Long Aotian very well, and the two seemed to have some grudges against each other. Haha, very good, evil will be punished by evil, neither of you two is a good person. One of you robs men and women and does all kinds of evil, and the other one attacks an old man lying on the hospital bed, trying to stop me from saving him. Everyone is happy no matter who kills whom. My sister likes to watch bad guys kill each other. Lu Chengwen wiped the sweat from his forehead and forced a smile. I don't remember anything about my childhood. So you need a hug today, right? Su Shiuejiao moved closer to Lu Chengwen and whispered, Don't even think about leaving if you don't hug me. Lu Chengwen narrowed his eyes, with deep resentment in his eyes, and whispered, You have guts. Lu Chengwen used all his strength to force out an ugly fake smile and gently hugged Su Shiuejiao. But Su Shiuejiao hugged Lu Chengwen tightly and shouted, Hey, brother Chengwen, you are so annoying. You are taking advantage of me again. Lu Chengwen pushed Su Shiuejiao away and was about to get furious. Long Aotian supported the unsteady Su Shiuejiao and glared at Lu Chengwen. Master Lu, what do you mean? Lu Chengwen's head buzzed. Oh shit. He quickly smiled and said, No, I just had a cramp. You guys can chat, something happened in my pharmaceutical factory and I have to go back to deal with it. Lu Chengwen turned around and almost ran. Zhao Gang was stunned for 2 seconds and pointed at Long Aotian, Just wait. After saying that, he turned around and chased after Lu Chengwen. Long Aotian did not chase after Lu Chengwen. Now that there was a beautiful woman by his side, he could not care about Lu Chengwen. Shuejiao, are you okay? Are you hurt? Don't worry, I will never let Lu Chengwen go. Oh. Really? Su Shijiao instantly regained her cold expression and distanced herself from Long Aotian. He is Mr. Lu from Shiweqing. Ordinary people can't afford to offend him. Just you. Long Aotian laughed. What 4 major families? In my eyes, Long Aotian, they are all ants. A hint of coldness flashed in Su Shijiao's eyes. Are they all ants? Long Aotian realized that he had said something wrong and hurried to explain. No, what I meant is. Goodbye. Su Shijiao strode to her car, tore off her uniform, and her assistant team rushed over and put a black windbreaker on her. Su Shijiao's aura changed instantly from a pure little lowly to a cold-faced, arrogant queen, just like a smaller version of Ling Qingqiu. As soon as he got in the car, Lu Qingwen was still shaking, and he slammed the armrest of the seat in anger. I almost died just now. Zhao Gang quickly raised the isolation window between the boss cabin and the driver's cabin to isolate the driver. Don't worry, Master Lu. I'll find someone to kill Long Aotian and let Master Lu vent his anger. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. Lu Qingwen gritted his teeth and said, it's mainly because of Su Shijiao, that damn girl. Zhao Gang smiled and said, Master Lu, it seems today that she is really attracted to you, Master Lu. She has even taken the initiative to throw herself into your arms. Master Lu, don't worry, I will help you take down this little Lolita, the genius doctor of the Su family. By then, the resources of the Su family will belong to us. Shut up. Lu Qingwen was almost dying. Remember, don't provoke Long Aotian, don't have any ideas about Su Shijiao. This damn girl clearly wants to kill me. Oh, that's perfect. Zhao Gang said with a sly smile, it doesn't matter who plays with you too. Lu Qingwen looked at Zhao Gang and was about to lose his temper, but then he thought that Zhao Gang was used to being a lackey and didn't understand what he knew. Getting angry with him was like talking to a deaf person. I could only sigh. What happened to the pharmaceutical factory? What Lu Qingwen didn't know was that at this moment, Su Shijiao was sitting in her business car with headphones in her ears, monitoring their conversation. The hug just now was an act of secretly planting a bug. At this time, Su Shijiao was sitting in the car, her face was frosty and her eyes were sharp. The secretarial team looked at her nervously, not daring to speak. Zhao Gang said, Director Zhang from the Drug Administration is a piece of shit. In order to cut costs, the young master reduced some of the precious ingredients in this batch of medicine. In fact, Chinese medicine is not going to kill people. That damn Director Zhang actually wrote a letter of resignation and used it to expose this matter. Tell me, is this old man courting death? I think, let's do this. We can just ship our medicines under our own brand name. They are all Chinese medicines anyway, and they won't kill people. This Zhang guy is just after money, right? Give him 10 or 20 million to shut him up. If he doesn't agree, we'll make this guy disappear completely. Once he disappears, this matter will be. Okay, shut up. Lu Qingwen lowered the isolation window and said to the driver, speed up and go to the pharmaceutical factory. Su Shijiao took off her headphones and her eyes became colder. Lu Qingwen, if you dare to do such a heartless thing, don't blame me, Su Shijiao, for being rude. Others may be afraid of your Lu family, but I, Su Shijiao, am not afraid of you. Not to mention. Su Shijiao showed a sly smile. Several executives in the pharmaceutical factory who knew about the incident were arguing fiercely. One group believed that the medicine could not be destroyed. This batch of medicine is too expensive. If such a large number of finished medicines are to be destroyed, the Drug Administration will be alerted. At that time, the losses will not be as simple as the costs of medicinal materials, fine materials, and finished product processing. It may even shake the foundation of the company and the market reputation of the brand. The loss is incalculable. The other group's case is simple. As long as the medicine is not good, they cannot put their own brand on it, ship out of the factory, or sell it, no matter how hard you try. The two groups quarreled fiercely. Lu Qingwen held his head in his hands, leaned on the table, thinking about his own affairs. Why is it so annoying? When it rains, all the bad things happen at once. This isn't the plot in the main story, is it? What is this? Can the system tamper with the plot at any time? There is no Long Aotian in this part, right? What happened to Su Shijiao? Why did she suddenly want to kill me? At this moment, the door was pushed open and everyone stood up immediately. "Hello, Mr. Su." Everyone greeted Su Xuejiao. Lu Qingwen was stunned. Why was she here too? Su Xuejiao sat down opposite the circular table and looked at Lu Qingwen with a smile. "Brother Qingwen, I know everything. How do you plan to deal with it?" Well. Lu Qingwen's mind was racing. This batch of drugs cannot leave the factory and must be destroyed. Su Xuejiao was shocked and her eyes changed several times in an instant. She stared at Lu Qingwen as if she didn't know him at all. Must be destroyed. This is what he really thinks. Got it. I told her to ship the medicine as normal and let her take the lead in opposing me. She will definitely not let this batch of medicine leave the factory. If she annoys me enough, she will probably ignore me in the future. I will take this opportunity to have a quarrel with her and then withdraw my shares. Yes, that's it. I am really a genius. Thinking of this, Lu Qingwen began to laugh. He walked up to Su Xuejiao and said, "Sister Xuejiao, look, this is the situation. The cost of this batch of medicine is too high. It was my idea to compress the fine particles. Although the effect of the medicine will be reduced, this is a Chinese patent medicine. It won't kill you. But if we destroy them, it will alert the Food and Drug Administration. Then we will have to hold a press conference, and our pharmaceutical factory will be finished. The reputation of our number 9 pharmaceutical factory will be ruined. The stock price will collapse, right? The sales of drugs will drop drastically in the future, right? There will be no money to be made in the future. We should keep all those who know about this secret silent. We should withstand the pressure and do something big at this time. Right." Lu Qingwen looked at Su Xuejiao with a smile, thinking anxiously. Scold me, scold me, scold me quickly. Oppose, oppose, oppose quickly. I will withdraw my shares and you will become the majority shareholder. From now on, neither of us will recruit each other and we will never have any contact with each other again. You should just go and date Long Aotian and become his concubine. We can go our separate ways and not get in each other's way. Su Xuejiao is not a vegetarian either. This guy has already made up his mind to destroy this batch of medicinal materials. But he doesn't want to do it himself, so what does it mean for him to ask me to do it? When did this guy become so conscientious as a doctor? And you're avoiding me like the plague, why? Am I so cheap that I want to be a harem for that disgusting guy Long Aotian? Su Xuejiao rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "Brother Qingwen, I think the same as you. As expected, the pharmaceutical factory cannot do without you. At the critical moment, we still have to rely on you to take the helm." Lu Qingwen's smile froze instantly. He looked at Su Xuejiao as if he was looking at someone he didn't know at all. "Xuejiao, did you mishear? What I meant was, to put a brand on the drug, ship it from the factory, and sell it." "Yes." Su Xuejiao said, "I think so too." Lu Qingwen shook his head vigorously, feeling like his world had collapsed. What the hell is this? Su Xuejiao, a doctor with a kind heart, how could you do such a thing? You also agree to give birth to a son without an anus. Are you crazy? Lu Qingwen forced a smile. "Xuejiao, you have to think clearly, this is medicine. What is medicine for? To save lives. If the medicine is substandard, it will delay the patient's condition. Just think about it, thousands of people will suffer because of our medicine, do you understand?" "I understand. I understand everything." Su Xuejiao had also made up her mind. This is a game of who can blink first. Both of them secretly made up their minds that this batch of drugs must not leave the factory. But everyone wants the other party to bring it up. The current situation is, Su Xuejiao already knows Lu Qingwen's bottom line, but Lu Qingwen is still confused and unable to see through the fog. Su Xuejiao had already won from the beginning. The scheming little girl said with a relaxed look, "It's just a batch of finished medicines, what's the big deal? If the disease is really delayed, it will be their own bad luck. Who made them sick? Brother Qingwen, don't you think so? But we have spent so much money, and if we can't make it back, the company will suffer a huge loss. Brother Qingwen, I support you. So, I will sign, and this batch of drugs will be shipped out today, and all of them must be shipped out within 3 days. As soon as the contract came up, the secretary handed over a pen and Su Shiwejiao copied it and was about to sign it. Seeing that Su Shiwejiao was really about to sign, Lu Chenguan became anxious. He pressed the signature area and stared at Su Shiwejiao. Su Shiwejiao looked at Lu Chenguan with her big eyes flickering. "Brother Chenguan, what's the matter?" Lu Chenguan was so angry that his whole body was shaking. He was very disappointed with Su Shiwejiao. "Don't call me brother from now on, you are my father." "Shiwejiao, have you really thought it through?" "I've thought it through." Su Shiwejiao said, "I trust you, brother Chenguan. I'll listen to whatever you say." Lu Chenguan lowered his head, feeling so depressed that he was about to explode. He snatched the document and tore it into pieces. Lu Chenguan put his hands on the table, lowered his head, and said in a low voice, "Report to the Food and Drug Administration. We must destroy this batch of drugs immediately and ask them to send someone to supervise." At the same time, a system investigation was launched internally and all relevant departments conducted a review of their operating procedures. Investigate and punish those involved in the procurement of fine materials, revoke their professional qualifications, and transfer the case to judicial authorities for investigation. Su Shiwejiao smiled. She won. Zhao Gang was so shocked that he almost went crazy. "Mr. Lu, the value of this batch of drugs is more than 600 million, more than 600 million. Think about it again, haven't you and Mr. Su already? Get lost." Lu Chenguan vented his inner anger and frustration on Zhao Gang, and deliberately scolded Zhao Gang in front of others. "How can a security captain like you get involved in the company's affairs? Can't I even set up these little rules? This is medicine. It's medicine. It's medicine that cures diseases and saves lives. Listen to me carefully. If anyone dares to ship out a box, a package, or a pill of this batch of medicine, I will twist his head off and kick it like a ball. Not only today, from now on, if anyone tries to get information from me, I will send him to jail in a minute and make him spend the rest of his life in jail. Don't even mention 600 million. Even if it's 6 billion or 60 billion. I will make them die in our pharmaceutical factory. Don't even think about leaving the factory with any drug residue." Lu Chenguan looked at Su Shiwejiao. "What do you think, Mr. Su?" Su Shiwejiao smiled. This time it was a smile of relief. She suddenly felt that she didn't know Lu Chenguan that well. This guy is completely different from when he was a child. Are the rumors that he bullied the market and committed all kinds of evil really true? Could they be a mistake? Moreover, he looked quite handsome when he showed his temper just now. "Brother Chenguan, I told you that you have the final say. I will listen to whatever you say." Lu Chenguan looked at Su Shiwejiao's triumphant expression and suddenly realized. This damn girl was sure from the beginning that I would not let this batch of drugs leave the factory. Has she not heard of my reputation at all? Big sister. I am a wicked person who bullies people, robs men and women, does all kinds of evil, and is obsessed with money. How dare you play with me like this? No, something went wrong. Something must have gone wrong. Su Shiwejiao stood up and said with a smile, "Brother Chenguan, my birthday is next week, and I invite you to my birthday party. As for the things here, I'll leave it to you." Su Shiwejiao turned and left. At this point she was completely relieved. She already knew everything about Lu Chenguan, so she didn't have to worry about this man doing anything wrong in the pharmaceutical factory. He doesn't have that ability. Sitting in the car, Su Shiwejiao was feeling uneasy. This Lu Chenguan, when he agreed to this batch of drugs to leave the factory, the look in his eyes when he looked at me was so disappointed, as if he was a good guy and I was the #1 villain in Snow City. However, this boy really impressed me today. It's really funny to think about how Lu Chenguan was driven into a panic by me today, racking his brains to compete with me, but was almost on the verge of collapse in the end. Thinking of this, Su Shiwejiao burst out laughing. The secretarial team was all stunned. They exchanged glances with each other, and the Secretary-General asked cautiously, "Boss Su, what's wrong?" "Oh, nothing." Su Shiwejiao frowned and tried to regain her serious expression, but then she thought of how brilliant the deflated expression on Lu Chenguan's face was today, and she burst out laughing again. In the evening, the lights come on. Leng Qingqiu was absent-minded the whole day. Lu Qingwen's situation is so strange. Why can I suddenly hear what he is thinking? And why could he accurately predict Long Aotian's behavior? He seemed to be very afraid of Long Aotian, but they clearly hadn't met. Among the people present today, I am the only one who knows that Long Aotian is an excellent fighter. Why can Lu Qingwen so keenly sense the danger in Long Aotian? There are so many mysteries. This guy, for more than 3 years, what he said about loving me, liking me, and pursuing me, were all of them fake. Because Long Aotian appeared, he backed down. He didn't dare to fight anymore. The secretary knocked on the door and half extended his body. Boss Leng, are you off work? Oh. Leng Qingqiu regained his train of thought. Let's get off work. Leng Qingqiu felt something was wrong, as if something was missing. Yes, someone is missing. In the past 3 years, every time this time comes, there will always be a bootlicker waiting at the door early, wearing a fancy suit, holding flowers, chasing after me and saying disgusting and cheesy love words. I have to endure that guy's harassment and hypocritical flattery every day, and I have to go around the company's building at this time every day. But today, there is no one there. Looking at the empty door, Leng Qingqiu suddenly felt empty in his heart. Walking in the corridor, the sound of high heels seems particularly cool. A secretary muttered, "Huh? Why does it feel so quiet today?" Another secretary blurted out, "Mr. Lu didn't come." "Oh, I thought so." Yes, usually at this time he would be waiting at the door, talking non-stop. Leng Qingqiu glared at them and asked, "Are you free?" The secretaries quickly shut up and a group of people walked quietly to the elevator. Leng Qingqiu felt uncomfortable all over. What's going on? Haven't I always hoped that Lu Qingwen would stay away from me? Haven't you always wished that he would disappear from this world? Now that he has disappeared, what happened to me? Leng Qingqiu was extremely upset. When they walked to the door, a girl who was responsible for picking flowers every day was already waiting there. She was stunned when she saw Leng Qingqiu and others coming out empty-handed. Then he looked behind Leng Qingqiu, but there was no trace of Lu Qingwen. She looked stunned. Leng Qingqiu looked at her. He didn't come today. Sitting in the car, Leng Qingqiu became even more irritated. It seems that without Lu Qingwen, my life has suddenly changed. The irritability tormented her for a long time. She resolutely picked up the phone. "Hello, Lu Qingwen. I want to see you." Lu Qingwen was very noisy. "Ah. What? Speak louder, I can't hear you." A girl's voice came from the phone. "Mr. Lu, come drink with me." "Wait a minute, I'm on the phone." "Mr. Leng, I'm a little busy here, let's talk another day." Beep, the phone is hung up. Leng Qingqiu was so angry that she said to the driver, "Check Lu Qingwen's location and go find him." Lu Qingwen found Chen Maochuan. Chen Maochuan is Lu Qingwen's best friend, Chen Mahuan's elder brother, and Chen Mingyun's younger brother. Chen Maochuan is not as handsome as Lu Qingwen, he is a typical fat guy. The Chen family's business is now managed by Chen Mingyun, but the person who holds the largest share is Chen Maochuan. In other words, this guy hardly does anything serious. He just drives a sports car and flirts with foreign girls all day long, and he has endless money to spend. Chen Maochuan has a lot of henchmen around him, but basically no friends. His only good friend, whom he considers his best friend, is Lu Qingwen. When Chen Maochuan received Lu Qingwen's call, he was stunned for a moment. When he heard that Lu Qingwen wanted to have fun, he immediately became very excited and directly sent him a location. A high-end private club, all the girls inside are models. If you don't spend tens of thousands of dollars in one night here, you would be embarrassed to go in. This is for ordinary rich people. If Chen Maochuan doesn't spend 100,000 or 200,000 every time he comes, it can be considered that he cares about his father and saves money for his family. So, even though he is fat, the treatment he enjoys here is absolutely top-notch. Lu Qingwen was in a bad mood. It's not like he hasn't seen the world. He has been a villain 6 times before, and he knows how rich people live in luxury. He is no stranger to places like this. He found that Chen Maochuan was also very idle. He was dazzled by the beauties here. He had enjoyed everything he should have and didn't know how to entertain himself. However, Chen Machuan was much happier than Lu Chengwen, and said excitedly, "Sally, Schwer, and you, what's your name?" "Brother, my name is Tian Tian." It doesn't matter. Just keep my big brother company. He won't come to a place like this easily. If you can make him ecstatic today, I'll give each of you a red envelope of 100,000 yuan, no upper limit. Several girls suddenly became excited and crowded around Lu Chengwen. "Mr. Lu, what do you like?" "Mr. Lu, let's make games. We have a lot of games, all of which are very exciting." Lu Chengwen originally came here to have fun, but found that he was not happy at all. "Just be quiet for a moment. I want to chat with the fat guy." A few girls obediently stepped aside, turned off the music, and chatted quietly with their glasses of wine. "What's wrong?" Chen Machuan asked. "Don't like it. Change a batch." "No." Lu Chengwen sighed. "Leng Qingqiu and I are getting engaged, did you know?" "I know." Chen Machuan snorted. "As for Leng Qingqiu, I don't know what to say to you. What does she have? A good figure? A pretty face? Which girl here doesn't have one? Do you know how many beauties you have wasted in the past 3 years? Besides, even if you like to be a licker, why do you lick her? With Leng Qingqiu's bad behavior, what is left of her Leng family? Don't they still have to rely on your old Lu family to keep them alive? Even so, she is still so arrogant and has a sullen face all day long. Seeing her makes me want to vomit." Lu Chengwen looked around and said, "We've been spending money and having fun in places like this since college. You're still having fun after all these years? Isn't it enough?" "It's long past," Chen Machuan said, "but what can I do?" "What can I do? I went to work and slept 3 times in the morning. My subordinates reported the work content to me, but I couldn't understand it at all. I can't do anything else. I can only spend money, have fun, and pick up girls." Lu Chengwen looked at him and said, "You don't call that flirting with girls. Flirting means pursuing girls, not just spending money and beckoning them. Do I have to be like you? Chasing after a woman like Leng Qingqiu who is always unhappy all day long. At least she's from a good family. My sister is also from a good family." Chen Machuan questioned, "Why did you break up with my sister? Why did you lick Leng Qingqiu instead of my sister? My sister and you were childhood sweethearts. If you had saved all your energy for the past 3 years for my sister, you would have become my brother-in-law long ago. I would probably have a nephew." Lu Chengwen looked at Chen Machuan, the shameless guy, and said, "Don't you have any idea why your sister and I broke up? Didn't your sister catch you red-handed after you got me drunk and got me some foreign girls in my bed? I was young and ignorant, we can explain it. But what about you? You relied on the fact that you are the eldest son of the Lu family and just threw her away. Seriously, did you win my sister? Did you dump her on purpose because you were tired of playing with her?" Lu Chengwen looked at him and almost shouted, "Your sister and I were only in high school at that time." "High school? I didn't know anything. I kissed her on the cheek and she couldn't sleep for 3 days. You have been together for 3 years in college. Have you lost your memory?" Chen Machuan also shouted. "Didn't you tell me that I had to find another woman to practice with first, otherwise your sister would dislike me if my skills were not good enough?" "Lu Chengwen, please explain clearly. The first time I said I wanted to practice, and the second time you pulled me aside and said that we should review the content of the previous class and consolidate the learning results, and try to get a good grade on my sister, right? Is that you?" "Fuck. You're blaming me now." Lu Chengwen said excitedly, "When that bunny girl was showing off her thighs around the pole, you knelt on the ground and cried like a tearful person, saying that I had given you a second life and that you wanted to play like this every day for the rest of your life. Wasn't that you? I'm young and ignorant, but you let me do whatever I want. My childhood dream was to become a doctor, a lawyer, or an astronaut, but you led me into a trap. Now I'm nothing. I'm a joke in the family. You didn't become a doctor, a lawyer, an astronaut." When Lu Chengwen asked, Chen Machuan was stunned, then nodded, "Yes. I have been a gynecologist for a fallen girl, a romantic lawyer who played a sexy female defendant, and a planetary captain who hooked up with a female astronaut in a space capsule. The two looked at each other for a while, and suddenly laughed together. Lu Qingwen smiled and said, "You are really cheap." Chen Mochuan agreed, "I should become an actor." Just at this time, Lu Qingwen's phone rang. As soon as Lu Qingwen saw Ling Qingqiu's name, his face changed color and he immediately screamed, "Quick, quick, get all the girls over here. Turn up the music. Turn it up. Get excited." Chen Mochuan was confused. "Why are you so excited all of a sudden?" "Stop talking nonsense, Ling Qingqiu called, I have to keep her away from me." When he heard that it was Ling Qingqiu calling, Chen Mochuan, a fat man weighing nearly 200 pounds, actually jumped up and gnashed his teeth. "Hey! Hit me to death." Hence, the phone call just now happened. I thought the matter was over after the phone call. But within 30 minutes, the club's manager arrived and walked up to Lu Qingwen and whispered, "Mr. Lu, Boss Ling is here and has entered the elevator. Should we let the girls go down first?" The manager is a very capable person and knows the relationships between the people here. Nonsense, which club doesn't know the personal situations of the young masters of the 4 major families in Snow City? They are the cash cows, they are the supreme customers. They know everything about their girlfriends' or wives' phone numbers, license plate numbers, temperaments, interpersonal relationships. Otherwise, who could stand it if groups of women lined up to come to the club to catch adultery? But now Lu Qingwen doesn't need them to cause trouble, at least not with Ling Qingqiu. So, when Ling Qingqiu walked in, she saw Lu Qingwen hugging 2 beauties and howling with his eyes closed. "They all say that I am a dashing, invincible man with my overlord's spear raised high." Squeak. The music stopped abruptly. "Hey! Why did you stop? I was just about to show off my coloratura tenor." Lu Qingwen turned his head and said, "Oh, isn't this my future fiancée, the beautiful Ling Qingqiu? Ha ha ha, come and sit down, and order some songs." Ling Qingqiu looked at Lu Qingwen coldly, "You are so cool." It's okay, just having some fun." "What do you want to talk to me about?" This sentence stumped Ling Qingqiu. Yes, he was the one who took the initiative to look for me in the past 3 years. When did I ever look for him? Ling Qingqiu moved his mouth, "Come with me. I have something to ask you." Ling Qingqiu was used to Lu Qingwen's tone. In her subconscious, the fact that she could take the initiative to talk to him was already great enough for him. He would immediately follow me with a grin on his face and a cheerful heart, without saying a word. But things are different now. Lu Qingwen smiled, "I am a man. A man of steel, a proud and heroic young man. What's wrong with finding a few girls? What is it? Are you unhappy? Are you angry? Okay, cancel the engagement." Everyone was shocked. The general manager was ready to step forward to mediate the dispute, but he knew something was wrong. This Mr. Lu didn't give Ling Qingqiu any face today, and it seemed like he was aiming to break up. "Don't move. Just observe first." Lu Qingwen was very proud. "Ling Qingqiu, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. If you can even tolerate this, I will admit defeat." Ouch, my chest is heaving with anger. Are you anxious? Are you furious? Are you going to lose your temper? There's a glass of beer in front of you, grab it and throw it in my face, and then we'll go our separate ways. Ling Qingqiu was thinking for a long time and suddenly laughed. Ling Qingqiu walked over, and a girl quickly moved away. Ling Qingqiu sat next to Lu Qingwen and approached him enthusiastically. "Hey, why are you angry? I'm worried about you." Lu Qingwen was so shocked that he almost exploded on the spot. Not only Lu Qingwen, but also the fat guy Chen Mochuan was dumbfounded. The club manager, who was standing behind and ready to put out the fire at any time, opened his eyes wide, unable to believe that this was the powerful Ling Qingqiu. Lu Qingwen was frightened by Ling Qingqiu. When Ling Qingqiu hugged him, his body involuntarily curled up to avoid him, but he still said stubbornly, "You don't think that I won't scold you if you apologize." Ling Qingqiu hugged him. "Let's not play today, okay? I really want to chat with you today." Lu Qingwen looked at Ling Qingqiu and felt broken, completely broken. What is the heroine of this book doing? Su Xuejiao's sudden and strange gene mutation was enough to cause her trouble. What evil has befallen Leng Qingqiu today? What are you doing? I just want to be a villain quietly and live a peaceful life. I don't want to argue with you big shots. Why is it so difficult? Isn't it good for us to live our own lives? Isn't it better to never see each other again? Is it so difficult for everyone to ignore each other? Leng Qingqiu listened to Lu Qingwen's inner thoughts and felt a pang of pain in her heart. Does this guy really want me to get as far away from him as possible? Lu Qingwen gritted his teeth. He decided to take a risky move. Grandma, let's go all out. You do it on the first day and I'll do it on the 15th. If I don't give you some strong medicine, you won't know how many legs I have. Lu Qingwen smiled and said, You want me to calm down? Sure. He picked up a bottle of foreign wine and placed it on the coffee table. Drink it. First, Leng Qingqiu never drinks. She has a very poor alcohol tolerance and will get very drunk after drinking just a little. Second, Leng Qingqiu has a very strong self-esteem and has never been coerced or wronged in his life, so he has never had to drink a penalty drink. Lu Qingwen didn't believe it. He didn't believe that Leng Qingqiu's bottom line had disappeared. He didn't believe that Leng Qingqiu would accommodate him endlessly. This was not the character setting of the heroine, nor should it be her character setting. I don't believe in evil. Leng Qingqiu looked at Lu Qingwen with anger and resentment in her eyes, with tears welling up in her eyes. Lu Qingwen looked at Leng Qingqiu, who was about to explode because of him, and suddenly felt heartbroken. Leng Qingqiu had never suffered such injustice since she was a child. I have pampered her for 3 years, licked her for 3 years, and pursued her for 3 years. For 3 years, I have been obedient, compromised, spoke in a low voice, and tried to please in every way. She always acts superior, but today, I want to make her bow her head in public. Lu Qingwen shouted to himself. Lu Qingwen, why do you feel sorry for her? Don't be fooled by her eyes, anyway, you have to hold on. You should not get entangled with her, offend her as soon as possible, and break up with her as soon as possible. Wow, but this resentful look, am I committing a sin? Lu Qingwen pretended to be indifferent and said, Don't drink. If you don't drink, you are not giving me face. If you don't give me face, you are not giving me face. Lu Qingwen, in Xueqing. Leng Qingqiu suddenly grabbed the bottle of wine, tilted his head back and poured it into his mouth. Everyone watched quietly. Lu Qingwen watched this scene, watched the noble and proud Leng Qingqiu with wine constantly overflowing from his mouth, and nervously clenched his fists to cheer himself up. Lu Qingwen, don't feel bad, don't feel bad, don't feel bad. Feeling bad for her is abusing yourself. Don't really drink it, big sister. Don't drink it, just scold me and walk away, or you can give me a slap in the face. What are you doing? Leng Qingqiu suddenly choked, put down the bottle and kept coughing. Lu Qingwen breathed a sigh of relief, But before he could recover, Leng Qingqiu grabbed the bottle and started drinking again. Lu Qingwen couldn't bear it anymore and snatched the bottle. The two people looked at each other, and the entire club room fell eerily quiet. Leng Qingqiu's eyes were red and tears were in the corners of her eyes. She stared at Lu Qingwen, as if saying, Are you happy, Mr. Lu? Are you satisfied, Mr. Lu? Do you want me to drink more, Mr. Lu? Lu Qingwen looked away in shame, not daring to look into her eyes, and whispered, Yes, I'm sorry. The manager next to him felt that he should step up and flatter the boss, so he clapped his hands and said, Great. CEO Leng has a good alcohol tolerance, she is really a heroine. Roll. Lu Qingwen roared. The manager was stunned for a moment, then quickly whispered, Let's go, let's all go. All the waiters and girls hurried out. Lu Qingwen exhaled and stood up, Let's talk. Walking in the corridor of the club, Leng Qingqiu was already staggering. Lu Qingwen said nothing along the way, with only self-blame in his heart. I'm not trying to embarrass you on purpose, it's just, how did this matter develop to this point? Leng Qingqiu's mind was no longer clear, and his steps were unsteady. He finally stumbled and was caught by Lu Qingwen. The last sentence of Lu Qingwen's inner thoughts that Leng Qingqiu heard in his mind was, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, I didn't mean it. Leng Qingqiu was in a daze with tears flowing from her eyes. Lu Qingwen, you are not a human. Lu Qingwen hugged Leng Qingqiu horizontally and sighed, you are right, I am not a human. Leng Qingqiu's secretarial team was in a panic. They have never dealt with this situation. The Secretary-General bowed respectfully and said, well, Mr. Lu, just leave Ms. Leng to us. We will take good care of her. Lu Qingwen looked at them calmly and sincerely, I won't hurt her, don't worry. Several secretaries were stunned. Over the years, they have seen Lu Qingwen in various states. Shameless, obscene and annoying, self-consciously humorous, and without any bottom line. I have never seen Lu Qingwen use such a sincere expression, such a sincere voice, and speak such serious words. For a moment, several girls were in a trance. Lu Qingwen smiled bitterly, in short, Qingqiu was hurt by me today, and the guilt in my heart makes me want to strangle myself. Please believe me and give me a chance to make up for it, okay? The Secretary-General said awkwardly, Mr. Lu, it's not that we don't believe you, but we feel. At this time, Leng Qingqiu dazedly wrapped her arms around Lu Qingwen's neck, as if talking in her sleep, you guys go, I'm fine. Lu Qingwen and his secretarial team were a little confused. Is this considered drinking too much or not? The Secretary-General wanted to confirm, Boss Leng, are you sure you are okay? Do you want Boss Lu to take you away? Leng Qingqiu hugged Lu Qingwen's neck, rubbed her face against Lu Qingwen's chest, and a coquettish voice came out. Now the entire secretarial team was even more confused. First, Lu Qingwen behaved out of character and became very scary. Now Leng Qingqiu showed a shy girlish attitude that they had never shown since they knew Leng Qingqiu. The Secretary-General was sweating anxiously, Boss Leng, I have to confirm with you, are you really drunk, or? You guys go away. Leng Qingqiu said in a daze. Lu Qingwen held Leng Qingqiu in his arms and walked out of the club directly. Zhao Gang had already driven the car over and grinned at Lu Qingwen. The car drove away and the Secretary-General stood there with a frown on his face. Sister Han, this, Boss Leng is drunk. It's so unprofessional for us to hand her over to Master Lu. Another secretary said, the key is that we can't do anything about it. Ms. Leng is sometimes clear and sometimes confused. We can't be sure whether she really drank too much and lost her ability to make normal decisions, or whether she is just, deliberately using the excuse of being drunk to be with Mr. Lu. But, doesn't Mr. Leng hate Mr. Lu? But it was indeed Boss Leng who came to see Master Lu on purpose today, and, you also saw what happened at that time. Sister Han sighed, watching the car disappear from sight, and said calmly. If Boss Leng is really drunk, we will all be dead tomorrow. Zhao Gang drove the car himself. While Zhao Gang was driving, he kept looking back through the rearview mirror with a sly look in his eyes. Lu Qingwen kept wiping Leng Qingqiu's face with the wet towel in the car, while asking Leng Qingqiu if she was feeling better. Leng Qingqiu was in a daze, sometimes clear and sometimes confused. Zhao Gang spoke up, Master, I am totally impressed by you. Your trick of playing hard to get is really brilliant. I was wondering how you changed your nature and became a good person. It turns out that you still have this trick up your sleeve. It's brilliant. It's really brilliant. Lu Qingwen looked at him, I'm just taking care of a girl who I accidentally hurt. I don't have any dirty thoughts. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Zhao Gang pursed his lips and nodded sincerely. To be honest, sometimes I am really glad that I followed you, Master Lu. Your upright personality and noble character have always been a model for me to learn and emulate. I firmly believe that if everyone in the world is as kind, upright, and compassionate as you, Master Lu, then this world will be a harmonious, beautiful, and perfect world. Speaking of which, I know a love hotel. It's secluded and private, and it has all kinds of sex toys and equipment. As long as we give the manager a little money, he can provide us with a free multi-angle video system. Lu Qingwen had no way to argue with this extra, so he silently raised the isolation glass. He could see Zhao Gang, but Zhao Gang couldn't see the back row and couldn't communicate. Give him a little money. That's free. No matter how evil Lu Qingwen is, he would never take advantage of someone else's misfortune. In his own world, he is just a delivery man. He has read a lot of online novels and watched various small movies. He can even be said to be a semi-expert. But he knew very well that it was a part of his private life and he couldn't do anything bad in real life. The education and family teachings I received do not allow me to do such a thing. Besides, can Leng Qingqiu be moved? The male protagonist's woman cannot be moved, this is an iron rule. In every novel I read, there is no plot where the heroine is defeated by the villain. And if I had this idea, according to the plot, Long Aotian would appear instantly. No matter how hidden the place is, Long Aotian will definitely find it. As for the logic, I don't care about the logic of online novels. Even if you want to bully Leng Qingqiu on the moon, Long Aotian will have an adventure and suddenly jump out, scaring you so much that your bladder loses control on the spot. Not only will she never be able to succeed, but the hatred between herself and the male protagonist will instantly reach the maximum. In front of Leng Qingqiu, Long Aotian would furiously express his desire to protect her, and how heartbroken and selfless he was for her. So, how does the male protagonist express such complex and intense emotions? Beat me. Yes, beat me to death. He might even castrate me and then burn my entire family to death in a fire. Then he hugged Leng Qingqiu, feeling extremely heartbroken, and spoke in a tone similar to that of idols, martial arts heroes, or Qionyao dramas. Qingqiu, it's my fault. I failed to protect you. Blame me. Hit me. Scold me. That way I'll feel better. Oh no. 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 I don't mind him holding your hand. It's not your fault. I, Long Aotian, swear that from now on, no one will bully you. You are my woman, forever. Lu Qingwen shuddered and looked nervously to see if there was any car following him nearby. Granny Bear, you were so soft-hearted that you actually brought the heroine into your car. God is my witness. I have no bad intentions. You are the male protagonist. You have to be reasonable, you have to have morals. I don't want to do anything bad, you can't hit me. Nor can you castrate me. Eunuchs are immoral. Lu Qingwen lowered the isolation window. Zhao Gang, go home. Go home. Is it hard to understand going home? Damn it. No, it's not difficult to understand. The night is deep. Sitting in the back seat of the car, Lu Qingwen felt exhausted. Too many things happened today. Others may not think it's a big deal, but I have escaped death several times. At this time, a phone call came. Lu Qingwen picked up the phone and it turned out to be Su Xuejiao. Brother Qingwen, what are you busy with? Come to the pharmaceutical factory right away. We are waiting for you. What? Lu Qingwen was about to collapse. Sister. Oh my God. I have been following the plot for a whole day, can't I take a break? The villain is not a human being. Su Xuejiao was stunned, wondering what nonsense this guy was talking about. No, you said that the batch of drugs should be destroyed as soon as possible. My team has already arranged it. It will be destroyed tonight. We will have a press conference tomorrow. We have to work overnight. Aren't you the vice president of the pharmaceutical company? Just being here will be enough. Hee, for this level of operation, you must sign in person, Mr. President. And don't you miss me? I miss you, big head. You've been planning to hurt me all day long. Tell me first, are you and Long Aotian together? Long Aotian. The so-called miracle doctor today. Who do I know him? He only has you in his heart. Lu Qingwen was about to cry, Big sister, I beg you, please let me go. Please don't say this nonsense to me. How about this, I will go to the pharmaceutical factory and I will personally supervise the entire destruction process. You don't have to go, and we won't meet, okay? Well, that's not possible. Su Xuejiao said, according to the standard destruction process, you, me, the leader of the drug administration, the person in charge of our group's internal review committee, and the relevant notary personnel must be present. None of them can be missing. Lu Qingwen covered his head in pain. I know, but I tell you, I will definitely survive to the end this time. Absolutely. Don't try to frame me. Lu Qingwen finally shouted and then hung up the phone rudely. Su Xuejiao was confused. Is this guy crazy? What the hell is going on? Lu Chengwen was lying in the back row, feeling even weaker than the drunkard Leng Qingqiu. At this time, the system dinged. System prompt: congratulations to the villain for controlling the heroine Leng Qingqiu. The protagonist is on the way to rescue her. I wish you success in overcoming all difficulties and turning danger into safety. Lu Chengwen opened his eyes wide and shouted, "Do you still have any humanity? You can't do this, right?" Lu Chengwen was going crazy. I didn't do anything, and I didn't plan to do anything bad, so what is the protagonist doing here? You need to use your brain to write a book, right? The villain didn't do anything bad, so why is the hero looking for trouble? System: oh, I'm sorry, aren't you going to do anything to Leng Qingqiu? I have more than 600 million worth of defective products in my pharmaceutical factory waiting for me to destroy overnight. What can I do to her? How can I have the time? System: oh, that's over there. Let me see. It's Su Shiwejiao over there. That is to say, you plan to attack both heroines at the same time. Yeah, I see. You want to increase the difficulty of rescuing the hero Long Aotian. Got it. By the way, this is a great idea. You got nothing. I don't plan to attack anyone. I just want to destroy the medicinal herbs. The medicinal herbs? The defective medicinal herbs? System: is that so? This doesn't make the plot look good. We still hope that you can be more positive and treat the heroine with more negative motives, so that the hero's plot can be started more easily. Listen to me. Lu Chengwen tried his best to stay rational and reason with the system. Long Aotian can start it or not, I will never move again. I am not interested in the heroine, not any heroine. I will deal with both of them tomorrow, and I will definitely not drag my feet. Done. You mentioned the word done here, I understand. That is to say, you plan to attack the two heroines again tomorrow, and it will be absolutely cruel, evil, conscienceless, and inhumane, right? Lu Chengwen cried. Big sister, please let me go. I've died 6 times, and each time was a miserable death. Can you just let me live for a while? I won't touch either of these two women. Can you ask them to stop hanging around me? I'm not the protagonist. Shouldn't they spend their leisure time with the hero, Long Aotian, just flirting, all kinds of, pleasing to the eyes and stuff? In the final analysis, the plot has collapsed like this on the first day, and you are directly responsible. The host is mistaken. In fact, all the people, things, and events here are real. We are only here to supervise and observe. The only thing we can do is to promote your plot, improve your abilities and have limited off-site communication. We cannot control what the hero and heroine do, where they go, and who they get close to, and we have no interest in controlling it. Lu Chengwen suddenly calmed down and began to analyze. Real. All real. That means I must have done something that made them get involved with me on purpose. No, I didn't do anything. Leng Qingqiu asked me to break off the engagement, but she refused. She was the one who came to see me at night. Su Shiwejiao. I stopped Long Aotian from making a move on Su Shiwejiao. Did she know about this? No, she shouldn't know. In the pharmaceutical factory, she seemed very sure that I would destroy the substandard drugs. The system interrupted. By the way, I would like to remind you that if you survive the first day, you can successfully receive the first day gift package. The first day gift package is packed with goodies and great value. The first day gift package will help you on your way to death, allowing you to fully engage in the confrontation with the male protagonist. Before you are shot to death, you will enjoy the ultimate refreshing experience, so that you can die without regrets and smile in the afterlife. Lu Chengwen shook his head. You are a real dog. He settled Leng Qingqiu down first and let her sleep in a clean guest bedroom. He then called Zhao Gang and rushed to the pharmaceutical factory. Just die. Even if the King of Hell wants me to die at 3 o'clock in the morning, the system will definitely not let me live until 5 o'clock. But if you follow the system's prompts, then this is a real world. The system is a group of highly intelligent organisms that are above this world. They will not interfere with or forcibly change the logic and operation of this world. Is this what you mean? Anyway, let's talk about it after today. The advertisement for the first day gift package was good and it made my blood boil. Although I kind of hope I die, I will only have the right to live if I get it. Long Outian, I'm going to fight you. You want to shoot me to death? I don't believe it. I haven't done anything bad. I kneel down when I see you. Do you have the nerve to beat me to death? The process went smoothly. Under the supervision of several parties, batches of finished medicines poured into the crusher and turned into slag waste, which was recycled as waste by a third party. Lu Qingwen has been supervising the entire process. Su Shiwejiao also stayed up late to supervise the whole process. Su Shiwejiao was very serious and did not miss any details. Of course, the same went for other relevant persons in charge. Everyone was nervous and knew what this meant. Lu Qingwen looked at the last batch of medicinal materials turned into waste, and a calm smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I did something good, right? Lu Qingwen smiled bitterly and thought. Anyway, if this batch of medicine is destroyed, no one will be harmed. If I am going to die in this world tomorrow, at least I have done something meaningful today. Worth it. Su Shiwejiao was not far away, looking at Lu Qingwen's profile, and was shocked to hear this. Is this guy going to die? Is it because he is about to die that he suddenly changes his personality and becomes a good person? That's impossible. He is Lu Qingwen. He has a professional team of private doctors who know the health of his entire family. If someone has a serious problem, that team can't remain so silent. What is going on? However, this guy, when he gets sad, he looks like a melancholy prince. Mr. Su. Su Shiwejiao turned back quickly. The engineer nodded with satisfaction. It's all done. New. The leader of the Food and Drug Administration went to shake hands with Lu Qingwen. Mr. Lu, I know that making such a decision requires great courage and moral support. No one knows what kind of storm the 9th pharmaceutical factory will face tomorrow. But as a medical professional, I would like to express my highest respect and gratitude for your decision on behalf of all our colleagues. Lu Qingwen smiled. It's not as serious as you think. At most, the pharmaceutical factory will close down and I will be scolded by the media as stinking shit. The leader smiled and patted Lu Qingwen on the shoulder. Then we'll call it a day. If you need anything, please contact us. Thank you, everyone has worked hard. It's almost dawn. In the distant sky, a ray of rosy clouds is slowly rising. Lu Qingwen was exhausted. On the first day of his time travel, he avoided direct conflicts with the protagonist Long Outian twice, he met the two heroines twice respectively, and managed to keep his distance and destroy the ties between them as much as possible. Although none of them were very successful, I am still alive and my legs are still there, so that is the good news. People who had worked overtime all night went out, started their cars and went home to rest. Lu Qingwen walked to the car tiredly. At this time, Director Zhang walked up to Lu Qingwen. Mr. Lu. Oh, Director Zhang, I'm so tired. Let's talk about it tomorrow, okay? Director Zhang smiled bitterly. I just have one word. Lu Qingwen was so depressed that he really didn't have the energy to deal with these guys. Okay, hurry up and tell me. I'm exhausted. Thank you. Director Zhang bowed deeply to him, stood up, his eyes moist, and smiled with relief. I will resign tomorrow, you don't have to worry. Director Zhang turned to leave, but Lu Qingwen stopped him and said, wait a minute. Why are you resigning? Lu Qingwen understood that this time he had caused himself to lose hundreds of millions, so he wanted to resign. Lu Qingwen smiled. Teacher Zhang, you are the pillar of our 9th factory. If it weren't for you, I dare not think about the consequences of this batch of medicine today. You can't resign. If you leave, who will inform me if something like this happens again in the future? Who will help me correct my mistakes? Even if you hate me and think I'm not a human being, you must have some feelings for the 9th factory, right? Those patients who need real good medicines and miracle drugs, need you to stay here and help them check. Director Zhang simply couldn't believe that such words would come out of Lu Qingwen's mouth. He was extremely shocked and deeply moved. Mr. Lu, I want to say this from the bottom of my heart. I misunderstood you before. I apologize to you. Today, you really opened my eyes. From now on. All right, All right. Lu Chengguen said, Teacher Zhang, I really don't have the energy to accept your apology or thanks. Have a good rest and continue working tomorrow. I'm tired. Let's talk tomorrow, okay? I had a terrible day today. Oh, well, you should go to bed early. Lu Chengguen exhaled, and Zhao Gang gave him a thumbs up. Master, you are awesome. You acted just now just perfectly. Lu Chengguen had no expression on his face, really. It's definitely an Oscar-winning performance. Old Zhang is almost crying. Shut up and drive. Yes. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded beside him. Brother Chengguen, are you leaving now? Lu Chengguen had already opened the car door and turned his head to see Su Shijiao standing not far away. She had been there for quite a while and she had seen the conversation between him and Director Zhang just now. You are quite good at winning people's hearts. Su Shijiao said, I think Teacher Zhang will be completely impressed by you now. Lu Chengguen rested his forehead against the car door frame for 5 seconds, then raised his head. Whatever you want to do, we'll talk about it tomorrow. I won't do anything today. If you have the guts, ask Long Aotian to beat me to death right now. Why do you always mention that person? Su Shijiao also yawned, it's already dawn, please treat me to breakfast. Lu Chengguen looked at her and shook his head, then said calmly, tomorrow, the press conference will be over. Either you transfer all your shares to me, or I transfer all my shares to you. From now on, we will never have any contact with each other again, and no one will know each other, okay? Su Shijiao didn't know what was wrong with this guy. How had she offended him? Why does he bother me so much? Su Shijiao felt hurt. From childhood to adulthood, there are loads of boys who like to play with me, and which one of them doesn't praise me for my beauty and intelligence? Why does this guy look at himself as if he were seeing stinky dog shit? Su Shijiao was unhappy. Why are you suddenly so annoying to me? Lu Chengguen opened the car door. I don't know, it doesn't matter, goodbye. After saying that, he didn't reply, but went in and closed his eyes to rest. Zhao Gang, go home. Watching Lu Chenggwen's car drive away, Su Shijiao felt so aggrieved that she couldn't stand it anymore. There must be something wrong with this deadhead. When I was a child, you always lied to me that you would be my doctor. How can you treat me like this now? You want to stay away from me? I'll stick with you. I'll annoy you to death. Lu Chengguen returned home, took off his coat and threw it on the ground, then threw himself forward and fell asleep. The sun is at noon. Lu Chengguen finally showed signs of waking up. His arm moved unconsciously and fell on a soft hill. I grabbed it twice and it was quite soft. What the hell? Open your eyes. I'm dead. Lu Chenggwen's blood ran cold. It's like an online novel, you don't even know how the villain will die. The author's imagination is sometimes as disgusting as shit. The heroine is sleeping in her own bed. Still wearing this. My goodness, I carried it all day by myself without crossing the red line, and when I fell asleep, you guys helped me raise the hatred value to the maximum. Isn't this bullying the bad guys? Beads of sweat were beading on Lu Chenggwen's forehead, his whole body was frozen and he dared not move. I have already imagined in my mind that Long Aotian rushed into my house, smashed my head with a palm, and hugged Leng Qingqiu to promote the plot of the corny romance drama. Leng Qingqiu is very beautiful at this time. The beauty was fast asleep, it was early morning, the midday sun was shining in, hitting her perfect face, even every eyelash was so perfect and delicate. She slept so seriously, so relaxed, so beautifully, so sweetly. But Lu Chengguen had no intention of looking at the beauty. He knew that his life was hanging by a thread. If this matter is not handled well, I may end up getting fired. But at this moment, Leng Qingqiu was sleeping soundly with his head resting on his arm. Lu Chengguen thought quickly, calm down. I can handle it. But it has to be done as soon as possible. Lu Chengguen slowly stretched out his other hand, gently supported Leng Qingqiu's head, and slowly tried to pull his arm out. His body slowly moved backwards, but Leng Qingqiu had no idea what he was dreaming about while in his deep sleep. He actually frowned and moved forward, arching into Lu Chenggwen's arms. Not only did he continue to rest his head on his right arm, but he also naturally held his left arm in his arms. Lu Chengguen is so panicked. What would happen if Long Aotian saw this? Lu Chengguen waited until Ling Qingqiu could sleep soundly again, and then he began to move slowly again. Holding my head, I slowly pulled my arms out and pulled the pillow over to cushion it. Thinking in my heart, "Good baby, don't wake up, you are exhausted, have a good sleep. I will disappear now. I am definitely not taking advantage of you on purpose. I am also confused. My dear Qingqiu, it's almost done. When you wake up, you will be the only one in this room." Lu Chengguen finally got it done. He exhaled, but just as he was about to stand up, he saw Ling Qingqiu's eyes were wide open, staring at him. She had no expression, neither angry nor happy, she didn't speak or move, just looked at Lu Chengguen. Lu Chengguen swallowed hard. "I can explain." Lu Chengguen accidentally fell off the bed and quickly got up. At this time, Ling Qingqiu's eyes were wide open, without any airs of a big CEO. She looked at Lu Chengguen curiously, like a harmless little animal. Lu Chengguen stood on the ground and confessed sincerely, "I didn't do anything." "Really? You were drunk yesterday. You were so drunk that you were talking nonsense. Others wanted to take you away, but I didn't know if your men were reliable or not. I could only take you home. Do you understand? But I didn't do anything. I originally put you in the guest bedroom. I don't know why you suddenly appeared in my bedroom." "Oh, this is the guest bedroom. Haha. Great. I really didn't do anything. It's just, I went to the pharmaceutical factory yesterday. There was a batch of drugs that needed to be destroyed overnight. I was exhausted. I returned to my own room, but I don't know why." Lu Chengguen was about to cry. "I swear to God I didn't do anything." Ling Qingqiu opened his eyes and saw this guy was very careful and gentle, even holding his breath, slowly raising his arms and putting them down, and even pulling the quilt over his exposed calves. She was very smart and understood it in an instant. This guy is going to run away. She could see that this guy was almost pissing himself with fear, with beads of sweat on his forehead. It was obvious that he was completely unprepared for the current situation. He wanted to escape quickly without alerting her. And he didn't even take off his clothes, which obviously meant he didn't do anything. So Ling Qingqiu was not angry at all. Instead, she found this idiot a bit funny. So I just watched him perform silently. It's wonderful. Especially when he found himself awake, he was completely panicked. He stammered and explained endlessly. Ling Qingqiu was also very sad. "I won't say anything and just watch your performance. There is no expression, and it doesn't give you any emotional information, just letting you express yourself freely." Ling Qingqiu saw that he was about to collapse, so she suppressed her smile and said calmly, "It's okay." Ling Qingqiu sat up, stretched his cervical spine, and was as calm as if nothing had happened. This was totally beyond Lu Chenggwen's expectations. What's going on? Shouldn't she be screaming? Shouldn't she be calling me a beast, a bastard, and a bastard? How come nothing happened? Do I not need to explain? Or is she holding back, planning to find someone to beat me up after she escapes from my clutches? Does she have a clear understanding of the current situation? Oh my God, I really didn't do anything. Ling Qingqiu slapped his lips, yawned, and got out of bed. Lu Chengguen quickly handed over the new slippers in a flattering manner. Ling Qingqiu put on her slippers naturally, looked at her face in the dressing mirror, patted it, and fixed her hair, just as naturally as if she was at home. Lu Chengguen stood behind her, put his hands in front of him, and said nervously, "Well, just say something. I'm scared if you do this." Ling Qingqiu turned around. "Why did you come to my room to sleep?" Lu Chengguen said quickly, "I don't know. I swear to the light that I really don't know. I was so tired yesterday that I collapsed when I came back and lay down and fell asleep. Maybe it was my first day here, and I collapsed from exhaustion, so there was something wrong with my memory of the room or something. I really didn't do anything." Ling Qingqiu couldn't hold it back any longer, turned around and smiled secretly, then said seriously, "I'm going to wash up, you go out." "Yes." Lu Chengguen turned around and rushed out of the room like a rocket, closed the door, leaned against the door and exhaled. Oh my God. I saved my life. If she is sure that I did this on purpose, I won't be able to clear myself even if I jump into the Yellow River. From this perspective, Leng Qingqiu is pretty good, and quite reasonable. Leng Qingqiu couldn't hold it back and laughed secretly through the door of the room after hearing this. I thought to myself, this dead guy, I've heard everything he's saying and he still doesn't know it. If you did it on purpose, do you think I would forgive you? After Lu Qingwen finished washing up, he took the elevator to the restaurant on the first floor. When I walked in, I saw the whole family eating together. Lu Qingwen was starving. He was overjoyed and excited for having just escaped a disaster. He was in high spirits. Hey, everyone is here. Dad, Mom, good morning. Oh, the food today is good. Come on, Aunt Xia, give me a bowl of rice. I'm starving. Aunt Xia stood there, grinning awkwardly, and didn't move. Serve the rice. Lu Qingwen looked at Aunt Xia. What's the matter? I went to see my family again and found that everyone was very quiet. Only Lu Guanghong didn't look at him. He had a blank expression on his face, his eyes fixed on the food, and he ate with a crunching sound. Lu Qingwen knew there was a problem. He forced a smile. Dad, is something wrong? Lu Guanghong finally raised his head and looked at Lu Qingwen. What did you do last night? Lu Qingwen understood. Oh. I can explain. Lu Qingwen said, the ingredients of that batch of medicine were substandard. It's my brother's fault. In order to cut costs, he actually cut back on the fine ingredients. Dad, you can't indulge your brother anymore. That's medicine. It can save lives. Don't let him touch the pharmaceutical factory's business in the future. Lu Guanghong didn't even know where he pulled out a broom. Yes, the Lu family's family tradition is to have a broom and a brush, which are the basic cleaning tools that rural people always have in their homes. Even if the family lives in a 5-story villa, there must be a broom. The broom is the totem of the Lu family. It is the Lu family's educational magic weapon. It is the Lu family's magic weapon. It is the nightmare of the younger generations of the Lu family. Lu Qingwen stood up and took a step back. Dad, let's talk. Why did you steal the weapons? We really can't sell that batch of medicine. Can't I just keep all the losses as mine? I can afford to lose a few $100 million. I dare to hand over the business to you, so I am not afraid that you will lose money. So what are you doing? Let me ask you, what did you do yesterday? What did you do to Qingqiu? Only then did Lu Qingwen understand that his father was worried about this matter. I can explain this, too. What the hell are you explaining? You can explain after I beat you up. Lu Guanghong jumped up with an agile body. Hey. Dad. Dad. Stop, ouch. It hurts. Oh, Dad. I really didn't do anything. You didn't do it. How could I not know what kind of person you are? Granny Bear, every man knows how to pick up girls, but using such a dirty trick on your own fiancée, is that what I taught you? If I don't beat you to death today, I'd be a coward. Dad, who did I offend by doing this? Please listen to my explanation first. Explain. Come and explain to the weapon in my hand. Are you still running? Stand right here. Stand right here, do you hear me? Take off your pants and show me your butt. Mother Lu quickly advised, Guanghong, Chengwen is already in his 20s and is about to get married. You can't pull down his pants and spank him anymore. If you don't beat him, he won't learn his lesson. Lu Qingwen was so depressed. It's really a misunderstanding. Why don't you believe me? Trust you. I won't trust anyone else, you bad bastard. Dad, please don't pull my pants. Please give me some face. The two of them started arguing in the restaurant. At this time, Leng Qingqiu stood on the steps, coughed awkwardly, her voice was as soft as a mosquito, and said with a red face, Hello, Uncle, hello, Aunt. Lu Guanghong stopped moving instantly, stood up straight, and hid the broom behind him. Oh, Qingqiu is awake, hurry up, you must be hungry, eat first, eat first. Lu Qingwen pulled up his pants with a swish sound, his face flushed. Is it still so embarrassing? Being stripped and spanked by my dad in front of my fiancée is so embarrassing. Leng Qingqiu felt that the actions of this father and son were so funny that she couldn't say anything. She wanted to laugh but felt it wasn't polite, and she was shy but had to hold back her laughter. I had only heard about the Lu family's family tradition before, but after seeing it today, I realized that it is even more simple and honest than what is said outside. Mother Lu also hurried over and took Leng Qingqiu's hand. "Qingqiu, are you hungry? My Chengwen is ignorant and forced you to drink, right? Next time, don't spoil him and don't give him face. If he makes trouble again, tell us. Your uncle and I will support you." Leng Qingqiu is the eldest daughter of the Ling family. He is the first executive president of Qianfeng Group. Noble and elegant, upper-class, successful woman. Now she got drunk and was taken to someone's house to stay for a night, and it was her fiancé's house. Even her future in-laws knew about it. It really damaged her image. How will my future parents-in-law view me? What kind of woman have I become? She was so embarrassed that her face turned red all the way to her neck, as red as a boiled crab. No matter how strong a woman is, when faced with such a situation, she will reveal her shy side as a little girl. She lowered her head and spoke in a weak voice, "Uncle and aunt, it really is a misunderstanding. Last night was also. I was too willful. Brother Chengwen didn't do anything to me." Lu Qingwen looked at Leng Qingqiu's shy look and was instantly stunned with fascination. He came to his senses immediately and jumped in front of his dad. "Hey! Hey! 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 So what? She said it all, I didn't do anything." Lu Guanghong hit Lu Qingwen on the head with a broom. "Shut up. Lu's mother, Qingqiu, try this. I know you like Cantonese food. Your uncle specially called a Cantonese chef to come to our house to cook today." "Thank you, auntie." Lu Guanghong, "Qingqiu, eat this crab porridge, it is good for beauty and health. The crabs I ordered today were caught in the first net this morning and were directly airlifted to Xuecheng. They are still alive and kicking." "Thank you, uncle. Don't be so polite." "Mother Lu, Qingqiu, try this. Does it taste like your hometown?" It tastes really good." Lu Guanhong, "And this, eat it with foie gras sauce to nourish qi and blood and enhance immunity." Leng Qingqiu received the highest courtesy. Of course, as the eldest daughter of the Ling family and the chairman of Qianfeng Group, Leng Qingqiu will receive the highest standards of reception and courtesy wherever she goes. But today is completely different. Different identities. I agreed to the engagement out of spite, and the old couple obviously treated me as a daughter-in-law who had not yet married into the family. Being attentive and considerate does not mean being polite and attentive to big shots or group presidents, but being attentive and caring to one's own family. This was the first time Leng Qingqiu had experienced this kind of treatment. It has to be said that Leng Qingqiu was obsessed. Her family is a rational family. It does not have the worldly atmosphere of the Lu family, nor is it as free, unrestrained, and casual as the Lu family. Dinner parties in their home are like routine affairs, everyone is humble and polite, and pays attention to table manners. They would definitely not be like the Lu family, who, when they saw me at the table, moved all the delicious dishes around the table and put them in front of me. Leng Qingqiu was so envious of Lu Qingwen. The noise in their family does not feel vulgar or rude at all. On the contrary, it has a very strong family flavor and warm atmosphere. Even though Lu Qingwen had a quarrel with his father and got beaten, Leng Qingqiu still felt so happy and satisfied. Lu Qingwen stood aside. "Dad, Mom, I'm hungry too." Lu Guanhong turned his head and immediately changed his expression, staring with his eyes wide open. "Get lost." Leng Qingqiu burst out laughing. Mother Lu said quickly, "Qingqiu, ignore him. He was wrong this time, and your uncle also beat him. Just forgive him. Actually, Chengwen has been excellent in both character and study since he was young, and he is very compassionate. You almost grew up together, you know him. Well, during those years in college, his father fell ill and insisted on supporting the family business. We didn't have time to discipline him too much, so we just gave him money. As a result, he learned a lot of bad habits from others. But at the root, my Chengwen is a good person." Lu Guanghong said, "He's just a jerk. Qingqiu, don't mind it. If he bullies you again in the future, just call me directly." I will vent your anger anytime and anywhere. Leng Qingqiu said quickly, it's actually okay. In the past 3 years, I had a bad attitude, and I spoke harshly a few times, and I even offended my uncle and aunt. I apologize to you two elders. Oh, let's not talk about the past. Can we as parents be serious with our children? This kid is shameless. Sometimes we get angry when we see him being so shameless. Just eat your food. Lu Qingwen looked at the harmonious family, but he himself was starving and wanted to cry but had no tears. When he walked out, he saw his younger brother Lu Qingwu just walking in, and the two of them looked at each other. Lu Qingwen pointed his finger and said, "Stop right there." Lu Qingwu looked frightened and turned and ran. "Stop right there, you little brat." Just as Lu Qingwen was about to rush out to chase his troubled brother, he suddenly heard a system notification sound. Ding dong. Host, please accept the first day gift package. Lu Qingwen stood there, feeling extremely excited. Here we come. The first day gift pack, hey. With it, you will no longer be afraid of being hunted down by Sister Qingxia. System, congratulations to the host for successfully surviving the first day of the trial. You have successfully survived in this world for 24 hours. Now please accept the first day gift package. Lu Qingwen quickly ran into the bathroom and locked the door. Above my sight, a large screen like a video game appeared, with many grids filled with gift pack icons with various symbols. Lu Qingwen could hardly contain the excitement in his heart. Click on the first one. The Jade Maiden Ecstasy Pill can help the heroine quickly enter the state, you know. Lu Qingwen was stunned. Isn't this courting death? I can't even get them to stay 8 feet away from me, what's the point of having this thing? It's rubbish. Click on the second one. The X-ray vision multiplied by 3. You can choose 3 heroines and perform X-ray vision on them. I guarantee you will get a nosebleed. Lu Qingwen lowered his head. Isn't it a big gift package? What a mess. It's just some cheap stuff. Is there anything good? Can I be so strong that I can handle it even if Long Outyen comes to cause trouble? Click on the third one. Pregnancy-preserving pills, if the heroine is pregnant with your child. Then I'll die. Lu Qingwen shouted angrily, why are all these things telling me to die? Aren't there any serious things? Aren't there any things like the Great Shift of the Universe and the Akalanatha? Click on the fourth one. The Hero Disappears card, limited to 1 day. This card can prevent the hero Long Outyen from appearing, provided that you do not do bad things and do not attack the heroine. Do you want to use it now? Ha ha ha. Lu Qingwen had tears in his eyes. Just for 1 day. That's fine, it's a serious thing after all. Use it, I have to celebrate Children's Day today. Click on the fifth one. Sexy suit. Passion always comes in the second half of the night, whip, rope, blindfold, sexy underwear, handcuffs. Lu Qingwen held him down and said, you can tell that I'm an adult. What does this have to do with my mission? If I like this thing, wouldn't I buy it myself? Is this a sign of you? Is this a sign of you? Click on the sixth one. Flash card. Can instantly flash to any location within a 5-meter radius, and can pass through obstacles. Lu Qingwen was surprised and quickly took it, finally revealing a relieved smile, this is the real thing. With it, I have a better chance of escaping. At this time, my mother knocked on the bathroom door, Chengwen, Qingqiu is leaving, go and see her off. Lu Qingwen didn't open the door, but shouted at the door, I know, let her go by herself, I'm busy. My father's voice came from outside, it's okay, it's okay. I'll go get the broom and you ask someone to open the door. Lu Qingwen was so depressed, I'll come out right away. Walking into the garage, Lu Qingwen scratched his head, full of questions. Most of the cars in my garage are my dad's, mainly commercial vehicles, sedans and vans. I also parked 2 sports cars here. In my memory of this set of texts, I have a separate garage, but it is not in this villa. There are only 2 cars here, both of which are sports cars. Zhao Gang ran up to him and asked, Master, which one are you going to drive today? Lu Qingwen rubbed his chin, pointed at a car and said, give me the key to this car. Zhao Gang was stunned, Master, This is the master's car. It's just a car. I can drive it without killing anyone. Oh. But this car. What's wrong? It's not worthy of your status. It was a low-key luxury car, which looked inconspicuous from the outside, but was actually very expensive. That's it. Leng Qingqiu herself did not realize that her opinion of Lu Qingwen had changed greatly. What happened in the past 2 days made her feel as if she had never known this person before. In the past, Lu Qingwen would break down after being with her for 3 minutes, she would feel sick just by looking at him, and she would even lose her appetite when she heard his name. But today, I actually insisted on asking him to take me back to the company. I made a phone call, but no one came to pick me up. But Leng Qingqiu just didn't call. She just waited for Lu Guanghong to use a broom to force Lu Qingwen to send her off. Of course, one reason was that she no longer had such a deep dislike for Lu Qingwen, something she herself had not yet realized. Leng Qingqiu just suddenly felt that Lu Qingwen was quite funny. Secondly, there are naturally too many mysteries about Lu Qingwen, and I need to get to the bottom of them. Sitting in the back seat of the car, Leng Qingqiu calmly watched the scenery outside the window flash by one, thinking in his mind how to confront Lu Qingwen. Lu Qingwen kept looking at Leng Qingqiu in the rearview mirror, admiring her in his heart. She is really pretty. How can she be so pretty? Is there really a woman in the world who looks like this? Is she a fake? Leng Qingqiu knew that she was pretty. She had been praised for her good looks since she was a child, almost every day. So she had long been numb to such compliments, and even felt annoyed. But there was someone who praised her stunning beauty from the bottom of his heart, evaluated her like that, was so obsessed with her, and was so attracted to her, which still made her very proud and secretly happy. The corners of his mouth smiled unconsciously. Oh, I have to think of a way to get her to stay away from me. How come things are getting worse and worse? She actually came to compete with me in drinking and then slept in my house. What a lousy plot. Leng Qingqiu's smile disappeared, and he looked at Lu Qingwen. Why are you so annoying to me all of a sudden? Lu Qingwen was stunned. No. How could I bother you? Everyone in Snow City knows how much I like you. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. Ahem, no. No, I just, Lu Qingwen's insincere answer made Leng Qingqiu even more sad. A man pursued me every day, and spent 3 years perseveringly. But he turned away without looking back, without any hesitation, and wished that I would disappear from the earth. This gap was hard for Leng Qingqiu to accept. I used to think that Lu Qingwen was a piece of shit, but, now I don't know why, but I feel very unfair inside, as if I am about to lose something precious. Very upset. Leng Qingqiu looked at the scenery outside the window and tried to stay calm. Do you have someone you like? That's why you don't like me anymore. Ah. Lu Qingwen was stunned, then quickly said, yes. Leng Qingqiu was very surprised. She herself didn't expect that she would be so surprised and so angry. Who is it? Hey, that's who. Who? Is it important? Important. Leng Qingqiu said, I need to know who defeated me and became your new favorite. Lu Qingwen parked the car on the side of the road. He felt this was a perfect opportunity for a showdown. Qingqiu, I just want to ask you one question. Do you want to get married? In no mood. Do you like me? Dislike. So you hate me? Very annoying. That's it. Lu Qingwen said, you don't want an arranged marriage, you don't like it, and you even annoy me and hate me, so why are we getting engaged? Let's both go back and tell our parents that we don't agree to the engagement. You tell your parents that it's me who doesn't agree. I'll also tell my parents that it's me who doesn't agree. Isn't this a perfect solution? But I want to know why. The reason is that I'm fickle. I've fallen in love with someone else. Isn't this a perfectly normal thing for a playboy like me? Who is that person? Lu Qingwen was almost going crazy, but he was actually amused by this woman. Is it important? Very important. At this time, Lu Qingwen's phone rang. Lu Qingwen took a look at the number and secretly praised himself for coming at the right time. He picked up the phone and said with a smile, hello. Sister Xiwejiao. Su Xuejiao was obviously stunned for a moment. She was so annoyed with herself yesterday, so why did her breath suddenly become so sweet and sickening today? Su Xuejiao also played along. Brother Chengwen, were you exhausted last night? Oh, isn't it? You really are an annoying little goblin. Hee hee, stop talking nonsense or I'll hit you. We're going to have a press conference today, come quickly, we need to go over the manuscript. Okay, but you have to wear a JK uniform for me to see. I hate you. You don't wear uniforms at a press conference. Leng Qingqiu pushed the door open and got out of the car, slamming it shut and leaving. Lu Qingwen looked back and realized that Leng Qingqiu had already slammed the door and left, so he quickly said seriously, Okay, I'll be there right away. Leng Qingqiu was shaking with anger. But this time, she herself felt that she was being unreasonable. Don't you hate Lu Qingwen? Isn't it just what you want that he's pestering Su Xuejiao? Why are you so angry? Why did you even slam his car door? It was so unwise to slam the car door this time. If that bastard saw it, he would think I cared about him so much. But I'm so angry. It's so infuriating. How could he do this? Su Xuejiao, what's wrong with her? Isn't she just a person who likes to act cute in a coquettish voice? I feel sick just seeing her. You should all stay away from me from now on. I, Leng Qingqiu, don't care. Leng Qingqiu took a few steps and suddenly felt a sense of desire in his heart. This guy, he's so angry, he'll come after me to comfort me, right? Humph, even if he tries to coax me, I won't pay any attention to him. What the hell? If he doesn't apologize to me today, I will never forgive him. Leng Qingqiu walked with big strides. He wanted to look back but didn't dare to, so he could only bite the bullet and move forward. She secretly used her cell phone as a rearview mirror and took a look. When she saw Lu Qingwen's car chasing after her, she couldn't help but smile and suddenly felt happy. Hold on. Leng Qingqiu, you better hold it in. You can't let this bastard know that he has control over your emotions. The car squeaked to a stop beside Leng Qingqiu, who immediately stopped, hugged his shoulders, and said coldly. What are you doing again? Aren't you dating that girl from the Su family? Don't bother me anymore in the future. Yes. Lu Qingwen said, then call your assistant to pick you up. I'm leaving now. After Lu Qingwen finished speaking, he didn't even give Leng Qingqiu a chance to speak, he just stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. Leng Qingqiu opened her eyes wide and watched Lu Qingwen's car getting farther and farther away. She was completely angry. He was so angry that he stamped his feet. Lu Qingwen. You're the one, making me so mad. Lu Qingwen drove a luxury business car, tapped his fingers on the steering wheel, and sang happily, the sky in the liberated area is a clear sky, and the people in the liberated area like it very much. I solved the problem of a heroine, I am such a genius. Su Xuejiao's call came at the perfect time. Leng Qingqiu will probably never forgive herself now, perfect. Next we just need to deal with Su Xuejiao. When the car arrived at the hotel where the press conference was held, Lu Qingwen saw at a glance that his team was waiting anxiously. But they all looked behind their cars, still looking forward to it. Everyone was surprised until he pushed the door and got out of the car. In the past, Lu Qingwen was an expert in modified cars. All his cars were luxury supercars, all of which were extremely cool and fancy. They looked like he was extremely rich. But today, it was a low-key business sedan that went out. Moreover, Lu Qingwen's outfit has also changed. It wasn't one of those fashionable suits with exaggerated colors, but a formal, dark suit with standard Oxford leather shoes, which was very orthodox. Elegant and noble. Secretary Jiang Shirhan came over quickly, Mr. Lu. Oh, Shirhan. Jiang Shirhan seemed very nervous. She couldn't help but be nervous. Her mother had a strange disease and it cost millions every year for convalescence and rehabilitation treatment. I can't lose this job. And being Lu Qingwen's secretary is just too painful. This guy is so disgusting. In the past 2 years, his private life was so decadent that it was outrageous, and his evil deeds were too numerous to list. As his personal secretary, what I saw was so shocking that my 3 views were shattered and my hair stood on end. And he has to grease himself almost every day. She made obscene jokes and thought she was humorous, and lifted her skirt without caring about how many people were around her. During a meeting, he cursed at his subordinates and touched his thigh. Other verbal harassment and teasing often made the girl sneak into the bathroom and cry. The next 3 years were even more outrageous. In addition to harassing herself and taking advantage of her every day, he also became Ling Qingqiu's bootlicker. Many of the orders given to me were so embarrassing that it made me collapse. I had to go to Qian Feng Group to help him do things, and the people in Qian Feng Group all looked down on me, as if I were a woman who would do anything disgusting for money. But who knows, I can't be unemployed. Now my monthly salary is more than 100,000 yuan, which is already the ceiling level in the secretary industry. Without this income, my mother would run out of medicine. If he offended Lu Qingwen, he would no longer have a mother. Jiang Shihan looked like a frightened bird that was afraid of getting into trouble at any time. She lowered her head and said, "Boss Lu, the speech has been written. You can take a look. There is still time. If you are not satisfied, we will revise it according to your wishes immediately." "Well, let me see." Lu Qingwen strode in, followed by a team, with bodyguards guarding him on both sides. Lu Qingwen was escorted directly into the lounge. After reading the manuscript, he nodded, "Okay, that's fine." Then he handed the manuscript to Jiang Shihan. Everyone was surprised. Lu Qingwen is notoriously difficult to deal with. He is a devil, a demon, and the devil. No matter how well you do your job, he will find fault with you and criticize you. This is inevitable. They greet your parents, wife, children, and ancestors one by one, and then ask you to change and modify them, but in the end it's almost the same as the original. But today, he actually let the first edition be approved. Jiang Shihan breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Qingwen said, "Everyone go out, Shihan stay." The secretarial team all breathed a sigh of relief. That was great. They all smiled playfully at Jiang Shihan. Everyone knows it. Who is Mr. Lu? Hey, he's a meat eater. Which of the beautiful female employees and female executives in the company hasn't been touched by him? Today he even skipped the swearing part. It seems he can't wait to get close to her. As for Jiang Shihan, she would naturally be half-hearted. Who knows, they might just have that kind of relationship. Jiang Shihan also likes to pretend to be innocent, and this is probably her routine. President Lu likes this. Everyone went out, and Jiang Shihan was trembling slightly. Lu Qingwen raised his head and was about to say something when he noticed Jiang Shihan's fear. Oh, right. This girl has been harassed many times by Lu Qingwen, the former me, the villain, and now she is scared to death. What's her storyline? Yes. One time, he was so mad that he wanted to take her down, but Long Aotian showed up just in time, broke his legs, and rescued her. Afterwards, the two of them opened up to each other. She told him about her mother's illness and that Long Aotian had cured her mother. She was deeply moved. Afterwards, Long Aotian confronted her for her and made a bet. In the end, Long Aotian won the bet with great fanfare, and she was humiliated. Long Aotian succeeded in pretending to be awesome and won Jiang Shihan's freedom. What happens next? I don't need to tell you, you can all guess it. There is a new infatuated beauty in the harem, who silently serves Long Aotian behind his back without asking for anything in return or even a title, and is willing to be a maid. It seemed that there was another time when he blocked a fatal blow for Long Aotian and almost died. However, it is not so easy for the heroine in the harem to die, so naturally she was brought back to life by Long Aotian in a very erotic way. So disgusting. Lu Qingwen looked at Jiang Shihan, who was shivering with her head down, and smiled. Don't be nervous, I won't bully you. No, I'm not nervous. Lu Qingwen sighed and thought. Should I help her and cure her mother's illness? If I ask Su Xuejiao for help, she should be willing to help, right? No, this is Long Aotian's plot. Her mother's illness can only be cured by Long Aotian. Only in this way will she fall into Long Aotian's trap, fall in love with him madly, and become Long Aotian's concubine. I have to fire her. It's too dangerous. Jiang Shirhan was so shocked that her mind went blank. What's happening? He clearly didn't say anything, so how come? I could hear what he was saying in his heart. It's not difficult for him to know about my mother's illness. If a rich man like him wants to bully me, it would be very easy for him to find out my weaknesses. But he was so kind that he wanted to help my mother get treatment. Also, I met Brother Aotian a few days ago. How did he know? Will Brother Aotian help my mother cure her illness? I want to be Brother Aotian's harem. But, Brother Aotian is kind-hearted and pure-hearted. If he can really cure my mother's illness, I am willing to work like a slave to repay him. I just don't know if he would dislike me for having done things for Lu Qingguan. My reputation in the workplace is terrible. Everyone says that I am a slutty woman who can be summoned by Master Lu at any time and anywhere. But now he wants to fire me. I can't lose this job. Just as Jiang Shirhan was about to speak, Lu Qingguan changed his mind. No, this girl has a hard life. She is bullied by me at work and takes care of her mother after get off work. It is not easy for a person to endure all kinds of rumors. Firing her now will put too much pressure on her. Why not just leave it like this for now? When Long Aotian cures her mother's illness and comes to pick a fight with me, I'll do him a favor and let him take her away directly. What a pity. I feel bad for bullying her for so long, and I can't do anything for her. But that beast Long Aotian is responsible for everything. I don't need to worry about her troubles. Jiang Shirhan was even more shocked. Mr. Lu, actually thinking about me. They're afraid that I'll be stressed out and have a hard time thinking, so they won't fire me yet. Wait. How can he be so sure that Brother Aotian will help my mother cure her illness? And will Brother Aotian really come to him and save me from the sea of suffering? By that time, Mr. Lu actually plans to let me go. And what's more? This beast actually said he was embarrassed for bullying me. He wanted to do something for me. What's wrong with this world? What's wrong with this man? What happened? It's so weird. Jiang Shirhan was so shocked by what Lu Qingguan was thinking that she was speechless. She stared at Lu Qingguan with her eyes wide open, her brain no longer working properly. Wait. Wait. Lu Qingguan thought of the most important thing. If things were to develop according to what I know, I would have to do something beastly to her first, and when I was about to succeed, Long Aotian would appear at the right time to save her. And he would break both of my legs. If I hadn't done such a beastly thing to her, Long Aotian wouldn't have appeared. If that's the case, in order to help her cure her mother's illness, I must do beastly things to her. And Long Aotian must break both of my legs. Fuck you. Lu Qingguan's head was buzzing. This plot is not unsolvable. To save a heroine, do I have to sacrifice a villain? Lu Qingguan looked down at his pair of slender and toned legs. Legs. I love you so much, but now it seems that this pair of long legs that have accompanied me for more than 24 hours, woo, may not be able to be preserved. Lu Qingguan lowered his head and thought hard, thinking about a solution. Jiang Shirhan was even more confused. This guy, what's going on? I'm going crazy. He is trying to figure out how to help me. How to cure my mother's illness. Also, he seems to be able to predict the future. What's going on? Is this person just imagining things? Lu Qingguan thought for a long time and decided to stay put for the time being. As long as he doesn't take any action, Long Aotian, as the protagonist, should have a chance to get close to Jiang Shirhan. Once the two of them get close, they can talk about his mother's illness or something. Yes. By then, even if I don't do anything beastly to Jiang Shirhan, Long Aotian will help her cure her mother's illness. Come to me then, and I will just let him take Jiang Shirhan away. I am really a genius. Thinking of this, Lu Qingguan breathed a sigh of relief and said to Jiang Shirhan with a smile. Shirhan. Ah. Oh. Mr. Lu. Don't be nervous, it was just, before. Hi, I'm sorry. What the hell is Jiang Shirhan thinking? Why does this guy look more nervous than me? This is not the style of the Lu family's eldest young master. What happened to this person today? Why is he so scary? Lu Chengwen kept thinking about what he had done before. He felt guilty and embarrassed. His face turned red and he stuttered a little. Jiang Shihan quickly said, "Boss Lu, did I do something wrong? If so, you can just scold me." "Ah. No, no, no." Lu Chengwen said quickly, "You are a very good secretary, in every aspect, you are very good. It's just me. Hey, I'll be frank." Lu Chengwen said, "I was a bastard before, and I wasn't nice to you at all. Please don't be angry, that's not right. You should be angry, that's better for everyone. I want to ask for your forgiveness, that's not right either, you'd better not forgive me, the plot will collapse." How come Lu Chengwen couldn't explain this clearly? "Anyway, it's okay for you to hate me, and you should hate me." Jiang Shihan forced a smile quickly, "Boss Lu, you must be joking. How could I hate you? I am very grateful for the job opportunity you gave me and for your care over the years. Only a fool would believe this. It's good enough that you don't curse me to be run over by a car in your heart." Lu Chengwen smiled bitterly and said, "Anyway, I know you have your own difficulties in life, otherwise you would have stopped working for me a long time ago." Now Jiang Shihan and Lu Chengwen don't believe each other. Jiang Shihan hurriedly said nervously, "I am loyal to President Lu and have no second thoughts." Lu Chengwen was extremely depressed. She is one of Long Outyen's concubines. He cannot offend her, nor can he be too close to her. So, starting today, you'll have a day off. Jiang Shihan was stunned and immediately said, Mr. Lu, I was wrong, Mr. Lu, please don't fire me, I really need this job." Jiang Shihan was so anxious that she almost cried. Lu Chengwen quickly said, "Your salary will double, but you don't have to do anything. Is that okay? Mr. Lu, I beg you, don't do this, I will work harder in the future." "No, did you hear me? I said you can get paid without doing anything. You don't have to see that my salary has doubled." Jiang Shihan knelt on the ground, grabbed the corner of Lu Chengwen's clothes with both hands, and cried loudly, "Mr. Lu, my mother is seriously ill, I really can't do without this job, Mr. Lu, I will do my best, I beg you not to fire me." How come this is still unclear? Lu Chengwen didn't expect this matter to be so difficult. At this time, Su Shiujiao pushed the door open and Zhao Gang showed an embarrassed expression at the door, meaning that he couldn't stop her. Lu Chengwen and Su Shiujiao looked at each other. When Su Shiujiao saw this scene, her face immediately turned cold. As expected, a dog will always eat shit. Lu Chengwen is engaging in workplace PUA again, bullying pretty female employees. How could you bully others to this extent? Brother Chengwen, you look so excited. Although Su Shiujiao was smiling, there was a flash of cold light in that classic sweet smile. At that moment, an extremely strategic idea suddenly came to Lu Chengwen's mind. Well timed. I used you to get rid of Leng Qingqiu before, and now I'm using Jiang Shihan to get rid of you. Yes. 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 It would be best if you could redeem her and take her away in a fit of rage. That way, Long Outyen would have to ask you for money if he wants to save someone, and my leg would be saved. Both girls were confused. What the hell? Su Shiujiao frowned. What kind of nonsense is this bastard thinking about? So he was deliberately teasing me on the phone just now. Was Leng Qingqiu sitting next to me? Hasn't he been pursuing Leng Qingqiu? Isn't the engagement ceremony going to be held next month? Why do you still want to use me to get rid of Leng Qingqiu? Now you are using this female secretary to get rid of me again. Su Shiujiao felt that there were more and more mysteries in Lu Chengwen's mind. Jiang Shihan was also confused. Being able to hear her boss's inner monologue made her feel both weird and terrifying. But I can't figure it out, he actually wants to help me. Why? Lu Chengwen took a deep breath, feeling very proud. Lu Chengwen, it's time to test your acting skills. If you perform well today, you can handle 2 women at the same time and let Su Shiujiao take Jiang Shihan away. Not only do I have to act well, but I also have to help Jiang Shihan get a monthly salary of at least 100,000 new Taiwan dollars. Her mother is waiting for medical treatment and medicine. Next, let me show you how to be a real villain. Lu Chengwen made up his mind and leaned back in his chair like a proud old man. He crossed his legs, gently lifted Jiang Shihan's chin with his high-end Italian Oxford leather shoes, tilted his head, and said frivolously, "Women are nothing more than playthings to me." Lu Chengwen glanced at Su Shiwejiao confidently. "If you want to be my subordinate, you must meet all my requirements." "Oh, I see." Su Shiwejiao seems to be Lu Chengwen's nemesis. Since Su Shiwejiao knew Lu Chengwen's inner intentions, she certainly would not follow Lu Chengwen's script obediently. She became even more excited, wanting to see how this bad guy would force her to follow his ideas and save the girl. "You want to bully her into standing up and being the good guy?" Hee hee, if it was before yesterday, the script would probably go in the direction you designed. I would also think that you are a scum among scums, but today. I'm sorry, your sister has seen through your heart, liver, spleen, stomach and kidneys. Su Shiwejiao said, "Wow, Brother Chengwen is so impressive, Shiwejiao likes him so much." Lu Chengwen's brain is no longer enough. What's up with the heroines in Granny Bear's book? What are you guys playing? Why don't you play by the rules? Lu Chengwen continued to act. He moved closer to Jiang Shihan, who was kneeling on the ground and was already confused. He showed an evil smile and pinched Jiang Shihan's chin. "Tonight, come to my private villa. I have a lot of work to discuss with you. Hee hee, and, we need to be very frank, without any barriers or obstacles, communicate together. Hee hee, do you understand what I mean?" Jiang Shihan's brain is completely insufficient. He nodded for some unknown reason. Su Shiwejiao chuckled, "Then Brother Chengwen, you better work hard." Lu Chengwen turned around and looked at Su Shiwejiao. "I took advantage of her tonight." "Yeah, that's right, it should be." Su Shiwejiao agreed deeply. "You should be a big head. Big sister, you should have a sense of justice. Shouldn't you scold me and then let me name a price to redeem her? If you do this, my play won't end well. Should I act or not?" Su Shiwejiao almost laughed out loud. "Go ahead and perform it, I love watching it, it's so exciting." Jiang Shihan tried hard to regain consciousness. What on earth is this man doing? Is he forcing Mr. Su to redeem me? Lu Chengwen stood up, thought for a moment, and continued to perform, pointing at Su Shiwejiao and proudly said, "Sister Shiwejiao, do you know why she is so submissive to me? No matter how hard I try to make things difficult for her, she always asks me to give her a job." Su Shiwejiao, "I don't know. Because her mother is sick, the annual medical expenses are about 1 million. So, no matter how I treat her, she has to endure it and obey. She absolutely dare not disobey me in the slightest, let alone make me angry. She can't resist me." Su Shiwejiao, "Yeah, that's it, that's great." Lu Chengwen resisted the urge to vomit blood and continued, "This is human weakness. I am the best at taking advantage of other people's weaknesses to bully them." "Right." Su Shiwejiao nodded wildly, "Yes, yes." Lu Chengwen's expression was twitching. "But," Lu Chengwen said, "if someone appears now and gives her the same salary as me, just a few $100,000 a month, that would be enough to save her from the sea of suffering." Su Shiwejiao, "Oh, that's it." Lu Chengwen said proudly, "Sister Shiwejiao, where is this person?" Su Shiwejiao was very confused, very naive, and very cute. "I don't know." Lu Chengwenxin said, "Are you trying to piss me off on purpose? Is it possible that you are this person?" Lu Chengwen was so anxious that he pointed at Su Shiwejiao and said domineeringly, "It's you. Give her 120,000 yuan a month, and you can help her escape from the sea of suffering and gain a new life. From now on, she will no longer have to be bullied by the black-hearted boss, and she will walk on the normal path of life and live happily with her mother from now on." Su Shiwejiao pointed at herself, "Me." Then he shook his head, not interested. Lu Chengwen feels that the heroine of this book is really a good person who doesn't even do the most basic good things and favors that come her way. How can you be the heroine like this? How can you conquer the readers? You, the heroine, are poisonous. Lu Chengwen hugged Su Shiwejiao. "Look at her, isn't she pitiful? Pitiful. Is it tragic? Tragic. Then will you save her? Not interested. Lu Chengwen was anxious. Su Xuejiao, how could you not be interested in saving people? You are Su Xuejiao, a doctor with a kind heart. You feel as distressed when a patient has a headache or fever as if you were suffering yourself. You want to save people all over the world and make the world a better place. This is the original intention of your studying medicine. Now there is a poor person in front of you, how could you not want to save her? Give me an answer. Lu Chengwen shouted. This heroine is so annoying. I want a perfect explanation from you. Su Xuejiao thought for a moment and said, it's too expensive. Only you can spend 1,000,000 yuan in annual salary and hundreds of thousands of yuan in year-end bonus just to see thighs and touch buttocks. Lu Chengwen was shocked. Is it because of money? Lu Chengwen thinks that the author of this book really needs to find some cow dung to fill the hole in his brain. What the hell? What the hell are these heroines? Do you still have any shame? Even this level of awareness is not as good as mine and I am still a chicken feather heroine. Saving lives is too expensive. I've never heard of it. But that won't work. His ultimate goal is to get these two heroines to stay away from him as soon as possible. Long Aotian can only disappear for one day. After one day, these two women will become the explosive points that set off the plot. Lu Chengwen hugged Su Xuejiao again and said with a smile, Sister Xuejiao, I am Lu Chengwen, the bad guy. I saw you standing up for this girl just now. I am not kidding you. Would you mind taking out 100,000 or 80,000 to rescue her, or 50,000 will be fine too. Su Xuejiao shook her head slowly, it's not convenient. Hey, so you really are. Well, you just hire her and I'll pay her salary, and you don't have to pay a penny, is that okay? Su Xuejiao still shook her head, oh, I get it, you are blackmailing me. Lu Chengwen was so angry that his face turned the color of liver. What did I blackmail you for? You don't even have to pay, the person is yours, I'll work for you, and... How can such a good thing happen to me? Su Xuejiao said, you must want to arrange a business spy on my side. Don't think I'm easy to fool, do you? I'm very smart. Lu Chengwen suppressed his anger and whispered, you are stupid, she is not a commercial spy. Even if she is, why don't you assign her to a position where she has no access to any core information? Su Xuejiao said, I am a doctor and I make medicine. The people I use must be reliable. This woman looks so servile to me. She doesn't look like a good person. Lu Chengwen could no longer suppress his anger. How could she not be a good person? She is the most filial, smart, capable, and forbearing girl I have ever met. She was a little girl who gave up her studies and came to work when she was a teenager because of her mother's illness. No one else wanted to be my secretary, but she heard that she could make a lot of money, even though she knew I was a pervert, a scumbag, and a bastard, she still came. She has been with me for 5 years, working diligently and never making any mistakes. Every time I touched her thighs, lifted her skirt, peeped at her, and told her dirty jokes, she endured it. Just to make money to treat her mother's illness. She, a little girl, took on all the rumors in the office by herself, never defending herself or arguing. Every day at work, she put up with the workplace harassment from a jerk like me. After work, she doesn't go clubbing, eat hot pot, watch movies, or go shopping. She only wears professional clothes for work, but she usually wears cheap clothes worth dozens of yuan. Do you know why? Lu Chengwen said angrily, it is because she is afraid of losing her job that she wants to save as much money as possible for her mother's medical treatment. How can a girl like this be a bad person? How can she be like a bad person? Oh. Brother Chengwen, you know her very well. Nonsense, it's been 5 years. Lu Chengwen said excitedly, Su Xuejiao, I misjudged you. I thought you were kind, loving, lovely, caring, enthusiastic, and compassionate. When you meet someone in need of help, you will lend a hand to help them without hesitation, but now, I don't know what I am saying. Lu Chengwen slapped himself. What the hell am I excited about? What nonsense am I talking about? That's the tone of a decent male protagonist. Why am I pretending to be so high and mighty here? The two women looked at Lu Chengwen sitting depressedly on the chair, his elbows on his knees, rubbing his Jingming acupoints, looking very depressed. Jiang Shihan was already stunned. "Mr. Liu, is this how you see me? So he is a kind and warm-hearted person. Then why does he always bully me? If you want to help me, you can do it yourself. Why do you have to make me follow Mr. Su? I don't understand. This person is completely confused today." Su Shijiao smiled and said, "Brother Chengwen, my secretary sent me a message saying that the press conference is about to begin. I'll go get ready first." Lu Chengwen didn't even turn his head, but just waved his hands irritably, meaning, "Go away, you devil." Su Shijiao held back her laughter, pushed the door open and walked out. The moment she turned around, she saw Lu Chengwen's arm slapping herself like an electric fan, and she burst out laughing. At the press conference, Lu Chengwen forced himself to stay awake and finished reading the manuscript provided by the secretarial team. The manuscript is actually well written, and it greatly emphasizes that when faced with the decision between profit and morality, the ninth pharmaceutical factory resolutely chose morality. At the same time, we also promised the media and society that the ninth pharmaceutical factory will conduct a deep self-examination and internal investigation into this matter. As expected, in the middle of the press conference, the phones of Lu Chengwen and other senior executives kept ringing, and the stock price fell drastically. Such embarrassing press conferences usually don't have a question-and-answer session. But the reporters were too enthusiastic. A reporter stood up and asked, "Mr. Liu, does this fake drug incident have some kind of symbolic significance? Will this kind of thing happen again in the future? How can your factory ensure that all kinds of drugs produced in the future are qualified products? Can you even guarantee that there have been no similar incidents with the drugs produced and sold by your factory in the past?" Jiang Shihan immediately said, "I'm sorry, we don't have a question-and-answer session, please." Lu Chengwen waved his hand and moved closer to the microphone. If it had happened before, this press conference would have been held long ago. If it has happened in the future, this press conference will be held again. I can't guarantee that our production process will always be perfect and flawless, but I can guarantee that every time something like this happens, we will destroy it and hold this kind of press conference. In fact, we have the courage to hold this kind of press conference to announce to the whole society that between morality and profit, our ninth pharmaceutical factory will always give priority to morality. Jiang Shihan was very surprised. This guy usually doesn't speak seriously, but his answer today was very good. A pretty female reporter stood up and said, "Mr. Liu, I heard that you are going to hold an engagement ceremony with Miss Ling Qingqiu, the executive president of Qianfeng Group. Is that true? There are rumors that you have been pursuing Miss Ling for a long time, and this time you used your family power to force the Ling family to submit. Is that true?" Jiang Shihan immediately said, "Sorry, this matter has nothing to do with the theme of this press conference. We will not answer such questions." The pretty female reporter obviously did not back down and continued, "It is rumored that you are a profit-seeking capitalist who only cares about profits and not morality. Is this destruction and press conference just a show? Is it just to convey to the outside world your pharmaceutical company's serious and responsible attitude?" Lu Chengwen looked at this annoying guy and suddenly remembered something. Oh my god, another heroine. Long Aotian locked himself in a cage for a day, but why did all his concubines run out? You can't offend female reporters at a press conference. Lu Chengwen smiled and said, "I am a capitalist, but whether I am profit-driven or not is not up to me, you guys have the final say. As for whether this press conference is a show or not, it is not up to me, you guys have the final say. But I did convey my attitude to the outside world. First, we will conduct a deep self-examination, and second, we will be serious and responsible. Thank you." Jiang Shihan immediately said, "Thank you friends from all walks of life for coming. Today's press conference ends here." Lu Chengwen stood up and left, and the security team immediately supported him out. A group of reporters swarmed over, especially the female reporter, who squeezed to the front, holding a recorder. "Boss Lu. The pharmaceutical factory has made such a big mistake, can a press conference make everything disappear? Will there be similar mistakes in the production process of the pharmaceutical factory in the future? Was this mistake man-made or accidental? If it was man-made, who should be held responsible for this huge mistake?" Lu Chengwen walked away with a dark face, ignoring her. Damn Long Aotian, you birdman. You may be quiet now, but I still have as much trouble as before. Why do you have so many women? Yes, most of the male protagonists in novels have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but you are too romantic, aren't you? Yes, I envy you, but aren't you too shameless? Yes, I want to be you, but you are really cool. Leaving the hall and walking into the dedicated passage, Lu Chengguen strode forward. A team was coming towards them, led by a girl wearing a cheongsam and high heels, and she walked face to face with Lu Chengguen. Lu Chengguen saw her at a glance. Graceful figure, perfect body, stunning face. Another strong female lead, Chen Mingyun. Chen Mingyun is the granddaughter of Chen Qiushua and the sister of Chen Machuan and Chen Mahuan. Now he is the president of the Chen family group, holding great power and being insolent. But thinking back, she was his official girlfriend, his first love since childhood. Because of Chen Machuan's mischief, he and she parted ways unhappily, and his first love was in a mess and he was in embarrassment. It's inevitable that it's awkward to meet old friends today. Fortunately, Lu Chengguen was in a hurry at the time, so he pretended not to see her and walked past her with big strides. When Chen Mingyun saw her first love, she was obviously stunned and stopped involuntarily. But Lu Chengguen seemed not to see her and just walked past her. You can't see me, you can't see me, you can't see me. You just can't see me. It was my fault for what happened before. I am too embarrassed to see you. Let's just live our own lives from now on. Chen Mingyun turned around and looked at Lu Chenggwen's back. This guy, am I hallucinating? Thinking of this, Chen Mingyun smiled bitterly. Can't I let him go? Lu Chengguen had only taken a few steps when Su Xuejiao appeared in front of him and stopped him. Brother Chengguen. Hey, I just saw Sister Mengyun coming over. Sister Mengyun. Lu Chengguen was going crazy. Don't call her. Sister Mengyun, this way. Chen Mingyun also wanted to leave. She felt ridiculous. It has been more than 3 years since I broke up with Lu Chengguen. During these 3 years, Lu Chengguen has not only asked me out for dinner or apologized, but he has not even called me or sent me a message. It's an attitude of never seeing each other again. When I saw him today, my heart still beat a little. After all, it is the first love, the person you have liked, the first man a girl has ever had, and it is impossible to forget him completely. Even if you are in your 70s or 80s and sitting in a wheelchair, you will definitely remember your first boyfriend if you think of him, unless you have lost your memory. At this time, Su Xuejiao shouted at them, and both of them had to face each other. It's an exaggeration to say that the 4 major families are of the same blood, but they all observe etiquette towards each other. In the upper-class society, no one would really fall out with big shots or big groups. There is not much friendship between these second-generation rich people. They are basically just nodding acquaintances and often meet each other at various activities. When we meet, we just greet each other and say some polite words. Chen Mingyun turned around and walked back, smiling and said, I was wondering if the person who just passed by looked familiar. It turned out to be you, Mr. Lu. How are you? It seems like you have changed your style recently. Lu Chengguen laughed and pretended to be calm. Oh, sorry, I have too many things to do recently. I always think about things when I walk. After Su Xuejiao called 2 people over, she stopped talking. She knew that these 2 had a history, and today she was just looking for trouble and watching the show. After Chen Mingyun finished his polite words, he suddenly became speechless and didn't know what to say. Lu Chengguen explained, but suddenly his brain short-circuited and he couldn't say anything. You looked at me and I looked at you, and we moved our mouths, but no sound came out. 3 people stood here strangely. Su Xuejiao looked at the expressions of the 2 people alternately. Lu Chengguen opened and closed his mouth, with nothing to say, so he could only force out a polite smile. Chen Mingyun was also extremely embarrassed. She wanted to say something but didn't know what to say. She could only tilt her head slightly and tidy up her hair to hide her embarrassment. The embarrassment has reached its peak. Su Xuejiao, you troublemaker, what are you asking her to do? It's so embarrassing, I wish I could find a hole to crawl into. Mingyun is beautiful again, her breasts are so well developed, I have pinched them before. Unfortunately, I didn't get her at that time. Chen Mingyun was very surprised and asked suspiciously, Mr. Lu, what did you say? In the large conference room. Jiao Shiheng smiled and shook hands with Leng Qingqiu. Boss Leng, you are young and courageous, you are indeed a young talent. Come on, let's sign the contract. Win-win cooperation, ha ha ha, win-win cooperation. Leng Qingqiu forced out a polite smile, sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Oh, it doesn't matter, it's good that you're here, it's good that you're here. Do you want to take another look at this contract? Leng Qingqiu said, no need, just sign the contract directly. Oh, so bold. She is indeed the most beautiful female entrepreneur in the North. She is so generous. Okay, let's sign the contract. Let's sign the contract. At this moment, the door was kicked open. There was a loud bang and everyone looked over. The glass door was shattered all over the floor. Lu Qingwen put his hands in his pockets and stood at the door with a stern face, like a vicious villain, intimidating without even getting angry. The security guard next to him was about to come over, but Zhao Gang pressed his chest directly. Zhao Gang pointed at him and said, Master Lu, if you don't want to die, get out of here. Lu Qingwen is notorious for what he is. Anyone who doesn't know Lu Qingwen has never been to Xuecheng. Anyone who has not secretly cursed Lu Qingwen in his heart has never lived in Snow City. No one dared to touch Lu Qingwen. Lu Qingwen loosened his tie and walked in on broken glass. A dozen people brought by Zhao Gang also rushed in and, like a group of bandits, forced people from both teams to the sides. Leng Qingqiu suddenly felt that Lu Qingwen was very handsome. This aura, this reckless bandit spirit, this domineering attitude of being the boss above all else, second only to the earth, and himself the third, is really beyond words. Leng Qingqiu just likes hardliners. What she hates most is licking dogs. Is a man without temper called a man? Especially since I knew that he did this to protect me and to guard me, I didn't feel any resentment in my heart. Instead, I felt a little excited. But he still pretended to be angry. Lu Qingwen. What are you doing? Jiao Shiheng was also confused. Hey, Mr. Leng, who is this person? Why is he so rude? Leng Qingqiu said, it's okay, I'm here. Oh. Leng Qingqiu pretended to be angry and said, Lu Qingwen, we are discussing business, don't make trouble. Let's talk about the chicken feather business. Lu Qingwen walked in like a gangster, with a stern face and a fierce look. He looked around and everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. Lu Qingwen said, Jiao Shiheng, come here. How could Jiao Shiheng dare to go closer? This guy didn't look like a good person. Jiao Shiheng looked back at Leng Qingqiu, who comforted him, it's okay, don't worry, I'm here. Leng Qingqiu shouted angrily, Lu Qingwen, don't be so unreasonable. Be careful or I will get angry. Falling out. Lu Qingwen laughed, I'm going to be the first to fall out today. Jiao, Leng Qingqiu is my fiancée, how dare you tease her? Jiao Shiheng was stunned. Oh, it's Mr. Lu. I'm so sorry, it's a misunderstanding, Mr. Leng and I are here to discuss business, I'm not teasing you. Lu Qingwen walked over, picked up the contract on the table and took a look, damn. He tore up the contract and threw it in Jiao Shiheng's face, hit me. Zhao Gang instantly knocked Jiao Shiheng over with a punch, stepped on his chest, and suddenly stopped with a baseball bat in hand. Master Lu, how do you fight? Lu Qingwen sat on the boss chair at the side, crossing his legs like a big shot, just beat him so that he can't get up before 12 noon tomorrow. Okay. Zhao was about to swing the baseball bat when he turned back to look at Lu Qingwen. Mr. Lu, this time is too precise, isn't it? I'm afraid I'm not that accurate. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just beat him up. Jiao Shiheng's team had never seen such a scene before. No one stepped forward to stop it. Jiao Shiheng shouted, Boss Leng, please explain. Leng Qingqiu said, it's okay, I'm here. Ah. Are you okay? Ah. Zhao Gang has already started. Lu Qingwen sat on the chair and swayed slowly, feeling very happy. If there was no Long Out Yen in this world, I could really do whatever I wanted. Jiao Shiheng was beaten and screamed. Leng Qingqiu said from the side, Lu Qingguen, stop it. Don't hit me so hard. The people around Jiao Shiheng were almost going crazy. What's wrong with these two people? One is to beat his boss so hard that he can't get up before midnight tomorrow. The other one actually said, don't hit so hard. How hard should he hit? Does this count as breaking up a fight? Lu Qingguen looked at Leng Qingqiu with a rogue look on his face. I, Lu Qingguen, the #1 villain in Snow City. This is my style, are you unhappy? Leng Qingqiu was amused by his pretending to be a scoundrel, so she pushed him and whispered, stop hitting me. Like being submissive and giving in. Leng Qingqiu rolled his eyes, don't fight, I won't sign the contract. Lu Qingguen said, Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang said, Mr. Lu, I'll be there soon. I estimate that there are still 3 hours, 25 minutes and 39 seconds left until your request. The corners of Han Yu's mouth twitched. I was thinking, what's wrong with these two? They really play according to the timeline. How did you master it? You are so accurate to the second. Lu Qingguen said, all right, stop fighting, let them go. A farce ended. Jiao Shiheng never thought that billions of cash were about to be deposited into his account, but something like this would happen. The key point is that you can have any reason, but you have to accuse me of flirting with Leng Qingqiu. Can anyone flirt with my character? Leng Qingqiu can't even tease you, so wouldn't it be suicide for me to tease her? This is so weird. Lu Qingguen and Jiao Shiheng's people all went out. Lu Qingguen looked back at Leng Qingqiu's team, why are you still standing here? Are you waiting for me to pay you? Han Yu was terrified. She knew best how terrifying this Mr. Lu was. It was true that he could smile without shame when he was thick-skinned, but it was also true that he would not recognize his relatives when he turned against him. Han Yu glanced at Leng Qingqiu nervously, and Leng Qingqiu gave her a look. Han Yu immediately said, everyone go out and let President Leng and Mr. Lu talk alone. Everyone left. Lu Qingguen still sat there like a big boss. Stop shaking your legs. Leng Qingqiu hit Lu Qingguen. Lu Qingguen said disdainfully, this is my style. If you act like a bully in front of me again, I'm going to get angry. Hey, no, I'm just joking. Tell me, how do you know he's here to trick me? Ah. Is he here to trick you? I see. I should have beaten him for a few more hours. Leng Qingqiu glared at Lu Qingguen fiercely, tell me the truth, how did you know? I have no idea. Not telling the truth again. I don't know what to say. Leng Qingqiu was angry, you don't know, right? Don't bother me with your affairs in the future, and never appear in front of me. Haha, it's a deal. Lu Qingguen stood up and said, the engagement has to be resolved as soon as possible. Have you told your family? I told you, it's the 10th day of next month. No, I mean we should cancel our engagement and never see each other again. Oh, it depends on my mood. Don't worry about your mood. If you're like this, call your dad and mom right now and explain everything clearly. Lu Qingguen, what do you mean? You were the one who pursued me for the past 3 years. Don't you disagree? I agree now. Why? Like, happy, love. Lu Qingguen was instantly excited, sister, please stop playing with me. You are annoyed with me, hate me, and want to strangle me to death. Everyone in Xueqing knows it. I don't understand why you hate me at all. Now I won't pester you anymore. We can just break up. Isn't this a natural thing? Why is it so difficult to break up with you? Do you really want to break up? Think. Tell me why. Lu Chengwengsen said. I can tell you, didn't I tell you a long time ago? The key is that I can't. Is this so important? What's important is that you don't like me. You like Long Aotian. Leng Qingqiu said calmly, I don't care what your dog is thinking. Anyway, if you don't tell me the truth, I won't do what you want. Lu Qingguen looked at her and suddenly smiled. If I don't teach you some technology and hard work, you won't know that the Horse King has 3 eyes. Lu Qingguen stood up and walked towards her, approaching Leng Qingqiu. Leng Qingqiu instinctively leaned back, his butt resting on the edge of the table. What are you doing? Sure enough, women are cheap. Lu Qingwen smiled and said, when I liked you, you kept trying to be innocent. Now I want to kick you out, but you're still getting excited. Leng Qingqiu glared at him. Lu Qingwen. Watch your words. Lu Qingwen grabbed Leng Qingqiu's chin and said like a rogue, I'm going to give you a hard time today. Leng Qingqiu's mind suddenly went blank. Is he gonna kiss me? This bastard is not a human being at all. How annoying. Looking at his behavior, he looks like a scoundrel and it makes me annoyed. Here it comes, oops. I'm not quite ready yet. Will my mouth taste bad? Oh my god. What was I thinking? He's going to kiss me. Lu Qingwen slowly approached Leng Qingqiu and thought. Why isn't this girl moving? Move. Just give me a slap in the face and it's over. If things get awkward, cancel the engagement. What a perfect plot. Why are you closing your eyes? Big sister, are you serious? Open them, open them. What does this mean? Are you giving up resistance? Lu Qingwen looked at a beautiful face held in his hands, and this beautiful and cold beauty had her eyes closed. If he were a normal person, as long as he were a normal person, he would rather be shot into a sieve by a machine gun than not kiss her. But Lu Qingwen can't do that. Because this is the heroine, the #1 heroine of Long Outyen, and she cannot be touched. But at this point he was in a difficult situation. It's another game of who can blink first. Leng Qingqiu heard Lu Qingwen's thoughts, but not only was she not angry, she even showed a hint of smile on the face that was being pinched by him. I was thinking happily, are you pretending to be a jerk to me? I won't fall for it. If you have the guts, just kiss me. Kiss me. Lu Qingwen quickly changed his strategy and let go of Leng Qingqiu's face. Take the initiative and come over to kiss me. I hope you won't be ungrateful. Leng Qingqiu opened her eyes and looked at Lu Qingwen. Their eyes met. Lu Qingwen panicked. He could not see any anger, any annoyance, or any resistance on the woman's face. Instead, Leng Qingqiu's 2 white jade hands gently held Lu Qingwen's face. Now it was Lu Qingwen's turn to be unable to think straight. Big sister, what are you going to do? Your character is ruined. How can you tolerate this? Do you really want to deliver yourself to me? There is no logic. There is absolutely no logic. Things have come to this point, what are you going to do? Lu Qingwen saw that beautiful face and those gorgeous red lips getting closer and closer to his mouth. Isn't it? Lu Qingwen couldn't believe it. Has today's plot collapsed to this extent? Huh? I didn't say anything. Su Shihuajiao now understood that not only she, but Chen Mingyun could hear it as well. Su Shihuajiao narrowed her eyes and thought to herself, I have to observe carefully. I must figure out this weird thing. She said nothing, just looked at the 2 people. Lu Qingwen said awkwardly, well, I have something else to do here, let's talk about it another day. Oh. Chen Mingyun forced a smile and nodded, okay. Hey, don't go. Let's chat for a while. Su Shihuajiao didn't mind the size of other people's funerals. He put his arm around Chen Mingyun and said to Lu Qingwen, Brother Qingwen, I heard that you are going to get engaged to Sister Qingqiu soon, right? Lu Qingwen wanted to slap this damn girl to death. You are really bringing up something that is not related to the topic. Could it be any more embarrassing to talk about your engagement in front of your first love? Su Shihuajiao, you are my nemesis. I really admire you. If you were not Long Outyen's concubine, I would have cornered you, stripped you naked and spanked you. Both girls were surprised. Su Shihuajiao knew that this was just a vent of anger, and what she had done was indeed quite mean, so instead of being angry, she was secretly laughing in her heart. But Chen Mingyun couldn't stand hearing such words. Chen Mingyun's face was already somewhat unhappy. Boss Lu, congratulations. Lu Qingwen said awkwardly, no, we haven't even started yet. You all know how much Qingqiu annoys me. Chen Mingyun didn't want to argue any further and smiled politely, then you guys chat, I have something else to do here. Lu Qingwen quickly said, oh, I'm busy here too, let's do it another day. Lu Chengwen looked at Chen Mingyun's back, feeling a little lost. The memory is in the mind and cannot be erased. Chen Mingyun and I really are childhood sweethearts. It would be a lie to say that I have no regrets. If I hadn't acted so recklessly back then, how could there be the villain Lu Chengwen now? It was my fault at the beginning. I'm sorry. I wish you happiness, sincerely. Chen Mingyun didn't walk far, and he could hear his inner voice clearly. Suddenly I felt a pang of sadness and my eyes became sore. She stopped. Subconsciously, she turned back to look at Lu Chengwen. This look was filled with resentment, regret, sadness, and mournfulness. Lu Chengwen was also looking at her pitifully, and when he turned around, their eyes met again. Lu Chengwen quickly forced a smile and waved. Chen Mingyun also smiled politely and turned away. Su Xuejiao shook her head and sighed, "What a pity, you two were so good to each other back then, we were all so envious. But you're such a scumbag, flirting with other people everywhere and hurting their hearts." Lu Chengwen looked at Su Xuejiao, "I just found you." At this time, Jiang Shihan stumbled over, extremely anxious and almost crying, "Mr. Lu, I want to ask for leave." "What's wrong?" "My mother is critically ill," the doctor said. She was already crying, the doctor said she might not survive. Su Xuejiao narrowed her eyes. Lu Chengwen was shocked. Impossible. Her mother's illness should have been cured by Long Aotian. She couldn't die before Long Aotian took action. It shouldn't have been like this. Lu Chengwen was anxious. "Don't worry, go to the hospital to accompany your mother first, I will find a way." "Thank you, Mr. Lu." After saying this, Jiang Shihan turned around and ran away crying. Su Xuejiao didn't understand, why did it have to be Long Aotian? Did he have 3 heads and 6 arms? "I'm standing right here. If you really want to save someone, why don't you just tell me?" Lu Chengwen ignored Su Xuejiao and rushed into the bathroom. "No one is allowed to come in. As soon as you enter, start calling the system." Ding dong. What's going on? What's going on with Jiang Shihan's mother? "Oh, host, you don't know that Jiang Shihan's mother has a rare disease, and now the disease has relapsed." "I know her mother is ill." "I mean, what's going on now? Why is she dying?" "Oh, because her mother is sick and now the disease has relapsed, so she is going to die." "Can you understand what I'm saying? I mean, according to the plot, shouldn't her mother's illness be cured by Long Aotian? And then they will live together happily ever after, as a couple." "Yes, the healing plot starts today, but you sealed Long Aotian, did you forget?" "It's okay, it's just a life." Long Aotian still has more than 900 ways to hook up with Jiang Shihan. Lu Chengwen opened his eyes wide, "So even you? Isn't this an eggplant? I banned Long Aotian for 1 day, but ended up banning Jiang Shihan's mom too. Doesn't that mean I killed Jiang Shihan's mother? Can the plot still go this way?" Lu Chengwen said quickly, "I won't ban him anymore, you should let him out quickly and let him go to treat Jiang Shihan's mother." "I'm sorry, but once this ban card is used, it cannot be revoked. Human lives are at stake. Can you please be flexible?" The girl is crying in panic. Cry, cry. Everyone cries when their mother is dying. If you find her crying unpleasant, you can stay away from her for the near future. This is normal. Normally you are bigger. Lu Chengwen was extremely depressed. "Just wait for me." Lu Chengwen dialed Leng Qingqiu's number. "Hello." Leng Qingqiu's voice was indeed cold. "Qingqiu, haha, I'm Lu Chengwen." "I know. What do you want from me? Show off your new girlfriend." "No." Lu Chengwen said, "That Long Aotian was your previous bodyguard. Do you have his phone number?" "No." Please, please, human life is at stake. He has worked in your company before, so he must have filled in his personal information, and his contact information must be in it." "Not interested." "This isn't a matter of interest or not, someone is going to die." "Who?" "I'm the mother of a secretary." "What does this have to do with Long Aotian?" "Only he can cure that strange disease. Please help me find his contact information as soon as possible." Let's meet and chat. I'm on the 29th floor of your press conference hotel. Leng Qingqiu hung up the phone. When Lu Qingwen reached the 29th floor, Leng Qingqiu sent his men away. Looking at Lu Qingwen, he was obviously still angry. Lu Qingwen smiled and said, "Are you busy? Have you found the number?" "Found it, but I can't get through. It's turned off." "Depend on." Lu Qingwen was so depressed that he collapsed. "In this way, wouldn't it be that I killed Jiang Shihan's mother?" "No, the plot can't go this way." "I don't understand. Isn't your girlfriend Su Xuejiao a well-known medical expert? Our family's medical team is from her group. Why would you go so far away?" Lu Qingwen thought. "You don't know what kind of situation I'm facing now. That damn girl hates me for not dying. Now she's trying every way to trick me. There's nothing she can't do." Leng Qingqiu narrowed his eyes. This guy and Su Xuejiao are not a couple at all. He is obviously trying to piss me off on purpose. Lu Qingwen asked, "Do you have Long Aotian's residential address?" "I sent someone to check, but he wasn't home. I asked someone to guard the door." "Oh, okay. At this time, a person pushed the door open. It was Han Yu. Han Yu smiled at Lu Qingwen and said, "Hello, Mr. Lu. Boss Leng, Boss Jiao's team has arrived at the conference room, and the contracts are ready." "New." Leng Qingqiu stood up, grabbed his coat and put it on. "If you like, feel free to do whatever you want here. I still have business to sign over there." Etc. Lu Qingwen asked Han Yu, "Boss Jiao?" "Which Boss Jiao?" "This is Mr. Jiao Shiheng." Lu Qingwen was stunned. It's a complete mess. Jiao Shiheng is a villain, a real villain. The normal plot is that he initiated the project and asked Leng Qingqiu to invest. Leng Qingqiu was fooled, and it was Long Aotian who prevented the signing at the critical moment and exposed Jiao Shiheng's conspiracy. But it's awful. Today, Long Aotian was locked up by himself, but Leng Qingqiu wanted to sign a contract with Jiao Shiheng. How come all these things happened at the same time? Lu Qingwen quickly stopped Leng Qingqiu. "Qingqiu, how much do you know about Jiao Shiheng?" "Not many. Foreign merchants, good reputation, strong strength." Sweat beads appeared on Lu Qingwen's forehead. "It's like this. Can you postpone the signing of Jiao Shiheng's contract until tomorrow?" "Are you kidding? Are we playing house?" "No." Lu Qingwen thought to himself, "What do you mean by this? If I tell her this is a Tianqing, then Long Aotian won't be able to intervene, and I'll lose another chance to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. But if I don't tell her, this girl will sign a contract with Jiao Shiheng today. I have to think of a way to move the signing ceremony to tomorrow. It has to be tomorrow. Tomorrow Long Aotian will be released." Leng Qingqiu's heart skipped a beat. This contract is a conspiracy. How did Lu Qingwen know? Why was he so sure that Long Aotian would come to help stop me from signing the contract? If he had said it, I wouldn't have believed a word of it, but no one would lie to themselves in their heart, right? This guy has been pursuing me for 3 years, but he wants to give up such a good opportunity to take credit from me to someone else. Leng Qingqiu looked at Lu Qingwen without saying anything, watching his performance. Lu Qingwen thought for a moment and said, "I just feel that today's lunar calendar is not good. Today is the day of the year of Tai Sui, so it's not a good day to sign a contract." Leng Qingqiu snorted, "I never believe this." As she said this, she picked up her handbag and was about to walk out. Lu Qingwen grabbed her and said, "Qingqiu, don't go." Leng Qingqiu glared and said, "Let go." "Lu Qingwen, you are too presumptuous." Lu Qingwen quickly let go and said with a smile, Sorry. "Qingqiu, today is really not suitable for signing a contract." Leng Qingqiu said to Han Yu, "Han Yu, tell the finance department to prepare to remit the money." "Yes." Leng Qingqiu walked in front, and Lu Qingwen followed behind, muttering, "Qingqiu, can you trust me for once? Think about it, have I ever lied to you over the years?" Leng Qingqiu looked back at him in surprise. "What do you think?" "Oh, yes, I almost never tell the truth." "No, Think about it, am I always doing this for your own good? Leng Qingqiu stopped and looked at him without saying anything. Yes. I am. I do everything for myself, but... Oh my God. Why am I so bad? I do so many bad things in the past that no one believes me anymore. Leng Qingqiu couldn't help but secretly laughed, and quickly said seriously, are you okay? If you are okay, don't delay me from making money. Leng Qingqiu's team walked past Lu Qingguan, and everyone bowed their heads to say hello. Lu Qingguan didn't want to pay attention to them. He looked at Leng Qingqiu's back and gritted his teeth. I'm just a little villain. I'm also a villain. I'm more famous than you. Today, I will tell you that evil will be dealt with by evil. If you can sign the contract, I will write the word backwards. Bad guys. They are the ones who can ignore the rules. Lu Qingguan decided, let himself go. When Leng Qingqiu's lips were about to touch Lu Qingguan couldn't hold it anymore and dodged directly from her face. He cursed under his breath, stop dilly-dallying. I'm not in the mood anymore. Leng Qingqiu was surprised to find that a strong sense of disappointment surged in his heart. What am I doing? I'm actually going to kiss Lu Qingguan. I'm quite disappointed that they don't want to do it. This dead guy, am I so annoying? In the past 3 years, if I gave you a little bit of kindness, you would jump 3 meters high. Now you are so arrogant. You only know how to bully others. Turning around, he saw Lu Qingguan, whose hands were shaking with his back to him. Leng Qingqiu chuckled. This silly boy, why are you so nervous? TSK, you want to act like a bad guy, but you don't have much courage, you deserve to be single. Well. Lu Qingguan waved his fingers in a disorderly manner, that's it for now, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Lu Qingguan pretended to be calm, but actually he walked out as if he was running for his life. Zhao Gang came up to him and said, Mr. Lu, how is it? Shut up and go. Leng Qingqiu came out from behind and called out to Lu Qingguan with an indifferent look on his face. Mr. Lu. Lu Qingguan stopped. Next time you want to kiss, come find me. Lu Qingguan clenched his fists as he looked at Leng Qingqiu, whose expression was calm and even a little complacent. You are all ghosts who are asking for death, right? Got it. Lu Qingguan turned and left, almost fleeing. Leng Qingqiu could guess his mood just by looking at his back. He estimated that if he had Hot Wheels on his feet, he would take off and run away. Leng Qingqiu laughed happily. Han Yu and others nearby were shocked beyond words. My boss, is there something wrong with his brain? Lu Qingguan didn't wait for the elevator. The elevator door opened and a female police officer with several police officers saw Lu Qingguan and immediately showed her work ID. Lu Qingguan, right? Lu Qingguan was extremely depressed. Grandma Bear. Are you going to let me live on this day? Another heroine. That's it. Damn it, Long Aotian, come out. I will never lock you up in the dark room again. Good man, you are quiet now, but your women are taking turns to torture me. The eldest heroine is Zhang Shen'er. He often complained about himself when he was in school. If there is one person in this world who most wants Lu Qingguan to die on the street, it must be Zhang Shen'er. Unlike Leng Qingqiu and Su Xuejiao, Zhang Shen'er hated himself. She hated herself for being rich and willful, for being able to bully others at will, and thought she shouldn't live in this world. According to the normal plot, she would investigate the bad things she did and sneak into her own company to find evidence. But she was caught by herself. I plan to do this first and then that. She was drugged and a coffin was prepared for her. There is no doubt that the angel of justice and son of destiny, Long Aotian, appeared out of nowhere. When he was about to succeed, he killed himself and rescued Zhang Shen'er. Then what should we do if Zhang Shen'er is poisoned by spring poison? Oh, what a coincidence. Long Aotian has the antidote on his body. So, in a situation where you are helpless, at a loss, with nowhere else to go, and have no other choice, Long Aotian could only consider himself unlucky, put others before himself, endure the strong sense of guilt, and unwillingly, gritted his teeth, and reluctantly, detoxified her in an indescribable way. Bang bang bang. There should be applause here. The key point is, later on, Zhang Shen'er not only detoxified himself, but also became addicted. From then on, she became obsessed with the process of detoxification, and felt that Long Outyan's detoxification artifact was the strongest, best, and most amazing in the world, and she could no longer live without it. It's terrible. This plot is so bad that it's unbearable to watch. But there are a lot of people who like it. Lu Qingwen knew. According to the plot, this woman is the one who can truly send herself to the underworld, and she is the most dangerous of all the heroines. Never take it lightly. Oh, old classmate. Lu Qingwen laughed. How can it be such a coincidence? Someone called the police and said that the young master of the Lu family was openly committing a crime here, and even set a timetable for the beating. I don't think they wronged you, did they? Lu Chengwengxin said. This is bad. Zhang Shen'er hates herself more than any other girl. The key is that I am in a hurry to save people. I can't let her take me away. If she takes me away, then Jiang Shihan's mother will be dead, right? Zhang Shen'er was stunned. What did you say? Ah. Oh, I mean, between us old classmates, hey, let's make some concessions. Let me tell you, Jiao Shiheng is a big bad guy. He eats, drinks, gambles, and does all kinds of evil things. He bullies people by taking advantage of his power. He thinks he's great just because he has a few stinky money. He insults and plays with women. And he doesn't close the door when he goes to the toilet. We don't care whether you close the door when you go to the toilet or not. If you hit someone, come with me to the police station. Sweat broke out on Lu Qingwen's forehead. God. Call me Officer Zhang. Okay, Officer Zhang. I'm really in a hurry to save someone. Can you be merciful and let me go? Give me 2 hours, just 2 hours. I'll save the person and then turn myself in. Lu Qingwen, do you understand the law? The law is ruthless. Do you need to schedule a time with you to enforce the law? Stop talking nonsense. You can resist arrest, but you will be charged with an even greater crime. Lu Qingwen was handcuffed with a snap. Shen'er, no, Officer Zhang. I know you hate people like me, and to be honest, I hate myself too. But I really am in a hurry to save someone today, and human life is at stake. Every time you arrest me, I always pay bail and get out within a few hours, right? This time, please be kind and make an exception. Saving someone counts as ours, and we each have 3.5 levels of the 7-level pagoda. Zhang Shen'er was not a law-abiding policeman. He raised his middle finger at Lu Qingwen and turned away. In the car, Lu Qingwen explained all the way, but it was of no use. Zhang Shen'er is really annoyed with Lu Qingwen. Besides, she was not like Leng Qingqiu. Leng Qingqiu had to consider the face between the two families and at least try to make Lu Qingwen feel okay. Zhang Shen'er didn't give Lu Qingwen any face at all. When Lu Qingwen was taken into the police car, she secretly hit Lu Qingwen twice. Zhang Shen'er had practiced this before, and he had beaten Lu Qingwen a lot when they were young. These 2 blows made Lu Qingwen unable to breathe for a long time. Lu Qingwen was locked up in the police station, grabbing the railings and shouting, Officer Zhang. Let me make a call. Can I make a call? Zhang Shen'er came over with the registration book and hit Lu Qingwen's hand that was holding the railing. Stop it. This is the police station, not your villa. Lu Qingwen blew on his fingers. Officer Zhang, I know you are annoyed with me, but this matter is not a personal grudge, it is a matter of life and death. Please trust me once, I beg you, let me make a phone call. One phone call. If I lied to you, at most I just made me make a phone call. If I didn't lie to you, you can save a life. Zhang Shen'er had never seen Lu Qingwen in this state or with this expression, and rarely heard him beg for help with earnest words. I've caught him several times before. He always looked nonchalant when he came in, lived in a single room, and ate high-end boxed lunches. He would walk out in a swagger within a few hours, and even talk nonsense to himself before leaving. Of course, the crimes committed by Lu Qingwen were mostly minor ones, so according to the regulations he could pay bail and leave. He was not a bandit who was at large. In addition, those who were bullied by him would basically accept reconciliation, so he had nothing to fear. But today, Lu Qingwen changed his usual behavior and seemed really anxious. Zhang Shen'er looked at Lu Qingwen with a stern face. Lu Qingwen looked back at her without flinching, his eyes sincere. Just one phone call, please. I'll call. Tell me the number. Lu Qingwen told Su Xuejiao's number. Zhang Shen'er dialed the number cautiously, and when he picked up, it was indeed Su Xuejiao's voice. He handed the phone to the railing with a stern face. Lu Qingwen couldn't stick his head out, so he could only try to put his mouth out. Sister Xuejiao. Are you listening? Yeah, I'm listening. What's up, handsome guy? Ha ha ha, I really have something to ask you. Well, go ahead. Lu Qingwen said, do you remember my secretary, Jiang Shihan? The one who knelt down to me in the lounge today. Zhang Shen'er rolled her eyes. She was disgusted with what Lu Qingwen had done. He actually made his subordinates kneel down. What a scumbag. Yeah, I remember. What's the matter? Listen to me, her mother's illness has relapsed and it's very serious. You have to help her. I don't know where Long Aotian's grandson has gone. This should have been his job, but he won't show up today. Jiang Shihan's mother is in danger. Can you go and help me take a look? How do you see it? You can tell from her mother's illness that it's very rare, but you can cure it. Hey! Master Lu cares so much about his subordinates. Sister, please stop making fun of me. Saving people is more important. No. Not going. I'm not familiar with her. I don't treat everyone's illness, you know. You're helping me, okay. If you help her and save her mother once, I'll give you double the medical fee. Do I need your money? Yes, yes, how about this, if you help me once, I'll owe you a favor, and I'll work like a slave to repay you, okay? Oh, you beg me? Yes. Lu Qingwen was almost depressed to death. I beg you, you are my grandmother, great-grandmother, great-great-grandmother, please help me, I kowtow to you. Ha ha ha, I'm not interested in being your great-great-grandmother, but if you want to beg me, you have to act like you're begging someone. Wait until I get out, then we can talk, okay? Save the people first. If you agree to one condition, I will save people. Explain. You must transfer all the shares of the 9th pharmaceutical factory to me, and you are not allowed to take a penny. Lu Qingwen closed his eyes. The market value of the 9th pharmaceutical factory is more than 30 billion yuan, and its own shares are approximately more than 17 billion yuan. Okay, I promise. Is it a deal? For determination, for determination. Come and sign the contract. Lu Qingwen yelled, I'm in jail. How can I go over and sign a contract with you? You save people first. Save people first. I'll give you all the shares in the pharmaceutical factory, I don't want them anymore. Su Xuejiao over there tried to hold back her laughter. At this moment, she was already sitting in Jiang Shihan's mother's ward. Jiang Shihan's mother's condition had been alleviated and she was now stable. And she has made an appointment to perform the surgery on her mother in person next week. Only Lu Qingwen was as anxious as an ant on hot pan. Jiang Shihan was completely stunned. More than 17 billion. Even if I smashed myself into pieces and sold myself, I wouldn't be worth more than 10 billion. That is a huge sum of money that an average person cannot earn in a lifetime, no, even in 10 lifetimes or 100 lifetimes. In order to save his mother, Mr. Lu, is he willing to do this? As if she was afraid that Lu Qingwen would get too anxious, Su Xuejiao deliberately said slowly, I still don't believe it. You are such a person, and you don't know what you say. Is it worth it for you to be like this for just a secretary? Lu Qingwen was so angry that he was about to explode. He gritted his teeth and said, because I like her, is that okay? I love her, I like her. I want to bring her home to be my wife, is that okay? Su Xuejiao raised her eyebrows, oh. Really? Looking up at Jiang Shihan was already dumbfounded. Su Xuejiao suddenly felt very bad. I don't know why. Lu Qingwen said that he liked Jiang Shihan. Even though she knew that Lu Qingwen was talking nonsense, she was still very unhappy. As for why, she didn't think about it. Lu Chengwen, you spent over 10 billion to pick up girls. That's a lot of money. With that price, you can pick any big star you want. Is it worth it for a secretary? Lu Chengwen said angrily, hurry up and save people. Why are you talking so much nonsense? You yelled at me. Ah. Lu Chengwen was stunned, and quickly softened his tone. Did I yell at you? No. Haha, no, no. Ouch, here, cough cough, the echo is loud. Good sister, dear sister, obedient sister, Sister Xuejiao is the most obedient, the most lovely, the most compassionate, and the kindest. If you help me save people, I will give you all the shares, all to you. From now on, the pharmaceutical factory will belong to your Su family, and I will never hang around in front of you again. Please help me, please. Okay, let me take a look. I'll take a bath and do my hair later. I'll go if I feel like it. Hey you. Beep, beep, beep. The phone call was hung up. Zhang Shen'er put away the phone and looked at Lu Chengwen with a stern face. You really saved someone. Yes, yes. Lu Chengwen didn't want to argue with her. Did she agree or not? Does this count as an agreement? There is no reason for her to refuse such a condition. She will. She is not the kind of person who will watch someone die without helping. Please, please, you must save him. Zhang Shen'er had heard Lu Chengwen's inner voice before and thought she was hallucinating. This time he heard it clearly again, and his eyes became serious as he looked at Lu Chengwen. He asked tentatively, Mr. Lu is really good at picking up girls. This girl must be extremely beautiful, right? Ah. Oh, yes. Lu Chengwen's mind was not on her at all. He turned around and sat down on the bench tiredly, leaning against the wall. No, I have to make sure Long Aotian shows up tomorrow. I can't keep cleaning up his mess. I ruined Ling Qingqiu's business, but I saved Jiang Shihan's mother. Who knows what will happen next? More than 10 billion, I don't care at all. At most I'll get beaten up by my dad and become a laughingstock in the whole North Country. I have a lot of lice, so I'm not afraid of being bitten. Anyway, my reputation has long been stinking. The most important thing is, the person must be saved. Zhang Shen'er felt that this matter was beginning to become weird and interesting. How could I hear so clearly what this guy was thinking? Zhang Shen'er didn't leave, leaning against the railing. How is it? Tell me. Ah. What's going on? What's going on? Lu Chengwen smiled helplessly. To pick up girls. I've done so many ridiculous things, this one is not the worst. Lu Chengwen, don't think you can fool me. Although you have done a lot of immoral and absurd things, you are never vague when it comes to money. You will never do such a losing business as spending more than 10 billion to pick up girls. Unless that person is Ling Qingqiu or Chen Mingyun. If you, Lu Chengwen, spend 10 billion, you must make back 30 billion, or even more. How many billions I make is none of your business. Lu Chengwen would not indulge this woman. Now that the call is over, I won't ask her for anything. She is Long Aotian's woman after all, so why should I be nice to her? Oh. Su Xuejiao earned over 10 billion just for helping to save people, so the phone call I just made for you couldn't have been in vain, right? Lu Chengwen stood up, walked to the railing again, and looked at Zhang Shen'er without hesitation. Of course it can't be in vain. Wait a few hours and I'll go out and buy you a set of the latest electronic toys, okay? Zhang Shen'er was so angry that her face turned pale. She gritted her teeth and said, Lu Chengwen. I know. I'm a scumbag. Zhang Shen'er took Lu Chengwen to the multi-person room. 2 hours later, Zhang Shen'er walked to the door of the cell and was very surprised. The 3 gangsters inside were kneeling in a row on the ground. One person was polishing Lu Chengwen's shoes, and the other 2 were sitting upright. All 3 of them had bruised faces and noses. Lu Chengwen sat on a chair against the wall, resting his arm on it and whistling. Sometimes, Lu Chengwen really couldn't figure it out. People like me should be pillars of society, economic leaders of the local area, and successful people in everyone's eyes. Why did he become a villain? And a dog-licking villain. He owns hundreds of billions of assets and has received higher education. He has climbed snow-capped mountains, jumped from a height of 10,000 meters, and participated in the Spanish Bull Run. He is proficient in 4 languages, has a double master's degree, and is good at boxing, swimming, skiing, and basketball. He is tall and handsome, and cannot compare with those young handsome guys with heavy makeup, but when he wears a high-end suit, he has a tough guy temperament and leadership demeanor. Why is he so stupid that he has to be a bootlicker, mindlessly competing with Long Ao Tien for a woman, and finally getting beaten to death by him? Even if you are horny and like romance, it would be fine if you were like Chin Ma Chuan. Just wave your finger and charming fairies will throw themselves at you, drive a super sports car and stop in any CBD, and there will definitely be young and beautiful girls who will come up to you and ask for your WeChat. Why should I be like a fool and hang around those heroines? Zhang Shen'er was furious when he saw the 3 people kneeling on the ground. Lu Qingwen, did you hit them? Disappointed. Lu Qingwen stood up, walked to the railing, and said with a smile, you locked me up here, don't you want them to beat me up? Zhang Shen'er really thought so. He would not be happy if he didn't let this guy suffer a little. But why are these 3 guys so useless? Aren't they usually arrogant and domineering? 3 can't beat 1. Zhang Shen'er shouted, did he hit you? Lu Qingwen turned around and looked at the 3 of them, tell me, did I hit you? The 3 of them quickly waved their hands, no, 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 we bumped into it ourselves. Yes, I hit it myself. Mr. Lu is a very good person. He is civilized and polite. He should not be in prison. Officer, are you mistaken? Such a good person cannot be arrested. Lu Qingwen looked at Zhang Shen'er proudly, and his eyes seemed to say, did you hear that? Zhang Shen'er angrily said to the police on duty, open the cell door and let him out. Lu Qingwen picked up his suit, put it on his arm, and walked out proudly. When I walked into the hall, I was very surprised. The person who came to bail him out was actually Leng Qingqiu. Leng Qingqiu had just finished signing, and when she turned around, she saw Lu Qingwen and smiled slightly, are you okay? Why is it you? Can't it be me? Zhang Shen'er's face was extremely bad. He walked to the front of the reception desk and threw the file book on the table, sign and leave. Lu Qingwen signed. Zhang Shen'er looked at Leng Qingqiu, aren't you fed up with him? Why are you helping him get bail? I am happy. Zhang Shen'er snorted coldly, as expected, capitalists are all heartless. Watch your words. Police officers must obey the law, too. But you know, he's a scumbag. I know. Leng Qingqiu said indifferently, but I don't remember which law says that scum should be shot and imprisoned. He and Jiao Shiheng were suspected of fighting each other. Jiao Shiheng has signed to express his understanding, and I have also paid the 2,000 yuan fine. All you have to do is release him immediately. Zhang Shen'er was about to get angry, but then she smiled again, I heard you guys are going to get engaged next month. Congratulations, rich people finally get married. Leng Qingqiu knew that she was deliberately saying something to disgust him, so he just smiled and said, thank you. I heard that your family forced you to go on a blind date again. The boy this time should be a normal person, right? Sparks flew between the 2 women's eyes. It was no secret throughout Snow City that Leng Qingqiu had been harassed by Lu Qingwen for 3 years. And the rumors that Zhang Shen'er has been forced to go on blind dates and constantly meets weird men are also known to many people in the circle. Each of them has their own pain points, and neither of them will forgive the other. Lu Qingwen was secretly happy. When women quarrel, it is always a big drama. It is wonderful. But I have to be careful, these 2 girls are more aggressive than each other, I must not bring trouble upon myself. Speaking of which, you are hostile to each other now, but when Long Ao Tien takes you all in as his harem, hee, you will be good sisters. Lu Qingwen stood behind, grinning to himself. Suddenly I felt my hair stand on end. I looked up and saw that the 2 women were staring at me angrily. Lu Qingwen quickly turned and walked away, muttering, I have to go home, my mother called me to go home for dinner. In the car. Leng Qingqiu sat on a chair, facing Lu Qingwen. Lu Qingwen looks like an elementary school student. Damn, what kind of crappy business car is this? Why are the seats all facing each other? Where can I see? Leng Qingqiu is so pretty, Wearing black stockings, she is simply stunning. Leng Qingqiu frowned and stared at Lu Qingguen coldly, listening to his fantasies about her. Does it look good? Leng Qingqiu asked coldly without changing his expression. It's okay. Leng Qingqiu sat back down. Tell me, how do you know there's something wrong with Jiao Shiheng? What's your intelligence channel? Did you plant an undercover agent in my company? Lu Qingguen opened his eyes wide and began to pretend to be surprised. Is there really something wrong with him? You see, I told you that today is not a good day to sign a contract. Fortunately, I acted in time. I tell you. Lu Qingguen, do you dare to tell me the truth? I'm telling the truth. Lu Qingguen was still being stubborn. Even if he racked his brains, he would not know that he could not hide a word of his true feelings, and the heroine heard it all. Leng Qingqiu asked, why do you suddenly not want to marry me? Lu Qingguen hesitated. I suddenly feel that I still like Su Shiwejiao. Su Shiwejiao is not your girlfriend at all, don't try that on me. Lu Qingguen sighed, the truth is, I don't like you. What about the 3 years before that? It's my bad luck. Then what are your sweet words and warm regards for me? It's your bad luck. Then why did you help me today? You would rather go to jail than help me. And did you really want to kiss me at that time? Lu Qingguen looked at Leng Qingqiu and suddenly laughed. Sister, you are really sick. The grudge between Jiao Shiheng and me is a personal grudge, and I will cut off all ties with you. Leng Qingqiu looked at Lu Qingguen. Lu Qingguen, don't regret saying this. I, Lu Qingguen, never regret anything I do. I'm warning you, I hold a grudge. If you treat me like this today, you'll never have a chance to be with me again. Haha, that's perfect. From now on, we can just say hello symbolically when we meet. If I say one more word to you, I'll be your grandson. Leng Qingqiu was sad. Her nose felt sore and her eyes were wet. Roll. She said calmly, get off the car. Leng Qingqiu was called back by her parents. Dad, Mom. The meal was already prepared in the house. Well, I'm back. Leng Tianhao gestured, sit down, let's talk. Leng Tianhao and his wife, and Leng Qingqiu, the three of them sat down to eat. Leng Tianhao had a blank expression on his face. It wasn't that he was unhappy, but he was usually a very serious person. Today, he unexpectedly picked up a piece of food for Leng Qingqiu with his chopsticks, which surprised Leng Qingqiu. Leng Qingqiu felt warm in his heart. Thank you, Dad. Leng Tianhao smiled and said, I heard that Lu Qingguen went to your company to cause trouble today. Did he ruin one of your deals? Leng Qingqiu nodded. Actually, it's to help me. Oh. How do you mean? That Jiao Shiheng is a liar. He bribed one of my audit vice presidents and tampered with the audit materials. I don't know how Qingwen got to know about this and beat him up. Leng Tianhao laughed. Jiao Shiheng, his project is worth more than 2 billion, right? It's dangerous. Now our Leng family can't be trapped with more than 2 billion in cash. That will be a fatal blow to our family. We must make money from this cash, otherwise it will be difficult for us to turn things around. I'm sorry, it's my fault for not supervising my hiring. Leng Qingqiu lowered his head slightly, very politely. Leng Tianhao waved his hand. I'm not blaming you. But you didn't see any problems with this project. How did Lu Qingguen know? I don't know. Leng Qingqiu said, he looks careless, but he is actually very thoughtful. Sometimes his methods are very dirty. I am not surprised that he can do this. Leng Tianhao nodded in agreement. The kid from the Lu family is a real character. If he can keep his composure in the future, he will be a big shot in the arm. Leng Tianhao said, we will be engaged on the 10th day of next month, so you should be mentally prepared. Leng Qingqiu was silent. Mother Leng quickly picked up a piece of food for Leng Tianhao with chopsticks to show her favor. Leng Tianhao is the chairman of the board. Although he has delegated power to Leng Qingqiu as executive president, most of the shares of Qianfeng Group are still in Leng Tianhao's hands. This is a relatively common management model among major families. Therefore, Leng Qingqiu is the biggest in the company, but Leng Tianhao is always the big shot in the family. Mother Leng knew that Leng Qingqiu was extremely resistant to this marriage, and both father and son had hot tempers and wanted to have the final say, as they had argued about this matter many times. She was worried that there would be another quarrel today. Leng Tianhao said, "Don't blame Dad for being ruthless. The Leng family is on the brink of life and death. Although you have done a good job in the past few years, we have never been able to make a big comeback. There are too many problems in the company. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard. I have the confidence that I can lead Qianfeng back to the top." "Well, I believe you." Leng Tianhao said, "So, the help of the Lu family is indispensable, and you should get engaged as soon as possible. Once you become a member of the Lu family, everything will be different, and the situation you face will be much easier to handle. And the Lu family will also lend a helping hand, at least we don't have to worry about a collapse in terms of funds." Leng Qingqiu put down her bowl and chopsticks, and Mother Leng suddenly became nervous. "Brother Cheng Wen and I will not get engaged." Sure enough, this sentence was said. Mother Leng nervously went to see Leng Tianhao. Leng Tianhao was also unhappy and put down his bowl and chopsticks. "How many times have I taught you? People who achieve great things don't care about small details. You are my daughter, Leng Tianhao, and the president of Qianfeng Group. Not an office clerk in a small company. Do you think you can be like an ordinary person and meet a boy who wears sweatpants, loves fitness, skateboarding, and listens to rock music at a party? Do you think you can get married for so-called love? Your marriage is related to the survival of the company and the rise and fall of the family. Hundreds of people are watching you eagerly. One correct choice is more effective than 30 years of hard work. Don't you understand this truth?" Leng Qingqiu had a blank expression on his face. "You misunderstood. This time, it's not me who disagrees, it's Lu Chengguen who disagrees." Leng Tianhao and his mother Leng were both stunned. Mother Leng asked without hesitation, "He doesn't agree. What's the matter? He has been pursuing you for 3 years, how could he not agree? What did you do? Did you let him know that you have a man?" "No." "Why is that?" Mother Leng was anxious. "He likes you so much, why does he suddenly disagree?" "I don't know either." Leng Tianhao said angrily, "Did you offend him on purpose, and now you are using this kind of words to evade me?" "Father, is that my style?" Leng Tianhao was stunned. "That's right, my daughter is not the kind of person who likes to use tricks. She is very strategic in major matters, but she is definitely not an ordinary girl who is full of tricks. Being so clever is definitely not Leng Qingqiu's style." "What's going on?" Leng Qingqiu said, I don't know. He hates me now." "Hate?" "Yes." Leng Qingqiu felt very aggrieved and sad, but he had to control his expression. "He now seems to be eager to stay away from me, and even wants to never have any contact with me again." Mother Leng panicked. "How could this happen?" Leng Tianhao said, "When I was at the Lu family the day before yesterday, I noticed that there was something wrong with that kid." "There really is something wrong." Leng Tianhao thought for a moment and said, "Well, I'll investigate this matter. You take the initiative and try to get close to him. Girls need to be flexible and not always look so distant. He has feelings for you, so it's easy to win him back." Leng Qingqiu shook his head. "I'm afraid it's not that easy. Anyway, whether the Lu family is there or not, I will lead Qianfeng back to the top, please rest assured, father." Leng Qingqiu said this and stood up and left. "I'm full, enjoy your meal." Leng Tianhao looked at the look his daughter gave him and suppressed his anger. "If you can't get engaged on the 10th of next month, I will hold a board meeting and rehire the CEO. You can choose whether you want freedom or a career." Leng Qingqiu stood at the door for a few seconds, said nothing, and pushed the door open and went out. Lu Chengguen made a phone call and found out that while he was in the waiting room, Su Shijiao had already cured Jiang Shihan's mother's condition. When Jiang Shihan heard that Lu Chengguen was taken to the police station, she immediately wanted to bring a lawyer to bail him out, but was stopped by Su Shijiao. "The person has been rescued now, but it's a pity that he was cheated of more than 10 billion yuan by the devil Su Shijiao." After finding Su Shijiao, Lu Chengguen was in a terrible mood. Anyone, even the richest man in the world, would be unhappy if someone cheated him out of more than 10 billion like this. Lu Qingwen is not the richest man in the world, but more than 10 billion is enough to kill the Lu family. The total assets of the Lu family do not exceed 200 billion. More than 10 billion is an astronomical figure for ordinary people, but it is definitely a huge sum of money for the Lu family. Fortunately, it was not a cash loss. If the cash loss was more than 10 billion, the Lu family's capital chain would be in trouble. If it was just losing shares in a pharmaceutical company, it would be acceptable. Sitting in a business cafe with Su Shiwejiao, Lu Qingwen was amazed. The way Su Shiwejiao was dressed didn't look like the new generation helmsman of a wealthy family at all. People wear professional attire in the cold autumn and evening gowns for events, which are always elegant, neat, and capable. Chen Mingyun prefers more traditional styles, often wearing cheongsam, hanfu, and so on. Of course, most of the time, like Leng Qingqiu, she wears professional attire and high-end fashion style. Only Su Shiwejiao. She rarely gets involved in business, and likes to travel and take photos. Her clothes are mostly casual and a bit casual. Yesterday I wore a JK uniform to visit Chen's family, and today I wore a pink girlish dress. Su Shiwejiao had her hair tied into 2 ponytails and had a lollipop in her mouth. A beautiful pink princess dress shows youthful vitality and appears pure and romantic. A pair of slender legs wearing short socks and a pair of brown casual leather shoes make her look more playful and cute. At this moment, he was looking at Lu Qingwen triumphantly. "Sign it, rich man." Lu Qingwen pulled the contract over, read it from beginning to end, and smiled bitterly. When the media interviews you in the future and asks you which deal was your most successful, you must remember this one. Aha. Watching Lu Qingwen carefully reading the contract, Su Shiwejiao smiled. "Humph. I want to see what you can say to evade me." Lu Qingwen read the contract and nodded, "No problem." Su Shiwejiao was surprised, "No problem." Lu Qingwen picked up the pen and signed with a few strokes. Then he handed the contract to Su Shiwejiao. Su Shiwejiao didn't need to look, she was staring at it. Lu Qingwen was not cheating. He really signed his name and put his fingerprints on it. At this time, Su Shiwejiao did not accept the contract, but just looked at Lu Qingwen in shock. Her heart was shocked beyond words. Are you kidding me? What kind of joke is this person playing? Because of a joke, more than 17 billion worth of shares were actually transferred to me. Does he even know what he is doing? In this world, even the richest man in the world would not do such a stupid thing. Is this person a lunatic, a fool, a moron, a complete idiot? He just made up an excuse and shamelessly said he was joking. There was no evidence to prove it, so I couldn't do anything to him. Isn't he familiar with this kind of thing and an expert? Lu Qingwen looked at Su Shiwejiao, who was lying motionless, and was also very puzzled. Is this girl stupid? Why isn't she moving? Hello. Hello. Lu Qingwen waved the contract twice. Look at the contract, why are you looking at me? Su Shiwejiao frowned and took the contract, but still stared at Lu Qingwen's face. At this moment, Su Shiwejiao no longer had the mischievous and giggling expression she had before. Her cute and delicate little girl face looked frighteningly solemn. I lowered my eyelids and looked at the few places that needed signatures. No problem. In other words, as long as I keep this contract, the net profit today will be more than 17 billion. This is just the profit on paper. If we take full control of the entire 9th pharmaceutical factory, the profits will be immeasurable. Why? Lu Qingwen wiped the red ink on his hands with a wet towel. What the hell is this and why? This contract. Su Shiwejiao was a little annoyed. Why should I sign? If I don't sign, you'll say I don't keep my word, right? Su Shiwejiao stared at Lu Qingwen, trying to find some clues from his expression. Unfortunately, Lu Qingwen remained calm and didn't care at all. Seeing Lu Qingwen's relaxed expression, Su Shiwejiao went crazy. Lu Qingwen. What are you doing? Tell me. Lu Qingwen was startled by her sudden anger and looked into her eyes. Why are you so angry after earning more than 10 billion? Su Shiwejiao didn't know why she was so angry. It's anger. This person has no logic. Who would just give away more than 10 billion yuan like that? Lu Qingwen was also confused. Are you sick? Didn't you ask me for shares? It's fine if I give you all my shares. It's better to lose money than to suffer disaster. I can live a few more years by staying away from you. You just follow the normal plot and become someone's harem. I will just live quietly in the north as a rich man and no one will bother me. Perfect. Su Shiujiao became even angrier. More than 17 billion, 51% of the shares of the 9th pharmaceutical factory, just to get rid of me. Is it because you hate me that you want me to disappear from your life? Do I disgust you to this extent? Su Shiujiao felt that she had never been so insulted in her life. What does it mean that a man would rather give up nearly 20 billion in assets than break off relations with you? This means that in his heart you are a ghost. This is the highest level of contempt for others. Su Shui's delicate tears overflowed from her eyes. As soon as Su Shiujiao lost her temper, several people nearby came over. Su Shiujiao's team asked nervously, "Mr. Su, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" Lu Chengguen said, "I made more than 10 billion, I am so excited." Su Shiujiao said, "Go away." "Oh, yes, we are right over there, call me if you need anything." "Go away." Su Shiujiao shouted. The secretary hurried away. Su Shiujiao looked at Lu Chengguen, "Do I bother you so much?" "Ah." Lu Chengguen was completely confused by her. "Are you sick? Are you sick? You made more than 10 billion from me, big sister. Take the money and go clubbing. Give me your shares and I'll give you one. I've already transferred them to you, so why are you still so popular? Don't you think your little madness is so absurd?" I'm a little confused." Lu Chengguen said, "Isn't this the result you want?" Su Shiujiao picked up the contract and tore it into pieces. Now it was Lu Chengwen's turn to be surprised. "Sister Shiujiao." "Lu Chengguen, I am not you. Every penny I earn is in accordance with moral and legal principles. I have never used the lives of patients to threaten others to do business. You can keep these shares for yourself." "Oh." Lu Chengguen still didn't understand. "Are you okay? Am I annoying?" "I don't hate it." Lu Chengguen scratched his cheek, "It's still very cute." "Then why do you always want me to disappear? Am I being so obvious?" Lu Chengguen felt guilty. "Nothing, it's just. Hee, haven't you always been annoying me since we were little? Shouldn't you be happy that I disappeared?" Su Shiujiao took a deep breath. "I have changed my mind now. I want to know more about you." Su Shiujiao was like a master of face changing. She wiped away her tears and instantly revealed a bright smile. "From today on, I will be with you every day. The more you annoy me, the more I will hang around in front of you. I'll make you mad." Lu Chengguen is fine with everything else, but he's afraid of this. At this moment, he looked at the heroine in horror. "Support, because, of what?" Lu Chengguen said, "It's illogical. What's wrong with you? Leng Qingqiu is like this, and now you are like this too. What are you doing? She looks down on me and thinks I am a loser. You have always thought that I have bad intentions since I was a child. You have hardly even bothered to say hello to me over the years. What's wrong with you these past 2 days? Do you want me to live? Will you get engaged to Leng Qingqiu? I'll make a 6-way deal with her." Lu Chengguen was excited. "I want to live a few more years." Su Shiujiao looked at Lu Chengguen. "Okay, then you and I will get engaged." Lu Chengguen had just picked up a cup of coffee and was drinking it, but he burst out laughing when he heard this. I was choked and speechless for a long time. Su Shiujiao looked at him with a frown. Lu Chengguen patted his chest and wiped his clothes for a long time. "Sister, don't scare me. I don't have that kind of luck. This joke can't be made." Su Shiujiao put her arms on the table, supported her chin with one hand, and looked at Lu Chengguen with a smile. "Brother Chengguen, I think you have changed a lot over the years." "Huh? Is it big? Although I don't know what's wrong with you recently, I think you're a pretty good person." Lu Chengguen sighed. "I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." Sitting in the back seat of the car, Lu Chengguen looked out the window silently. The direction things are developing is a bit weird. I can never seal Long Outian again, or I will seal him for life. If I keep sealing him day by day, I will go crazy. We have to let him out quickly and let him mess around with the heroine's harem. Otherwise, why are these girls always hanging around me? First, Leng Qingqiu changed his usual behavior. Yesterday, he suddenly agreed to get engaged, and today he took the initiative to kiss me. Now Su Xuejiao's eyes seem to be looking at him abnormally, and she even said that she wanted to get engaged to him. Although it's a joke, I can't afford to take such a joke. If you keep going like this, sooner or later you're going to end up with an accident. No, I have to make them hate me, be annoyed by me, and then wish they could stay 3 meters away from me. I met too many heroines today, I have to take it slow. Chen Mochuan called and said that his grandfather wanted to see Lu Chenguan. Lu Chenguan didn't want to go at first, but then he thought, it's still a long time until noon tomorrow, and if he hangs around outside, he might run into some heroine. Okay. I'll go to Chen's house, drink with Chen Mochuan until the early morning, and then sleep until afternoon. Is that all right? Brother Outian, you really need to improve your efficiency. Quickly capture these female fairies. I'm like a thief now. When he arrived at Chen's house, he chatted with Chen Qiushu for a few words, then pulled Chen Mochuan to his floor. 2 people sat on the chairs on the balcony, watching the sunset, drinking red wine and smoking cigars. Chen Mochuan asked, "How is Leng Qingqiu? Have you captured him?" Lu Chenguan smiled, "What did you take?" "I sent her away after she woke up." Chen Mochuan was very surprised, and then he gave a thumbs up, "Good. You have determination. I, Chen Mochuan, will never submit to anyone in my life except you. You are already an adult, find something to do. It is not good to be idle all day long. I heard that you saw my sister." "Ah, I see." At this time, Chen Mingyun just walked into the hall. She had quarreled with Chen Mochuan over an expense, but when she walked into the hall, she saw, in addition to her brother, a familiar figure sitting on the balcony smoking a cigar. Chen Mochuan said, "My suggestion is that you quickly break up with Leng Qingqiu and go after my sister. My sister hasn't had a boyfriend since she broke up with you. If you don't get her first blood, then her first blood is still there." "Are you sure?" "I think her butt is quite plump, so it may not be the original one." Chen Mingyun was furious. These 2 people are simply birds of a feather, working together in cahoots. Nothing good ever happens when these 2 meet. They actually talked about me like this behind my back. One is my first love, and the other is my younger brother. They should be the people closest to me, but they didn't show any respect to me. They used that kind of tone. Chen Mochuan said, "My sister is 100% original. After breaking up with you, she went straight to work in the group, working more than 10 hours a day, like crazy. Half a year later, I took over the management and operation of the branch, and kept strangers away. I didn't care about anything else except work." Lu Chenguan said, "I know, is she still working so hard now?" "No, and there is no need for it." Chen Mochuan said, "Now she has a thorough understanding of the situation in the group, and her abilities have been trained, so it is not so hard. So now is the opportunity. As long as you show half of your enthusiasm for Leng Qingqiu, I promise that my sister will be your little white horse, and you can ride as you please." Chen Mingyun was going crazy. Is there anyone who says this about his sister's brother? It's really disgusting. Lu Chenguan suddenly said something serious. Hey, please don't say that about your sister in the future. She is your sister, please respect her. I haven't told anyone else about this. Aren't you one of us? I tell you, while my grandfather is still alive, if you want to take down my sister, no one in the family will dare to object, not to mention me." Lu Chenguan looked at the setting sun, smiled bitterly and shook his head. "No, it's impossible for her and I to be together." "Why? Isn't it just that thing back then? You call that a thing? Which rich second generation hasn't done something ridiculous? As long as you treat my sister well in the future, our family will definitely support you." Lu Chenguan thought to himself, "You don't know the specific situation. This is not just a matter between the 2 of us. There's a big male protagonist in between. I am not a vegetarian, but I dare not pick up my chopsticks to eat some meat. I can't even look at it. Lu Chengwen smiled. You should worry about yourself. Maybe you should start a family and become more stable. With family responsibilities, you will become more mature. Chen Machuen sighed. It feels not very practical. What's that? Lu Chengwen turned around and looked at Chen Machuen. Let me tell you, a person's life is all about family, a wife, children, and a warm bed. Imagine having someone you truly love, and your heart warms up when you see her, and she smiles and narrows her eyes when she sees you. How wonderful is that? For love, two people take care of each other during the day and cover each other with a quilt at night without shame. That is true happiness. When you have a child, you watch a little life being born, and you and your spouse are so busy raising him, and he opens his mouth to call you Dad. That feeling is 1,000,000 times happier than hanging out with a bunch of little fairies in those amusement parks every day. Chen Mingyun was stunned. This guy, Ivory, actually came out of his dog's mouth. Chen Mingyun couldn't help but smile with relief. Chen Machuen looked at Lu Chengwen as if he was looking at someone he didn't know at all. How come you are so profound all of a sudden? Big brother, you are just a black-hearted businessman. How come you are talking like a decent and wise man? Lu Chengwen sighed. The right path in life is full of vicissitudes. The colorful world is dazzling. A real man should be able to keep his original heart no matter how bizarre and flashy the world is. He should not be vain, degenerate, follow the crowd, or indulge himself. He should grasp the truly important things in his life. That's what a real man is. Not to mention Chen Machuen, who was stunned. Even Chen Mingyun behind him laughed. Isn't this dead guy quite sensible? These two devils actually have smarter brains than anyone else, but they just don't follow the right path. It was like this when we were in school. Two people were competing with each other to learn bad things. Chen Machuen looked at Lu Chengwen and shook his head. Did something happen to you recently? Is your brain okay? From what you said, are you really going to be a vegetarian in the future? Lu Chengwen laughed. I'm not a vegetarian. Men can't live without meat. Chen Machuen suddenly realized, oh, you have a new target, right? How about my sister? Your sister? Lu Chengwen paused deliberately. She has a great figure. By the way, have her breasts grown again? I see those two breasts seem like they can burst through her clothes and jump out at any time. Chen Mingyun was immediately furious. These two dead guys just said a few serious words, and immediately started to act weird again. Ha ha ha. Chen Machuen laughed and said, tell me the truth, did you take my sister down back then? Swear. No. I don't believe it. Lu Chengwen smiled evilly and said, I'm telling you, everything was ready that day. I had already cleaned up your sister and she was lying there ready for me to slaughter her. Damn, you finally told the truth. But do you know what happened later? Are you going to end it right away? No. Lu Chengwen gritted his teeth and pinched Chen Machuen's face. As a result, you got into a fight with someone and called me. I pulled up my pants and rushed out. Is it the time when we did it to Bao Laolio? That time. Ha 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 ha. The two bad boys burst into laughter. Although it was ridiculous, after so many years, when they talked about the ridiculous things in their youth, both of them felt indescribable emotion and happiness. Chen Mingyun walked up to him with a stern face and asked, do you want some more wine? Well, open another bottle. Chen Machuen said naturally. Lu Chengwen approached Chen Machuen with a wicked smile on his face. You kid, you don't even know what kind of good thing you are ruining for me. Your sister was in that state that day. Her face was as red as a monkey's butt. She was lying there naked by me. She was shyly pulling the corner of the quilt between her mouth and biting it. She didn't resist at all, and I. Chen Machuen was stunned. Speak. Speak, speak. Lu Chengwen slowly turned his head and saw Chen Mingyun looking at him coldly. I am going to die. They both thought it was the maid from their house who came to serve them. Because they were too engrossed in the conversation, and Chen Mingyun rarely entered Chen Machuen's room without saying hello, so, things became awkward. As soon as Chen Machuen saw Chen Mingyun, he pointed at Lu Chengwen and yelled, Lu Chengwen. What nonsense are you talking about? That's my sister, the one I respect, admire, worship, and love the most, my elder sister. Lu Chengwen is crazy. Why is she at home? Didn't she say she rarely comes back? How much of what I just said did she hear? Judging from her expression, did she hear it all? Isn't he doomed now? Yes, I'm sorry, I may have drunk too much. Lu Chengwen was a little nervous. Sister, this is what happened. Chengwen wasn't. Chen Mochuan stood up and tried to be a peacemaker. Roll. Okay. Chen Mochuan immediately ran away with his tail between his legs, without any hesitation. Watching the ungrateful fat man disappear in a flash, Lu Chengwen could only face the angry Chen Mingyun alone. I'm sorry, I did drink a little and I didn't hold back my words. I apologize. Chen Mingyun looked at Lu Chengwen, her eyes filled with anger, humiliation, and sadness. Her voice was trembling. Lu Chengwen, after we broke up, you told everyone that I behaved like a slut in bed, and now you're saying it in front of my brother. I really want to know what our past time meant to you. Lu Chengwen wished he could beat himself to death. Men, sometimes they are like this. They like to discuss girls' matters with their best friends. The closer they are to each other, the less they talk, such as who has bigger breasts, who has a better butt. This does not mean that their moral standards are low. Of course, Lu Chengwen and Chen Mochuan are exceptions. Their moral standards have indeed always been low. However, this kind of playful conversation often occurs between men. Just like the spice in life, everyone just talks happily and says whatever comes to mind. But if these words were heard by a woman, especially by the person involved, the situation would be completely different. This is an insult, contempt, and great disrespect to women. Especially for a pure girl like Chen Mingyun, it was even more difficult for her to accept what her first love said about her. Seeing Chen Mingyun shed tears, Lu Chengwen said guiltily, "It was really just a joke, and I didn't say bad things about you everywhere. To you, I am just a woman you have played with before. When I take off my clothes, I am the same as all other women. I am just your big toy, right? I haven't played it either." Lu Chengwen said, "I really haven't played it, and I haven't said anything about it. Someone must have spread it around. You know, people like us had a lot of gossip in school. How many of them are true? Don't you feel good to brag to others that you slept with Chen Mingyun, the eldest daughter of the Chen family? Do you feel proud? Do you feel very proud? Stop it, please, I was wrong." Chen Mingyun took out his phone and dialed. "Are you still going to call the police? Hey, Hu Shuhui, didn't you say you wanted to treat me to a meal? I have time today." Lu Chengwen's eyes widened instantly. Hu Shuhui. Granny Bear. One of the villains. He pursued Chen Mingyun but ended up drugging Chen Mingyun during a meal. When he was about to succeed, Long Aotian kicked him and broke his penis, and then... Oops. This plot was started by myself in advance. The key point is that Long Aotian took a leave today and didn't go to work, sister. If you go to have dinner with him, isn't that like the little white Aries taking the initiative to find the big bad wolf? Lu Chengwen immediately said, "Mingyun, you can't associate with Hu Shuhui, let alone have dinner with him." Why? Who are you to me? Why do you mind my business so much? No, Hu Shuhui is not a good person. He is up to no good. Is there anyone worse than you? Is there anyone worse than you? Lu Chengwen was speechless. Anyway, even if you want to eat, can you make an appointment with him tomorrow? I don't care what you do with him tomorrow. I can eat it any day I want. I'm telling you, I've been waiting for you all these years. I've been waiting. Chen Mingyun shouted, "I thought you would change, and when you really calmed down, you would remember every little bit of our childhood. But I never thought that in your heart, I was so frivolous, cheap, and worthless. You are valuable, you are always valuable. Mingyun, I was wrong. You can't have dinner with Hu Shuhui. He is really not a good person." Chen Mingyun turned and left, but Lu Chengwen grabbed her and said, "Mingyun, I beg you, it's all my fault, please give me one chance." Chen Mingyun looked at Lu Chengwen and sneered, "You said the same thing back then. How ridiculous. You actually thought that you could keep lying to me and I would keep believing it. Lu Chengwen, I am no longer the little girl who was fooled by your few words. You should go find your Ling Qingqiu and follow her around like a licking dog." Chen Mingyun walked out quickly, and Lu Qingwen chased after her to explain. Chen Mingyun didn't want to listen to a word and walked quickly. Lu Qingwen was anxious and grabbed her. Chen Mingyun, I won't let you go. At this time, the two of them had already walked into the living room, where Dad and Mom were watching TV with fruit plates in their hands. Chen Machuan was also in the living room, lying on the sofa, looking at them nervously. Lu Qingwen didn't notice that the environment had changed, and said loudly, I don't care about other things, but you can't have dinner with Hu Shuhui, at least not today. Why do you care about me? Just because I'm a worthless person. I won't be reasonable today. What's the matter? Dad Chen chewed something in his mouth, picked up the remote control, muted the TV, and the three of them sat on the sofa and watched the show in silence. Chen Mingyun sneered, Lu Qingwen, you better understand. Our Chen family is not a family that will tolerate you in every way for the benefit of the group. When talking to me, Chen Mingyun, you'd better use your brain. The two of them were arguing non-stop. Chen Mingyun's father came close to Chen Machuan and asked in a low voice, what's going on? Chen Machuan quickly lied, the couple had a quarrel. He wanted to pursue my sister, but my sister ignored him and went to have dinner with another man. Father Chen nodded. Mother Chen asked, who is Hu Shuhui? The eldest brother of the Hu family. Chen Machuan said, we had a fight when we were in school. Mother Chen was confused, hasn't Cheng Wen been pursuing Ling Qingqiu? Aren't they going to get engaged next month? Why is he looking for our Mingyun again? Chen Machuan explained, it's not until the last moment that we know who is our favorite. Just watch it, it's more exciting than the TV series. Chen Mingyun said, I will go to dinner with Hu Shuhui today. If we enjoy the meal, I will fall in love with him. As long as I, Chen Mingyun, am willing, we will get a room tonight and get engaged next week. We can even have the wedding before you and Ling Qingqiu. Lu Qingwen was completely furious, okay. You'd better keep your word. After Hu Shuhui cheats you of money and sex, don't come to me crying. Even if I was cheated of money and sex, I couldn't find you to blame. I would rather be cheated by Hu Shuhui than listen to a word from you. The thing I regret most in my life is meeting you. Chen Mingyun, I'll say this one last time. You are free to do whatever you want. I don't care who you are with. I don't care at all. Then what are you yelling at me? Hu Shuhui can't do that. I like him, so what do you think? Tomorrow. You can book a room, get engaged, and choose a wedding dress tomorrow. It's up to you. Can you stay at home today? No. When you dumped me, you no longer had the right to say such things to me. It was you who dumped me back then. Lu Qingwen roared. Why did I dump you? Do you have the nerve to tell me? Lu Qingwen moved his mouth for a long time. It was my fault back then, but now, I must make it clear to you that you cannot go to Hu Shuhui's dinner party. Lu Qingwen turned around and saw three people on the sofa, staring at him. Lu Qingwen's mind cooled instantly, and he bowed obediently. Hello, uncle, hello, aunt. Father Chen said, hey, Chengwen is here. Sit down and talk. Mother Chen also said, Chengwen, you haven't come to visit us for many years. Sit down and have some fruit. Hey, these past few years. I feel a little embarrassed. I was ignorant back then and hurt the feelings of my elders. I have been feeling guilty ever since. I am not in a good mood today, so I want to have a chat with Machuan. Lu Qingwen was overwhelmed. He didn't expect that when he and Chen Mingyun had a quarrel, Chen Mingyun's father and mother would be sitting right there. He kept nagging, trying to ease the awkward situation. Chen Machuan reminded, brother, my sister is gone. Lu Qingwen looked back and saw that Chen Mingyun had indeed left. Lu Qingwen hurried out and said, goodbye, uncle and aunt. Mother Chen stretched her neck and shouted, come and play when you have time. I know. Father Chen looked confused, what is this? Well, let the young people handle their own affairs. Boys and girls of this age just love and hate each other. But Lu Qingwen is getting engaged. I was about to get engaged, but you stole my love from me, didn't you? Father Chen grumbled in dissatisfaction, they are about to get engaged, and you are still looking for my daughter. Mother Chen urged, TV, turn up the volume. Lu Qingwen ran out of the door, but Chen Mingyun had disappeared. He left Zhao Gang behind and drove around looking for him, but Snow City is so big, how could he possibly find him? I had no choice but to call Leng Qingqiu in a hurry. Leng Qingqiu was sitting alone at the head of the bed, hugging her knees, feeling sad and upset. The situation has completely changed. My father issued an ultimatum. He was a man of his word and his position as president could be removed by him at any time. Lu Qingwen, who used to be his close bootlicker, suddenly turned into a ruthless and ungrateful person. He looked at him as if he were a disaster star and wished he could stay 3 meters away from him. Is this world going to abandon me? At this time, Lu Qingwen called. When Leng Qingqiu saw that the name displayed on the screen was Lu Qingwen, a fire of hope suddenly ignited in his heart. She herself was surprised at how quickly her mentality changed. I was still so negative and sad just now. When I saw this phone call, I suddenly felt happy. I held hope in my heart, and more than 100 ideas flashed through my mind simultaneously. Why would he call me? Why? Did he change his mind and want to pursue me again? Humph, I won't pay any attention to you. What if he asks me out? What should I wear? Wait, how do I tell him? Leng Qingqiu sat up suddenly, sat cross-legged on the bed, tidied his hair and clothes, cleared his throat, then took a deep breath, patted his chest, and told himself to calm down. Then he carefully pressed the answer button. Although he tried to stay calm, his voice was still a little trembling. Hello, what's going on? Qingqiu, are your people still waiting? Has Long Aotian returned home? Lu Qingwen seemed very anxious. They withdrew long ago. Send someone immediately to find Long Aotian. Why are you looking for him? Leng Qingqiu's mood instantly fell back to the bottom. It turns out he wasn't looking for me, nor was he pursuing me. Lu Qingwen was extremely anxious. It's urgent, it's urgent. Chen Mingyun and I had a quarrel, and she got angry and went out to drink with Hu Shuhui. I'm very worried about her. Now I have to find Long Aotian. Only Long Aotian can find her and let her come back to me. Leng Qingqiu was instantly furious. Lu Qingwen. Go to hell. Go to hell. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Lu Qingwen asked Zhao Gang to gather all his men and be on standby at any time. Dial Leng Qingqiu's number again. What are you going to do? It's your business if you want to get back together with Chen Mingyun. Don't harass me. I'm not getting back together. I'm really looking for you because I have something urgent to tell you. Chen Mingyun is in danger, very dangerous. Only Long Aotian can save her now, so we have to find Long Aotian. Her affairs have nothing to do with me. I am not familiar with her. So are you familiar with me? Even if we're not friends, we've been in contact for more than 3 years, right? Lu Qingwen was really anxious. Just think of it as me begging you, do me a favor, okay? Leng Qingqiu sighed. The landlord of that residence has returned and said that Long Aotian has checked out. Lu Qingwen was suddenly at a loss for words. Once Chen Mingyun ran away, he became like a kite with a broken string, and there was no clue at all. Leng Qingqiu asked, what kind of danger is she in? Lu Qingwen said, in short, if I can't find her tonight, this book will completely collapse. What are you talking about? Lu Qingwen said, I am going to die. Long Aotian is just a bodyguard I fired. He shouldn't know Chen Mingyun. Yes. Lu Qingwen then remembered that the plot had not yet arrived. This plot was triggered by himself. When he found Long Aotian, he guessed that guy was also confused. He probably doesn't know Chen Mingyun yet. Leng Qingqiu felt that Lu Qingwen was really serious and anxious. He said seriously, I can help you check Hu Shuhui's schedule. Okay. Come on, I'll wait for you. Leng Qingqiu was very efficient and found out that Hu Shuhui had booked a suite at Tainhalen Hotel an hour ago. Lu Qingwen left a message, I don't need to thank you for your kindness. Leng Qingqiu quickly asked, what are you going to do? But Lu Qingwen had already hung up the phone. Lu Qingwen, along with more than 30 security guards, rushed directly to the Tainhalen Hotel. How can anyone stop us? Lu Chengguan, like a gangster determined to make a fortune, walked at the front, and more than 30 people headed straight to the top floor. The hotel security did not dare to stop them, and the front desk clerk quickly called the police. When they arrived at the suite's door, they asked the waiter to knock on the door, but the waiter couldn't open it. Hu Shuhui inside was obviously a little panicked. He cursed the waiter and tried to drive him away. Lu Chengguan forced the waiter to swipe the card to unlock the door, and then rushed into the room. Hu Shuhui didn't even have time to finish his sentence before he was knocked over by Lu Chengguan's punch. Looking at the rest of the meal, candlelight and red wine in the restaurant, Lu Chengguan was furious and pointed at Hu Shuhui and issued an order: drag him out and beat him, drag him out and beat him to death. Hu Shuhui lay on the ground and shouted, Lu Chengguan, you dare to hit me? I am. Zhao Gangang didn't care about those things, his beliefs were simple and pure. Lu Chengguan is the sky, Lu Chengguan is God, Lu Chengguan is the only person in the world worthy of following and worshipping. Not to mention Hu Shuhui, even if he went to the underworld, as long as Lu Chengguan gave the order, he would chase the king of hell with a kitchen knife and chop him. Zhao Gang dragged Hu Shuhui out. There were more than 30 people, and most people couldn't squeeze in. Hu Shuhui's screams were annoying. A boy closed the door considerately. Lu Chengguan walked into the suite, shouting as he walked, Mingyun. Mingyun. The suite is a bit big, but it's not difficult to find Chen Mingyun. At this time, Chen Mingyun was lying on the big bed, her clothes in disarray, and she was twisting her body like a snake. Her perfect figure is simply eye-popping. The two round thighs were tightly pressed together, squirming back and forth while holding the quilt. Her skin was soaked with sweat, making it bright, oily, and even more sexy and seductive. Chen Mingyun's face was frighteningly red and her breathing was heavy. When she saw Lu Chengguan, it seemed that there was still a trace of clarity in her mind. Brother Chengguan, save me. Lu Chengguan felt both hatred and heartache. He quickly took off his coat, covered Chen Mingyun with it, then picked up Chen Mingyun and walked out. Chen Mingyun knew that she was saved. At this time, my mind was in a daze, but I knew it was Lu Chengguan, and I had already figured it out in my heart. But her biological instinct at this moment still made her continue to make kitten-like sounds. To Lu Chengguan, it sounded like a kitten gently scratching his little heart. Chen Mingyun hugged Lu Chengguan's neck tightly. But after all this tossing and turning, Lu Chengguan was also sweating. The smell of man's sweat was like some kind of stimulation signal, which made Chen Mingyun's mind sway and obsessed. The strong male hormone charm stimulated Chen Mingyun's mind to the extreme. Chen Mingyun obsessively arched around Lu Chengguan's neck, and finally hugged Lu Chengguan and kissed and touched him. When Lu Chengguan walked to the door, all the security guards made way. Hu Shuhui quickly begged for mercy, Chengguan, we have been friends for a long time. Please forgive me this time. Lu Chengguan kicked him in the face and walked straight to the elevator. Your own private villa. Lu Chengguan couldn't appease Chen Mingyun no matter what. I gave her 3 bottles of water, washed her face and wiped her chest, but it didn't work. Chen Mingyun was completely confused at this time, and she took the initiative to seduce Lu Chengguan and ask for sex in a tactful way. When Su Shiuejiao entered the room, Chen Mingyun was still hanging on Lu Chengguan, touching him randomly, and whispered in his ear, Brother, I'm so sad, please come and save me, my good man, you are the best. Su Shiuejiao said with a straight face, Lu Chengguan, are you brave enough? Sister Mingyun, you dare to use such means. Lu Chengguan was sweating all over his forehead. Use your brain, why would I ask you to come if I had this idea? Su Shiuejiao frowned and nodded, what's going on? Save him first, and I'll explain it to you later. Lu Chengguan held Chen Mingyun down, and Su Shiuejiao injected a sedative first. Although the effect was not immediate, Chen Mingyun became much more obedient, but she still kept pestering Lu Chengguan with a dazed look in her eyes. It took me a whole night. Su Shiuejiao is indeed a famous doctor. Although she seems quirky at ordinary times, she will be very serious and have a solemn expression when it comes to practicing medicine and using medicines. Chen Mingyun finally calmed down, and Su Shiuejiao and Lu Chengguan were also exhausted. The police also came knocking on the door. Zhang Shen'er captured Lu Chengguan again. In the police station's classroom, Lu Chengguan thought a lot. This can't go on any longer. Now I'm a little too closely connected with these heroines. After locking Long Aotian in a small dark room for a day, the situation did not change at all. Instead, he saved Jiang Shihan's mother, recovered Leng Qingqiu's loss of more than 2 billion, beat Hu Shuhui away, and saved Qin Mingyun, who was almost losing her virginity. He also mixed with Su Xuejiao several times throughout the day. By the way, I was put into the classroom twice in one day. Things shouldn't be like this. The plot shouldn't be like this. I can't afford to offend you, but can't I hide from you? Tomorrow I will buy a plane ticket and go directly to the south, to Dongwu, to Shishu, to Xiliang. If all else fails, I will just go beyond Asia and into the world. I can go to Ukraine, to Donbass, to Kashmir, that's okay, right? After 3 to 5 years, or 10 to 8 years, I might as well not come back. I have money, so I can live a carefree life wherever I go, with fine clothes and delicious food. What am I talking about in this snow city with you guys? If I keep going like this, sooner or later I will be beaten to death by Long Aotian. Yes, that's settled. Aren't you going to integrate the 4 major families of Snow City? I'll give it to you, all of it. I won't fight with you, everything will be yours from now on. The question of who gave the drug between Lu Qingwen and Hu Shuhui remains a mystery. Hu Shuhui would never admit it even if he was beaten to death. The crime was too serious. He could not and did not dare to admit it. He could not bear the revenge from the Chen family alone. So he insisted that he had no knowledge of the matter and that it was Qin Mingyun who took the initiative to contact him, and then Lu Qingwen came to his house and beat him up. Of course Lu Qingwen said it was Hu Shuhui, but there was no evidence. Chen Mingyun's own confession also pointed to Hu Shuhui, saying that Lu Qingwen reminded her not to go. As a result, not only did it fail to serve as testimony, but it instead became evidence that Lu Qingwen was a serious suspect. Yes, Lu Qingwen, are you good at fortune-telling, or are you possessed by a spirit? You knew to drug me before I even had my meal. Are you Lu Banxian? But in the later period, Lu Qingwen did not do anything, and even found Su Xuejiao and asked Su Xuejiao to detoxify Qin Mingyun. Leng Qingqiu also provided testimony, saying that Lu Qingwen came to find her in a hurry, found out the hotel where they had dinner, and then went to rescue them. In short, it's a mess. Zhang Shener would never believe, even if he died, that Lu Qingwen had such good intentions. He can save people. Haha, stop kidding, he must have given the drug. There must have been a problem somewhere in the middle, so he temporarily changed from doing bad things to saving people. But Leng Qingqiu, Chen Mingyun, Su Xuejiao, the 3 women involved in this case, all said in unison that Lu Qingwen was saving people. This made Zhang Shener want to vomit blood. What methods did Lu Qingwen use? The girls from the 3 major families tried their best to protect you alone. These 3 women have achieved extraordinary success in their respective fields. Of course, they come from wealthy families and have received higher education since childhood, so their platform is higher than that of ordinary people, and it is normal for them to achieve success. Logically speaking, their vision, pattern, thinking and IQ should be much higher than ordinary people. But why were they all deceived by Lu Qingwen? I'm so angry. Especially Leng Qingqiu. To be honest, Leng Qingqiu was the idol of all the girls in Snow City before. That is the typical, other people's child. Didn't she have a bad relationship with Lu Qingwen and was about to explode with disgust at him? What happened today? She also got involved and tried her best to testify that Lu Qingwen was wronged. In short, the scene had long been destroyed and evidence was missing, so it would probably take a long time to solve this case. Since there is a presumption of innocence, they cannot do anything to Lu Qingwen or Hu Shuhui. Lu Qingwen slept in the classroom all night. His hair was messy, his clothes were wrinkled, and he walked out without washing his face. As soon as I came out, I saw Leng Qingqiu, Su Xuejiao and Jiang Shihan were all here. Jiang Shihan hurried over, and the assistant team immediately took Lu Qingwen's coat and put new clothes on him. Jiang Shihan asked with concern, "Mr. Lu, are you okay?" "Oh, nothing." Lu Qingwen looked at Leng Qingqiu and Su Xuejiao, "Why are you all here?" Su Xuejiao smiled and said, "I'm here to testify for you. You don't even know how many times you have been a good person. It took me half a ton of saliva to prove that you are a good person. Thanks. Lu Qingguen looked at Leng Qingqiu. Sorry, I've kept you awake all night. It's okay. Leng Qingqiu was as calm as ever, looking at Zhang Shener. Can we go now? Zhang Shener said sternly, of course. But you, Lu Qingguen. Yes. Zhang Shener held up a restraining order and said, you are not allowed to leave Snow City until this case is solved. If you need to leave the country for something, you need our approval. And during this period, you must guarantee to be available whenever you are called. Lu Qingguen was shocked. Isn't this the end? I was just planning to flee this city. Damn, in this case, I have to stay in Snow City and compete with Long Outyen for women. Su Shiwejiao burst out laughing. Leng Qingqiu narrowed his eyes. Could it be that this guy can also hear Lu Qingguen's thoughts? Zhang Shener misunderstood. They thought Lu Qingguen was the mastermind of this case and now he wanted to escape and avoid legal sanctions. She smiled and said, Lu Qingguen, do you want to escape? You can't escape. I will definitely find evidence and formally arrest you and put you in jail. Lu Qingguen nodded. Come on, you silly woman. You don't catch the real bad guys, but you just compete with me all day long. But it's okay, the more you hate me, the safer I will be. Zhang Shener thought to himself, what's wrong with this guy? Why is it that I hate him, but he is safe? And who is this Long Outyen that he keeps mentioning in his mind? He seemed to be sure that Long Outyen and I knew each other. This is a clue, I have to write it down. Su Shiwejiao smiled and said, let's go, great hero. You must be hungry. I'll treat you to a meal. Lu Qingguen smiled slightly. Leng Qingqiu said, I have something to do, I'm leaving first. Qingqiu. Lu Qingguen called her. What's wrong? Thank you. Lu Qingguen smiled and said, thank you for believing in me. Leng Qingqiu looked at him, you owe me one. Yes, I owe you. I'll treat you to a meal some other day. No, I can't treat you to a meal. I'll give you a gift. What do you want? A car. A gold watch. A designer coat. Leng Qingqiu said, if you want to repay me, get engaged to me. Oh, no problem, what did you say? Lu Qingguen then shouted. Leng Qingqiu said, I need to get engaged to you. Su Shiwejiao already hated Leng Qingqiu, and now she was even more jealous and snorted. It's really funny. Brother Chengwen has been pursuing you for 3 years, and you have been pretending to be a pure and innocent girl for 3 years. Haha, now that Brother Chengwen has become a hot commodity, you are trying to get him. Leng Qingqiu looked at Su Shiwejiao coldly. I remember that you didn't even bother to say a word to Lu Qingguen before. What happened these 2 days? Did you stop studying pharmacology and start thinking about snatching men from others? Su Shiwejiao became excited when she heard it. He leaned closer to Leng Qingqiu, not at all shy. If I want to rob, others can only watch. Leng Qingqiu smiled, let your breasts rest for a while, and develop your brain when you have time. You too, you deliberately dressed so sexy today. Don't tell me you always wear this style. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Do you think you can attract Brother Chengwen by showing your thighs? Leng Qingqiu blushed slightly. I don't need to explain to anyone what clothes I wear and what style I choose. Yes. Su Shiwejiao said, I don't want to listen to your explanation. My brain is still developing. I can use my brain to know what you want to do. Lu Qingguen hurried over and said, okay, stop talking and let's go. Don't delay the work of the police officers. Go out and the sun is shining brightly. There were a lot of luxury cars parked at the door. A Bentley drove up and the door opened. Lu Qingguen was wondering. Su Shiwejiao took Lu Qinggwen's arm and said, let's go, Brother Qingguen, Sister Mingyun is waiting for you in the car. Leng Qingqiu's face turned pale and he couldn't help but clench his fists, his fingertips turning white. She just looked at Lu Qingguen, hoping that Lu Qingguen would say he wanted to go with her and let them go home by themselves. But Lu Qingguen disappointed her. Then Qingqiu, please go back slowly. Thank you again. After saying that, he smiled at her politely. Leng Qingqiu looked at Lu Qingwen and felt a pang of sadness in her heart. If it were in the past, Lu Qingwen would have abandoned the whole world and followed me at this time. But now, Lu Qingwen is no longer the same person he used to be. His state changed completely, as if he had become a completely different person. So polite to myself. He will never cling to me again, never say sweet words to me again, never obey my orders 100%, never treat me as his son, revolve around me, tirelessly and without complaint. His eyes also became clear and bright, yet firm and calm. The previous cunning, mercenary, impetuous, and frivolousness have disappeared. Now he gives people the impression that he has clear ideas, is organized, and fully understands what he wants to do. Leng Qingqiu realized with great sadness that Lu Qingwen would never again obey her in everything, would never again be around her to ask about her well-being, would never again greet her morning and evening, and would never again send her gifts every day. The special treatment that I used to take for granted, and even the one-sided love and pursuit that I felt extremely annoyed about, are no longer there. But I don't know why, I suddenly seemed to be very dependent on him. I suddenly felt a huge emptiness and sadness in my heart. Why? Didn't you always like me? Didn't you say you'd do anything for me? Why did you humiliate me in public today? What are the past 3 years? Have I become so unimportant in your heart overnight? Leng Qingqiu stood there stubbornly, motionless, just looking at Lu Qingwen. Lu Qingwen felt a little frightened by her complicated look. Scratching his head, he forced a smile. Well, you go home first. I'll check on Mingyun's condition and then I'll come find you later, okay? Leng Qingqiu then took a deep breath, pouted slightly, and felt that she had finally regained some face. Don't be in a hurry to go back. Get some rest first. You must have had a bad sleep tonight. Get enough rest first and call me when you wake up. Lu Qingwen was stunned. In the past 3 years, Leng Qingqiu didn't have this attitude. What happened today? You even care about me and told me to take a rest first. The sun jumps out from the west. What's going on? Lu Qingwen opened his mouth and couldn't answer, he just nodded awkwardly, oh, okay, okay. Then Leng Qingqiu smiled sweetly, I'll wait for your call. The voice was no longer cold and indifferent. It was actually filled with warmth, tenderness, expectation, and reluctance to leave. Su Xuejiao next to her rolled her eyes vigorously, wishing she could tell the whole world that she was so sick that she was about to vomit. Leng Qingqiu rolled his eyes at her, then turned and walked to his car. Han Yu opened the car door, Leng Qingqiu turned around, smiled at Lu Qingwen, and then got in the car. Lu Qingwen stood there and shivered. What's wrong with this woman? Why is she suddenly so scary? You're not attracted to me, are you? Is this okay? What did I do? How could she suddenly change her personality? Su Xuejiao said coldly, you still want to be her liquor? Can you have some backbone? Lu Qingwen said quickly, what are you talking about? Let's go. When Chen Mingyun got into the car and saw Lu Qingwen, she burst into tears and threw herself into Lu Qingwen's arms, unable to stop crying. Lu Qingwen immediately opened his arms and raised them above his head to show that he had done nothing. He frowned and looked at the woman in confusion. It's all messed up. Yesterday I hated myself for not dying, but today, this is a sin. Why is this woman still crying? Should I comfort her? Su Xuejiao smiled beside him, why don't you comfort her quickly? Lu Qingwen patted her back gently, no, it's okay, it's all over. Sorry. Chen Mingyun finally separated from Lu Qingwen. Lu Qingwen breathed a sigh of relief. He was the only one in the world who knew that being so intimate with the heroine was simply courting death. Chen Mingyun looked at Lu Qingwen, Brother Qingwen, I'm sorry, I was too excited yesterday. No, it's all my fault. Lu Qingwen said, I was just a jerk. I shouldn't have said those things that I thought were funny and hurt your feelings. I will be more careful with my words and actions in the future. Chen Mingyun burst into laughter and said, you still know. Which girl wouldn't get angry if she found out you said that behind her back? But I heard from Xuejiao that you spent most of the night trying to save me, and then you were caught by the police and spent a night in a cell. I feel pretty embarrassed too. Lu Qingwen felt that the chatterbox's tone was not right. It's not safe for yourself. Wait, what am I doing? Why am I getting along so well with them? How did I get into someone else's car? Now that people have seen it, it's okay, you can rest assured. Long Aotian, you saw it all. I took good care of your wife and she wasn't taken advantage of by anyone. Don't blame me if anything happens in the future. Chen Mingyun felt very puzzled. Who is Long Aotian? I don't even know him, how come I'm his wife? Brother Cheng Wen, actually. I don't have a boyfriend. Ah, I know. I'm being honest, I never have. Yeah, got it. Lu Chengguen said, okay, you're fine, so I won't worry about you anymore. You guys can do whatever you need to do, I'm going home too. Hey, you're leaving now. Let's go, I have something else to do. Goodbye. Lu Chengguen got out of the car and left. Chen Mingyun was a little dazed. A lot of things happened from last night to today, just like a dream. Lu Chengguen appeared in her life again and played the leading role, which made her heart stir again. The scenes from his childhood replayed before his eyes, and the innocent Lu Chengguen who took himself to catch loaches, dig mud pits, play hide-and-seek, and share snacks resurrected in his heart. Lu Chengguen, who would fight with other boys for me, would be the first to find me to share snacks, and would hide from me after middle school because he was shy and was chased by me until he was in a mess, has now grown into a real proud man. We are not children anymore. We have loved, hated, experienced sweetness, and sadness. After all the twists and turns, is it still you? That's pretty good. Su Shiwejiao looked at Chen Mingyun. Sister Mingyun, are you attracted to him again? Ah. That's not the case. Chen Mingyun said quickly, I have a lot of work to do. I have to go back to the company. Oh. Really not? No, how could it be possible? Well, that's good. Long Aotian felt something was wrong. He squatted on the toilet, his stomach growling in pain. From yesterday morning to this morning, I spent most of the time on the toilet. I didn't eat anything. Why did I suddenly start to like hot girls? As the saying goes, even a brave man can't stand 3 diarrheas. It's true that I'm a good man, but this is definitely more than 3 times. Long Aotian thought that his medical skills were unparalleled in the world, but he had no idea and no way to deal with his 24-hour nightmare of diarrhea. Acupuncture, hot compress, elixir, internal energy, all of it is nonsense. Toilet. Only the toilet. Only the toilet is your friend. Only the toilet will share weal and woe with you and never leave you at this time. Long Aotian is almost dehydrated. Oh, God. I still have a lot of things to do and a lot of girls to pick up. You won't let a great hero like me, a great man, die in the toilet like this, right? At this time, outside the toilet door, a beautiful female killer knelt on one knee. Young master. It's time to get going. Long Aotian wanted to cry but had no tears. Yes, I will be on my way soon. May I ask, young master, are you still running away? Long Aotian was sweating profusely. Don't be so pretentious at this time, let's talk about the matter. The Lord has sent an order, asking the young master to unify the 4 major families of Snow City as soon as possible. It's okay. Everything is under my control. Long Aotian said with difficulty, although Leng Qingqiu encountered a little setback, Su Shiwejiao's side is also a bit tricky. But today, I will fight back and help me arrange the itinerary. Yes. I'm going to help Jiang Shihan's mother get treatment first. Her mother's illness can't be delayed any longer. If it's delayed any longer, something could go wrong at any time. Yes. Then today should be the day when Leng Qingqiu and Jiao Shiheng sign the contract. I have to expose his fake face and save Leng Qingqiu's company. Clear. At night, I have to stop Hu Shuhui's conspiracy and save Chen Mingyun. Okay. As long as we can handle these 3 things, things will be back on track. Young master is mighty. Do you want a portable toilet? Or diapers? Long Aotian raised his head and looked at the toilet door. Do you think you are very humorous? Young master, calm down. I don't understand humor. I only act according to logic. You know me well. Long Aotian rolled his eyes. Anyway, cooperate secretly. Today is my day. Master. What is it today? I didn't hear it. Wait. Today is the day you have diarrhea. Get lost. Strangely enough, after noon, Long Aotian recovered on time. Suddenly my stomach pain went away. Although I still felt weak, at least the diarrhea had stopped temporarily. Walking out of the suburban villa, a brand new Audi RS7 stopped in front of me. Guard Huashuening held the sword and clasped his fists. Young master, everything has been arranged. Long Aotian stood up straight and glanced at the car. This young master is now leaving the retreat in a low-key manner. In order to show off and slap others in the face, I have to lower my status and pretend to be an ordinary loser. This way, the effect of showing off can be maximized. Change the car, the more low-key the better. Huashuening was stunned. Yes. A few minutes later. Long Aotian looked at the car in front of him, rubbed his chin, and fell into deep thought. Xuening. Young master. Is this the car you found for me? Yes. Long Aotian was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Is the car in front of me called a car? It's a tractor. And it was an old diesel tractor. This thing. Huashuening said, Young master, this is a Fengshu brand tractor, diesel-powered, and very dynamic. Low-key, simple, rustic, and tasteless, it just suits your requirements. Long Aotian looked at Huashuening and said, You really have no brains. Change one. There is none left. No more. Young master, it's too late. Your schedule today is quite full. If you delay any longer, it will not be enough. Long Aotian was so angry that he almost died. Okay, let's take it. Anyway, it's just a means of transportation. Young master, please start this car yourself. How do I activate this? There's a crank hanging here. Insert the crank into the starter hole and crank it hard until the tractor starts to thump and jump. Long Aotian had a gloomy face and started to start the hand-crank tractor. Long Aotian had never shaken this thing before, so he only knew how to use brute force. Huashuening next to him gave him on-the-spot instructions. Young master, you must continue to exert your strength and not stop. Young master, hold on a little longer, it will be almost there. Young master's arms need to be swung vigorously. You should go all out at this time and make sure not to hold back. Young master is truly a man from heaven, let me be the young master. Long Aotian was sitting on the tractor, being shaken so hard that his internal organs almost jumped out of his mouth. Where did you find this crap? The engine was too loud, so the two could only shout to talk. Huashuening shouted, I bought it from a farmer for a low price of 90,000 yuan. Long Aotian shouted, this broken thing costs 90,000. Huashuening shouted, Young master, calm down, it's going to rain. Long Aotian shouted, where is the switch for the soft top? Huashuening shouted, Young master, you are overthinking. This is a tractor. It has no top, and it is neither hard nor soft. Long Aotian was completely furious, what if it's going to rain now? Huashuening shouted, Young master, I have a plan. Explain. Hold on. Long Aotian was almost mad, luckily it's just a drizzle. How far is this place from the city? If it's just a few raindrops, it won't be a big deal. As soon as Long Aotian finished speaking, there was a thunder and heavy rain poured down, and the two of them were instantly soaked. At this time, Long Aotian was soaked all over and felt cold from the rain. The vibration of the tractor almost made his internal organs move out of place, and his already uncomfortable stomach felt even more uncomfortable. Holding the steering wheel with both hands, Long Aotian was shaking like a sieve, with a look of grief and indignation on his face. I have been having bad luck since yesterday. I don't believe that this bad luck will never end. Huashuening clasped her fists and said, Young master, please stop being such a pessimist. Afraid of chicken feathers. Could there be anything more unlucky than this? Young master, please be careful, there is a manure pit ahead. What? Young master, Xuening goes first. What the hell? Boom. Long Aotian fell into a pit of feces and felt so nauseous that he vomited. Hua Xuening shouted on the shore, "Young master, please get out of the pit as soon as possible." Long Aotian roared, "Help, my legs are crushed by this broken tractor." "Master, the tractor is worthless, just throw it away." "Master, your precious body cannot be kept in a manure pit for long. Please make a decision as soon as possible." "I said my leg is being pinned. Move it." "Young master, I respectfully ask you to get out of the pit." "Tractor. Damn. It's crushing my legs. Move it. Move it." Hua Xuening said awkwardly, "Young master, why didn't you say so earlier? Move away. Why didn't you say so earlier? Move it. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Lu Chengwen slept comfortably for a while. "When I wake up, I start thinking about life. You can't just eat and wait to die, right? Now I can't escape, I can only stay and think of ways to deal with the subsequent situation. To deal with such a complex plot, one must ensure a good mental state, sufficient physical strength and energy, as well as a positive and sunny attitude. So, hey, it is imperative to enjoy the glory and wealth." Jiang Shihan followed behind him. Two waiters pushed open the double doors of the cloakroom. "Damn these capitalists, the happiness of rich people is really beyond your imagination." The cloakroom is actually more than 10 meters long and deep. On both sides, all the way to the ceiling, are exquisite cabinets. The waiter opened the one on the left, which was filled with all kinds of high-end clothing, classified by season, and neatly arranged and hung. The row on the right is full of all kinds of fancy shoes. Leather shoes, sports shoes, casual shoes, beach shoes. In one cabinet, there are hundreds of high-end watches, which are even more luxurious than those in famous watch stores. In a cabinet, there are all kinds of accessories, such as suit cuffs, brand-name belts, pure gold rings, high-end sunglasses. Lu Chengwen took a look and told Jiang Shihan, "Donate all your clothes and shoes." "All of them?" "All." Lu Chengwen said, "Immediately tell my image designer that from today on, I will change my style and never do anything fancy again." "Mr. Lu, what style do you want?" "Proper aristocratic attire, the kind of British style worn by business elites, like, have you seen James Bond? The kind with a nice suit, Italian leather shoes, a designer watch, and a white shirt." "Understood. I will communicate with the design team. Help me choose a few cars." "What kind of sports car does Mr. Lu want?" "Don't buy a sports car, just a sedan or an SUV. Change the business car to a pure black, high-end one. Both the sedan and SUV should be low-key and stable." "Clear. Pick me another villa, one that's closer to home and has a bit of artistic decoration. Don't give people the impression that you're a nouveau riche who has nothing to see except money." "Yes." Lu Chengwen was very proud. "Arrange it quickly and implement it as soon as possible." "Yes." Zhao Gang laughed at the side. "Master Lu, what are you doing?" "Zhao Gang, call me Mr. Lu from now on. Young Master Lu is a family name, which I don't like. I am a businessman, so call me Mr. Lu from now on." "Yes, Mr. Lu." Zhao Gang was a little reckless, but he was actually very smart and had a very quick mind. Of course, it depends on the aspect. Even if he is not good at other things, he is definitely a top-level flatterer for Lu Chengwen. The main image is that of a loyal lackey, and the style is mindless flattery. Of course, if he was really stupid, Lu Chengwen would have kicked him out long ago. Without something, you want to be a lackey in front of the big table. "Is it your turn?" Things were almost arranged. Lu Chengwen said, "Go back to the group, there will be a meeting today." Sitting in the car, Lu Chengwen held a glass of champagne and felt very happy. For a business car worth more than 2 million yuan, the main feature is the comfort and freedom of the boss chair. Lu Chengwen felt satisfied as he crossed his legs, drank champagne, and looked at the attractive Jiang Shihan sitting opposite him. Today, Jiang Shihan wore a very short hip skirt and flesh-colored stockings according to her own rules. Jiang Shihan is really pretty. The more you look at it, the better it looks. She has thick eyebrows and big eyes, but she gives people the feeling of a submissive and bullied person. But the contrast between these two things is even more tempting to commit crimes. It's like a certain actress. She is tall, has long legs, is sexy, dignified and generous. But she always looks like a wounded little bird, as if she is actively trying to entice you to bully her, control her, manipulate her, and violate her. Leng Qingqiu is dignified and generous, Su Xuejiao is smart and cute, Chen Mingyun is steady and graceful. But only Jiang Shihan seems to be able to pry open the desire for conquest in a man's nature. It is this woman who makes you want to bully her anytime and anywhere, otherwise the fire in your heart will be unable to vent. Not only is her appearance attractive enough, but her temperament is also very special and unique. 1 in a million. That is a kind of inner charm of women, and it is a very primitive and pure physical attraction that can captivate people. Lu Qingwen made up his mind. No, I have to get rid of this woman as soon as possible. This won't work. Most people can't handle it. Besides, I'm not an ordinary person. I'm her boss. She's used to me being submissive. If I want to bully her, I guess she won't resist for her mother's sake. That's what's so scary. Many people do not do bad things because they do not have the ability, opportunity, or courage to do bad things. Lu Qingwen now has both the ability and the opportunity. He is really afraid that one day he will be bold enough to cross the line. By that time, he would be soon beaten to death by the protagonist. Jiang Shihan was terrified. What? I work so hard, why does Mr. Lu want to drive me away? If you can't bear it, then don't bear it. I already know that you are a good person and that you care about me. Anyway, I am your female secretary, a boss and a secretary, isn't that normal? Oh my God, what was I thinking? I wasn't like this before. I used to be a good girl who kept herself clean. If I wanted to take this step, I would have left long ago. What's wrong with me that I've made it this far? I actually want to seduce my own boss. Each person had his own thoughts. At this moment, the car braked suddenly. Lu Qingwen was in a daze, and the sudden brake caused the champagne in his hand to spill onto Jiang Shihan's chest. Lu Qingwen was shocked and quickly reached out to wipe it. Sorry, how did you drive this car? Jiang Shihan was so scared that she didn't dare to move. Boss, it's okay. I don't want it. Boss, don't do it. Boss, you're annoying. Don't pinch me, it's not like there's water in my chest. Lu Qingwen then felt that he shouldn't have reached out his hand. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. Neither the wine nor my hand were intentional. In order to divert the embarrassment, Lu Qingwen angrily said, Zhao Gang, how the hell do you drive? Zhao Gang said, Boss Lu, a tractor is blocking the road. I'm going to scold him. Lu Qingwen and Jiang Shihan sorted their clothes and apologized in the car. Zhao Gang got out of the car and took a look. Hey, it's not a stranger. Long Aotian. Zhao Gang walked up to Long Aotian and said, Damn. Who did I think it was? It was you. Are you blind? Can't you see the car? Do you know how much this car cost? Even if I paint a little, I can't afford to pay for it even if I sell you. Long Aotian looked at Zhao Gang coldly and sneered, Oh. Lu Qingwen's lackey. Zhao Gang laughed, That's right, you are smart. Long Aotian was stunned, I'm praising you. Do you still have some shame? Zhao was just about to speak when he felt something was wrong. What are you doing? Why does it stink? Did you fall into a pit? The corner of Long Aotian's mouth twitched, and he thought to himself, You work part-time as a fortune teller, right? Lu Qingwen was wiping the champagne stains off Jiang Shihan's chest in the car. When he looked up, he saw the man opposite him. Long Aotian. The male protagonist. Come out. And Zhao Gang was courting death, constantly insulting Long Aotian. Lu Qingwen threw the tissue to Jiang Shihan, Wipe it yourself. Boss Lu, can you help me? Hello. Lu Qingwen pushed the door and got out of the car, shouting, Stop. Please spare my life. Zhao Gang and Long Aotian looked at Lu Qingwen together. Lu Qingwen rushed over and when he saw Long Aotian's outfit, he gave him a thumbs up and exclaimed in admiration. Professional. Really professional. Look at him, wearing all cheap clothes, driving a broken tractor, and his shoes are so tight that his toes are showing. This is the state and temperament of a male protagonist. It has to be like this in the early stages. You have to be as inconspicuous as possible, so that all the snobs and normal people in the society will pinch their noses when they see you and provoke you with all kinds of unpleasant words. Then, you show off your skills at the most critical moment, shocking everyone, and then leave a long, nagging, impassioned, and irritating speech. Then the wealthy and powerful families will look at you with admiration, and beautiful ladies will secretly fall in love with you. The world slowly begins to revolve around you. Oh, how envious. Comparing yourself to others will make you feel nauseous. Looking at myself again, I feel so disgusted. Wearing a professional designer-tailored expensive suit, handmade high-end leather shoes, a collector's edition watch worth more than $4 million. Dressed like a man and sitting in a business car worth more than $2 million, accompanied by a loyal lackey and a sexy female secretary. Compared with others, what am I? Besides these, what else do I have? I am still a what? Zhao Gang said, "Don't worry, Mr. Lu, I will deal with him right away." Roll. Lu Chengwen glared at him, apologized to Brother Aotian. Ah. Mr. Lu, I still have to give this dog. Shut up. Lu Chengwen kicked him in the ass and pulled Zhao Gang, apologize. Zhao Gang felt very aggrieved, I'm sorry. Lu Chengwen quickly smiled and said, Brother Aotian, I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. We were wrong just now. You go first, you go first. As Lu Chengwen was talking, he felt that something tasted wrong. He raised his nose to smell it, then took a deep breath into the brain. Wow. Lu Chengwen sucked hard and it hit the ground a little. He felt dizzy and took a step back, covering his forehead. Zhao Gang quickly supported him. Mr. Lu, are you okay? I suspect this kid fell into a cesspool. Get lost. This smells like perfume. Ah. Does it smell good? Lu Chengwen regained some consciousness and looked at Long Aotian. Brother Aotian, listen to my advice and change the brand of perfume. This smell is too strong. Long Aotian thought to himself, I have been in the rain for so long, why is there still a smell? Could it be that I have adapted to the smell, don't I feel it? No, I can't face girls like this, I have to clean myself up. It's all because of that heavy rain, which made me so miserable. By the way, why is there no rain in the city? At this moment, Jiang Shirhan in the car accidentally touched the multimedia button in the back seat, and a voice came from the radio. Today, there was a strange weather in our city. All areas of the city were sunny, except for a dark cloud that continued to rain heavily. The movement trajectory of this dark cloud was also very interesting. It moved from the suburbs along the highway all the way to the city before dissipating. Its speed was like that of a tractor, and it only stopped briefly when passing by a septic tank. Many citizens took photos and videos to record this strange sight. Everyone looked at Long Aotian together. Long Aotian moved his mouth. It's really interesting, haha, there are dark clouds like this, don't you think it's strange? Lu Chengwen saw that he was soaked, but he didn't dare to say anything. Oh, weird. That's right, there are no clouds like this, so strange. Jiang Shirhan turned off the radio and walked down. Seeing Long Aotian, she was very surprised. Brother Aotian. Shirhan. Long Aotian smiled instantly when he saw Jiang Shirhan. It looks really good. My sister Shirhan is indeed a beauty, and the key is that her temperament is really 1 in a million. When people see her, they want to, he. Long Aotian said, yesterday, the day before yesterday, I went back to check the ancient books and have some understanding of your mother's illness. I came to you today specifically to treat your mother. Jiang Shirhan felt warm in her heart. A few days ago, in order to save time, I squeezed into the subway and met a pervert. Fortunately, he came to my aid. He was the first man in the world who was willing to stand up for himself. Although he is not good-looking and his clothes are very ordinary. But wasn't he also a small character? A small character who followed Mr. Lu and relied on playing tricks to get a high salary to support his mother's life. Brother Aotian is brave, smart, wise, decisive, and very good at kung fu. Being able to become his good friend really made me feel the long-lost warmth, the care and protection that I had never experienced before, and the happiness of having a brother to support me. Lu Chengwen took a look. Okay. There's no problem with the plot going this way. I have no problem with this. Next, let Long Aotian take Jiang Shihan away to treat her mother's illness, and then Jiang Shihan can just follow him from now on, and I can do the handover myself. After 3 days, we are finally making some progress. Don't worry, stay steady, control the rhythm, and make it happen naturally. Let these two people pair up. Jiang Shihan was stunned. What is Mr. Lu thinking about? Why does he always want Brother Aotian to treat my mother? Why does he know that Brother Aotian has medical skills? Why does he know so many things? He knows so many things that I don't know. Wrong. The real person, the first person to take care of me, the first person to protect me, the first person to care about me, was actually my boss, Mr. Lu. It was he who hired me even though I didn't have any good diploma. He said he hired me because I was pretty, sexy and had long legs. But now think about it, is there a lack of good-looking, sexy, long-legged girls around him? He is totally deliberately giving me the opportunity to earn a good salary to support my mother. He required me to wear stockings and short skirts every day, saying that they were pleasing to the eyes. Now that I think about it, he was actually secretly encouraging me. He knew that I was inferior in my heart, so he let me show off my figure and charm to my heart's content, in order to make me believe in myself, appreciate myself, and develop my natural advantages. He said I was a slave at heart, so he always bullied me. Now that I think about it, he was clearly training me, tempering my tough, strong, independent, and self-reliant personality. He hoped that I could withstand the pressure of the workplace and the harassment of my boss, and live my life to the fullest. He knew from the beginning that I was enduring all this on purpose for my mother. He didn't tell me the truth, nor did he give me alms from a superior position. Instead, he deliberately bullied and harassed me, and almost made me collapse. He just wanted me to feel that everything I got was the result of my own hard work, and not a gift from him. He just wanted me to think he was a bad person, so that one day when I had other options, I would leave him without guilt and pursue my own future. What a great personality, Mr. Lu. What a noble soul, Mr. Lu. What a lovable man, my Mr. Lu. Lu Chengwen looked at Jiang Shihan excitedly and moved, tears welled up in his eyes, and nodded with satisfaction. It's okay, the time is right. Lu Chengwen said, if that's the case, then Shihan, you can go back with Brother Aotian. I wish your mother a speedy recovery. Oh, and I think Brother Aotian is a genius. He will definitely be a great man in the future. You might as well quit your job and follow him. Anyway, your mother's illness has been cured, and your financial pressure is not that great. I'll ask the finance department to pay you 2 years' salary, which is enough for you. Long Aotian scratched his head, is this guy so easy to talk to? I'm still holding back, if you make trouble I'll cut you, aren't you being too reasonable? It's different from what the outside world has rumored. Long Aotian smiled and said, Mr. Lu is very righteous today. That's right, learn from Brother Long. Long Aotian looked at Jiang Shihan, Shihan, if that's the case, let's go back and treat your mother as soon as possible. Jiang Shihan smiled slightly, Brother Aotian, thank you for your kindness, I appreciate it. Mr. Su has agreed to treat my mother's illness, and the operation will be performed next week. As for my work, Jiang Shihan looked at Lu Chengwen with gratitude, I am deeply indebted to President Lu, and I have no way to repay him. I will not leave President Lu, and I will not leave the Dashan Group. I will follow President Lu loyally, and I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Lu Chengwen thought, have you guys planned to team up to play tricks on me? Is there something wrong with the way I pushed this wave of plot? Is there a problem? Just follow the plot. I humbled myself and explained my position to the male protagonist, risking being beaten to death by him in a fit of rage, to pave the way for your sweet life in the future. Why don't you act like a human being? What the hell is going through fire and water? Is it you? Long Aotian was obviously surprised as well. Sister Shirhan, do you not trust my medical skills enough? Excuse me, in the entire northern kingdom, no one except me can cure your mother's illness. Jiang Shirhan smiled and shook her head. Boss Su is a great doctor, and her family has abundant medical resources. She promised to perform surgery on my mother, so it should be no problem. Thank you, Brother Aotian, for your concern. Lu Qingwen rubbed his Jingming ache appointment painfully, raised his head and said, let's try it first. You go back with Brother Aotian first. If he can cure Auntie's illness in no time, then we won't need Su Shiwejiao. Okay. I'd better wait until next week. I've already told Mom that if Mr. Su can't make it, I'll trouble Brother Aotian. Lu Qingwen immediately flew into a rage. Just go if I tell you to. Why are you so nagging? This is such a great opportunity. Everyone is here, I agree, and I'll give you money. He will definitely cure your mother's illness, and he will definitely treat you well in the future. You have a high status in his harem, what else do you want? Her harem. Lu Qingwen clenched his fist and put it in front of his mouth. Excited. Said things that shouldn't be said. Long Aotian said, Mr. Lu, you can eat whatever you want, but don't say anything you want. Shirhan and I are just friends, and I only treat her as my sister. I know, I got excited, I'm sorry. Jiang Shirhan just won't listen. Lu Qingwen gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Jiang Shirhan, you are fired. Jiang Shirhan didn't expect it to be like this. Why? Lu Qingwen smiled, no reason, just follow Brother Aotian. Jiang Shirhan grabbed Lu Qingwen's hand. Mr. Lu, please don't fire me. Mom's surgery needs money, Mom's medicine needs money, I can't be without a job. I'll pay for your mother's surgery and her medicines, as long as you quit your job. At this time, a voice said loudly, she doesn't have to resign. Lu Qingwen turned around and said angrily, who's talking over there? Come over here if you dare. But when he saw the person coming, Lu Qingwen instantly became timid. Several people looked over and saw Su Shiwejiao walking over. Today, Su Shiwejiao was wearing a pair of long boots, a windbreaker, and sunglasses. She suddenly looked mature and steady. Although she is only about 1.6 meters tall, her proportions are very well proportioned. She looks like she is 1.7 meters tall despite the clothes she wears. Su Shiwejiao's makeup also made her look more mature and steady, and she walked up to him with a stern face. Lu Qingwen looked at her, why are you getting involved? I see injustice when I see it. Long Aotian looked at Su Shiwejiao and clasped his hands together, Mr. Shiwejiao, long time no see. Su Shiwejiao covered her nose and said, wow, what's that smell on you? Did you fall into a cesspool? Long Aotian thought to himself, I really need to find a place to take a shower, this won't do. It's okay to dress simply, but it's really cheap to smell bad. Jiang Shirhan said, Boss Su, Boss Lu wants to fire me. Don't worry, he doesn't dare. Lu Qingwen smiled, why shouldn't I be afraid? I, Lu Qingwen, have always been free and unfettered in doing things, without considering other people's opinions. Oh. Really? Lu Qingwen thought. Su Shiwejiao is not easy to deal with, I have to take my time, mainly because Long Aotian is here right now, I can't offend him even if I kill him. Long Aotian is an extraordinary martial artist, and he is trying to beat me to death, I absolutely can't mess with this idiot. Su Shiwejiao narrowed her eyes. So that's how it is. It turns out that Long Aotian is actually a master, and he has a grudge against Lu Qingwen. Okay, I understand. Lu Qingwen looked at Su Shiwejiao and saw that she didn't seem to have any good intentions, and thought to himself. What's with that expression, you little girl? Are you trying to take advantage of me? You little girl, you're too young to fight your brother. Su Shiwejiao showed a sneer. That's right, Brother Chengwen, Shuejiao already knows almost all of your cards. It doesn't seem that difficult to control you. Are you afraid of this Long Aotian? But don't say it, this Long Aotian really has a temperament that dares to take on any disaster. If he is really a master, he may be your nemesis, Brother Chengwen. Lu Qingwen looked at Su Shiwejiao's sneer and felt a little nervous. This damn girl is so confident. I fired Jiang Shirhan, what can she do to me? Long Aotian is determined to get the beauties from the Leng, Su, and Chen families. I absolutely cannot compete with him. Otherwise, I will die without a burial place. Jiang Shihan is also one of the female protagonists in his harem. Although she is not important and cannot be considered as the main female protagonist, as long as she is one of his concubines, I will never touch her even if I kill myself. No matter what, I'll sort Sushua Jiao and the others out later. Let's deal with Jiang Shihan first today. Others couldn't see it and just thought that Lu Chengguen was in a fierce confrontation with Sushua Jiao. In fact, each of them had their own thoughts and had been fighting in their hearts for several rounds. Lu Chengguen said, "In short, I will strictly enforce the labor law and give her enough resettlement fees and various compensations, no more, no less. Haha, my dismissal of her is legal, reasonable, and no one can do anything to me." "Oh. Really?" Sushua Jiao asked proudly. "Isn't it?" Lu Chengguen answered proudly. Sushua Jiao smiled and said, "Mr. Lu, can you please talk to me for a moment?" Lu Chengguen comforted Long Aotian, "Brother Aotian, please wait a moment. I promise to let you take Jiang Shihan away today. Even Long Aotian doesn't know how to do it anymore." "What is this? You're lying down before I even exert any strength. Is my aura so strong? I don't even need to fight the villains, just standing here with a stinking body will work." Sushua Jiao walked aside. "You can't fire Jiang Shihan. There's no room for negotiation on this." Lu Chengguen arranged his clothes nonchalantly. "It's already been decided." "Oh, Brother Chengguen, you can fire her if you want. But then I have to tell Long Aotian what you did to me." Lu Chengguen raised his head. "What did I do to you?" "Then it depends on what I say." Lu Chengguen felt something was not good. How did she know that my weak spot was Long Aotian? This damn girl, was she sent by God to torture me? Sushua Jiao said, "I said you touched me, kissed me, and molested me. I said you drugged me and took away my virginity. You took it away several times. I also said you beat me, scolded me, threatened me, and made me wear stockings and dance on the pole for you. I also said you." All right, stop talking. Do I need to say so much? Picking out any of these would be enough to get Long Aotian sentenced to death. The following posts were basically all destroyed by me. But Lu Chengguen seemed to be indifferent. "Do you think he will believe it?" Sushua Jiao smiled and pulled Lu Chengguen over. "Look at Long Aotian. Does he seem like a broad-minded person? Do you think, does he believe it or not?" Lu Chengguen slowly turned his head, narrowed his eyes, and looked at Sushua Jiao with hatred. "Yes. What can I say? Among the male protagonists in online novels, is there anyone with a broad mind? They are all vindictive villains. When it comes to winning people's hearts, they will definitely show magnanimity, and the Prime Minister will be so eager to have an aircraft carrier in his heart. But if his heroine is abducted by the villain, his face will change instantly. What is broad-minded? Why should we forgive others when we can? If I can't kill you, I'm your grandson. If you touch the protagonist's woman, who will die if you don't? Don't talk about belief or not. If you were the protagonist, would you believe what the heroine said or what the villain said? Besides, does he need a letter? Does he? Unnecessary. What he needed was a reason. A reason to shoot himself to death. He had always pretended to be a grandson in front of Long Aotian, just to avoid giving him the reason to do it. If Sushua Jiao goes to complain now, all his efforts will be in vain. Long Aotian didn't even have to think about it, didn't have to ask whether it was true or not, he just felt good about killing himself, and the plot went smoothly. Lu Chengguen smiled. "Ah. Sister Shua Jiao, come on, let's chat. Lu Chengguen decided to reason. Look, they are a perfect match made in heaven, a perfect couple, a talented man and a beautiful woman, right? If we just give them a little help, they can live together and become a beautiful story. Why not do something good for them?" Sushua Jiao looked at Lu Chengguen. "What kind of talent is Long Aotian?" "I think you are the talent. Why are you always afraid of him? Why don't you dare to fight him?" "Oh, I dare not say that. I dare not say that." Lu Chengguen said, "Sister Shua Jiao, just pity me. It's not easy for me to live to the third day. Just let him take Jiang Shirhan away. Firing her doesn't mean I don't care about her. I will pay her salary every month as usual until she dies. Is that okay? Su Shiwejiao pouted and shook her head. No. Is this not even possible? Why? Lu Chengwen roared in his heart, I am not sisterly. Su Shiwejiao chuckled, I just think it's funny, I just don't want you to fire her. You must have some bad intentions. I can decide whether to fire Jiang Shirhan after I know what you are going to do. Lu Chengwen was going crazy. Big sister, you're going to kill me like this, I really don't have any bad intentions. It doesn't matter if we die playing, the most important thing is that everyone is happy. Lu Chengwen said angrily, Su Shiwejiao. Don't go too far. Su Shiwejiao was stunned, turned around and walked forward, pretending to be pitiful, without shedding a single tear, but crying seriously. Brother Aotian, do you know what Mr. Lu did to me? He gave me a medicine yesterday. After I took it, I couldn't help but feel hot all over and wanted to take off my clothes. Then he took me too. Lu Chengwen rushed out and pulled her back. Long Aotian was furious. Lu Chengwen, what did you do to Sister Shiwejiao? Ah. My domineering aura is about to get out of control. Lu Chengwen was about to collapse. Pulling Su Shiwejiao, he comforted Long Aotian, no. No. Brother, you're turtle, no, you're king, you are a turtle, no, you are a living turtle, oh, it was me who made you a living turtle. I was wrong, your turtle spirit, please restrain it first, restrain it first. I gave her medicine for diarrhea. She suddenly had diarrhea yesterday for some reason. After taking the medicine, she felt hot and dry. I took her to a small clinic. That clinic has a set of treatments for diarrhea. Long Aotian went to see Su Shiwejiao. Lu Chengwen looked at Su Shiwejiao almost pleadingly. Big sister, this is no joke. If you keep making trouble, I will really die here today. Su Shiwejiao looked at Lu Chengwen's frightened expression and chuckled. Then. Shirhan. Lu Chengwen let out a long sigh of frustration, no, never. As long as you don't say anything, I won't fire her. And. Lu Chengwen thought, what else do you want? Su Shiwejiao said, you can't force her to leave, nor can you marginalize her. You should let her stay by your side and be your personal secretary. Lu Chengwenxin said. If you weren't the heroine, I would beat you to death in a minute. You damned girl. Does this have anything to do with you? Does it? What does it have to do with you, which sexy secretary I keep by my side? Why do you care about these things? Su Shiwejiao held back her laughter. He, it's so fun. Heroine. He calls me that. It's quite interesting. Well, it has nothing to do with me, but I just feel that you have a lot of little secrets in your heart. I just can't let your little conspiracy succeed. Am I smart? Do you agree? Su Shiwejiao asked proudly. Lu Chengwen moved his mouth for a long time. Su Shiwejiao was about to pretend crying again. She said to Long Aotian, Brother Aotian, he was touching my breasts repeatedly yesterday. Lu Chengwen pulled her back. Screaming in my heart. You win. You are my ancestor. Long Aotian said angrily, what did you do to Sister Shiwejiao's breasts? Lu Chengwen raised a finger, brother, your cuckold spirit will wait for a moment, wait a moment. Said to Jiang Shirhan, Shirhan, I now formally withdraw my decision to dismiss you. Work hard. I have confidence in you. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Lu Chengwen looked at Su Shiwejiao, is this okay? Su Shiwejiao won and was so happy. Long Aotian walked over, pulled Su Shiwejiao to block behind him, and faced Lu Chengwen with a very ugly expression. What did you do to Sister Shiwejiao's breasts? Tell me. Lu Chengwen could no longer answer. Su Shiwejiao pushed Long Aotian away and said, wow, you bastard, find a place to take a shower quickly. You really look like you crawled out of a cesspool. Sister Shiwejiao, I will help you avenge what this beast did to your breasts. Hey, what can he do with my breasts? What does it have to do with you? Go away. Sister Shiwejiao, don't be afraid of him. I, Long Aotian, will protect you. Would you please go take a shower first? But what is that? You stink, it's disgusting. Brother Chengwen and I are just joking, you just stay away. Lu Chengwen was about to vomit blood. Don't irritate him. The male protagonist's brain is full of holes. If you irritate him, he won't hate you, he will only hate me. As expected, Long Aotian turned his head suddenly, and his angry eyes made Lu Chengwen's legs weak and he almost fell to the ground. Long Aotian couldn't take Jiang Shihan away. Lu Chengwen was threatened by Su Shiwejiao and could not use force to drive Jiang Shihan away. Jiang Shihan herself did not have the inner desire to break away from Lu Chengwen and run away with someone. Not only did she not want to leave, she even secretly vowed in her heart to do her best to repay her great benefactor, Lu Chengwen. And Long Aotian also realized that his image in Jiang Shihan's heart did not seem to be stable. Now it can be said that Jiang Shihan, Lu Chengwen, and Long Aotian were all confused. The three people have completely unequal information, and each has their own blind spots. Because Jiang Shihan heard Lu Chengwen's inner thoughts in the past 2 days, she mistakenly combined this information with what Lu Chengwen had done before to analyze and understand it. The answer he got could make Lu Chengwen vomit 3.5 kilograms of blood. Therefore, she did not hate Lu Chengwen as the original plot suggested. Instead, she was grateful to him and felt that Lu Chengwen was pretending to be a bad guy but was actually a very good person. In addition, deep down in her heart, this girl seemed to have a sudden sense of happiness about being bullied by Lu Chengwen. She herself didn't realize it, but it happened so strangely. So when Lu Chengwen suggested that she go with Long Aotian, and Long Aotian was willing to take her away, she was extremely resistant in her heart. I just found out about the charm of our President Lu, and just felt that my life was full of hope. Now you want me to leave? Grandma. I won't leave no matter who leaves. The same goes for Long Aotian. According to the original plot, he was a ray of light in Jiang Shihan's long dark night. He also felt that he had appeared in Jiang Shihan's life as a savior, combining the two major pain points in her life: my mother's illness and her hatred for her perverted boss. I should just wave my hand, and she would grab hold of me like a drowning man in the sea grabbing a piece of wood, and never let go. However, what he didn't know was that Lu Chengwen accidentally and thoroughly illuminated and ignited Jiang Shihan's life ahead of time. He couldn't understand why Jiang Shihan was unwilling to let go of her painful past and start a new life with him. Was she sick or something? This is so weird. However, the most confused one was Lu Chengwen. His mind is in a mess now. He can't tell the directions east, west, south, north, up, down, left, or right. Everything is a mess. He didn't understand why Jiang Shihan insisted on staying by his side and fighting till death. He also didn't understand why Su Shiwejiao always went against him and forced him to make decisions that were not in his best interests. Moreover, every time she knew his purpose accurately and interfered. How did she know? He didn't understand why Long Aotian was so bad. Brother, aren't you the male protagonist? Shouldn't the male protagonist be majestic and invincible, killing anyone he catches, but when he meets the female protagonist, he starts to cheat, and his favorability soars, as if he wants to push her down that same day. Su Shiwejiao is causing trouble, Jiang Shihan is changing her mind, and Long Aotian is no longer effective. If I continue like this, I really won't be able to play anymore. 3 days. The highest survival record of his previous 6 times was 3 days. Is 3 days my limit? Long Aotian got himself into trouble and had to leave in shame. But he didn't give up. I will definitely be back. Lu Chengwen received a call, and it turned out to be from Leng Tianhao, who asked him to have dinner at his home. Lu Chengwen already had a rough idea of what he wanted to do, which was basically about getting engaged, and engagement was about money. He felt that his daughter was a bargaining chip. He liked Leng Qingqiu so much and had been flattering him for 3 years. If he could only agree to give his daughter to him, he would have to give something in return. To be precise, it is the Lu family's financial machine, which he is in charge of, that must help the Leng family overcome the difficulties. But this is Long Aotian's job, I can't interfere. Absolutely not. Having made up his mind, Lu Qingwen went back to the company first, arranged some work, and then came to the Ling family. As soon as Lu Qingwen arrived, Leng Tianhao actually came out to greet him in person. "Hey, Chengwen is here." Lu Qingwen hurried over to shake his hand. "Hello, uncle." "Haha, don't be so polite, come in." The reception this time was absolutely top-notch. Leng Tianhao gave Lu Qingwen enough face, and Aunt Leng also came out to talk to Lu Qingwen. For a junior, this is already a high level of respect. Lu Qingwen felt awkward, but today was an opportunity, the best opportunity to make things clear. I have to cut the Gordian knot and sever my ties with the Ling family, or more precisely, cut off my ties with Leng Qingqiu. The Leng family will definitely not collapse, because Long Aotian, the son of destiny, is waiting to take over. It is not my turn to worry about the future of the Ling family, and I am not worried at all. The atmosphere of this dinner was that of a family banquet. It was not grand, but very warm. The main theme is to make guests feel at home, just like being at home, highlighting the core theme of family. The few people had just exchanged a few pleasantries when Leng Qingqiu came back. As soon as I entered the house, I asked the nanny, "Aunt Zhang, are there any guests at home?" "It's my son-in-law who's here," Aunt Zhang said with a smile. Leng Qingqiu was very surprised. Obviously, she didn't know that her father had made an appointment with Lu Qingwen before. When Lu Qingwen saw Leng Qingqiu, their eyes met and Lu Qingwen fell in love with her. Lu Qingwen discovered that the heroine was worthy of being the heroine. I really have the potential to be a scumbag or a villain. I really fall in love with every girl I meet. At noon, I was still shaken when I looked at my sexy little secretary, and sighed that Jiang Shihan was a beauty on earth. There must be endless ways to play with her. Her playability and expandability must be better than those of ordinary girls. Now seeing Leng Qingqiu, his heart was once again strongly stimulated. Leng Qingqiu is really good-looking. How beautiful is it? She is the queen. As long as she is there, other women are just side dishes. Not exaggerating, not too much. Leng Qingqiu is perfect and delicate in appearance, and her face is so pretty that it can be said that there are few people in this world who can compare with her. And her appearance is definitely graceful and elegant. Don't mention any pretty girl next door, any smart and cute, any pure and beautiful, or any sexy little wild cat, they are all sisters. In front of Leng Qingqiu, they are all sisters. Leng Qingqiu is so beautiful that she seems unreal, and so perfect that you feel she is different from normal humans. And this is just the face. The figure is even more invincible. Leng Qingqiu's figure is neither like the models on TV, with a pair of chopstick legs, collarbones that almost stick out from under her neck, and she is so extremely thin and bony, nor does she look fat at all, with no extra fat on her belly or thighs. Her figure is as invincible as her face. Tall and sexy, with well-proportioned body, plump and round buttocks, round thighs, slender calves, and ankles of just the right thickness that would make men's blood boil at the sight of them. At the same time, it gives people a healthy and plump feeling, with the unique charm that a woman should have, making people full of desire to explore, possess and play. It seems that losing a pound or two won't have this effect, and neither will gaining a pound or two. Her figure is simply the perfect proportions created by an artist. It is unscientific for a living person to grow like this. But the most rare thing is her temperament. Su Xuejiao, Chen Mingyun, Jiang Shihan, even all the stars that Lu Qingwen knows, from Europe and America, China, Japan and South Korea, don't have her temperament. That's the true queen style. That is the true aristocratic style. So pretty. Lu Qingwen carries the memory of Lu Qingwen, so it would be nonsense to say that he is not moved. Even if there is no memory of the ex-Lu Qingwen, in order for a man to fall in love with Leng Qingqiu, basically only one condition is needed, that is, to see her. If you don't have any bad thoughts when you see Leng Qingqiu, you are not a man and there must be something wrong with you. Unless you donated your eyes, or were beaten into a vegetable, or you had surgery, in Thailand, and it was very successful and the removal was very clean. Otherwise it would be impossible not to be tempted. Leng Qingqiu felt happy when she saw Lu Qingwen. He actually laughed for the first time. "Brother Chengwen, you're here." "Oh. Yes, that's right, I'm coming." Lu Qingwen didn't expect that he was so engrossed in watching. Oh no, I haven't dared to look at her carefully these past few days. Now that I'm finally sure she's safe for the time being, I feel a little relaxed. You can't look at this woman for too long. Once you look at her, you can't take your eyes off her. What a sin. If you look like this, won't all the women in the world hate you? I didn't have a nosebleed, did I? Hearing Lu Qingwen's sincere praise of herself in her heart, Leng Qingqiu was very proud and happy. Leng Tianhao saw it and said, "This is obviously possible." Lu Qingwen was almost stunned when he saw my daughter. Looking at his bad behavior, if Qingqiu's mother and I were not here, this guy would have jumped on her a long time ago. Why did Qingqiu say that he was still reluctant? Could it be that this guy wanted the person but didn't want to pay? The family of four sat down and started eating and chatting. Of course, you should chat with each other at first, asking how your company is going. I heard that you recently acquired a company and made a lot of money. Are your parents at home okay? And so on. During the conversation, Leng Tianhao secretly observed Lu Qingwen and once again strengthened his confidence, making sure that his judgment of Lu Qingwen would not be wrong. He is a pervert. Guaranteed yes. This little bastard would sneak a peek at his own daughter whenever he could. Who are you trying to fool by saying you're not tempted? How many years have I been driving? How many manual transmission cars have you driven? Can I tell your driving skills? Leng Tianhao smiled and said, "Cheng Wen, we're getting engaged on the 10th of next month. How are your preparations going?" Lu Qingwen suddenly came back to his senses. What a sin. He really can't bear to leave now, he's a million times reluctant. Giving such a beautiful girl to Long Aotian is as painful as killing myself. But there is no way, I have to know clearly what I am here for. This is not a dating game, but a high-end PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds. What you need to do is not to increase the intimacy with the heroine, and finally push her down smoothly, unlocking various postures and ways of playing. Instead, you have to make use of all the resources and methods that can keep you alive, so that you can survive to the end, have good luck, and eat chicken tonight. It is not your turn to be the C in this game. There is a big brother in this game, and he is from the opposite camp. Just make sure you are in the bottom lane when the opponent's big brother ganks the top lane. When he comes to the bottom lane, give him all the soldiers, towers, and wild monsters. It is certain that Big Brother will become a god, but you will be a short-lived ghost on his way to becoming a god. One more or one less of you will make little difference, so you are not important to Big Brother. But this is important to you. Therefore, the wise thing to do is to hang out in the wild area and kill some monsters to kill time. Don't care if your teammates scold you, because only you know that you are not playing the same game as them. Until Big Brother becomes awesome and wins the game, you just need to stay in the fountain, applaud him, and ask him to lead you in the next game. Don't do anything else. If you do one more thing, the Big Brother may exchange your head for equipment. Lu Qingwen sighed. My life is so miserable. At this time, the housekeeper came to report, "Master, a young Master Long wants to see you." Master Long. Yes, his name is Long Aotian, and he said, he has some inside information worth more than 2 billion yuan that he wants to share with you. Lu Qingwen's head immediately started buzzing. Big Brother, you are not stealing the base, you are trying to bully the fountain. Leng Tianhao knew that a bold person would do bold things. Although this person has not shown up, his stepping stone is definitely heavyweight. If anyone tells me that I have inside information worth more than 2 billion yuan, no one will let him go. Even if you think that there is a high probability that he is a swindler, you have to be sure that he is really a scammer before you can eat the meal with peace of mind. Leng Tianhao laughed, so arrogant. Haha, it seems that a master has come to our family today. Chengwen, shall we meet him? Lu Chengwengsen said. You are so pretentious. Don't think you are so arrogant now. When this old man comes in and makes a move, you will have to hand over your daughter and your family property to him in one go. Long Aotian finally started to take action. So exciting. It seems that the plot is getting back on track. From today on, your daughter will be responsible for undressing him, and you will be responsible for worshipping him. After the Leng family met him, they were almost dead in name only. Young Master Long's power map in the North Country started from your Leng family. Leng Qingqiu looked at Lu Qingguen. I feel very angry. This dead guy is thinking about these messy things again. Why am I so cheap as to take off my clothes with a security guard I fired? My dad is a hero all his life. What big shots and big scenes has he not seen? Can he make my dad bow down to him with just a bodyguard? And hand me over to him? At this time Leng Qingqiu also became excited. Okay, let me see how powerful he is to make you so afraid of him. Lu Qingguen and Leng Qingqiu each had their own thoughts. Lu Qingguen said, well, judging from his last name, he is not an ordinary person. We should meet him. But since you want to meet an honored guest, I will take my leave first. Let's talk another day. Where is the back door? Hey! Leng Tianhao stopped Lu Qingguen, you are the honored guest. Who is he? He is probably a swindler. Let's wait and see. It's one situation inside the house and another outside. At this time, Long Aotian had already washed himself and changed into clean clothes. Standing at the gate of Ling family's villa area, Hua Xuening stood in the dark corner, bowed and clasped her fists. Young master, everything has been arranged over there. Long Aotian frowned. Jiang Shihan is just a mere idiot, but she doesn't know what's good for her and wants to follow Lu Qingguen. Humph, women who have never seen the world are ignorant and think that being with rich men is the way to success. But she is not important. What is important are Leng Qingqiu, Su Xuejiao and Chen Mingyun. Su Xuejiao seems a little tricky, Chen Mingyun has not yet laid the prelude, and the Ling family is in a turbulent period. The capital chain within the family is already very problematic. It is a good time to infiltrate their inner circle and establish my personal prestige. Xuening, learn this. Open your eyes and see clearly. This is the first step for me to unify Xue City. The Ling family will definitely be in my pocket. Xuening should take the young master as a role model and observe carefully in order to make progress. Long Aotian nodded with satisfaction. Although this guard is a little dumb, no one knows that she is actually a rare genius girl with unique inherited power. In time, this girl will become a rare master among masters of masters, and she will also witness the wisdom and mind of this young master through long-term cooperation with me. Her looks and figure are also top-notch. Today, I will let her know why I am the god of war and why so many powerful warriors in the borderland gather around me and bow down to me. At this time, the door opened and a man who looked like a butler came out with a smile. Mr. Long, right? My master wants to see you. When I arrived at the living room, Leng Tianhao was already sitting on the sofa. But Leng Tianhao was not so polite. He sat in the main seat with a dignified manner and glanced at Long Aotian. Mr. Long, right? Please take a seat. Polite. Long Aotian sat down naturally and crossed his legs elegantly. You can look ordinary and wear ordinary clothes. But as the male protagonist, his aura must not be vulgar. Even if you are wearing tattered clothes, you must have 3 points of dignity, 3 points of confidence, 3 points of dominance, and 1 point of decency wherever you sit. Leng Tianhao said, brother, you said you have a business worth 2 billion to discuss. Frankly speaking, I, Leng Tianhao, have met countless people who boast, but I still want to meet you. I'll give you 30 seconds. If you can't tell me any useful information within 30 seconds, I'll have to send you away. Ha ha ha. Long Aotian laughed loudly towards the sky. Mr. Leng may not know that the Leng family is at the critical moment of destruction. Oh. Leng Tianhao said, cherish your time, Mr. Long. Such words won't scare me to death. Long Aotian thought to himself, you are still arrogant, I will see how long you can be arrogant. I'm going to tell you a huge secret later, and I guarantee you'll pee your pants in fright. Long Aotian said, as far as I know, the Ling family's Qianfeng group was on the verge of bankruptcy a few years ago. Fortunately, the genius girl Leng Qingqiu took over the task and made a god-level operation at the branch company to recover the huge economic losses. Since then, you have discovered her talent and recognized her ability, so you let her take over the entire group until now. Boss Leng has made great achievements in the past few years. If it were an ordinary person, the Leng family would have been finished long ago. However, Miss Ling Qingqiu worked hard to bring order to the company, and with the help of a lickspittle from the Liu family, Qianfeng Group not only did not collapse, but instead found a respite in the desperate situation and even started to make a profit. Leng Tianhao frowned and flicked the wrinkles on his pants. Tell me something I don't know. You don't have much time. Okay. Long Aotian said, Mr. Leng may not know that although Miss Ling Qingqiu is extremely powerful and talented, she can no longer tolerate your high-pressure control. Therefore, she wants to prove herself so much that she needs a project to save more than 2 billion in cash, a project that can help the Ling family make a beautiful comeback. What a pity. Long Aotian sighed. She is trapped internally and externally, so she is acting too hastily. The project she is about to cooperate with Jiao Shiheng is actually a cesspool. Jiao Shiheng will take all her money and run away with more than 2 billion. It doesn't matter if he runs away, but if the Ling family loses more than 2 billion in cash at this juncture, I'm afraid they will never have a chance to turn things around. After Long Aotian finished speaking, he looked at his watch and said proudly, exactly 30 seconds. Are you stupid? Are you confused? Are you surprised? Are you scared to death? Without me, your Ling family would be unable to even catch up with the heat even if they eat shit. Once the 2 billion yuan in funds are cut off, your huge group will be in chaos in an instant. If your cash flow is cut off, who will help you? Who has the ability and courage to help you? No one. Just like a bank, once there is a rumor of bankruptcy, it will almost certainly go bankrupt. Because everyone was thinking that he was going to go bankrupt and he needed to take my money out immediately. At that time, even if you know you can handle it, you won't be able to. People all over the world are asking you for money, but no one will give you money. I really am the savior of the Ling family. Leng Tianhao stood up without saying a word. Long Aotian also stood up with a smile on his face. Long Aotian thought to himself, here he comes, he is going to hold my hand and cry tears of gratitude. He wants to open up to me and ask me how to get through the crisis. He is going to start to look favorably upon me, and start to let Ling Qingqiu accept me back into Qianfeng Group, and work with Ling Qingqiu to revitalize Qianfeng Group. However, Leng Tianhao turned around and said, show me a way. You're wasting your time. Long Aotian was stunned. What's this old guy's temper? Did I not explain it clearly, or did he not understand? Hey! Your family's 2 billion cash is going to be in trouble, such a big deal, you don't want to thank me. The butler walked up to him and said, Mr. Long, please. Long Aotian was not convinced. Mr. Leng, don't you believe what I said? As long as you look carefully at the content of Jiao Shiheng's project, you will definitely find problems. There is a traitor inside Qianfeng Group. Someone in your audit team made false data to cover up the truth. If you turn a blind eye to this, the Leng family will face a huge risk of collapse. Right now. Lu Qingwen used the excuse of going to the toilet and was already running away. Lu Qingwen struggled to climb up the wall, trying hard to control his body and maintain his balance. He cursed and swore at Long Aotian in his heart. Long Aotian. Grandson, you are a real dog. You don't need to come earlier or later, just come when I'm here. If you want to pick up girls, just pick up girls. Why are you here to look for your father-in-law? Just as he was about to jump down, he saw a girl in plain clothes standing at the foot of the wall. Lu Qingwen was shocked. It's Hua Xuening. When Hua Xuening heard him scolding her young master, she felt indignant. She flicked her finger and a stone hit Lu Qingwen's knee. Lu Qingwen climbed up with great difficulty, but fell back with a scream. Hua Xuening felt unhappy, but even more confused. This guy didn't say anything just now, why do I seem to be able to hear what he is thinking? Am I hallucinating? In the room, Long Aotian was already extremely angry. He refused to leave. He had clearly provided valuable information. Instead of thanking me, you wanted to drive me away. What kind of family are you, the Ling family? Seeing that he was not convinced, Leng Tianhao said calmly, I am not afraid to tell you that my uncle Lu Qingwen has already dealt with the matter you mentioned. When signing the contract yesterday, my uncle beat up Jiao Shiheng, and now the funds are still in our hands. Mr. Long, you are probably underestimating our Ling family. Even if Jiao Shiheng has planted a traitor inside our group, How can he hide it from the eyes of our Ling family? Long Aotian was confused. Done. Let Lu Qingguen beat him up. I worked so hard to get the information, just to show off at the critical moment. Lu Qingguen, you bastard. You are digging my life. Long Aotian didn't want to admit defeat, so he gritted his teeth. Damn it, I have to go all out. I originally wanted to take it step by step, but now it seems that the situation no longer allows it. Oh, if that's the case, then I want to ask, what's the point of keeping these 2 billion in cash? Don't worry about this, Mr. Long. Please. Wait. Long Aotian said, I have another piece of information to share. Oh. You'd better tell me something I don't know. Long Aotian said, Dayu Group will build a huge amusement park in Xuecheng, with a total cost of more than 30 billion. Mr. Leng, do you know about this? Only then did Leng Tianhao begin to look at this person seriously. This kind of business intelligence is not something that ordinary people can get. But Leng Tianhao remained calm. So what? Long Aotian said, they think they are keeping their affairs confidential, but I still know the information. If we can use these 2 billion to grab that piece of land first, hee. By then, if they want to build an amusement park, they must buy this piece of land. Leng Tianhao was shocked. This is indeed a huge business opportunity. Long Aotian said, but we don't have much time, we should act as soon as possible. Leng Tianhao immediately came over and shook hands with Long Aotian. Mr. Long, I apologize for offending you before. Please come into the study and chat. Come on, tea is served in the study. At this time, someone from the classroom ran in. Master, it's not good, Master Lu. What's the matter with him? He fell down the wall. Long Aotian sneered. Boy, today is the day for you and I to fight it out in the Ling family. Lu Qingguen really wanted to curse. As luck would have it, Long Aotian's personal bodyguard Hua Xuanning was hiding in the place where he climbed over the wall. She fell off the wall, most likely because she hit her own thigh. My thighs are numb now and I walk with a limp. It is impossible for me to escape from the wall. Main entrance. By now, Long Aotian should have entered the house, so there is no way to meet him through the front door. But after just a few steps, Lu Qingguen fell again and was discovered by the people in the mansion. They quickly helped him back to the living room like a star. In the study. Of course Leng Tianhao still sat in the main seat. Lu Qingguen and Long Aotian sat on the guest sofa. Long Aotian narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Qingguen with contempt. Lu Qingguen smiled widely and looked at Long Aotian in a flattering manner. Leng Qingqiu sat on a chair at one side, wondering, why is Long Aotian everywhere? Why is Brother Cheng Wen always so afraid of this person? Leng Tianhao said, Mr. Long, please tell me about this matter in detail. Long Aotian said, Dayu Group is a supergroup in the South Country. I believe Mr. Leng knows this, right? Of course. Leng Tianhao said, Dayu Group has built more than 40 large-scale amusement park projects in more than 30 cities in China alone. In addition, it is also involved in the development and construction of various projects such as hotels, film and television investment, tourism city development, art exhibition hall construction, etc. The asset evaluation is about 4 trillion yuan. It is a real large group. Long Aotian nodded. They have been secretly investigating this project for a long time, and the location has been selected. Of course, the news is top secret. But I can tell you that they are about to start negotiations. If we act now and buy that piece of land, it will definitely catch them off guard. By that time, we just need to sit back and wait, and they will take the initiative to find us to negotiate. Leng Tianhao nodded, gritted his teeth, and was extremely excited. 2 billion or so, if we can get that piece of land, we can even raise the price to 3 times. Long Aotian shook his head, no. You think I'm overselling? It's cheap. Long Aotian smiled and said, selling land is just a one-time deal, it's boring. With this piece of land, we can do a lot. Oh. For example. Long Aotian said, they have funds and are in the design and negotiation stages. Everything is ready now, except for the land. As long as we get the land, we can use it to negotiate with Dayu Group. Please tell me more. Long Aotian said, first, we can ask for a stake at a price of 7 billion. In the new large-scale amusement park, we will own more than 20% of the shares. If we agree, we can get 25% or even more. Once the amusement park is built, the annual net profit will reach at least 5 billion. In other words, the dividends we can get every year will reach more than 1 billion. But that is a long-term chain of interests. It is still uncertain how many years it will take to build the amusement park. Our Qian Feng Group. Leng Tianhao didn't say it explicitly, but he made it clear. I just need to make quick money and I can't afford to delay or wait. Ha ha ha. Long Aotian said, Mr. Leng, why are you still confused? The money for the later period is for the later period. The land is in our hands, so we can discuss more than just the shareholding. Construction, materials, team, procurement, publicity. We can just pick 2 or 3 of these projects and write them into the contract. Do we still have to worry about not making money? Leng Tianhao slapped his thigh excitedly. Great. If that's the case, we can make a lot of money back from the 2 billion during the construction phase. And once we can participate in this project, the entire Leng family will be revitalized. That's right. Leng Tianhao looked at Lu Qingwen at this time. Chengwen, you are not an outsider, and you know Qianfeng's situation. Besides, you and Qingqiu are about to get engaged, and you are family, so I didn't hide what happened today from you. What do you think of this matter? Lu Qingwen was still rubbing his thigh. Hart said. What do I think? What does this have to do with me? This is Long Aotian trying to seduce your daughter, and this project is just a big stepping stone for him. Just listen to him obediently. He also helped you get this piece of land, and it's free. Aren't you excited? Aren't you touched? There's no way this will end unless you cry in front of him. Plus, my relationship with Leng Qingqiu is strained, so you have to marry your daughter to him. From now on, he will be your guide and you just need to listen to him. Leng Qingqiu was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This damn guy, at this time, still suspects that I like Long Aotian. Which eye of yours saw that I like him? I clearly don't. Why do you always misunderstand others? I have to find a way to stop him from misunderstanding me. Wait, why do I care so much about Lu Qingwen's misunderstanding? Leng Qingqiu was actually moved, but she was used to being proud, so it was difficult for her to accept her inner thoughts quickly. For a girl like Leng Qingqiu, pride and indifference are just her protective color. At this age, who is not a pure girl? Who doesn't want to fall in love? It's just that Leng Qingqiu couldn't quickly accept the changes in his heart. She doesn't have this ability, and this is her shortcoming. Lu Qingwen stammered, I think what Brother Long said makes sense. Etc. Lu Qingwen suddenly became smart. Why would I add fuel to the fire? Why would I help Long Aotian? I should be against Long Aotian. This old man is trying to show off. How can he show off if everyone agrees? The effect of this wave is not so cool. I have to stand up and oppose him, confront him head-on, sing the opposite tune, and go against him. Only in this way can he maximize the effect of this wave. Yes. I have to give him a chance to overwhelm everyone, to make him feel proud and feel that he has destroyed the world and turned the tide. But be careful. If I go too far, he will beat me to death. Yes, let's do it. Leng Qingqiu narrowed his eyes. You, Lu Qingwen, your ideas are too weird, aren't they? If I couldn't hear your inner thoughts, who would know that you have such a sinister mind? My goodness, how much do you hate me? Why don't you just play the good guy you are looking for? Why do you have to play the villain with yourself? What are you trying to achieve? Is there something wrong with your brain? Lu Qingwen stood up at this time. I think that although Brother Aotian is gifted, handsome, talented, and unparalleled in the world, Long Aotian thought to himself, why is this guy so disgusting? Hey, stop flattering me and get down to business. Yes, I don't agree with Brother Aotian's idea. Oh. Leng Tianhao was very surprised. This was an obvious business opportunity, and asking him what he meant was actually giving him a chance to do a favor. When Leng Tianhao asked Lu Qingwen, what he actually wanted to hear was that Lu Qingwen strongly agreed and actively showed himself in front of Leng Qingqiu, saying that he would fully support, take the initiative to contribute money and effort, help him acquire the land, and participate in a series of subsequent operations. This is Leng Tianhao's strategy. People like Leng Tianhao have been in the business world for many years and have become experienced veterans. Would he not know the commercial value of this intelligence? Would he not know how important this project was to the Leng family? Big shots always speak with hidden meanings at critical moments, trying to kill 2 birds with 1 stone or 3 birds with 1 stone, and they wish to kill a large number of people with 1 shot. The information provided by Long Aotian is priceless. It can be said that if he goes into any of the 4 major families and speaks, he can gain wealth for a lifetime. However, Leng Tianhao didn't want Long Aotian to take all the credit. He hoped to utilize the Lu family's resources through this matter, and it would be best if the Lu family could also pay some money. Don't put all your good eggs in one basket. But Lu Qingguen, a new high-quality black-hearted businessman in the mall, was actually playing dumb with him at this moment. Leng Tianhao looked displeased. "Chengwen, why are you against this project?" Lu Chengwengsen said. "Uncle, wait a minute, I need to think about it, I need to make it up now." Leng Qingqiu was so angry that he almost vomited blood. If it were 3 years ago, if this opportunity was given to Lu Qingguen, he would be the first one to jump out and make a big fuss about it. He would say that he would help negotiate for the land himself, and he wouldn't ask for money. He would pay half of the price for the land himself. He wouldn't ask for interest, shares, or anything in return. He only asked that you let me get engaged to Leng Qingqiu. This was definitely Lu Qingwen's trick in the past. He is shameless and would definitely do such a thing. But today, he was determined to draw a line between himself and this business. He knew that this business would make a lot of money, but he wanted to distance himself from it. Hateful. How abominable. Lu Qingguen thought for a moment and said, "First of all, this piece of land is very difficult to buy. Once the news leaks out, the price of this piece of land will soar directly." Leng Tianhao thought to himself, "This is nonsense, what are we discussing here?" Secondly, Lu Qingguen felt that he couldn't come up with anything fancy, so he just gave up. Secondly, I think the shantytown reconstruction project in the suburbs is more cost-effective. I suggest we do that project. Leng Tianhao couldn't believe his ears. Is Lu Qingguen crazy? What does this mean? Are you contradicting me? Can't you see that I already have an idea in mind? Is asking you just a formality? What the hell is the old city renovation? How can I afford to invest in such a barren place? Leng Tianhao's expression became increasingly uglier. Oh. He still forced a smile. I think this project is worth a try. Chengwen, I remember that your Lu family has a good relationship with the Land Property Bureau. Can you help me to find out the situation and arrange an appointment with the person in charge of the auction so that we can meet and have a chat? In the later stage, you can provide some assistance in terms of funds. We are a family, you will not refuse my little favor, right? Lu Qingwen's heart was filled with joy. Old man, you are right. I just want to shirk my responsibility. The future of your family will be firmly in the hands of Long Aotian, the great Buddha. I will not interfere. Lu Qingguen sat on the sofa, like a master, and said slowly. Oh, this is not very convenient. I know the person in charge of the auction, but I really don't think much of this project. As for the funding, I'm too tight on my side, too difficult, too tight, too difficult. Leng Tianhao was almost angry to death. If it weren't for the face issue between the 2 families, he would have started cursing now. You little bastard, what did you say to me when you found me when you were pursuing our Qingqiu? You said you were willing to do anything for Qingqiu, and that from now on all matters of the Leng family would be yours, whether it involved money, people, or connections. It would all be a matter of a word. As long as Qingqiu married you, you could change your name to my surname and be called Leng Qingguen. The person who said such shameless and corny words is suddenly acting so arrogant now. Leng Tianhao gritted his teeth, trying to maintain his diplomatic demeanor and forced a smile. Okay, Chengwen, if that's the case, uncle won't embarrass you. It's getting late, you should go back first. I thought to myself, get out. Get out. Good. Lu Qingguen didn't waste any words and turned to leave. Etc. Leng Qingqiu couldn't bear it any longer. She looked at Lu Qingwen coldly and said angrily, "Father, I think what Brother Chengwen said makes sense. I plan to invest all my funds in the shantytown reconstruction project." Lu Qingwen had already walked to the door, and at this moment he turned around in horror and looked at this enemy. "Big sister, are you crazy?" Leng Qingqiu walked up to Lu Qingwen, looked into her eyes, expressionless. "Brother Chengwen, I think what you said makes sense. I believe you, not others. I will hold an emergency high-level meeting tonight to determine the specific details of investing in shantytown reconstruction." Lu Qingwen is not a fool. Looking at Leng Qingqiu's expression and eyes, he knew that she was angry with him. "Didn't you tell me to invest in shantytowns? I will invest in shantytowns. Are you really going to trick me? Or are you going to change your ways and give in? Choose one for yourself." Leng Tianhao had no idea what Leng Qingqiu was thinking, and he stood behind her with a gloomy look on his face. Long Aotian was also confused. Shantytown reconstruction. Do most people dare to touch that? The government officials lobbied everywhere, but none of the 4 major families in Snow City agreed. It takes a long time and requires a large investment, involves many stakeholders, and is extremely complicated, so big problems can arise if you are not careful. Each of these elements is a fatal element. Any large group that wants to invest in such a project must consider whether it has the capital and ability to afford it. The first person in charge of this project was a southerner, but he couldn't stand it halfway through and ran away. Because of this project, 3 people jumped off the building. The transformation of shantytowns is no longer a hot potato, it is a red-hot iron. Not to mention holding it in your hand, it will hurt you to death if you touch it. Long Aotian said, "Qingqiu, regarding the shantytown reconstruction project, I advise you not to get involved. The situation of that project is very complicated, and you don't know enough about the infrastructure industry." Leng Qingqiu looked at Long Aotian and said coldly, "Do I need to know so much? I just need Brother Chengwen to support me, right, Brother Chengwen?" Lu Qingwen, Long Aotian said, "The amusement park project has a short cycle and the situation is easy to judge. As long as we can quickly take over the land, we will be invincible and have a lot to do. The shantytowns really have an uncertain future and are laborious. What's there to be afraid of? I have Brother Chengwen's support. I'm not afraid of any hardship or fatigue. Right, Brother Chengwen?" Lu Qingwen, Long Aotian was anxious. "Qingqiu, why don't you understand? I do all this for you. I don't want you to jump into the fire pit. I don't want Qianfeng Group to be unable to recover. I know that revitalizing Qianfeng is your dream, and I came here for your dream." Leng Qingqiu said, "What do you mean by revitalizing Qianfeng? I am a woman, and a woman's biggest dream is to marry into a good family. Brother Chengwen and I have already decided to get engaged next month, get married by the end of the year, and have a baby next year, right, Brother Chengwen?" Lu Qingwen, hiss. Long Aotian thought to himself, "Who are you? Can't you see such an obvious business opportunity? Why are you going to work with Lu Qingwen on a shantytown renovation project? What happened to Leng Qingqiu? Did his brain suddenly shrink?" Leng Qingqiu looked at Lu Qingwen with a firm gaze. "Brother Qingwen, I believe you. Look at me and tell me in person, which project do you want me to do?" The way Leng Qingqiu looked at Lu Qingwen made him extremely uncomfortable. Lu Qingwen didn't know how to reply to her for a moment. This silly girl wouldn't really believe me and start a shantytown reconstruction project, right? Big sister, you saw that I was talking nonsense and you are angry with me, right? I just don't believe it. I can't cure a little girl like you. Oh, of course. Lu Qingwen made up his mind. "I am optimistic about this project, but the decision-making power of Qianfeng Group is in your hands. I am just making a suggestion." "Okay." Leng Qingqiu said decisively, "Since you suggest so, I will listen to you." Leng Tianhao couldn't sit still any longer. "Qingqiu, don't be in a hurry, let's discuss it first." "No need to discuss it." Leng Qingqiu was already furious at this point, and pushed open the door to leave. "I will immediately call the team together for an emergency meeting to discuss the investment and shareholding plan for the shantytown reconstruction project. I will negotiate with the relevant person in charge tomorrow." "You are making a fuss. Leng Tianhao said angrily at this time, such a big thing, how can you be so impulsive? I am the chairman of Qianfeng Group, I don't agree with this matter. Leng Qingqiu turned to look at Leng Tianhao. Father, it was you who asked me to marry into the Lu family, and it was you who gave me the power and responsibility to fully manage Qianfeng Group. You also told me in person that my personal happiness and gains and losses are not important, and the long-term interests of Qianfeng are above my personal happiness. I, Leng Qingqiu, follow my husband wherever he goes. Since I am engaged to brother Chengwen, he will be my husband in the future. My husband's words are the sky, my husband's words are the imperial decree, and I will execute my husband's orders unconditionally. Brother Chengwen told me to invest in the Shantytown project, and I believe him. Long Aotian said quickly, Qingqiu, think carefully, Lu Chengwen is not worthy of your trust. Leng Qingqiu looked at Long Aotian, really? Then tell me, who should I trust? Leng Qingqiu's eyes were red and moist. I have never found a person I can trust in my life. When I was little, I idolized my father and tried to imitate him in every way. I learned his lightning-fast tactics, his domineering and courageous attitude, his ability to appoint people based on their merits, and his calmness and wisdom. But I discovered that my father was so powerful and ruthless that I had never imagined. Every time I encountered difficulties and was sad, he never hugged me or comforted me like other fathers. He only scolded me, humiliated me, looked at me with that ruthless disappointment, and told me that I was a waste. When she grows up, for the benefit of the group, her biological daughter must marry. In his eyes, Qianfeng is his child, and I am just a useless daughter. My only friend was found to have secretly put drugs in my drink. I cried and asked her why, and she told me that she hated me. She hated that I was smarter than her, hated that I was born into a wealthy family, hated that I looked better and had a slimmer figure than her, and hated that I had an innate talent for learning. She hated me, hated that everything I had since birth was a luxury that she could never achieve in her entire life. So she wanted to destroy me. I gave everything to my only love in college. He was sunny, positive, and an athlete. Although he was not rich, he was a ray of light in my life. I thought I had finally found someone I could trust. Note, it is not poisonous. Leng Qingqiu has not gotten wet and is still a novice. Too many readers have complained, so I am clarifying this. But on my birthday, he actually installed 3 cameras in the hotel I booked. Leng Qingqiu smiled, her face full of tears, and her smile was extremely miserable. 3. Leng Qingqiu's voice was trembling. When I made up my mind to give myself to him wholeheartedly, he was thinking of recording everything from all angles, and then controlling me and getting the wealth of the Leng family. Leng Qingqiu wiped away her tears. Family members, friends, and lovers are all so indifferent. Tell me, who should I trust? Leng Qingqiu roared angrily, speak. Who can I trust? In this world, is there still someone who likes me, cherishes me, and protects me from the bottom of his heart, regardless of appearance, money, or background? Is there? Will I be alone forever in this life? Is this world itself so cold and ruthless that the trust one want in this world has never existed? Is it true? Lu Chengwen felt sad and full of self-blame. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were living such a miserable life. Alas, it seems that no matter how much money one has, what people ultimately pursue is inner happiness and satisfaction. Although this may sound like bullshit to many people, money is really not everything. Damn, what should I do? I feel bad for her. If I didn't have a mission to accomplish, I would definitely rush over and hug her. No. I have to restrain myself and not let her know. Anyway, I should be nicer to her in the future. Whether it is in business or life, I will secretly help her when she has difficulties. This girl is so miserable, it makes me feel very uncomfortable. Leng Qingqiu's tearful eyes suddenly turned around and stared at Lu Chengwen. Lu Chengwen lowered his head guiltily and said nothing. Long Aotian felt that it was time for him to take the stage. Qingqiu, I feel that I am that person. That's right, I am here to love you, cherish you, accompany you, and protect you. From now on, you can trust me in anything, I am willing to be the light that shines into your life. From now on, my light will only shine for you. Lu Chengwen threw a pile of shit at him in his heart. Bah. You are so disgusting. You are so shameless, you just say nice things. Are you doing this for Leng Qingqiu's happiness? You are clearly coveting the Leng family's assets. In addition to the Leng family, there are also the Su family and the Chen family. Finally, there is our Lu family. Alas, there is no way, this is your fate. Stay together, maybe, for Qingqiu, this is the best outcome. Leng Qingqiu glanced at Long Outyen and said, I have decided that I will trust Brother Chengwen for the rest of my life. If he wants to cheat me, I will let him do it. If he wants to harm me, I will let him do it. If he wants to sell me to make money, I will give myself a good price. Tomorrow is the day when Qianfeng Group will officially invest in the Shantytown reconstruction project. Just watch. Lu Chengwen went completely crazy. Big sister, what's wrong with your temper? Don't you understand clearly? I made a mistake again. Did I achieve the opposite effect? Lu Chengwen didn't know that Leng Qingqiu had completely figured out his cards, and thought he had messed up. He thought that Long Outyen chose the right path for Leng Qingqiu, and he himself proposed a wrong path at the right time. Under normal circumstances, there would be a sharp contrast between himself and Long Outyen. Leng Qingqiu would choose Long Outyen's correct investment route and feel grateful to Long Outyen, and the plot would return to the right track. The heroine will then begin to advance their two-person storyline with the hero. You can then naturally withdraw from this line and deal with the heroines in other storylines. But now, Leng Qingqiu's long-suppressed psychological problems have erupted. The rebellious psychology popped out. Leng Qingqiu, who has always been calm and rational and never makes mistakes, will make a big mistake, a heinous mistake. He just gave up and admitted that he had taken the wrong investment path. Leng Tianhao said angrily, Leng Qingqiu, you are the executive president of Qianfeng Group. Calm down, is this what I taught you? Relying on emotions to make judgments and decisions. I don't care how dissatisfied you are with me, or how disappointed you are with this world, what I want is your ability, the ability to lead Qianfeng back to its peak. You are not allowed to touch the Shantytown reconstruction project, go and get that piece of land for me tomorrow. If you can't do this, there will be no place for you in Qianfeng Group. Leng Qingqiu turned his head and looked at his father coldly. Responded with a sarcastic sneer. You gave me the power, and now you have to accept the consequences. To revoke my executive and decision-making powers, you need to convene a shareholders' meeting and formally announce the revocation of my power. According to regulations, this meeting requires a week of preparation. I can accomplish what I want to do within a week. After Leng Qingqiu finished speaking, he turned around and walked out of the room without looking back. Lu Chengwen was drenched in sweat. This is a complete mess. Lu Chengwen felt dizzy. Leng Qingqiu was angry with himself and resolutely took the path of suicide. Leng Tianhao was now looking at himself, furious because of his own evil idea. The most crucial person is Long Outyen. His face is extremely gloomy, as if he is about to explode in the next second. Oh no, I'm going to die. Leng Tianhao's voice was low and hoarse. Lu Chengwen, what on earth are you thinking? Qingqiu was not like this before. She was never impulsive and never lost control. Not only did you pretend to be ignorant today, but you also forced my daughter to jump into your fire pit. What weakness of her did you find to make her completely collapse? No, I don't, I really am. Long Outyen also said, you are planning to kill the Ling family and make Qianfeng Group completely collapse and go bankrupt, and then you can buy Qianfeng Group at a low price. In this way, Qianfeng Group and Leng Qingqiu will be your playthings, and you can manipulate them at will. Is this your idea? Lu Chengwen said to his uncle in his heart. You are not good at picking up girls, and your false accusation is really a stroke of genius. You are really trapping someone to death. Your ideas for deceiving people are quick and vicious. But Lu Chengwen knew that he could not lose control at this moment and had to deal with the situation. If he failed to handle it well, he would be offline. I can't die for the 7th time without knowing why. Lu Chengwen hurriedly said, don't get excited, I'll go and persuade her, I'll go and persuade her. Long Outyen grabbed Lu Chengwen by the collar and said, you're going. Who do you think you are? Lu Chengwen's heart was pounding. Oh no, this grandson is going to take action. I won't die in Leng Tianhao's study, right? Let's fight. Lu Chengwen suddenly yelled in anger, Long Aotian. Behave yourself. What did you say? Lu Chengwen said, I'm telling you, I sincerely believe that the shantytown reconstruction project is profitable. I'm just stating my business judgment. Is there a problem? How did I know that Leng Qingqiu would suddenly get so excited? This is completely beyond my expectations. Can't you see that? Leng Tian was so proud that he almost died. What's the profit in slum reconstruction? The project has been less than 1/3 completed, the helmsman has changed 4 times, and 3 people have committed suicide by jumping off a building. You want Qingqiu to jump into such a pit of fire? Lu Chengwen said, wealth and honor are sought in danger. Crisis is crisis, and opportunities are found in danger. Long Aotian smiled and said contemptuously, oh. Since there is such an opportunity, why don't you Lu family invest? This is what Lu Chengwen was waiting for. I have decided to invest in the shantytown reconstruction project. This move made Leng Tianhao and Long Aotian a little confused. The shantytown renovation project is equivalent to the head on a louse's head. No, it is a bald head on the head. No, it is a louse on a bald head. It is obvious. It was a pit, a huge pit, a cesspool, an infinite pit. Whoever touches it will die. Many wealthy people have lost all their money due to this project and are heavily in debt, so they have to solve everything by jumping off buildings. Now Lu Chengwen actually said he wanted to jump into this trap, which really surprised the two of them. Lu Chengwen relaxed his breath. Originally, I thought about doing this project with the Ling family. Of course, I also have my own selfish desire, that is, the risks can be shared by the two families. But now it seems that I have to do it myself. Leng Tianhao still didn't believe it. You really want to invest in the shantytown reconstruction project? I, Lu Chengwen, never swallow the shit I poop. Leng Tianhao said with disgust, this is disgusting. Long Aotian was really confused. Why was Lu Chengwen going to start a suicidal investment? It didn't fit his character. This guy has always put profit first and would never do a business that would lose him money, not to mention that this business would definitely make him lose everything. Lu Chengwen thought to himself, what's the use of underpants? I have to live even if I'm naked. Nothing is more important than my life now. Uncle Leng, please be patient. I will go and persuade Qingqiu. Once she calms down, everything will be easy to talk about. Then he said to Long Aotian, Brother Aotian, don't worry. I will persuade her to invest in the amusement park project. Is that okay? But our Lu family will not get involved in this project. I have to rely on you, Brother Aotian, to communicate with Qingqiu and help her. Lu Chengwen sighed and said sincerely, but to be honest, I am not optimistic about this project. I think there must be something wrong with such a great thing. But since you all think it is worth doing, I don't want to be a bad guy. If there is a problem with this project, you must remember that I clearly opposed it today. Long Aotian heard it. This makes me lose my temper. What they said is quite right. My pessimism is just my personal opinion, I just said it when you asked me. I was also surprised by Leng Qingqiu's big reaction. There's nothing wrong with that. And since things have turned out like this, I will do as you think and persuade Leng Qingqiu to listen to you. In short, I will do everything according to what you say. But if anything goes wrong, don't blame me later. Reasonable. Well-founded. Moderate. Moreover, Lu Chengwen also indirectly expressed that he and Long Aotian have no competitive relationship, the Lu family will not get involved in this project, and you and Leng Qingqiu will work together on this money-making project. Then, a man and a woman are together, she is pretty and you are handsome, right? By then, it may not just be about the project, you know what I mean. It's okay to have a date too. Long Aotian smiled slightly and said seriously, can you persuade Qingqiu? I'll try. Lu Chengwen felt that this was a sure field, and if he said something wrong, he might lose his life here. We have to get out of here quickly. I'll go find her now, wait for my good news. After Lu Chengwen finished speaking, he hurriedly chased after Leng Qingqiu. Of course, the two people in the room thought that he was in a hurry to chase after Leng Qingqiu, but in fact, he was in a hurry to escape for his life. Leng Qingqiu sat in the driver's seat of a sports car, leaning on the steering wheel and crying sadly. Lu Chengwen looked at her outside and felt sad. He gently opened the passenger door and got in. Leng Qingqiu sat up and wiped away his tears and snot. "What's wrong, Mr. Lu? Is there any other trap you want me to jump into?" Lu Chengwen felt a little embarrassed and sighed. "I'll take you for a walk, come down." Leng Qingqiu thought he would comfort her, even if it was false. But no. He smiled at himself gently, like an elder seeing a younger generation crying. He was not in a hurry to lecture you, but took you out to play first. Leng Qingqiu didn't refuse, and the two of them changed seats. "Fasten your seatbelts, let's go." Lu Chengwen drove the car and watched the gate guard quickly open the iron gate and the car sped away. Lu Chengwen used to be a delivery man and often saw luxury cars on the road. When he traveled through time for the first time, he was so excited when touching the steering wheel of a luxury car that he was shot to death by the protagonist on the first day. This is the 7th time, and he has gotten used to it. The luxury car was driven very smoothly, and it even drifted occasionally, which scared Leng Qingqiu a lot. Lu Chengwen saw that Leng Qingqiu was extremely nervous, his face turned pale with fear, but he still pursed his lips tightly and did not shout out. "I admired her in my heart, what a good woman. She may be afraid, but she is definitely not a coward." Lu Chengwen thought, "Let's do something ruthless." The car started driving at high speed again, and Leng Qingqiu finally got scared. "Chengwen. Ah. What's wrong?" Although the car was speeding, Lu Chengwen had a blank expression and a calm look. "Slow down. I'm scared." "Good." The car stopped on a relatively secluded seaside road and walked along the beach. Leng Qingqiu walked barefoot on the beach, holding her high heels, looking at the afterglow of the sunset, with a lot on her mind. Neither of them spoke, they just kept walking and walking. Until Leng Qingqiu got bored, the two of them sat down on a wooden bench on the side of the road. Lu Chengwen bought some drinks, and the two of them drank and watched the sun slowly set. Leng Qingqiu looked at the sea in the distance. "Do you really think the shantytown project can make money? Tell the truth." Lu Chengwen laughed. "Nonsense, what's the point of making money? So many innocent people have lost money. Who has the brain to touch this project? Then you still let me go. How would I know you would really go? You obviously know the correct answer, why don't you tell me?" Lu Chengwen sighed. "I have my own difficulties." Leng Qingqiu smiled. This time she was sure that Lu Chengwen was telling the truth. In the distance, a boy led a girl and walked up to a beautiful middle-aged woman. "Mom, this is my girlfriend, Xiaoli." Then, the beautiful middle-aged woman praised the girl highly, and the three of them sat on the beach happily and sweetly, drinking and chatting, with bursts of laughter from time to time. Lu Chengwen watched the scene, and Leng Qingqiu also saw it. Ordinary people, all three of them are ordinary people. The boy looked young and strong, with acne on his face. He was carrying a basketball on his back and looked youthful and energetic. The girl was of average appearance, looked gentle and shy, and her eyes when she looked at the boy were full of happiness and shyness. The boy's mother is pretty, kind, enthusiastic and gentle. Lu Chengwen suddenly felt sad, thinking of his mother who was still in hospital. He wanted to travel back to his own world immediately, make a lot of money, and cure his mother's illness. If I could marry such an ordinary girl and bring her to meet my mother would definitely be very happy. I am willing to exchange everything for you, including my sports car and villa. Can you give me your happiness?" Leng Qingqiu was very surprised. In her impression, Lu Chengwen is a black-hearted businessman who only cares about money and an unscrupulous speculative capitalist. But only today did I realize what he was really like in his heart. If I tell someone about this kind of thing, no one would believe it, right? If I couldn't hear his inner thoughts, I wouldn't believe it. Looking at Lu Chengwen's calm expression, his eyes were filled with envy, blessings, relief, and even a hint of sadness. Leng Qingqiu suddenly felt that he and Lu Chengwen were essentially the same kind of people. Are people really destined to be lonely? Is the world really so cruel and cold? Leng Qingqiu looked at Lu Chengwen and asked. Lu Chengwen paused for a long time and nodded, yes. Leng Qingqiu was very disappointed with this answer and lowered his head. Lu Chengwen turned around and said gently, "It is because the world is lonely and cold that people yearn for love. I long for the care and love of my family, the loyalty of my friends, the loyalty of my lover, the warmth of the world and the romance of life. Leng Qingqiu pouted, unable to hold back a gratified smile. I never expected that you, young Master Lu, would also be able to spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. That's right. Lu Qingwen said, when we run a business, we are facing wolves that eat meat, and no one is willing to be a little lamb. It is difficult for us to get the feelings that ordinary people can have. If you betray us once, you can make money that ordinary people cannot make in their entire lives. This temptation is too great for ordinary people. Good people will also take risks because of the heat of the moment. Leng Qingqiu nodded. So, we are destined to be lonely. Not really. We are rich, and they envy us. Leng Qingqiu snorted, turned away, and then immediately turned back. Isn't your family quite harmonious? Why is there no jungle law in your family? Everyone looks happy. Lu Qingwen thought for a moment and said, our family, maybe it's a little special. Leng Qingqiu smiled sadly, I envy you. Lu Qingwen felt that the atmosphere was about right. The project of the amusement park should be able to make money. You should start as soon as possible. Leng Qingqiu was already attracted to Lu Qingwen at this time. Doing business was important now, but she was not thinking only about business. So he deliberately muttered, I know that too, but unfortunately, I don't have enough funds. Besides, it's not that easy to quickly acquire that piece of land without making any noise. It's easy for the news to leak out. She looked at Lu Qingwen, waiting for his reply. Lu Qingwen nodded, you can rest assured about this. Long Aotian will help you. He will definitely have a way to help you quickly take over the land without anyone noticing. Leng Qingqiu's hopeful expression instantly turned into a disappointed expression. Looking into the distance, he said coldly, Lu Qingwen, I think you are a scumbag. Not only was Lu Qingwen not angry, but he burst into laughter. He was not afraid that Leng Qingqiu hated him or misunderstood him. This was not a problem for him at all. Even gospel. So, you go invest in the amusement park, and I go invest in the shantytown project. You're a nice person, but you have a bad temper. Lu Qingwen smiled and said, stay away from a scum like me in the future. Cherish your life and stay away from scum. Leng Qingqiu looked at Lu Qingwen, I just don't believe in evil. I want to invest in shantytown projects with you. Lu Qingwen opened his eyes wide, feeling that this woman was becoming more and more weird. Big sister, are you out of your mind? Lu Qingwen was puzzled. Big sister, can I ask you what you think? No need to think about it. Since you, Mr. Lu, took over the Great Sage Group, you have never made a loss-making deal, so I will invest in whatever you invest in. Sweat broke out on Lu Qingwen's forehead. Isn't this all in vain? We've come full circle after all this time. I will definitely lose money if I do the shantytown project. What do you want? I am not afraid even if I lose all my family assets. Your Ling family can no longer afford it. Besides, Long Aotian and your father are still waiting for good news from me. You are determined to invest in a money-losing project with me, won't they eat me alive? Leng Qingqiu looked at Lu Qingwen's confused expression and laughed so hard that her body shook. Look at your silly look. Are you that afraid of my dad and Long Aotian? Lu Qingwen said, I'm serious, you really can't touch the shantytown projects. Leng Qingqiu looked at Lu Qingwen, Brother Qingwen, tell me the truth, do you still like me? Lu Qingwen suddenly felt dizzy. He looked at Leng Qingqiu's serious expression and quickly shook his head, no, I don't like it anymore. Leng Qingqiu's eyes dimmed instantly, when did you start to dislike me? I can't really say for sure. Anyway, let's get the engagement done first. If you can make money quickly from this project, and if you can join forces with Long Aotian, Qianfeng Group will definitely thrive again. Then there will be no need for a marriage, and you'll be free to pursue the boy you like without having to put up with a scumbag like me. Leng Qingqiu said, I suddenly. Ah. Leng Qingqiu became nervous and suddenly felt her heart beating violently. Seeing Lu Qingwen looking at her with a frown, waiting seriously for the second half of her sentence, she was so nervous that she started sweating. What's wrong? Leng Qingqiu moved his mouth for a long time, and finally mustered up the courage, I think. I like you. Lu Qingwen opened his eyes wide, his brain was a little confused for a moment. Just, you, what did you say? I said, I like you. Lu Qingwen looked at Leng Qingqiu with his mouth half open, motionless. Leng Qingqiu's face flushed. I feel, not used to being without you these few days. She lowered her head shyly and burst into laughter. I know this is crazy, but I really seem to be able to hear your heart and know your true thoughts. I think, you are a good person. Lu Qingwen seemed to have his acupuncture points pressed and could not move. Leng Qingqiu pursed her lips. So, if you are willing and don't hate me, from today on, I will be your girlfriend. The engagement next month is also. Leng Qingqiu was so nervous that he was even a little incoherent. Her heart was beating like a drum, boom, 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 and it seemed as if her whole body was ringing. If you think getting engaged is too hasty, we can hold off for a while, get in touch first, try to fall in love together, first, and then, tell your family. Lu Qingwen had been petrified, still motionless and unresponsive. It's okay if you don't agree. Leng Qingqiu was in a mess when she saw that Lu Qingwen didn't express his opinion. It is a girl's instinct to have wild thoughts. At this moment, she went from being excited and nervous to becoming anxious and miserable. I don't need you. But, actually, we can take it slow, and I don't want to push you too hard. It's just. I have a lot of shortcomings, and I need you to be more tolerant of me. But you have to make some changes, too. After all, I plan to give myself to you completely. After Leng Qingqiu finished speaking, she was so shy that she couldn't even raise her head. But Lu Qingwen still didn't react. Leng Qingqiu finally realized something was wrong. He raised his head and looked at Lu Qingwen. Brother Qingwen. Are you okay? Can you say something? Leng Qingqiu waved her hand in front of Lu Qingwen, but there was no response. Brother Qingwen. Are you okay? Hello. Leng Qingqiu took out his cell phone. Hello, is this 120? I want to call the police. Someone here has a frozen phone. He is motionless and doesn't respond when I call him. It's like he can't hear anything I say. What caused it? I just confessed to him and said I like him, and then his phone froze. A frozen phone means it's frozen, no response, and it doesn't move. You're a doctor and you ask me. How can I explain it clearly? Send someone here quickly. We don't need someone from the funeral home. His phone is frozen, not dead. Lu Qingwen returned home with a dazed look in his eyes, like a walking corpse. It's over. It's completely over. The heroine. The golden heroine. The harem of Nanboan. Confess to myself. What kind of plot is this? This is not a confession, this is my death knell before the king of hell. As a villain, I managed to seduce the heroine. It will be hard to end this if the male lead doesn't beat me to death. It doesn't matter who writes this story, I will definitely die. There is no way to survive. What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? I have been fanning the flames and stirring up trouble to make you hate me, trying my best to make you hate me and stay away from me. Is there something wrong with the heroine's brain? You confess to me with my character. Do you have any bottom line and standards for finding a partner? So if you don't kill me, you all think there's something missing, right? Lu Qingwen was already unconscious and staggered into the living room. Dad and Mom were chatting with Chen Mingyun, and they were very happy to see Lu Qingwen come back. Mother Lu asked, Qingwen, who's here? Chen Mingyun quickly stood up, her face slightly red. Brother Qingwen. Ah. Lu Qingwen agreed casually and continued walking towards the stairs. Hey. Mother Lu came over and pulled him. Mingyun has been waiting for you here for a long time, go and talk to her. Lu Qingwen said weakly, Mom, you guys chat, I'm tired. Mother Lu glared at him and said, what's wrong with you? Are you tired? Mingyun came here specially to wait for you. Aren't you polite? Lu Qingwen turned and looked at Chen Mingyun. Chen Mingyun suddenly felt a little shy and forced a polite smile. Brother Qingwen, I just came here specially to say thank you to you. Lu Qingwen nodded. Okay, I understand, you can go back. Chen Mingyun didn't expect this. I took the initiative to come to your house to play with you, just like when we were in high school and college. I was so proactive and enthusiastic that I was not afraid of being laughed at by the Lu family. But you, Lu Qingguen, are so cold and don't take yourself seriously at all. Chen Mingyun felt very embarrassed and said awkwardly, well, uncle and aunt, please take a seat. I will go back first. Hey, don't go. Mother Lu pulled Lu Qingguen and said angrily, I've been waiting for you here for a long time, why are you so arrogant? He turned around and said, Mingyun, how about this, you and Qingguen go upstairs to chat, you young people, chat on your own, your Uncle Lu and I have an appointment to play cards, so I'll be leaving first. Chen Mingyun is so spineless that she actually wants to stay. Is that appropriate? It's perfect. You haven't been to my house for several years. I'm glad you're here. You guys can chat. We're going out now. All the elders of the Lu family are gone. Lu Qingguen turned around and took the elevator, and Chen Mingyun quickly followed him in. Standing in the elevator, Chen Mingyun was a little nervous. Brother Qingguen, thank you for what happened that day. Lu Qingguen smiled bitterly. He was supposed to be saying these lines to Long Aotian, but now he was repeating them to me endlessly. Aren't you supposed to be busy lately? Why are you coming to my house for such a small matter? Just send a message. Chen Mingyun felt very aggrieved. Can't I send a message? Why did I come to your house? Of course I want to see you. Chen Mingyun said, what happened back then? Lu Qingguen interrupted quickly, don't mention the past. You were cruel enough back then and it hit my young heart hard. But I was the one who made the mistake first, so I don't blame you. Anyway, don't mention the past. I don't care about it anymore, and you don't have to remember it either. Chen Mingyun had 1,000 words to say, but Lu Qingguen wouldn't let her open her mouth and wouldn't give her a chance to speak. Just keep nagging me to death. Between a man and a woman, such a conversation generally does not exceed 3 sentences, and the other person's thoughts are fully understood. Chen Mingyun didn't expect Lu Qingguen to be so cold. She felt humiliated and sad. If someone comes to you on his own initiative, it means he has made a plan to get close to your family and restore some of the old feeling. Is this your attitude? I, Chen Mingyun, have misjudged the person. Well. I see that you are tired, Brother Qingguen, so I will go back first. This was Chen Mingyun's last attempt. If Lu Qingguen tried to retain her, there would still be hope. Chen Mingyun looked into Lu Qinggwen's eyes expectantly. In the end, Lu Qingguen didn't even look at her. Okay, I'll let Zhao Gang take you there. Chen Mingyun was completely furious. He suddenly became indifferent. No need, I can go by myself. Lu Qingguen ignored Chen Mingyun until she took the elevator down by herself. Chen Mingyun even feels that she is cheap. Really cheap. Why am I here to see him? He saved me once, and I thought we were back to square one. We could go back to the way we were before. I remember so many innocent days when we were little, but I have forgotten them all. I don't care anymore. Chen Mingyun's eyes were slightly red, and she walked towards the parking area of the Lu family villa with a wronged look. Just as he was about to get in the car, Lu Qingguen rushed down from the building behind him as if his butt was on fire, holding his coat in his hand and shouting, Zhao Gang. Get the car ready. Zhao had just driven Chen Mingyun's car over and parked it, looking at his boss with a confused look on his face. Boss Lu, what's the matter? Lu Qingguen rushed over and snatched the car keys. Whose car is this? Zhao Gang had never seen Lu Qingguen so anxious before. He pointed at Chen Mingyun and said, Miss Chen's. Lu Qingguen said, get in the car. Chen Mingyun was still angry. What are you doing? Lu Qingguen had already gotten in and started the engine. Get in. Chen Mingyun stood on the ground with his arms around his shoulders. This is my car, Lu Qingguen, what are you going to do? Zhao Gang is straightforward. As a qualified lackey, the boss should not talk nonsense in this situation. Just do whatever he asks you to do. Chen Mingyun was still standing on the ground throwing a tantrum, and Zhao Gang had fastened his seat belt. Lu Qingguen roared. Get in the car. Hurry. Chen Mingyun was startled and was yelled at by Lu Qingguen. Just go ahead, why are you so aggressive? Before Chen Mingyun could sit down, Lu Qinggwen's car had already rushed out. Zhao Gang was very capable and had already called out on the intercom, "Open the door. Young Master Lu's car is about to leave." When the car arrived, the big iron gate had already been opened. Chen Mingyun was so scared that his face turned pale. "Lu Qingwen, are you crazy?" Chen Mingyun hadn't had contact with Lu Qingwen for several years. In the past 2 days, he felt that this person was completely different from before. "I can't really tell what's different, it's just very weird." Now Lu Qingwen was driving his car as if he was about to take off, which frightened Chen Mingyun so much that her face turned pale. "Lu Qingwen, why are you in such a hurry? Slow down. Slow down." Lu Qingwen was so annoyed. "Shut up, I'm in a hurry, your brother is going to die." Chen Mingyun was stunned. "Ma Chuan, what nonsense are you talking about?" Lu Qingwen said, "Shut up." Seeing Lu Qingwen so nervous, Chen Mingyun became suspicious and didn't dare to ask more questions. She could only close her eyes. Lu Qingwen didn't expect that because he stayed hidden, the plot would be completely messed up. The plot where Chen Machuan is tricked to death by Long Aotian is about to be staged. According to the original plot, Chen Machuan would be killed by Long Aotian in Neon Baby nightclub. Chen Machuan is now at the Neon Baby nightclub. When Lu Qingwen received the call, his mind reacted instantly. "I want to save him." First of all, Chen Machuan is one of Lu Qingwen's few friends. Secondly, in Lu Qingwen's opinion, although Chen Machuan was not a good person, his crime did not deserve the death penalty. He is just the second generation of a wealthy family, so it is normal for him to be a little domineering, but he doesn't bully others. Most of the time, he is quite polite to everyone he meets. The only disadvantage is that he lives a life of debauchery and idleness. In the original plot, killing him was just to pave the way for Long Aotian to take over the Chen family's assets. But since he was his friend, he couldn't bear to see him being beaten to death by Long Aotian. When the car arrived at the Neon Baby nightclub, Lu Qingwen got out and rushed in. This kind of place is not affordable for ordinary people, and Chen Machuan doesn't go to ordinary nightclubs. A few scoundrels at the door immediately stopped Lu Qingwen. "Brother, do you see where this is and why are you rushing in?" Zhao Gang angrily said, "Get out of here. You guys are trying to stop Master Lu from Xuecheng. Are you looking for death?" The leader hurriedly said, "Hey, Mr. Lu, welcome to our place. What are you doing?" Lu Qingwen slapped him on the face and said, "Get out of the way." He grabbed another kid and asked, "Where's that fat guy Chen Machuan?" The young man smiled widely, "Mr. Chen is on the 5th floor. Take me." The leader hurriedly used the intercom to secretly report, "Young Master Lu from the Lu family has come upstairs, hurry up and receive him." "Which Mr. Lu? Which other Master Lu is there?" "The one who dares to call Master Chen a fathead. The super-rich second generation whose family assets are worth hundreds of billions." Lu Qingwen led Zhao Gang and Chen Mingyun all the way inside. The name of Neon Baby is quite ambiguous, and the decoration inside is also colorful, full of ambiguous atmosphere. As the few people entered the staircase, there was a row of gorgeously dressed girls standing on both sides, all wearing stockings, various shiny skirts, and high heels, saying sweetly, "Welcome Mr. Lu to Neon Baby." A woman who was about 30 years old came over with a smile, "Mr. Lu is here, you are a rare guest." Lu Qingwen asked, "Where's the fat guy?" "Upstairs, please find a place to sit down and find some girls first." "No need, take me to see him quickly." Lu Qingwen's appearance shocked the entire nightclub. Lu Qingwen only came out to fool around a few times when he was in college. After that, he broke up with Chen Mingyun and was depressed for a while. After that, he started pursuing Ling Qingqiu and never came to such a place again. But Chen Machuan has completely inherited this fine tradition. Seeing Lu Qingwen so anxious and impatient, Chen Mingyun now began to believe it a little. "Is my brother okay? How could he be in danger?" Lu Qingwen glanced at her and thought to himself, "I have to see the situation. I only know that he is going to die, but I am not sure how he will die." The door opened, revealing a large suite with a large screen blocking the view from inside. Several people at the door heard Chen Machuan shouting inside, "I'm going to die." Chen Mingyun was so scared that her legs went weak. Lu Qingwen held her up and walked around the screen. So miserable. It's horrible. Inhuman. Miserable, so miserable. Chen Machuan was lying on a massage chair, with one girl massaging his head, two girls massaging his feet, and two more girls massaging his arms. Chen Machuan had a colorful facial mask on his face and was screaming with comfort. Chen Mingyun's face turned pale with anger. Is this what you call an emergency? Lu Qingguen said, Chen Machuan. Ah. Chen Machuan didn't move, but just moved his mouth. Chengwen is here, find a few girls to give you a massage, it will be so comfortable. Lu Qingguen walked up to them and said, let's go, let's go. Mama-san knew that Lu Qingguen was not easy to mess with, and he was not happy when he came in today, so she quickly said, get out first, all of you get out. Lu Qingguen said, you go out too. Yes, then you two young masters can chat. Call me if you need anything. Chen Machuan sat up and took off the mask. What are you doing? I'm doing it well. Ouch, sister. Sister, let me explain. This is my first time in a place like this. Chen Mingyun rolled her eyes at the two of them and said, shut up. Lu Qingguen, tell me clearly, what's going on? Lu Qingguen asked, where is Hu Shuhui? Chen Machuan was furious when he heard this. I beat him up and ran away. I'm killing people. Lu Qingguen nodded, don't come to this place again, this place is very dangerous for you. Chen Machuan laughed, it is indeed very dangerous. I was just beaten up by 5 young girls. Oh, it was too dangerous. Just as Lu Qingguen was about to speak, the door was kicked open. Hu Shuhui yelled, Fatty Chen, get out of here. Chen Machuan lazily grabbed his bathrobe and put it on. What do you want from me? At this time, a lot of people had gathered at the door, pushing and shoving. It was obvious that Chen Machuan's henchmen and Hu Shuhui's reinforcements were about to take action. Hu Shuhui said angrily, if I don't beat you up today and make you die, I will write the word Hu backwards. Lu Qingguen turned around and looked at Hu Shuhui. Hu Shuhui, we haven't settled our old accounts yet, you'd better shut up. When Hu Shuhui saw Lu Qingguen, he laughed out loud, great, you two have teamed up again. I'm not afraid of you today. I've made a new friend. Aren't you a good fighter? Come and fight with my friend. A person flashed out from the crowd, and it was actually Long Aotian. Lu Qingguen was very surprised, but he was not surprised that Long Aotian appeared here. Because according to the original plot, Chen Machuan only appeared in this nightclub once, and this time, he was sure to meet Long Aotian. What surprised him was that Long Aotian was actually hanging out with Hu Shuhui. What the hell? You are a decent man. Why are you standing with a minor villain? How to deal with this situation? Although Chen Machuan looks fat, he is quite cute when he smiles. He is polite to everyone and never hesitates to tip girls. But he was also one of the 5 tigers of Guokai University back then, and he never backed down in a fight. At this time, Chen Machuan's face was extremely ugly. Damn it, do I need to know how many people you bring with me when I fight? Hu Shuhui, I will settle the matter of you bullying my sister a few days ago. Chengwen, let's join forces and make sure this grandson can't leave this door today. The proprietress was terrified. She couldn't afford to offend any of the people here. Oh, young masters, this is not worth it. Calm down, calm down. So, today's expenses will be counted as my sister's. So, Master Hui, please give my sister some face. Chen Machuan pointed at the lady boss and said, I'll compensate you for everything I smashed today. Go away. Hu Shuhui will definitely not be able to leave this door today. Third brother. Yes, one of Chen Machuan's lackeys shouted. Guard a few exits. If you let one of them escape today, I'll chop you to pieces. Don't worry, Master Chen. None of these bastards can escape. Zhao Gang also pointed at Hu Shuhui and said, Hu, I will chop you down today regardless of anyone else. Lu Qingguen saw that Zhao Gang was indeed a hard-working person. I don't know when he took out a knife in his hand, and he skillfully pulled out a towel and wrapped the knife handle around his hand. Lu Qingguen grabbed Zhao Gang and said, just be quiet. Zhao Gang was confused, why don't we take part in Mr. Chen's affairs? Lu Qingguen looked at Hu Shuhui, what's the matter that makes you so angry? If you want to fight, please explain it clearly first. I still don't understand it. Hu Shuhui said. He dragged away the girl I called here. He clearly didn't give me face. Lu Qingguen smiled. Is it just a trivial matter? What? Have I, Hu Shuhui, ever suffered any loss in all these years in Xuecheng? And you, Lu Qingguen, I haven't settled my score with you yet. Why did you hit me the day before yesterday? Long Aotian laughed. Lu Qingguen, I found that you are really a busy man. Why are you everywhere? Lu Qingguen looked at Long Aotian and was not so afraid at this time. Lu Qingguen started fighting since high school. Relying on his family's wealth, he never backed down and was extremely ruthless. Of course, Lu Qingguen and Chen Machuan are not the kind of bad guys who bully others. In the early stage, they were cornered by someone and asked for money. At first, the two of them spent money to avoid disaster. Later, the other party took advantage of them and they started to fight back. They became famous in the middle period. They were rich, had many followers, and were not afraid of anything. They always led the charge and were the first to rush forward, so they had enough followers. But the reason for the fights was the so-called combat effectiveness of the small groups. In the later period, no one dared to mess with these two brothers. They were so bored that they went around doing justice. Thanks to these two brothers, there are not many people in their university who dare to harass female students. Let them know and notify each other immediately. I'm going to beat you up, but you can call the more people the better. The more you call, the better. If you call too few, I'll send you to the hospital. Although it's ridiculous, it also makes him look rogue. Whenever I encounter a fight, my blood boils and I feel that the meaning of life has been reflected. Seeing this long-lost scene, Lu Qingguen was actually okay, but Chen Machuan was both angry and excited. What made him angry was that Hu Shuhui, who had been beaten by him before, had become a demon and dared to challenge him. He even dared to bully his sister. What excited him was that he suddenly felt useful. That's right. The entire family, and even the entire Snow City, thinks that he is a waste. But I know that even though I smoke, drink, perm my hair, and visit prostitutes, I am a good boy. And I have my strengths. I can fight. If my family hadn't been stopping me, I would have joined the army long ago. It's so much fun to play with guns and cannons in a reasonable and legal way. Everything was perfect today. It's just perfect. Hu Shuhui is asking for trouble. I can just send him to death. The reasons and the atmosphere are all ready. Just the fact that he tried to take advantage of my sister, even if I beat him to death, his family wouldn't say anything to me. Especially my good brother, Lu Qingguen is here too. Let us be companions in the world of mortals, and live life to the fullest. Ride the horses and enjoy the prosperity of the world. Drink and sing, and point at them and curse them. Live vigorously and return to our youth. Lu Qingguen clenched his fists, extremely angry. How could he not be furious? If I didn't look for you, it means your ancestors had done good deeds in their previous lives. How dare you come looking for us brothers? Chen Machuan kicked a chair to pieces and threw a stool leg to Lu Qingguen, who reached out to catch it. Chen Machuan kicked the chair that was blocking his way away, pointed at Hu Shuhui by the stool leg and said, Chengwen, I'm the host today. Leave this grandson to me, and that bastard Long Aotian is yours. Lao San, Zhao Gang, you guys hold the big brothers back and don't let others cause trouble. Lu Qingguen looked at the legs of the stool and raised his head to look at Long Aotian. Long Aotian was looking at him and smiling. Lu Qingguen looked at the stool leg in his hand. I thought, what's the use of this broken thing? It's good for fighting in school, but now the person standing in front of us is Long Aotian, god of war of the northern frontier. The money spent by all the people in this nightclub put together is not enough for him to spend alone. Hu Shuhui also arrived. Brother Long, today it's up to you. Whether I can vent my anger depends on you. Long Aotian smiled. Let your people be quiet for a while, I can handle it alone. Ah. There are quite a lot of them. It's okay. Long Aotian said, I haven't exercised for a long time. Chen Machuan was instantly furious, too arrogant. I will start with you. Just as Chen Machuan was about to rush forward, he was stopped by Lu Qingguen. Chen Machuan was too fat, and he rushed forward with anger. Lu Qingwen almost couldn't hold him back. When he was held back, he stood still, but Lu Qingwen fell directly to the ground. Why are you pulling me? Lu Qingwen got up and thought to himself, don't you know that your death is approaching? This is how villains die. Lu Qingwen patted him on the shoulder and asked him to calm down. Don't mess with that guy. We can't beat him. Fuck, why are you so cowardly? How about this, leave this grandson to me, okay? You. Lu Qingwen said, let me communicate first. Chen Machuan was so anxious that he whispered, I really want to have this fight, but don't communicate too well, or it will be bad if we can't fight. I'll try my best. Lu Qingwen looked at Long Aotian, brother Long, long time no see. Not for long. Long Aotian said, let's get started. No hurry. Lu Qingwen said, I have a question I want to ask you. Excuse me. Everyone around them thought they were sick. They've already started the fight, and the swearing has already been done, why are they still chatting so politely? Lu Qingwen said, Brother Long has the appearance of a dragon and a tiger, and he is very talented. How could he get involved with a piece of trash like Hu Shuhui? Besides, it's too embarrassing to fight with a girl in a nightclub, right? We are all respectable people, so why don't I be a peacemaker? You and Hu Shuhui can spend whatever you want today, and everything will be on me. Let's forget about this matter, how about that? Long Aotian said, Lu Qingwen, you are not qualified to call others trash. Don't you know who you are? I want to take action because you and Chen Machuan have done a lot of evil. Everyone in Xueqing knows that you are a pair of evil young men. Today, I, Long Aotian, will eliminate this evil for the people. At this time, Chen Mingyun came over from behind, very frightened. What's going on? Why are there so many people? Chen Mingyun just went to the bathroom. Lu Qingwen's threat and need for speed scared the girl so much that she rushed to the bathroom. When she learned that her brother was fine, she went to the bathroom first. I heard the commotion outside and knew something had happened. When I came out, I saw that Hu Shuhui was there too. At this moment, Long Aotian and Chen Mingyun looked at each other, sparks flying. Long Aotian was stunned. Singing in my heart. What a beautiful lady, rare in the world. Like a flower, like a jade, like a fairy. With a fair mouth, a slender waist, and a graceful figure, she overwhelms all the other beauties. I thought to myself that this is not the peach banquet, but how come Chang'e in the moon has left Guang'an? She is like Jillian, the girl who picked chrysanthemums in Nanshan, and I am like Edison Chen. When Chen Mingyun saw Long Aotian, she was distracted for a moment. This person is so weird, why is he always staring at me? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but hide behind Lu Qingwen nervously. Lu Qingwen thought. Okay, the problem is solved. The hero and the heroine finally meet. Next, Chen Mingyun and Long Aotian will probably fall in love at first sight, and then go and chat hand in hand. Alas, although it is a pity, Chen Mingyun is destined to be one of Long Aotian's concubines. She can be sisters with Leng Qingqiu and the others. Lu Qingwen smiled and said, Brother Long, let me introduce you to this person. This is the eldest daughter of the Chen family, Chen Mingyun. Chen Mingyun knew what Lu Qingwen was thinking. Her face turned red with anger and she glared at Lu Qingwen. Lu Qingwen smiled and said, Mingyun, let me introduce you, this is Long Aotian. Long Aotian quickly clasped his hands and said, Miss Chen, nice to meet you. Chen Mingyun ignored him and said sternly, what are so many people doing here? Third brother. What are you doing? What are you doing with your weapons? Do you still think you are in school? Haven't you grown up yet? Lao San and others were scolded by Chen Mingyun, so they lost their temper and quickly hid their weapons behind them. Long Aotian also felt a little embarrassed. He didn't expect to meet the eldest daughter of the Chen family here. It would certainly be inappropriate to beat up her brother now. At this time, Hu Shuhui jumped out. You bitch, you and Lu Qingwen teamed up to trick me, don't think I don't know. Brother Long, help me beat them, I will find you 10 girls tonight, I guarantee that all of them are beautiful, good at sex and passionate. Long Aotian pushed him away, my friend, don't get so close to me. I, Long Aotian, keep myself clean. Why would I look for a lady? Ah. Hu Shuhui still didn't understand the situation. Didn't we agree to have some fun tonight? And you told me that you're a strong man and can handle 10 girls in one night. We're all waiting to see your performance. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. Long Aotian was so angry at this idiot that he stuttered. My noble character, great sentiments, pure soul and... In short, I have never been, and will never be, tainted by these vulgar things. Hu Shuhui was completely confused. Then do you still want Xiao Hong and Xiao Lan? No. Don't I know who Little Red and Little Blue are? They are the two who just sat on your thighs and fed you wine mouth to mouth. You also said that Xiao Hong's butt is elastic and Xiao Lan's breasts feel good. Long Aotian glared angrily. You got the wrong person. Chen Machuan walked up to Lu Qingguen holding the stool leg and asked in a low voice, what's going on? Are these two crazy? Lu Qingguen smiled. So funny. This plot, hey, that stupid author definitely couldn't write it. Today I will drive the tiger to devour the wolf. Just wait and see if I get hurt. Lu Qingguen also moved closer to Chen Machuan. The stool legs are nothing. Times have changed. Let's have a literary duel today. Then he winked at Chen Machuan. Chen Machuan's eyes turned back and forth for a few rounds, and he nodded quickly. Good show. Chen Mingyun stood behind the two of them, looking back and forth at these two evil guys with hateful eyes. Lu Qingguen said, it's him. Brother Long. It was him who tried to insult my good brother's sister, Miss Chen Mingyun. Fortunately, I arrived in time to protect Miss Mingyun's innocence. Lu Qingguen pounded his chest. What a pity. Hu Shuhui's family is too powerful, we can't afford to offend him. If I had the guts, I would tear him into pieces. Hu Shuhui was anxious at the time. Lu Qingguen, you are sensible, but you can't get away with this matter today. Chen Machuan also quickly threw the stool leg. Sister. This person bullied you, but I didn't dare to settle the score with him. I can't beat him. I hate myself so much. Long Aotian immediately became furious. Are you bullying Miss Chen? Hu Shuhui was stunned, thinking what the hell are you? Why are you coming towards me? He whispered, hey. We are in the same group, what are you doing? Long Aotian slapped his face and said, who would be in the same group with a scum like you? Hu Shuhui tilted his head and never retracted it, his brain was no longer working. Wow. So brave. Chen Mingyun put her fingertips in her mouth, looking like a crazy fan. Lu Qingguen and Chen Machuan turned around together and looked at Chen Mingyun, feeling like they were looking at a stranger. Lu Qingguen narrowed his eyes. It turns out that you are also a talented actress. As soon as Long Aotian saw Chen Mingyun, he was about to lose his temper. If Leng Qingqiu is the type of person that Lu Qingguen likes, then Chen Mingyun is definitely the type of person that Long Aotian likes. Just as Lu Qingguen was in a daze in front of Leng Qingqiu, Long Aotian fell for Chen Mingyun. Every move or word of praise from Chen Mingyun was like a great medicine to him. This medicine went straight into my brain. I felt dizzy. Chen Mingyun continued, Hu Shuhui, I had dinner with you out of kindness, but you actually wanted to bully me. Unfortunately, I am a girl, and the eldest daughter of the Chen family, so I am too embarrassed to go to court with you. However, sooner or later, someone will punish you for your evil deeds. What's this? This is what it means to hate someone until he dies. Hu Shuhui touched the burning half of his face and looked at Long Aotian. Long Aotian, what's wrong with you? You dare to hit me? Bang. Another loud mouth. Long Aotian may not be good at anything else, but he is definitely the best at beating people up. There are countless tricks to beat up the villains. The big mouth makes a loud noise when it hits. It's really loud. Hu Shuhui turned his head and wiped his nostrils, blood gushed out. Long Aotian, I'm your uncle. Snap, snap, snap. Long Aotian grabbed his collar with one hand, and with the other hand he opened his mouth left and right, slapping him hard. After a long time, Long Aotian finally stopped and looked at him coldly. I hate scumbags who don't respect women the most. Hu Shuhui was beaten to death, and turned around to look at his men helplessly. You're just going to watch him beat me. Only then did Hu Shuhui's men come to their senses. Let go of our master Hui. Brat, let go. Long Aotian smiled slightly, stretched out his hand to close the door, and when there was still a crack left, he smiled at the inside and said, "Give me a minute." The door is closed. There was a crackling sound outside. Chen Machuan laughed, "What's wrong with this idiot?" Lu Qingwen also laughed so hard, "Haven't you figured it out yet? You've fallen for your sister. Damn. Just him. My sister is yours. No one else can be my brother-in-law except you in this life." Chen Mingyun patted Chen Machuan on the head and said, "Stop talking nonsense." Lu Qingwen, what's going on? Lu Qingwen smiled, "You will find out slowly. This person is actually quite capable. He is extremely powerful, and, let me tell you this. If your life is a movie, he is the hero. He is the son of destiny. He will kill anyone who stands in his way. You mean, let me date him? This is your fate, and no one can escape it." Chen Mingyun was going crazy. Chen Machuan said, "Lu Qingwen, what are you talking about? My sister must be yours." Lu Qingwen hurriedly said, "Don't say this in front of him. Anyone who competes with him for a woman will die. Why are you afraid of him?" Lu Qingwen said, "Not only me, you have to be afraid of him too." "I'm not afraid of him." "You must be afraid of him." "I'm not afraid, I'm going to beat him up right now." Lu Qingwen grabbed him and said, "Can you understand what I'm saying, kid? He's the hero. The man of luck. Even if we were tied together, we wouldn't be able to beat him. We might even lose our lives. Do you understand? Stay away from him next time you see him. Be polite when you speak to him. No, why are you so cowardly? In short, don't argue with him, don't compete with him for women, and don't do bad things in front of him. Only by doing these 3 things can you survive. Your family." At this time, the door opened and Long Aotian smiled, "Solved." When a few people looked outside, they saw dead bodies everywhere. Chen Machuan was stunned. "You did it alone." Zhao Gang wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at his boss again. He suddenly understood something. Long Aotian walked in and said gently, "I'm sorry to have frightened everyone. I just met him by chance and thought he was an upright gentleman. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be a complete villain. Miss Chen, don't worry, he won't dare to get close to you as long as I'm here." Chen Mingyun looked at Lu Qingwen, and Lu Qingwen winked at her. Go. Go. Chat. Talk. Your Mr. Right is here." Chen Mingyun gritted his teeth in hatred. Suddenly he laughed, "Brother Aotian, right? Sister Mingyun. Thank you, Brother Aotian, for helping me vent my anger. I don't know how to thank you. Sister Mingyun, you are too polite. I would like to take the liberty of inviting you to have a cup of coffee. I wonder if Miss Mingyun would be willing to honor me." "Okay. But there's someone who has been bullying me for many years. I'm very scared." "Who?" Chen Mingyun pointed at Lu Qingwen, "That's him." Lu Qingwen originally thought that the plot had finally returned to normal. He was relieved and excited. This time, it was really his wisdom that made the hero and the heroine fall in love at first sight. He should not need to worry about this plot line anymore. He had a relieved smile on his face, but when Chen Mingyun pointed at him, the smile disappeared instantly. Turning around, he saw Long Aotian looking at him with a very unfriendly expression. "Ah. So this is how I died." Long Aotian narrowed his eyes, "I found that you are everywhere, everywhere, everything starts to change when it comes to you." Lu Qingwen quickly said, "Sister Mingyun, stop joking. You can't make such a joke." Chen Mingyun looked at Lu Qingwen with a gloating expression, "Tell me yourself, have you bullied me?" Lu Qingwen pulled Chen Mingyun aside and said, "Sister, don't make a fuss about this. Someone might die." "Hey, are you afraid of someone too? Hurry up and explain it to him, otherwise I will be really unlucky." "Then you promise to accompany me to dinner and movies. Are you sick?" Lu Qingwen tried his best to lower his voice and said angrily, "We have broken up. Now the bridge is the bridge and the road is the road. It was you who wanted to break up in the first place, so we have to break up now. Now I want to use true love to coax you back, okay?" Lu Qingwen nervously watched Long Aotian and Chen Machuan passing out cigarettes over there. The two of them had already started chatting. Lu Qingwen was worried that Chen Mingyun would kill him without knowing it, and he was also afraid that Chen Machuan, this fool, would piss off Long Aotian and kill him. Lu Qingwen said, "A movie, a meal, and then we go our separate ways. Do you hate me that much?" "How could I hate you, sis? You're so beautiful. I just want to survive." "What nonsense are you talking about? In short, you should be polite to that Long Aotian, get along well with him, and say more good things about your brother to him in the future. He may be your brother's nemesis in the future. What else do you know?" "That's all. I can't say too much. If I say too much, I'll be dead." Chen Mingyun nodded. "Does the dinner with me and the movie count? A gentleman's word is as good as a whip to a swift horse." "Okay." Chen Mingyun walked up to Long Aotian and suddenly became mature and steady. "Mr. Long, thank you for helping us out just now. It's just a piece of cake. I'm not bragging. Let alone these bastards, even if they were masters from other regions, they would kneel down and beg for mercy if they met me." Chen Mingyun nodded. "It can be seen that you are an expert. Do you want me to help you teach Lu Qingwen a lesson? Or should we go have some coffee first and I'll deal with him later?" Chen Mingyun laughed. "I'm just kidding. I really hate boys fighting and killing each other." "Oh, that coffee. No need for coffee, I don't really like it, and I have plans with Chengwen for dinner and a movie. See you later." After saying this, Chen Mingyun turned around and left, pulling Lu Qingwen's hand and dragging him downstairs. Lu Qingwen tried to break free, but Chen Mingyun turned around and looked at him coldly, whispering, "If you dare to break free, I'll let him beat you to death." Lu Chengwengsen said, "You are so cruel. I've known you for so many years, but I didn't know you had this side. Good fellow, if you, a woman, become ruthless, it really makes people tremble with fear, isn't it?" Lu Qingwen broke free because he was afraid that Chen Mingyun would do something wrong. She didn't know the seriousness of the situation and might really kill herself without knowing it. Not struggling to break free would be tantamount to demonstrating to Long Aotian. "Never mind, let's just postpone it for a while." Lu Qingwen grabbed the fat guy Chen Machuan and said, "You come with me too." "Why bring him along?" Chen Mingyun said dissatisfiedly. "I have something to say." Several people came out, and Chen Mingyun laughed non-stop. Lu Qingwen said dissatisfiedly, "You are still laughing. I almost got killed by you. Hey! Why are you so afraid of that Long Aotian?" Lu Qingwen thought to himself, "If I could explain it to you clearly, I would have told you a long time ago. In short, he is the nemesis of me and Chen Machuan. You'd better protect your brother. The fat guy may die in his hands. Don't blame me for not warning you." Chen Machuan asked, "That's it?" Lu Qingwen looked at him, very seriously. "Chen Machuan, do you believe me?" "Nonsense, you are my brother, of course I believe you." "Then remember, if you want to stay alive, don't provoke him. You've seen his fighting ability just now. It's completely different from those of us who rely on a few moves learned in a martial arts gym to fight in a group. Moreover, this man is ruthless and ambitious, and will do anything to achieve his goals. He won't show mercy to you just because you are the eldest grandson of the Chen family. This guy is capable of anything, including but not limited to beating you to death." Lu Qingwen deliberately made his words sound particularly harsh, hoping to intimidate Chen Machuan. Chen Machuan nodded solemnly. "Indeed, this kid really scared me today. Fortunately, you stopped me before. If I had fought with him today, I would probably have gone to the hospital now. So, you can only outsmart him, not force him." Chen Machuan nodded. "My grandson covets my sister's beauty. He is the same as Hu Shuhui. We must not let him succeed." Lu Qingwen thought that this set of books was really difficult to play. "You'd better not interfere in his affairs with your sister. If you don't care, he may not care about you either. If you stop him from picking up girls, he may really beat you to death." Chen Mingyun said on the side, "You mean, I am definitely his?" Lu Qingwen said, "I don't care about your affairs, and I can't care about them. I just have one idea. Let Chen Machuan and I survive. This guy is willing to kill people just to pick up girls. Chen Mingyun snorted, I will ignore him and pester you, how about that? Lu Chengguen looked at her, you. Chen Mochuan laughed, okay, it's just Long Aotian, I'll deal with him. Lu Chengguen was about to collapse, did you two listen to me? I just said so much, was it all bullshit? Chengwen, when did you become such a coward? I'm not a coward. I'm managing this copy strategically and with discretion. What do you mean? Lu Chengguen looked at the fat man wearing only a bathrobe and said, get in the car quickly. I don't want to talk to you anymore. In the back seat of the car, Long Aotian was looking at the newspaper with a gloomy expression. Hua Xuening sat opposite him and said, young master, that Lu Chengguen has repeatedly ruined your plans. Why not just kill him? Long Aotian raised his head, are you teaching me how to do things? I dare not. It's just that I am unwilling to see the young master suffer losses every time. Long Aotian snorted, the situation is not what I expected. I don't know why, but I always feel that the development of things is a bit strange. Is it because of the young master falling into the cesspool? Long Aotian looked at Hua Xuening and said, don't mention that cesspool to me again. Never mention it again. Yes. Long Aotian took a deep breath, Lu Chengguen cannot be killed yet, the situation has changed. My original plan was to deal with the Leng, Su, and Chen families in turn, and then combine the strength of the three families to deal with the most powerful Lu family. But now all three families are a little blocked. The obstacle is that Lu Chengguen. Long Aotian nodded, however, although we can't kill him for the time being, it's still okay to let him suffer a little. Send a message to Shireen, it's time for her to take action. Hua Xuening said, I can go for this kind of mission. Long Aotian smiled, no, some tasks can only be completed by Shireen. Hua Xuening looked unhappy, she only knows how to seduce men. Ha ha ha. Long Aotian laughed loudly, you just don't know how to adapt. I could have let Jiang Shihan be my undercover agent to gather intelligence, but I didn't expect this bitch to be so cheap and actually loyal to Lu Chengguen. Shireen is my person, and Lu Chengguen is a lecher. Once I figure out his background, I won't have any trouble bringing down the Lu family. Young master, do you plan to start with the Lu family? Long Aotian shook his head, his eyes gloomy, the best answer is still the Ling family. After waking up, Lu Chengguen felt refreshed. Think it through. Why do I always become Long Aotian's opponent? It's because I am still in this position. In addition to the female protagonists, Long Aotian's ultimate goal is to integrate the four major families in Snow City. As long as his family is still one of the four major families, it will definitely be the target of the protagonist's annexation, and this will not change. Unless the Lu family shrinks to the point where the protagonist loses interest in it and becomes a second-rate family or even a third-rate enterprise. In this way, the Lu family becomes an inconspicuous background board outside the main storyline of the book. Moreover, if this happens, your social relationships will also change, and you will have fewer interactions with the heroines. Right. After a few losses on business, the Lu family's secondary enterprises went bankrupt and were sold off in batches, leaving only a few core profitable projects. This can not only ensure that the family's living standards will not decline too much, but also ensure the absolute safety of yourself and your family. I am really smart. The shantytown renovation project is the first step. If we do this step well, perhaps all the problems will be solved. Dasheng Group. Lu Chengguen sat in the core position, looking at the two rows of subordinates with a smile on his face. Everyone, I have just reviewed the financial statements. Everyone has done a great job. The Ministry of Internal Affairs will reward employees based on their merits. Employees who have made contributions recently will be rewarded. All branches, subsidiaries, departments, and outstanding employees who have participated in profitable projects will be rewarded. The group will also increase salaries as a whole, and the increase cannot be less than 20%. This statement caused an uproar among everyone. Lu Chengguen is well known for being stingy, and the salaries of the group's management and employees have always been the lowest in the industry. As long as we can ensure that you won't run away, the price can be as low as possible. Lu Chengguen wants to earn money outside and save money inside. It is his business to spend money like water and debauchery. Do you want to make money from me? Grandma. There have been complaints within the Dashan group regarding the issue of salaries. However, Lu Qingwen was quite skillful and used almost every means to bind the senior management. If you want to change jobs, the salary here is actually not bad, and the Dashan group is in its heyday. The value and personal sense of accomplishment that you can create by working here far exceeds that of other companies. You don't have to change jobs. The salary is not stimulating enough and the boss will squeeze you as much as he can. When it comes down to it, all companies are actually similar, and companies that are generous also have their downsides. In short, you'll be reluctant to leave, but if you don't leave, the salary will definitely not be top-notch. But today, Lu Qingwen shocked everyone by taking the initiative to ask for an increase in employee salaries. Deputy Executive President Li Meiqin was very surprised. Boss Lu, should we discuss this matter internally first? A 20% increase is not a small amount. Once this is implemented, our future operating costs will become very high. No need to discuss this. Lu Qingwen knew exactly what he was doing. If others increase revenue and reduce expenditure, we must also reduce resources and increase expenditure. Losing money outside and spending money inside, a two-pronged approach. Once the Dashan Group's operating conditions are bad, its peripheral branches and subsidiaries will go bankrupt and close down, and sell off their assets at a low price. I must speed up my pace. Long Aotian will not leave me much time, so I have to disappear from his sight as soon as possible. It's settled. Lu Qingwen said firmly, execute my decision. Li Meiqin frowned, totally confused as to what was wrong with her boss today. The first thought in Li Meiqin's mind was, could it be that he knew my plan? Is this person so powerful? Damn it, I still underestimated Lu Qingwen's strength. Li Meiqin clearly felt that today's boss made her feel scared from the bottom of her heart. In fact, a salary increase is justified, but such a large salary increase is too scary. As the executive vice president, Li Meiqin is basically in charge of the entire Dashan group, and Lu Qingwen is only responsible for overall decision-making. In short, when the boss says he wants to spend money, she has to stand up and be the bad guy. The boss said he wanted to raise her salary, so she had to object. This is Li Meiqin's management experience over the years and also her personal strategy. First of all, I have to make my position clear at all times. I am in the same group with you, the boss, and I have to save money for you. Secondly, if the boss insists on raising wages, then my obstruction can better highlight the boss's noble character and his great love for the people. Therefore, Li Meiqin did not have a good reputation within the group, and all employees scolded her for being in cahoots with the boss. Nonsense, my annual salary of more than 10 million is given by my boss. I am not in the same boat with him. I ask for benefits and salary increases on behalf of employees every day. Why does he keep me? I am the boss's dirty gloves. The boss is responsible for being the good guy. As for the bad guy and doing bad things, I will naturally be the one to do them. But Lu Qingwen had not discussed this matter with her today and brought it up directly during the meeting, which really caught her off guard. Li Meiqin stood up and pushed her glasses. Mr. Lu, I am the vice president of the group. It is difficult for me to do this if you announce it directly without discussing it with me. Why don't you give me some time? I will have a meeting with the actuarial department of the finance department and the cost accounting department to discuss it and come up with a specific plan. You need to hold a meeting, Lu Qingwen said, to discuss how to implement my decision as soon as possible. Notify the propaganda department and inform all employees of the group of this news. It must be implemented before the end of this month. Everyone looked at Li Meiqin. You are the most powerful person here besides him. If you continue like this, I wonder how long you will be a lackey. But the specific salary increase cannot be announced just like that. It needs to be approved. Lu Qingwen smiled and said, Meiqin, you have worked so hard in the past 2 years. For President Lu and the Dashan Group, it's not hard. Yes. Lu Qingwen said, in this way, your annual salary will double. Keep up the good work. Li Meiqin opened her eyes wide in surprise, unable to believe that her boss was so generous. Lu Qingwen continued, it's up to you to decide how to increase the annual salary of the other senior managers. Lu Qingwen walked up to her and patted her on the shoulder, don't save money for me. Li Meiqin was stunned by Lu Qingwen's combination of punches. Boss Lu, we should think about this big thing again. An executive immediately stood up and led the applause. Everyone, thank you, Mr. Lu. The entire conference room was filled with thunderous applause and voices of praise. Boss Lu is so domineering and majestic. We swear to share the honor and fate with the great sage group. I will be loyal to you in the future and will never have second thoughts. Boss Lu is truly a conscientious boss and a righteous ruler. Li Meiqin frowned. She understood that these people didn't want her to speak, so she immediately confirmed the matter with applause and praise. She narrowed her eyes, looked at Lu Qingwen, who was enjoying everyone's support, and thought quickly in her mind. What on earth is this person going to do? It's so abnormal. Did I miss something? Is he going to do a major reshuffle? Should you win over people's hearts first, then use a high salary to stabilize me, and then choose a new vice president? I originally wanted to take a group of the team with me to start my own business, but with what he did, my plan was completely aborted. I did it so well that it was impenetrable. There was no way he could have gotten the news. He wouldn't take out so much money for no reason. Something must have gone wrong. Li Meiqin wailed inwardly. I have already met with several vice presidents and senior executives, and I have also built up an excellent team of my own in the past few years. I originally thought of taking them all away to the independent mountain. But now, after doing this, I am suddenly left alone. All those who agreed to go with me didn't dare to look me in the eye at this moment. It was obvious that I could be paid a high salary to guard the vast country with the great sage, so why would I go out with you to start a peasant uprising? Is there something wrong with my brain? But Lu Qingwen actually gave himself the pricing power for the annual salary increases of all senior executives. What does this mean? Li Meiqin had something to hide, and at this moment she had more than 100 thoughts running through her mind. Her palms were sweating, and she vaguely felt that a big storm in the great sage group was brewing. No, it had already begun. Lu Qingwen accepted the handshakes, hugs, and thanks from the executives one by one. Smiling on the face, but feeling very upset. Does this little bit of money make you so excited? Fuck, is this not over yet? Don't come over here, man. You don't have much hair left. Why don't you just shave it off? I am so annoyed to keep shaking hands and hugging men. I like beautiful women. Jiang Shihan next to her burst out laughing. Lu Qingwen turned around and glanced at her. What are you laughing at? You have no share in the salary increase. Jiang Shihan pouted coquettishly. Boss Lu is bullying me. Li Meiqin was even more surprised. Jiang Shihan was actually acting like a spoiled brat with Lu Qingwen. Didn't she usually try her best to avoid him? What happened to these people today? Could it be that Jiang Shihan has always been Lu Qingwen's confidant? If so, this little girl is too scary. She has withstood such a huge pressure of rumors in the workplace. It turns out that she is the one who wears the same pants as Lu Qingwen. Are we all being played? Lu Qingwen walked up to Li Meiqin, and Li Meiqin immediately laughed. No hug. Li Meiqin immediately opened her arms, hugged her boss with a smile on her face, and shouted in her heart, "Don't touch my butt in front of so many people, please." But Lu Qingwen stopped at the right point and was very polite and respectful, limiting the hug to an appropriate expression of close affection between colleagues. Now Li Meiqin was even more panicked. Oh no. He is no longer interested in me. He didn't even take the opportunity to touch my butt. This is a bad sign. This means that he is already fed up with me deep down and knows that I am a traitor, so he is only superficially enthusiastic towards me. Li Meiqin smiled awkwardly and applauded with everyone. Lu Qingwen returned to his seat and sat in his boss chair, feeling as proud as an emperor. Okay, everyone return to your seats, I have some big news to announce. Everyone returned to their seats, still unable to hide their excitement. Lu Qingwen signaled to Jiang Shihan, and Jiang Shihan started playing a slideshow. The picture shows the shantytown project in our southern city. The project is less than 30% complete, but the previous consortiums have all run away. I plan to continue working on it next. Li Meiqin turned her head and looked at Lu Qingwen as if he was a ghost. She was totally confused. This person, what happened today? Shantytown Reconstruction Project. The government has come to discuss this many times, but we just received them politely and complained about our situation. In short, we would never get involved. But today, my boss is actually going to intervene in this project. This is a money-burning project and the situation is very complicated. If you are not careful, you will lose everything. Li Meichin said quickly, Boss Lu, this project is a minefield. It is too dangerous. It takes a long time, consumes a lot of resources, has many stakeholders, and is basically unfinished. Even if it does not require a specific evaluation, no one will touch it. The 4 major families in Xuecheng have all rejected the government's proposal to take over many times. I know. I know everything. Lu Qingwen drew out the words, still intoxicated by his vanity as the emperor, and said very casually. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing your child, and you can't catch a gangster without sacrificing your wife. You can't sacrifice, right? A group of executives looked at each other, all confused. From a professional perspective, this is a question that requires almost no thought. Anyone with sense and brains would not undertake this project. This project is just throwing money into a fire pit and there is no way out. But Lu Qingwen seemed determined. Seeing that no one said anything, Lu Qingwen slammed the table and said, It's settled. Don't worry, I'm the only one making the decision this time. You're just responsible for execution. If there's any problem, it's my fault. If there's any loss, I'll bear it alone, Shirhan. Mr. Lu. I will record today's meeting and keep it on file. If there are any problems in the future and I take my anger out on anyone, everyone can come to me with today's record. Yes. Lu Qingwen smiled slightly, are you all relieved now? Boss Lu is a man of decisions, like an emperor. Mr. Lu has a keen eye and can see business opportunities that we cannot see. We will definitely implement it with all our strength and go all out. Mr. Lu is far-sighted and resolute. We are so ignorant that we can only look up to him. Boss Lu is awesome. Boss Lu is awesome. Lu Qingwen sat on the chair, walking back and forth proudly, and saw Li Meichin without saying a word. Mikoto, why aren't you talking? Li Meichin felt as uncomfortable as if she was being roasted on fire. Mr. Lu, did I do something wrong? If you have anything to say, just say it. Li Meichin was certain that Lu Qingwen already knew about her affairs, and this project was clearly meant to torture her. But given Lu Qingwen's character, she didn't know how he tortured herself specifically, and she didn't even dare to think about it. Lu Qingwen had no idea that she had something on her mind. Looking at everyone, he could see that everyone supported him because he had just got a salary increase and he told them that they were not responsible. Lu Qingwen smiled and said, I know I left a bad impression on you before. No, Mr. Lu is a very nice person. We are all very grateful. Yeah. Don't lie to me. Lu Qingwen stood up. I have a few hobbies. Lu Qingwen began his speech. My first love is money. I can never have too much money. I wish I could put all the money in the world into my own pocket. Everyone laughed together, it was the truth. My second love is beautiful girls. Hey, no matter whether they are young or mature, sexy or cute, I love them all. Everyone smiled knowingly, feeling that Lu Qingwen's words today were particularly interesting. Lu Qingwen continued, my third love is my family. Lu Qingwen slammed the table and said, so, put yourself in my shoes. I want you to make money, I want you to be able to pick up girls, and I want you to be able to take good care of your families. So, raise your salary and do big things. Any problem? Everyone shouted loudly together, we will follow President Lu's lead. We will resolutely implement President Lu's great decision. Lu Qingwen smiled and pointed at Li Meichin. Meichin, you are in charge of this matter. I have only one request, you must sign the contract within a week. Li Meichin clenched her fists under the table and looked at Lu Qingwen, completely confused at this point. After the meeting, Lu Qingwen walked back to his large office. Li Meichin caught up with him, boss, we need to talk. Oh, sure, let's chat. Shirhan, coffee. Lu Qingwen was drinking coffee while Li Meichin was standing in front of his desk. Boss, it is almost inevitable that the Shantytown project will lose money. With your judgment and certainty, you can see that it is a sinkhole. I don't understand why we must take over. Lu Qingwen smiled. How about coffee? Very good. Li Meiqin forced a smile. I came to you to ask for your advice. I hope you can teach me more. Lu Qingwen said, the Buddha said, it cannot be explained. Ah. Anyway, just do what I say. No matter how much effort it takes, you must win this project. Li Meiqin had never heard of this crappy project, so why would she not care how much effort it takes? This project doesn't require any effort, and it can be started with the money. The Great Sage Group is going to take over, and everyone is giving you the green light. But here comes the fool. And Mr. Lu, the salary increase needs to be gradual. According to our local average salary level and domestic inflation standards, it will gradually increase. If we suddenly increase it so much, the cost will be too high. Let's not discuss these things. Also, you don't have to imitate them and wear short skirts in the future. Wear whatever you like. At this time, Jiang Shirhan knocked on the door and entered the room. Mr. Lu, Mayor Zhao asked you to go to the municipal government conference room for a meeting at 3 p.m. The discussion is about the shantytown reconstruction project. I know. Lu Qingwen looked at Li Meiqin and said, it's time for a meeting. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. City Hall meeting room. Lu Qingwen was 5 minutes late, but fortunately Mayor Zhao was busy with something and was not in the meeting room. As soon as Lu Qingwen entered the room, he saw many familiar faces. Leng Qingqiu, Executive President of Qianfeng Group, Su Xiuejiao, Executive Vice President of Haud Group, and Chen Mingyun, Executive President of Shangyun Group. The 4 major families in Snow City were all present, and none of the chairmen attended in person, only the president and vice president attended the meeting. Needless to say, the ideas of several companies are the same. They will never touch this project, so it is most appropriate for young people to come and offend people. As soon as Lu Qingwen entered, Leng Qingqiu and Chen Mingyun stood up at the same time. Leng Qingqiu looked at Lu Qingwen and smiled. Lu Qingwen smiled at her politely and shook her hand. Boss Leng, long time no see. Leng Qingqiu laughed. What the hell, what, long time no see? They clearly met yesterday. Chen Mingyun felt uncomfortable when she saw Leng Qingqiu, and then shook hands with Lu Qingwen. Mr. Lu, you are still so cool. Ms. Chen looks so pretty today. Her skirt is beautiful. Just as Lu Qingwen was about to turn around and say hello to Su Xiuejiao jumped up, which scared Lu Qingwen. He was afraid that she would fall, so he quickly hugged her. My goodness, Su Xiuejiao is hanging on Lu Qingwen like a koala. Su Xiuejiao is petite, with thin arms and legs, but she is not heavy. The key is, you are the vice president of Haud Group. What's the matter with you hanging on me in public? Lu Qingwen asked nervously, what are you doing? Come down. No, I'll do it if you kiss me. Stop it, there are so many people here. What are you afraid of? Leng Qingqiu picked up the document and threw it on the table in dissatisfaction. Su Xiuejiao ignored her and hugged Lu Qingwen's neck. Do you miss me? I'll be very grateful if you don't try to harm me. At this time, the secretary pushed the door and Mayor Zhao came in. I'm sorry everyone, I've been so busy lately, let's have a meeting. Mayor Zhao was stunned when he saw Lu Qingwen had a vice president title on his body. Mr. Lu, what are you doing? Lu Qingwen quickly patted Su Xiuejiao's little butt, and Su Xiuejiao also came down with a red face, stuck out her tongue, and sat aside. Secretary Wu began to speak, and after a long while, he said that this project was related to the national economy and people's livelihood. If it continued to be unfinished, the city's leadership would not look good in front of their superiors, and it would seriously hinder the economic development and construction of the city. He hoped that the various groups would consider the national economy and people's livelihood and take over and continue the construction. Secretary Wu finished speaking, and Mayor Zhao began to speak. He sighed first. Dear business leaders, I know your fathers, and I also know that this project is complicated and a hot potato. But our city of Xueqing needs to overcome this hurdle. On behalf of the Municipal Party Committee, municipal government, and 30 million citizens of Xueqing, I would like to express my gratitude to the group that is willing to invest and implement this project from start to finish. This is a great cause that will benefit the present and future generations, and I hope everyone can look at this matter with a long-term perspective. That sounds nice. In fact, they just want you to contribute money and effort and take over for the government. A group of people looked at me and I looked at you, but they didn't say anything. Hu Shuhui was sitting at the bottom, looked at Lu Qingwen, and suddenly said, Mayor Zhao, we are businessmen, and we are in business. If we are asked to invest money in unprofitable transactions, isn't this asking us to throw our hard-earned money into the strong wind? We at Minghui Group will definitely not go into this muddy water. He pointed at Lu Qingwen again. He is rich. Who doesn't know that the Lu family, the head of the 4 major families in Xueqing, is extremely wealthy, as rich as the country? If he pays the big part, I will pay the small part. Mayor Zhao turned to look at Lu Qingwen. At this time, Lu Qingwen's phone rang, and he stood up quickly. I'm sorry, everyone, I'll take a call and I'll be right back. Next, a group of people chattered, and more than a dozen entrepreneurs spoke in turn, with different contents but the same theme. They were all polite and spoke in a high-sounding way. In a word, there is no money. Some cry poor, some say they have difficulties, some say they don't know how to build infrastructure. There are all kinds of people, all different. Mayor Zhao's expression became increasingly grim. A bunch of capitalists who eat people without leaving any bones. When they asked for conditions and various benefits from the city, they all backed off when their own interests were affected. Mayor Zhao looked angry and the atmosphere of the meeting began to become depressing. Secretary Wu tried his best to negotiate, talking about the various conveniences and benefits that the municipal party committee and municipal government could provide, and urged everyone to overcome difficulties and respond positively. Mayor Zhao knew without even looking that this group of black-hearted guys were unstoppable. Especially that Hu Shuhui, who spoke the most unpleasantly. When he spoke, the main idea was, Lu Qingwen is richer than me, if he is willing to pay, I am willing to pay too. The meaning was so simple, but his words were too fragmentary and too harsh to hear. He was the only one in the entire meeting room who was acting so arrogant. He didn't pay a penny but kept talking non-stop. Mayor Zhao slammed the table and he stopped talking. Do you pay if someone pays? If Lu Qingwen wants to pay, I'll pay. He has much more money than me. Mayor Zhao pointed at Secretary Wu and said, okay, write it down for Minghui Group. If someone pays, he will pay. Hey, I only pay for the small portion. Mayor Zhao looked at everyone with a stern face. Anything else? This kind of thing, I'm afraid of the beginning. Once there is a beginning, it will be difficult for the rest of us to live. At this time, everyone cast angry glances at Hu Shuhui. Secretary Wu breathed a sigh of relief. At least there was a breakthrough. Mayor Zhao was still experienced. But the remaining group of people are not just here to eat and work. Everyone said that if Lu Qingwen was willing to invest, we would invest because he had the richest money. Mayor Zhao stood up and said, I'm going to go out for a while. Lu Qingwen was draining water when he ran into Mayor Zhao when he went out. Mayor Zhao. Well, Chengwen, is everything going well at home recently? Thank you for your concern. Everything is fine. Oh. Mayor Zhao sighed, don't rush back, just come with me. Strolling with Mayor Zhao in the small courtyard behind the city government. Mayor Zhao asked sincerely, Chengwen, what do you think about this shantytown reconstruction project? Lu Qingwen said, there is something wrong with your plan. Oh. Tell me more about it. Lu Qingwen said, there used to be 6 villages there, and now we need to open them all up and connect them to build an integrated residential community. With such a large area, we need to build more than 200 buildings, widen and pave new cement roads, renovate sewers, and build supporting facilities. So where do you think the problem lies? Lu Qingwen said, everything is fine. You even designed the subway station. There is no problem with this. Tell me the problem. The problem is that you lack business districts there. Mayor Zhao was stunned. This is civilian land, and it's not far from the nearby business district. What's the use of that? What do ordinary people look for when buying a house? You have designed schools, hospitals, and parks, but there is no business district there. It's inconvenient. Mayor Zhao lowered his head in thought. Lu Qingwen turned around, Jiang Shihan. Drawings. Jiang Shirhan, who was following far behind, immediately ran over and took out the drawings from his bag. Now, Mayor Zhao, all the designs are reasonable. It can be seen how much the Municipal Party Committee and the municipal government attach great importance to this project. But think about it, if we design a circular commercial city here, with entertainment and shopping in it, food, movies, and even a stadium to hold concerts. Not only will the shanty towns be given a new look, but the entire North City will be inspired. Mayor Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Someone has actually proposed this plan, but no one is as bold as Lu Qingwen. When the land here was reclaimed, it was promised that all would be livelihood projects and no factories or commercial buildings would be built. At that time, someone proposed to build a small business district to attract occupancy rates. But his proposal was much more conservative than Lu Qingwen's. Lu Qingwen is planning to do something big. He drew the circle so elegantly that he could enclose such a large piece of land. Mayor Zhao pondered and thought. After a long while, he sighed, the people won't agree to this. They want the building and the demolition compensation. Lu Qingwen said, you calculate how much they want, give me a number, and I can give it to you. As long as you build it in this way, redesign the blueprints, and replan the route, then there won't be only a few subway stations, you have to take care of all of them. And the highways must be connected to the ring road, and there must be a separate highway entrance. Mayor Zhao looked at Lu Qingwen, surprised at his grand ideas, and also surprised that this guy didn't cry poor or play Tai Chi with him today, but instead seemed to be very concerned. It can be seen from the fact that his secretary carried the drawings with him, and there were obvious marks on the drawings made by him that this person had been paying attention to this project. If the project can be modified to your liking to a great extent, would you be willing to take it over? Lu Qingwen smiled and said, why else would I study it? Mayor Zhao said, okay, but I need you to help me deal with those people inside. Can you do it? Lu Qingwen smiled and patted Mayor Zhao on the shoulder, just wait and see. Coming out of the conference room, Mayor Zhao held Lu Qingwen's hand, his excitement evident in words. Qingwen, today is all thanks to you. I have saved my reputation. This way, I can give an explanation to the province, my colleagues, and the people of Xuecheng. Oh, no, nothing. Lu Qingwen was too busy to think clearly and was still trying to figure out what had happened today. Mayor Zhao could also see that Lu Qingwen was a little indecisive, so he didn't talk much. She just leaned closer to him and said, this year's honor will definitely be yours. You should be ready. I will ask the superiors to approve the drawings as soon as possible. Very quickly, very quickly. Also, if you need anything, just tell me. We will set up a special shantytown working group to cooperate with your Dacheng group's work. I promise you that with the Municipal Party Committee and Municipal Government, all the work of Dacheng Group will be green-lighted. We will escort you. Thank you, Mayor Zhao and Secretary Wu. Secretary Wu smiled and said, Boss Lu, our Mayor Zhao is sincerely thanking you. Please come here more often and chat with the leader in the future. Yes, definitely. Lu Qingwen walked out of the building in a daze. Zhao Gang opened the car door. Lu Qingwen stood at the door and looked back at the towering City Hall building. He felt like he was dreaming. The final investment landscape. The Lu family invested 50 billion, the Su family invested 20 billion, the Chen family invested 12 billion, and the Leng family invested 4.9 billion. Total, 86.9 billion. In addition, Hu Shuhui donated 30 million yuan in the name of the group for the construction of public toilets for all shanty towns. Sure enough, it happened very quickly, so quickly that Lu Qingwen couldn't believe it. The province approved it that afternoon. As soon as they heard that someone had taken over the shantytown, the four major families joined together and invested more than 80 billion yuan. The provincial leaders dropped all their work and immediately called together relevant personnel to start discussions. Not only were the drawings approved, but a professional guidance team was also sent in to discuss the specific contents and make the final decision. Golf course. The four big guys, Lu Guanghong, Leng Tianhao, Su Zhiyun, and Chen Qingbin, are playing golf. Lu Guanghong swung and hit a good ball, feeling very proud. It's been a while since we've gotten together like this, right? Leng Tianhao stood aside with gloves on, sorting out his golf clubs. Stop talking nonsense, aren't we all here to relax and unwind? Su Zhiyun laughed, there's nothing we can do. Mayor Zhao is looking for someone to take over that messy old city renovation project. We can hide for a while. Chen Qingbin smiled and said, Old Lu, your kid has been doing great recently. I heard that he quietly acquired a high-tech company. This kid dares to do any business. Does he understand high-tech? Lu Guanghong looked displeased. The other three families all have properties left over from their ancestors. In other words, their ancestors were wealthy. Only Lu Guanghong started from scratch. He also started his business in his 20s, and in his 30s he made the Dacheng Group one of the top companies in Snow City. When he was in his 40s, the Dacheng Group had already become a giant in the entire North Country. Unfortunately, when he was in his 50s, he fell seriously ill. Otherwise, he really wouldn't feel comfortable handing over the business to Lu Qingwen. It's strange that although Lu Qingwen is uneducated, he is good at doing business. He basically never suffers any loss and always makes profits. These two men have plenty of money, but they are both uneducated. This also caused the other three companies to ridicule and mock it openly or secretly. They are aristocrats and have been rich for generations, while they are peasants and look down on them. Lu Guanghong snorted, what high-tech? Aren't all high-end businesses done by humans? Are kings, princes, generals, and ministers of different species. Sooner or later, my son will buy back all those companies that think they are noble and good-for-nothings. The other three families exchanged glances, feeling somewhat disdainful. You have money, but culture is your shortcoming. The most important thing is bloodline. We are all nobles. No matter how rich you are, we think you are just a nouveau riche. Snort. Chen Qingbin said, let's not talk about anything else, the business in the shantytowns must not be touched. Anyone who touches it will die. Your little boss must know this. Su Zhiyun said, needless to say. You sent the president to the meeting, but the one who went to our house was my youngest daughter, the vice president. Hey. Mayor Zhao will definitely understand what I mean. Leng Tianhao hit a shot and cursed in frustration, stinky ball. Then he threw the club to the caddy. I heard from Chengwen that he wants to accept this project. Him. Lu Guanghong smiled. My son. I know him well. He is smarter than a monkey. He will not get involved in such bad luck. At this time, Long Aotian walked over from a distance, followed by Hua Xuening who was wearing sportswear. Leng Tianhao smiled and said, let me introduce you to a young hero, Long Aotian. He is from the frontier and is very strategic. Long Aotian smiled and said, Junior has met the patriarchs of the four major families in Snow City. Lu Guanghong glanced at him and said, isn't this the guy who caused trouble at my house that day? Leng Tianhao, why did you bring him here? Leng Tianhao smiled and said, I needed a piece of land recently. He helped me a lot. He is a talented person. Lu Guanghong snorted, if you have something to do, why don't you go to your uncle-in-law? Why go to an outsider? My uncle. Leng Tianhao wiped his golf club. Can I count on him? He is a stingy guy. I am now doubting whether my daughter should get engaged. Lu Guanghong said dissatisfiedly, Lao Leng, what do you mean? What's the meaning? Leng Tianhao smiled and said, whoever can get that piece of land for me, my daughter will be engaged to him. That's what I mean. Your son is very arrogant and doesn't give me face at all. Lu Guanghong was furious and secretly cursed his son for not living up to his expectations. I'll take care of his affairs. I'll go back and talk to him. Long Aotian smiled and said, there is news. Well, it's a surprise. What news? Lu Guanghong didn't take it seriously and was about to swing. Long Aotian smiled and said, President Lu Qingwen announced at the meeting that he would inject 50 billion yuan into the development and construction of shanty towns. Lu Guanghong swung the pole and it fell directly to the ground. 3 old men went over to help him up, each of them gloating and barely able to hide the smiles on their faces. Su Zhiyun smiled and said, Old Lu, what's there to be excited about? Your son is a man of great talent and strategy. He must have discovered a business opportunity before investing. Haha, but only 50 billion, wow, wow, it's really a big deal. I hope you can make your money back. I hope, ha ha ha. Chen Qingbin also said, that's right, in fact, it's okay even if you lose money. Anyway, your Lu family is rich. Just pretend that 50 billion is nothing. It's better to lose money than to suffer a disaster. The people of Xueqing will be grateful to you, the father and son who were taken advantage of. Lu Guanhong covered his lower back and said angrily, get out of the way. You all just want to kick someone when he's down. The two old men laughed loudly, while Leng Tianhao said coldly, okay, this guy is not without money, he just looks down on me. He has 50 billion to work for the government, but he is making excuses when I want to get a piece of land. Humph. Lu Guanhong grimaced in pain, Lao Leng, there must be something wrong with this matter. I will go back and ask him and give you an answer. No need to ask, he doesn't look down on me as his future father-in-law. Leng Tianhao sneered, the Lu family's luck is probably about to end. Slum reconstruction. Humph, he really dares to do it. He looks so smart at ordinary times, but at the critical moment, he pays money obediently when he is scared. What a great talent, I think he is just a fool. Lu Guanhong gritted his teeth, what nonsense are you talking about? Leng Tianhao said, without your Lu family, I can take that piece of land by myself. Aotian. Yes, Mr. Leng. Long Aotian said, I have already informed the sales staff that the land can be acquired for only 1.9 billion, and it has been approved for commercial use. Congratulations, Mr. Leng. Relying on this prime land, the Leng family will definitely make a lot of money in the next few years. Leng Tianhao looked at Lu Guanhong and said, did you hear that? Without the Lu family, the Leng family can still be strong and powerful. My Qingqiu is a man of great talent and strategy. Your son is wasting money on the government, but my daughter has never been idle for a minute. She is concentrating on doing great things. Giving birth to a son, what's the point of giving birth to a son? It's not even worth a toe of my daughter's. Lu Guanhong was in great pain, and secondly, he was so angry at Leng Tianhao that he was out of breath. Besides, the news had already arrived, facts spoke louder than words, and he was speechless for the moment. At this time, Long Aotian received another message and was shocked. What's wrong? Leng Tianhao walked over and started making strokes to hit the ball. Leng Qingqiu announced an investment of 4.9 billion yuan to join the shantytown reconstruction plan. Leng Tianhao's actions were exactly the same as Lu Guanghong's just now. They both heard the plan just when they were about to exert their strength. Yes, even the throwing movements are exactly the same. Su Zhiyun and Chen Qingbin helped him sit next to Lu Guanghong again, and their faces were about to explode from trying so hard to hold back their laughter. Leng Tianhao's back was covered in cold sweat. What is Qingqiu thinking about? Long Aotian sighed, it must be Lu Qingguen who instigated it. Leng Tianhao endured the pain and said, Lu Guanhong, do you know everything? Lu Guanhong looked at him, look at my waist. Do I know I can fall like this? Leng Tianhao thought about it and realized that he was also caught off guard by the news. There was no need to exaggerate this matter to this extent. Both old men put out the fire, and they were both feeling very upset. Su Zhiyun and Chen Qingbin are so funny. One of these two guys is a nouveau riche and a country bumpkin who is used to bullying others by relying on his wealth. One is like a grasshopper in autumn, which won't jump up for a few days yet always pretends to be on equal footing with oneself. Well, now that you two are brothers in distress, you still want to get married. Good connection. Haha, they both wasted your money together, are you happy or not? Surprised or not? The caddy set up the balls, and Chen Qingbin held the club, smiling, what a nice weather. Hey, I don't know why am I in such a good mood today? Su Zhiyun laughed loudly, of course, Lu Qingguen is a man of great talent and Leng Qingqiu is a genius of his generation. They are a perfect couple, so enviable, so enviable. Two old men were laughing, while the other two were doing the same thing, covering their lower backs, looking pissed off. Chen Qingbin began to prepare to play, gesturing back and forth while saying, golf is a sport for the nobility. It's not something that ordinary bumpkins and ruined families who are about to decline can play. If you don't play it well, you can easily sprain your waist. At this time, Long Aotian received another message and showed it to Leng Tianhao. Leng Tianhao was scolded by his two enemies, Chen and Su, and they obviously put him and Lu Guanghong together as objects of ridicule, which made him very angry. After seeing the message, he gently pressed Long Aotian's wrist, gritted his teeth and whispered, "Wait until he swings the club before telling him." Mayor Zhao quickly held a short meeting. The people in the city government were ecstatic. Secretary Wu narrowed his eyes. This Lu Qingwen is obviously a stingy profiteer. Why is he so generous today? He will definitely make demands that we can't accept. Mayor Zhao nodded. Of course, businessmen don't do anything without profit. But this project needs someone to do it. Dozens of building frames have been built. We can't just leave them there in the wind and rain and be used as toilets. For such a big change, we need to consult the province. I'll do this work, and you'll be responsible for keeping Lu Qingwen stable. If he refuses to pay after the approval is given, it will be a disgrace to him. Yes. Meeting room. Mayor Zhao returned to the meeting room. Secretary Wu continued to preside over the meeting and asked everyone to express their opinions. There was no change in the result. Everyone was still hesitating and saying only nice things, and they didn't want to pay a penny. Finally, Hu Shuhui jumped out again. "Lu Qingwen, why did you go out to answer the phone during the meeting? You have no respect for Mayor Zhao. We have all made our position clear. You are the richest person in Xuecheng. You pay the biggest share and we pay the smaller share. Please make your position clear." Hu Shuhui was sure of Lu Qingwen. "I just realized that I was comparing myself with Lu Qingwen, and ended up dragging down more than a dozen companies here. We can only speak with one voice. Lu Qingwen pays, and we pay too." They didn't have to say this originally, but now everyone wants to drag Hu Shuhui out and beat him until he is disabled. Therefore, in order to save face, Hu Shuhui had no choice but to kill Lu Qingwen. He was sure that Lu Qingwen would never pay the money. Just him. A black-hearted businessman. If you ask him to take advantage of others by speculation, he will be better at doing it than anyone else. If you ask him to spend money to build a city, especially something that will only go to waste, he will never agree even if you beat him to death. If he doesn't agree, then no one has to pay. Lu Qingwen looked around and smiled. Does everyone mean the same thing? A few people responded sparsely. Lu Qingwen laughed. I grew up in Xuecheng. Xuecheng is my home, and the people of Xuecheng are my fellow countrymen. I, Lu Qingwen, don't have much else, but I know how to write the word, loyalty and righteousness. I still have some loyalty to the emperor and the country. For this project, my Lu family will take the lead and take over. The whole audience was in an uproar. Leng Qingqiu opened his eyes wide, unable to believe it. She thought Lu Qingwen was just talking nonsense yesterday and no one would touch this kind of business. Chen Mingyun was also extremely surprised, and Su Xuejiao narrowed her eyes, feeling that there must be something wrong with Lu Qingwen. Now more than a dozen entrepreneurs could no longer sit still and started to speak up, causing chaos. Hu Shuhui angrily asked, Lu Qingwen, are you colluding with Mayor Zhao to cheat us? When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked and looked at Mayor Zhao. Secretary Wu immediately said angrily, Hu Shuhui, what did you say? Have you thought about it before saying this? Hu Shuhui was also panicking. I'm sorry Mayor Zhao, I was in a hurry and said nonsense. But this Lu Qingwen, he is a black-hearted businessman, much more black-hearted than me. How could he pay money to do such a losing business? There must be fraud. Lu Qingwen said, business is business. Yes, I, Lu Qingwen, never do business at a loss. But this shantytown reconstruction project is not just a business. As a businessman and an entrepreneur, facing major issues, only thinking about personal interests is too small. I think this project is not a business, it is a national concern, it is a livelihood, it is an important project of urban construction, and it is the only way for my hometown to prosper. Why do I work so hard and make money? It is to be able to give back to the society and benefit my hometown at the critical moment. Mayor Zhao has always been as steady as a rock. He took the initiative to lead the applause. Well said. If all entrepreneurs can have the same awareness and vision as President Lu, the construction of our snow city will definitely be among the best in the country. Let's applaud President Liu. Everyone applauded reluctantly. Beads of sweat were dripping from Hu Shuhui's forehead. Are we in this trap? This lunatic wants to die, and he wants to drag all of us down with him. Lu Chengwen, you sound so passionate and serious. Let me ask you, how much money are you willing to pay? If it's less than 5 billion, forget it, it's not even worth it. Lu Chengwen snorted, look at your ambition, our Dasheng group will invest at least 50 billion. When Mayor Zhao heard this, his eyes immediately lit up and he turned to look at Secretary Wu. Secretary Wu also became excited and nodded to Mayor Zhao. This caused a huge uproar. At first, everyone thought that Lu Chengwen would not pay any money, not even a penny. Later I thought he was just saying some nice words, taking the lead, and then paying a symbolic amount of money to get by. 50 billion. This amount of money can never be spent in a lifetime. Secretary Wu said quickly, everyone, be quiet, be quiet. We have all seen that President Liu is indeed a role model for the business community in Snow City. This time he really helped in times of need and donated generously. We should all learn from his noble character of loving his country and hometown without caring about personal gains and losses. Then he smoothly transitioned to, since President Liu has expressed his views, do you still remember what you said just now? Please express your views. Everyone looked at Hu Shuhui, wishing they could skin him alive, pull out his tendons, chop him into pieces and feed him to the dogs. Hu Shuhui was confused. He didn't understand, he couldn't understand it at all. What happened to Lu Chengwen? Crazy. Stupid. Demented. How can you pay this kind of money? Is the Liu family courting death? Lu Chengwen smiled and said, Boss Hu, I don't have any other requests from you. I will take all the big projects and engineering. You just need to pay some money for charity. Charity. How, charity? Well, I'll give you two options. One is that you invest in proportion. I invest 50 billion and you invest 5 billion. If there's profit, you'll get a share in proportion. The other is that we'll plan more than 200 public toilets here, and you'll pay for them. Each toilet will be 200,000, and the total will be about 30 million. You choose one. Hu Shuhui almost cried to death. 5 billion. If Lu Chengwen paid 5 billion, it would not be a big deal for him, but if he paid 5 billion himself, it would definitely be a huge loss. And there is a high possibility that this money will be wasted. On one side is 5 billion in venture capital, and on the other side is 30 million in charity. When he thought that the 5 billion yuan might be lost, Hu Shuhui gritted his teeth and said, okay. Once you say something, it's time to put it back on the table. I'll build toilets for the shanty towns. As Lu Chengwen and others expected, Hu Shuhui would rather spend money to avoid disaster. He would rather give 30 million to charity than give 5 billion to keep Lu Chengwen company. Mayor Zhao is so smart. When he heard what he said, he immediately winked at Secretary Wu. Secretary Wu immediately came over with the investment contract. Okay, Mr. Hu, please sign it. Hu Shuhui felt like crying his heart out. What kind of plot is this? I'm going to throw in 30 million to have a meeting. Won't my dad scold me to death when I get back? Mayor Zhao and Secretary Wu are a pair of big and small devils. Mayor Zhao is shrewd and scheming, while Secretary Wu is ruthless and ruthless. As soon as you say something, they will prepare the contract for you. Hu Shuhui unknowingly became a tool of Mayor Zhao and Secretary Wu. At this moment, Hu Shuhui is almost taking the lead. He was the one who asked for money at the beginning, and now he is the first to sign the contract. With Hu Shuhui as a model, the rest of the people can't escape. Want to get out of this conference room? See. Starting at 30 million. Hu Shuhui's face turned green after signing the contract. Everyone, I signed it. It's for the development of my hometown. It's what I, Hu Shuhui, should do. Mayor Zhao smiled and applauded again. Thank you, President Hu, for your noble character. Now everyone else was confused. Secretary Wu saw that the time was right. Now Lu Chengwen played the role of raising the stakes, and Hu Shuhui played the role of supporting the bottom. Next, he would start to show his cards one by one from big to small and exert pressure. Boss Su. He looked at Su Xuejiao. Howd Group, isn't it time to make a statement? Lu Qingwen smiled and said, Mayor Zhao, Secretary Wu, you don't need to ask anyone else. I, Lu Qingwen, paid for all the funds for the construction of this shantytown myself. If other friends in the business community are interested in investing, they can come to me to discuss. If they are not interested, I will not force them. I just hope that when the Lu family implements this project and needs your help, I hope you can lend a hand and help the Lu family. Mayor Zhao was so moved that he almost cried. In the past, everyone scolded the Lu family's boss, Lu, for being a good-for-nothing, a black-hearted businessman who was stingy, who took advantage of others and was faster than a rabbit when it came to getting things done. This incident today really surprised me. He was just like a begging monk, using threats and inducements to make everyone pay up. Now Lu Qingwen had handled it all by himself, so he didn't have to offend all the business leaders. The rest of the entrepreneurs were also very excited. No need to pay. Cool. Hu Shuhui turns people into ghosts, and Lu Qingwen turns ghosts into people. Everyone stood up and shook hands with Lu Qingwen, expressing their gratitude from the bottom of their hearts. Lu Qingwen greeted everyone with a smile on his face, acting like a king. Mayor Zhao also came over and shook hands with Lu Qingwen with a smile. Qingwen, on behalf of the Municipal Party Committee, the municipal government, and the 30 million people in the city, thank you. Mayor Zhao, you're too polite. At this time, Leng Qingqiu suddenly stood up and said, Qianfeng Group is willing to invest in the shantytown project. I hope Mr. Lu will give us a chance. Strange things happened one after another today. Lu Qingwen was courting death, and yet he didn't tie anyone up or drag someone down with him, which made everyone feel like they were running out of brains. Now Leng Qingqiu also stood up. There are also people who actively jump into the pit. Leng Qingqiu continued, but the Leng family can't come up with much cash right now, so Mr. Lu, please don't despise us. It was one thing that Lu Qingwen took on so much responsibility just now, but it was another thing that Leng Qingqiu took the initiative to stand up in front of Mayor Zhao and Secretary Wu. Lu Qingwen froze in place, not knowing how to start. Mayor Zhao looked at Lu Qingwen and then at Leng Qingqiu. I thought to myself, they are going to get engaged, it seems that the couple is of one mind. But is today's matter really that simple? At this time, Su Xuejiao also stood up, Brother Chengwen, why didn't you ask me to do good deeds? The Su family is willing to participate in the shantytown reconstruction project. Dozens of heads in the room turned around, trying to see the answer from other people's faces, but all they saw were confused expressions. Finally, Chen Mingyun also stood up, of course, the Chen family will not sit idly by. I hope Mr. Lu will give us more guidance in the future. Lu Qingwen was confused. What are you doing? Are you all serious? Are you still vying for the top spot? Just as Chen Qingbin was about to swing his club, Long Aotian said loudly, Chen Mingyun of the Chen family announced on the spot that he would invest 12 billion yuan into the shantytown reconstruction project. What the hell? Snap. Chen Qingbin was even worse off than the other two. He didn't fall, but when he heard the news, he gave up holding on and twisted his waist so hard that everyone heard the crisp sound of bones cracking. Chen Qingbin hurriedly said with difficulty, hurry, my waist. Lu Guanhong hurriedly asked, Old Chen, what's wrong? You are a noble and rich, but your waist is not working. Chen Qingbin's face was covered with sweat, quick. Help me. Leng Tianhao quickly said, no, I'm a poor nobleman, and my waist isn't that good. Haha, 12 billion, your daughter is amazing. I give a thumbs up to rich nobles like you. Su Zhiyun had no choice but to support Chen Qingbin. Old Chen, you are seriously twisted now. Is 10 billion worth it? In my opinion, anything less than 20 billion is not worth it. Look, slow down, slow down. 3 old men who had injured their waists sat in a row. Now that they are better, they are not angry with each other. Just Su Zhiyun was leaning on his golf club and watching the 3 of them having fun. Ha ha ha, look at the 3 of you, each of you brags so loudly. One of your sons is a man of great talent, and the other daughter is a genius. Old Chen, you are the most exaggerated. Your daughter is usually very well behaved, why did she also act like a fool? Ha ha, now that the shantytown has the support of the 3 big families, I can sleep well tonight. The three old men rolled their eyes at him. Su Jiyun became even more proud. Oh. Are you angry? Oh, we've been friends for so many years. If you ask me, old Chen, you really don't need to get angry. Although 10 billion is not a small number, it's not a big deal. Look at old Lu, his son gave him 50 billion in one go, and he kept his composure, didn't he? The most pitiful one is old Leng. As far as I know, with nearly 5 billion to invest, can your family still cope with it? Ha ha ha. Leng Tian was so proud that he almost died, but just as he was about to sit up straight and retort, his waist started to hurt badly. Su Jiyun swung the bat a few times and said, "Look, 4 people came to play, 3 of them got injured, and I'm the only one watching the situation with a smile." He turned around and began to gesture. He said confidently, "It's a pity that the Qin Emperor and Han Wudi were slightly inferior in literary talent, the Tang Emperor and Song Emperor were slightly inferior in style, and the great Genghis Khan only knew how to bend the bow and shoot eagles." Then he turned around, smiled at the 3 old guys who were holding their breath, smiled evilly, looked at them and said meanly, "It's all over." Then he turned around and looked into the distance, saying loudly, "To count the heroes, look no further than today." After saying this, he swung his sword with all his might, full of passion, lofty ambition, and the determination to conquer the world. At the same time, Long Aotian said calmly, "Su Xuejiao invested 20 billion on behalf of the Su family." What? Ga Benair. Ah. My waist. 4 old men sat in a row. Leng Tianhao nodded. What did old Su say just now? He said that 10 billion is not a big deal. How much does it take to be considered a big deal? Chen Qingbin said, he said 20 billion. Oh. Leng Tianhao said, "Old Su, your family has reached the target. That's because your daughter is very courageous. I am a poor nobleman and can only pay less than 5 billion. Chen Qingbin said, "My daughter loves me after all. She didn't make 20 billion. So, Su's daughter is the bravest one. I think Su Xuejiao is a man of great talent and strategy, a genius of her generation." Yes, yes, yes. Lu Guanhong took a deep breath and said, "This is really evil. What's wrong with the 4 of them? Did they discuss this?" Su Jiyun couldn't stand it anymore and said angrily, "Give me my phone, I want to ask this damn girl what's going on." The other 3 old men said together, "Then you lose. You answered the phone first." "I lost 20 billion, why do I still care about losing? What are you guys thinking about? Who doesn't lose money? Are you still thinking about winning or losing?" The other 3 old men were stunned, and then they thought it made sense, and asked their secretaries to bring the phone. 4 old men each held their waists and called their children. In the bathroom, Lu Qingwen sat on an artistic sofa, looking very arrogant. System female voice, "Congratulations host, for investing in a grand project that can cause the entire Lu family to go bankrupt. Thank you for the compliment." Lu Qingwen crossed his legs and shook, "I've made it through 3 days. It's time to give me a reward, right? Please wait a moment, we need to verify it here, dear." Verify, verify. I'm not in a hurry. Lu Qingwen felt that he was truly invincible. How could I be so talented? How could I have thought of bankrupting my own family? And the risks are completely controllable. When the compensation reaches a certain level, they stop the loss immediately, take all the remaining property and move the whole family to another place. Relying on his business talent, he started over and continued to make money. Even if I can't become a big boss worth hundreds of billions like now, what difference does it make if I become a big boss worth a few 100 million? No. There is absolutely no difference to myself. The most important thing is that once he completes this feat, he will completely disappear from the sight of that beast Long Aotian. By then, would I still need to do everything I can to avoid him? He wouldn't even bother to look at me again. System, hello, host. We have verified that the reward you can get this time is limited. Ah. Why? I've done so much, can't I get more? You need to be reasonable, right? It's like this. If you can make the Lu family go bankrupt completely, for every $10 billion that goes bankrupt, $100 million will be invested in the real world. You can claim the prize money after you return to the real world. And now? Now your pharmaceutical company shares have evaporated by tens of billions, but the pharmaceutical company is still operating, and the stock price may fluctuate at any time, so it cannot be exchanged. Then the slum reconstruction project should be okay, right? I'm sorry, dear. The shantytown project has not been officially launched yet. You need to really lose all your family's assets to get the corresponding bonus. Lu Chengwen said angrily, then I survived for 3 days without being beaten to death, shouldn't I be rewarded? Yes, dear. We have given the host 3 choices. First, a copy of the Sunflower Manual. With this manual, the host can determine it as a basic manual and continuously upgrade it with points. As the level increases, your strength will gradually. Speak of the next one. Dear, this is our recommended package. If you choose the Sunflower Manual, we will also give you 10 beauties as a gift. Next. Lu Chengwen muttered, I've already upgraded to the Sunflower Manual, what do I need a beauty for? Oh, the second choice is a Fudo Myoko experience card. With this card, you will be invincible for 1 time and can defend against all physical attacks. There is no upper limit to your defense. This is good. Lu Chengwen clicked his chin, it's a pity that there is only 1 chance. If it was an unlimited experience, it would be awesome, and I would never be afraid of Long Aotian again. What's the third one? The third one is the top-level Dragon Subduing 18 Palms experience card, which can only be used once. With this card, you can kill any opponent in seconds. All the characters you don't like can be eliminated instantly. Except for Long Aotian himself. Lu Chengwen thought about it, what do I need the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms for? Besides Long Aotian. I don't have any other opponents I want to kill except him, so it's useless for me to do this. I choose the Akala Kung. Okay, please keep it. By the way, your losing assets and profitable assets can be exchanged for a 100 million bonus in the real world for every 10 billion limit. But we will only calculate the total for you, and you cannot withdraw the bonus in both directions. So, I either make a lot of money, or I lose a lot of money, is that what you mean? Yes, dear. Understood. But dear, you have to be careful about how you operate. Don't do anything that goes beyond common sense. For example, you cannot transfer your property directly to a stranger, that does not count. You cannot deliberately purchase goods at exorbitant prices, that does not count. You cannot deliberately damage valuable assets, such as destroying antiques, burning down buildings, and paying exorbitant insurance compensation, etc. Don't worry, I can still save my future without such despicable means. Lu Chengwen smiled. So far, things seem to be going smoothly. My family has hundreds of billions of assets. If the losses continue at this rate, I can just keep a few billion as principal. The remaining hundreds of billions can be used to accumulate billions of bonuses for myself in the real world. Billions. That is definitely a huge fortune that most people cannot even imagine in their lifetime. However, I have to accumulate bonuses by losing money and work as hard as I can to make money. I am now the fattest sheep in Snow City. If I continue to make money, Long Aotian will want to swallow up the 4 major families, and sooner or later he will have to start with me. But his father and mother only have sons, no daughter to be a member of Long Aotian's harem. This is a dead end for Lu Chengwen. The only way to survive is to make the Lu family collapse completely as soon as possible, and then Long Aotian will lose interest in him. He moved his family south and was willing to be a rich man who didn't show off, so that he and his family could survive. Leng Tianhao looked at Leng Qingqiu. Qingqiu, tell me, what do you think? Leng Qingqiu said, Lu Chengwen will not do business at a loss, and Su Xuejiao and Chen Mingyun have invested heavily to follow. I think this is very likely a trend. Our Ling family must not fall behind. Leng Tianhao said sternly, 4 billion. You have calculated it accurately. We have to bet all our cash and the future of our family on it, right? Yes. Leng Qingqiu said firmly, the more desperate the situation, the more we must risk our lives. I believe my judgment is correct. Leng Tianhao slammed the table and said, what should we do with that piece of land? What should we use to get it? I made the choice between the two. You are not qualified to make a choice. You are just a president and you don't have the power to make such decisions. You asked me to attend the meeting. I am representing you. I have already said it and signed a contract with the government. We must pay this money. You. Long Aotian put down his wine glass and stood up. Qingqiu, you made a big mistake this time. Does it have anything to do with you? Don't be rude. Young friend Aotian is my think tank now. Long Aotian smiled slightly. We can breach the contract. I can use my connections to minimize the loss. Then we can quickly take over the land. I will not agree to breach the contract. Long Aotian said seriously. Qingqiu, why don't you understand? You know who Lu Qingwen is. He is a speculator. How can you trust him? Leng Qingqiu looked at Long Aotian indifferently. I can see his heart is pure and clean, and you are the hypocritical and pretentious villain. Leng Tianhao said, that's enough. I have announced that I will reappoint Long Aotian as the president of Qianfeng Group at the board meeting next week. As for you, you will be his deputy. What did you say? Leng Tianhao snorted. Also, your engagement with Lu Qingwen is cancelled. Leng Qingqiu drank the wine. She was in such a bad mood. After working hard for several years, Qianfeng Group was about to get back on track, but at this time, his father actually began to favor an outsider and wanted to kick him out. Leng Qingqiu felt extremely cold and desperate inside. Between father and daughter, it is always about interests, not family affection. Leng Qingqiu came to the Great Sage Group under the influence of alcohol. Leng Qingqiu's appearance in the Great Sage Group was definitely a sight to behold. No one dared to stop her. Everyone knew that she was Lu Qingwen's goddess. She was Lu Qingwen's fiancée and they were going to get engaged next month. Therefore, Leng Qingqiu walked here with great dignity and was even more powerful than in his own company. Rushing all the way up, Zhao Gang had already received the news and hurried out to stop them. Boss Lu is meeting an important guest. Please go to the lounge and wait. Leng Qingqiu was drunk and said, asshole. When have I ever waited for Lu Qingwen? Get out of the way. Leng Qingqiu was drunk, she just became bolder and more impulsive, but her IQ was still there. As soon as I saw Zhao Gang's expression, I knew there was something fishy going on. After taking 2 steps, Zhao Gang turned around and glared, stunned. If you dare to tip off, I will make you die miserably. Ah. I didn't. Leng Qingqiu moved closer to Zhao Gang and said, I'm telling you, I'm the most important woman in Lu Qingwen's heart. You know better than anyone how many tricks he has used in the past 3 years to marry me. Yes. Starting next month, I will be the young mistress of your Lu family. If you offend me, I will say bad things about you next to Lu Qingwen's pillow every day. I will see if you will die. Zhao Gang was shocked. No matter how good his relationship with Lu Qingwen is, he is just a lackey. If I really offend Leng Qingqiu, I will definitely have no good life in the future. Seeing Zhao Gang's cowardly look, Leng Qingqiu laughed and said, go stay over there. After saying that, he pushed the door and walked in. Walking to the outer office hall, he saw the secretary Jiang Shihan. Just as Jiang Shihan was about to speak, Leng Qingqiu made a silent gesture and warned with a gloomy face, if you don't want to be unemployed, keep quiet. Jiang Shihan was frightened by this sentence. She was afraid of losing her job. Moreover, she knew better than anyone else how far Lu Qingwen had gone in his dealings with Leng Qingqiu. Leng Qingqiu was very proud and felt a refreshing feeling in his heart. Being the young lady of the Lu family is really satisfying. She found that she actually enjoyed this identity. Being able to be so powerful in Lu Qingwen's company made her feel extremely accomplished and her vanity was greatly satisfied. I couldn't help but think in my heart, Lu Qingwen is mine, so everything about him is mine. If they are afraid of Lu Qingwen, then they have to be afraid of me, hee. Who made me the young lady of the Lu family? I walked into the suite and found it empty. Where is the distinguished guest? Hearing people chatting inside, Leng Qingqiu immediately became alert. Could it be that he has a mistress hidden in his golden house? Great. On the surface, he is pursuing me, but he also keeps a beautiful woman in the company. When he walked into the door of the lounge, the door was not closed, leaving a gap. Leng Qingqiu saw that it was his father, Leng Tianhao, talking to Lu Qingguan. Leng Tianhao sat in the upper seat and said arrogantly, "Chengwen, my intelligence network has found out that this shantytown project has no possibility of making money. What do you think?" Lu Qingguan laughed. "Whether we make money or not is secondary. We must build up Dongqing district even if we lose money. As an entrepreneur, we must have social responsibility." "Humph. You made a big wrong move. Let me be frank. You want to marry Qingqiu from our family. According to the agreement, the starting price is 10 billion. This is what we agreed on before." Leng Qingqiu was standing at the door, and suddenly felt dizzy, his legs went weak, and he almost fell to the ground. What? Did Dad and Mom agree to the Lu family's marriage because Lu Qingguan offered a good price? What am I? A commodity to be sold? Leng Qingqiu's tears were welling up in her eyes. "I am really valuable." Lu Qingguan scratched his head and said, "I need to collect 50 billion in cash to invest in the project now. I have no money left." Leng Tianhao stood up suddenly. "If you don't have money, don't even think about marrying my daughter. I declare that your engagement is cancelled." Lu Qingguan laughed, stood up and shook hands with Leng Tianhao. "Thank you, uncle. Please tell Qingqiu, I won't show up." Haven't you always liked Qingqiu?" "She doesn't like me, you all know that. As long as you pay the money obediently, I will still let her get engaged to you." A few days ago, Lu Qingguan would definitely pay the money obediently. But the current Lu Qingguan is impossible to beg for. Lu Qingguan smiled and said, "No need. Qingqiu and I are not the same kind of people. A forced melon is not sweet. Let's just be happy in the future." Leng Qingqiu was desperate. "What do you mean by like? What do you mean by admiration? What do you mean by marrying me? What do you mean by never giving up? What do you mean by love? Never give up, never give up. It's fake, all fake. Business is all business. I'm worthless now, right? Lu Qingguan, you have been pursuing me for 3 years, and I have said all the nice things to you, but now you are so heartless. Haha, is there anything more ridiculous than this? Is there anyone more pathetic than me? My father treated me like a commodity and sold me. The man who had licked me for 3 years turned against me and treated me like a worn-out shoe. In this world, is there anyone who still cares about me? Is there anyone who still treats me as a person? I, Leng Qingqiu, am just a clown." Leng Tianhao was also very angry. "Lu Qingguan, don't be so complacent. Our Leng family will not let you control us like this. Do you think you can control our Leng family by tricking Qingqiu into investing in this crappy project with you? You are dreaming. I will announce next week that Leng Qingqiu will be dismissed and she will have nothing to do with Qianfeng Group in the future." Lu Qingguan was shocked. "What did you say?" "I am the chairman of Qianfeng Group. I have the power." Lu Qingguan was nervous. "No, hey, revitalizing Qianfeng is Qingqiu's dream. You are her father, you can't take away her dream like this." "What dream? What I want is for Qianfeng Group to return to its peak. Whoever can make my ambition come true will be the president of Qianfeng Group." Lu Qingguan was excited. "Aren't you going to kill Leng Qingqiu? You know how hard she has worked over the years and how much she wants to prove herself to you. What's the difference between you and killing her? You are her father. At this time, you should be the one who supports her the most. You are still her fiancé. Didn't you abandon her too? How can I be the same?" Lu Qingguan shouted, "I'm just an outsider. You know how much she despises me. Everyone in Snow City knows it. I can break up with her, and we may even get divorced after getting married, but parents have no choice. They must accompany her for life, and they should unconditionally support her, protect her, love her, and always stand behind her as her backer. How can you be worthy of being a father like this?" "Oh. That sounds pretty righteous. Then why did you want to trick us?" "I didn't cheat. I didn't expect her to join in. She misunderstood and thought I could make a lot of money. I did this deal with the intention of losing money. Don't try to play tricks on me. I've seen through you. You want to drag the 3 of us into this, make us all lose money, and then you can punish us one by one, right?" Lu Qingguan was so anxious that he was spinning in circles. How could I be that kind of person? Uncle Leng, you can't treat Qingqiu like this. She is pretending to be strong on the outside. In fact, she is very fragile and she needs your love and support. I feel bad when I see her pretending to be strong all day long. You are her father, why don't you feel anything? Leng Qingqiu at the door had tears all over her face. Lu Qingwen's words penetrated deeply into her heart. Lu Qingwen, if you know me so well, why didn't you tell me earlier? Why did you pretend to be so glib and annoy me? If you care about me so much, why did you make a deal with my father and sell me as a commodity? Since you don't have the heart to hurt me, why do you suddenly disagree with the engagement? Why? What do you want me to do to let you go? What kind of person are you? What on earth are you going to do? Leng Tianhao said, stop talking nonsense to me. You are all 1,000-year-old foxes. You were still playing in the mud when I was singing Liao Zhai. Lu Qingwen was furious, is it because of the shantytown project? In this case, no matter how much you invest, it's on me. You share the profits, and I'll take the losses. Oh. Leng Tianhao was proud when he heard about the money, don't just talk. I, Lu Qingwen, am not the kind of person who talks but does not practice. But I remind you that this money is not for marrying Qingqiu, so it cannot be mixed together. Lu Qingwen looked at Leng Tianhao in surprise. I say, do you care about anything else besides money? Why when you mentioned Qingqiu, I didn't feel any love from a father for his daughter? Is your daughter a commodity? Don't you feel disgusted by all the talk here about money? You are her father. If Qingqiu heard you say that, how sad would she be? Stop talking nonsense. I'm just asking you if you agree or not. As long as you don't hurt Qingqiu, I'll agree. Okay, then you transfer the money. Lu Qingwen gnashed his teeth and said, well, I'll give you 10 billion directly, and you can invest the 4.9 billion normally, and don't violate the government's agreement. For the remaining 5.1 billion, you can buy land if you like, and do whatever you like. In short, you can't hurt Leng Qingqiu. Oh. That's quite generous. Nonsense. Lu Qingwen said, besides, from now on, our two families will go their separate ways and no one will hinder the other. No problem, just transfer the money. Leng Qingqiu was about to collapse when she saw Lu Qingwen. She didn't know whether she should be sad or touched. What is this person thinking? Don't you like me? Since you are willing to pay, you can take advantage of the situation to threaten my snobbish father and get me. Why do you still say that you want to draw a clear line between yourself and others? What does this person want from me? Lu Qingwen picked up the phone and said, Li Meiqin, transfer 10 billion to Qian Phone Group's account immediately. I know. Just transfer it when I tell you to. If the sky falls, it's my fault. What procedures are required? Go with the express procedure and contact the bank directly. The transfer must be completed within 5 minutes. Lu Qingwen hung up the phone. Is it okay? Are you satisfied? Leng Tianhao laughed loudly. Young man, you are still too impulsive and too naive. Uncle Leng, please don't hurt Qingqiu. Why? Aren't you going to draw a line between you and our family? Why do you care so much about her? Lu Qingwen was so angry that tears came out. Because I am a human being, a flesh and blood person. Leng Tianhao nodded. However, the agreement between you and me is still valid. If you transfer another 10 billion, Qingqiu will definitely be yours. Lu Qingwen gritted his teeth and said, goodbye. Leng Tianhao laughed and opened the door. Leng Tianhao left, and Lu Qingwen picked up the phone. Li Meiqin. Change it and transfer the money directly to Leng Qingqiu's personal account. No need, just listen to me. After hanging up the phone, Lu Qingwen was so angry that he slammed his boss's desk. What outstanding entrepreneur! What one of the 4 major families? Dog. Leng Tianhao, you are a dog who only cares about money. Leng Qingqiu is beautiful and capable, but you treat such a daughter like a jewel in your palm as your treasure, love her, and protect her. You are really disgusting. Sitting there trying to find his luck, he panted and said, Leng Qingqiu will definitely not be able to accept this stimulation. You want to trick me? Now I will give Leng Qingqiu 10 billion directly, and you kick her out. Without her you have no money, let me see how you play. Fight with me. If you are not Ling Qingqiu's father, I will kick your little ding-ding back into your bladder. After Lu Qingwen vented his tantrum, he lay listlessly in the boss chair, staring at the ceiling in a daze. My mind is a mess. At this moment, a figure flashed out from behind the door. Ling Qingqiu's face was covered with tears, and she looked at Lu Qingwen expressionlessly. Lu Qingwen subconsciously turned around and saw Ling Qingqiu. He immediately jumped up from the chair as if he had been electrocuted. Qing. Qingqiu. Why are you here? How have you been here? I heard everything. Lu Qingwen was confused. Isn't this the end? She must be very sad, right? Who wouldn't be sad and upset about this? It's over, she must hate me and her father. It doesn't matter if she hates me, I can bear the hatred anyway, but how will she face her own father from now on? Qingqiu, you listen to me, actually, there are some things. You don't have to say anything. There's no point in saying anything about this kind of thing. Lu Qingwen actually couldn't say anything. If Ling Qingqiu heard this kind of conversation, there was no way to end it. Even if I am eloquent, even if I am as good as Zhuge Liang who could debate with many scholars, I am afraid I can't say anything nice. Lu Qingwen looked guilty. Yes, I'm sorry. Ling Qingqiu didn't say anything, just looked at Lu Qingwen, tears streaming down her face. Lu Qingwen suddenly became furious. Zhao Gang, Jiang Shihan. Get in here. Zhao Gang and Jiang Shihan were both terrified. When they came in and saw the scene, they knew something had happened and their faces turned pale with fright. Are you guys pig brains? Why didn't you tell me in advance that Qingqiu was coming? What's the point of me raising you? Pack your things and get out. Jiang Shihan was so frightened that she lost her reaction. Zhao Gang knelt down directly. Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu, I was wrong. Mr. Lu, please forgive me this time. Ling Qingqiu said loudly, I forced them to do this, if you want to scold me, scold me. Lu Qingwen suddenly lost his temper. Ling Qingqiu turned around and looked at the two of them. You guys go out, it's none of your business. I'm sorry, I got you into trouble. I dare not, I dare not. Jiang Shihan was still in a daze, and Zhao Gang pulled her away quickly. At this time, Li Meiqin pushed the door and ran into the room. As soon as she came in, she saw Ling Qingqiu standing there crying, and Lu Qingwen standing there without saying a word. She said nervously, Mr. Lu, a transfer of tens of billions of dollars requires your signature. Lu Qingwen nodded, bring it here. Just as Lu Qingwen was about to sign, Ling Qingqiu slapped the signature area and stared at Lu Qingwen with tearful eyes. Lu Qingwen looked at Ling Qingqiu and smiled bitterly, don't make trouble, if I sign, you will have money, and you can continue to be in charge of Qianfeng and move forward with it. Ling Qingqiu looked at Lu Qingwen, why, don't you want to marry me? Lu Qingwen smiled bitterly, I won't buy you with money, nor will I force you with money. If you don't love me, being together will only torture each other, so why bother? Lu Qingwen slowly moved Ling Qingqiu's hand away, signed the text, and handed the pen to Li Meiqin. Lu Qingwen's voice was extremely gentle. Qingqiu, I know that I was a terrible person in the past, and I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused you. If I could turn back time, I would never let this happen. If there is any way to remedy the harm I've caused you, I'm willing to do anything. Take this money as my little apology to you. You take it. You are a good girl, smart, hard-working, and kind-hearted. Believe me, one day, you will meet your Mr. Right. He must be a man of destiny, better than others in every way, with advantages all over his body. He will love you, cherish you, and protect you. He will be the one you have been looking for. With him, you will never feel lonely and isolated in your life again. Believe me, that person will appear, that day will come. Ling Qingqiu snatched the transfer certificate signed by Lu Qingwen and held it in his hand. Qingqiu, what are you doing? Ling Qingqiu said, Li Meiqin, get out. Li Meiqin had wanted to run away for a long time, so she quickly bowed and turned away. What are you doing? Lu Qingwen said, you need this money. You are so rich, just buy me. Lu Qingwen opened his eyes wide. What did you say? I'm not worth 10 billion. Buy me. I've already apologized. Isn't it enough that I'm sorry? Please forgive me. I will never dare to do it again. I volunteered. Lu Chengwen was extremely depressed. Sister, you are just talking in anger. I'm not saying this in anger. I like you. Lu Chengwen looked at Leng Qingqiu for a few seconds and then laughed out of anger. Qingqiu, you, haha, I know you are confused now. I'm not confused. A lot of things happened in the past few days, which made me see your true character. I really like you. I really want to be the young lady of the Lu family from the bottom of my heart. Lu Chengwen looked at her, his whole face seemed paralyzed. Big sister, you. Leng Qingqiu seemed to have made up his mind. Let me ask you one question, do you still like me? Lu Chengwengsen said. I like your big head. Do I dare to like you? What's going on? This plot is wrong. For 3 years, 3 whole years, I have been following you around like a dog, and you never even looked at me straight in the eye. What have you been up to these past 2 days? Why did you suddenly, what should I do? Thinking about the past 3 years, Leng Qingqiu felt embarrassed. Indeed, I lacked understanding of Lu Chengwen and was often too harsh on him. If he were a decent person, he would have ignored me long ago. It's hard for him to spend 3 years with me. Now Leng Qingqiu can no longer remember how annoying Lu Chengwen was. Instead, when she thinks about the past few years, it seems that she was quite happy because of Lu Chengwen. Recalling the past scenes, she suddenly felt that she had been living a life of luxury without knowing how to appreciate it in the past 3 years, and she felt full of guilt towards Lu Chengwen. Before, it was my fault. Please, don't be angry with me. Isn't it okay if I was wrong? I apologize to you. Lu Chengwen didn't know about Leng Qingqiu's psychological changes. In his opinion, Leng Qingqiu changed her personality almost instantly, and her perception of him took a 180-degree turn. He couldn't understand or accept it. Qingqiu, are you doing this on purpose because you have too many things going on recently? Don't worry, I will definitely not bother you anymore. I like you pestering me. Leng Qingqiu said quickly, I was the one who didn't know how to appreciate my good fortune before, and you were the same. You deliberately pretended to be so annoying, causing me to misunderstand you for so long. Misunderstand. Anyway, I finally know what you are thinking now. I like you. I really like you. Lu Chengwen felt his head buzzing. I think you are no longer calm. This is obviously an impulse effect. Okay, I know, you're not interested in me anymore. It doesn't matter, you've been chasing me for 3 years, now it's my turn to chase you. Lu Chengwen didn't know how to react. Leng Qingqiu smiled, and her smile was both happy and miserable, which made Lu Chengwen feel sad. In short, starting from today, you will see the changes in me. Leng Qingqiu looked at the documents in his hand and said, this money is considered as a loan from you. I will pay it back to you when I make money. Leng Qingqiu suddenly moved closer to Lu Chengwen, pecked him on the mouth, and then said with a red face, I'm leaving, I will contact you. Lu Chengwen didn't recover until Leng Qingqiu left. Lu Chengwen sat on the chair, like an eggplant hit by frost, and didn't move for a long time. When he finally came out, Jiang Shihan at the door immediately stood up and looked at him nervously. Lu Chengwen was stunned and said quickly, oh, just now, it was my fault. I shouldn't have gotten angry at you. Jiang Shihan quickly said, I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, please forgive me. It's my fault. I shouldn't have let anyone in so easily. Lu Chengwen patted her shoulder and said, don't be silly. I was just so angry. Leng Qingqiu can basically walk sideways when she comes to the Great Sage Group. She is more powerful than me. How can you stop her? Don't think too much. I'll give you a day off. Go back and have a rest. No, I'm fine, I can work. Then don't cry. It doesn't look good anymore. Lu Chengwen said with a smile. Seeing Lu Chengwen smile, Jiang Shihan was immediately overjoyed. I won't dare to do that next time. At this time, Zhao Gang walked in and said nervously, Mr. Lu. Lu Chengwen looked at Zhao Gang, what's the matter? Zhao Gang grinned, Boss Su is here to see you. Sushiwa Jiao. Yeah. Zhao Gang said quickly. I stopped her, and she wanted to lose her temper with me. I didn't indulge her at that time. She also boasted that she would embarrass you if she saw you. I followed your highest instructions and didn't give her any face. Now she is about to explode. The corners of Lu Qingwen's mouth twitched. I thought it was retribution. I scolded Zhao Gang and ended up scaring the guy. He was so scared that in order to keep his job, he helped me offend Sushiwa Jiao, the dark lowly. Lu Qingwen said depressedly, when President Su comes in the future, you still have to give him face, do you understand? Understood. Zhao Gang was about to cry. Since Lu Qingwen mentioned later, it meant that his job was saved. Great, I can still be a lackey, great. Woo woo woo. Lu Qingwen hurried to the lounge, and as soon as he entered, he saw Su Shue's delicate chest heaving violently. Lu Qingwen quickly smiled and said, Mr. Su, I am sorry for not welcoming you. Please forgive me. Sushiwa Jiao stood up. Lu Qingwen, you are so majestic. Lu Qingwen quickly smiled and said, no, something happened just now. I scolded Zhao Gang, and the kid got scared, so he offended you. Please forgive me. Let me ask you, why did you suddenly invest in the shantytown reconstruction project? Lu Qingwen complained, I was just in the heat of the moment. Are you sure you can make money? I'm sure I can make some money. Sushiwa Jiao opened her eyes wide, then why did you and Leng Qingqiu still vote? What conspiracy do you have with her? Lu Qingwen sighed inwardly. Where's Long Aotian? Come on, shoot me to death, it doesn't matter, I'm tired. In a magnificent hall. The lights are dim. A tall and strong man sat on the throne, imposing and majestic without even being angry. King Tiechuo walked into the hall from the distant gate, stopped at a distance, and knelt on one knee. King Tiechuo pays respect to His Majesty. The dignified man did not speak, but a scholar-like man walked out from the side, fanning himself, and said calmly, the young master is currently in the snow city of the northern country. He has encountered a little resistance and needs you to lend a helping hand. The man looked up in surprise and said, young master is a genius. He has always been victorious in every attack and battle. How could he encounter resistance? Even tigers have their naps. Go ahead. Help the young master unify the 4 major families of Snow City and then rule the North Country. This will be a great achievement for you. I will definitely go all out to assist the young master. But, it is said that the young master is like a dragon that is hard to find. I don't know what the young master looks like, so how can I identify him? Simple. The one who is romantic, steals jade and steals fragrance, is surrounded by beautiful women, and is good at pretending to be cool, is the young master himself. Remember this well. Yes. Thank you for your trust, my lord. I will do my best to assist you. Remember, the young master likes to act cool without being noticed. You must give him all the face and not use force unless it is absolutely necessary. He is now competing with a young master from a local aristocratic family. You must act naturally and smoothly to win the young master's appreciation. Thank you for your teachings, military advisor. I will definitely keep them in mind. Snow City. Lu Qingwen and Su Shiwejiao were eating ice cream. Hey, are you really going to get engaged to Leng Qingqiu? Lu Qingwen didn't want to talk to her. What kind of engagement is this? The situation is a bit out of control now anyway. Su Shiwejiao giggled. Hey, how about you get engaged to me? Lu Qingwen raised his head and looked at the little goblin. Big sister, isn't it enough that you tease me? I'm warning you not to push your luck. I have a temper too. Su Shiwejiao laughed non-stop. Then, you be my boyfriend. Lu Qingwen smiled. Okay, come to my house tonight and wear that JK uniform that's easy to take off, and see if I can take care of you. Screw you. Su Shiwejiao blushed, not a proper person. Lu Qingwen said, let me make it clear to you. I am planning to lose money on this project. I didn't ask you to follow me. You invested 50 or 10 billion yuan. Don't blame me if you lose money. It's your own behavior and you are responsible for it. Su Shiwejiao snorted, you do a losing business. I don't believe it. If you, Lu Qingwen, are willing to invest 50 billion, you will definitely be able to make 100 billion. Do you think I don't know you? You really don't know me. Lu Qingwen said, in the past, I only cared about money, not morality. Now, my soul has been sublimated to a level almost like a saint. I just want this world to be full of love and leave a beautiful world. It doesn't matter how much money I lose. Oh my, you are so shameless. If you say something like this, just pull someone over from Xueqing and ask him if he believes you or not. Lu Qingwen was so depressed that he was eating. Su Xuejiao went to pay the bill. Lu Qingwen was too lazy to argue with her about such a small matter. But after a while, a quarrel broke out over there. Su Xuejiao got into an argument with a man. Why are you so mean? You bastard. Little girl, be polite when you speak, or don't blame me for being rude. Lu Qingwen hurried over and pushed the man away. What's wrong with you? Su Xuejiao said, he cut in line. I told him and he even scolded me. Lu Qingwen looked at the man and shook his head. Cutting in line is already very undignified, and you are still cursing. Do you have an adult at home? Have you ever learned the 5 virtues and 4 beauties? Su Xuejiao said, Brother Qingwen, don't waste your words on him, tell your lackeys to beat him up. At this time, Zhao Gang jumped out from the booth inside and pushed the man on the arm. Boy, are you looking for death? Zhao Gang was surprised to find that this guy had excellent physical fitness. He pushed him, and most people would be thrown sideways a few steps away, but this guy didn't move at all. While Zhao Gang was stunned, a few more people surrounded him. It was obvious that the other party had more people and more power. Zhao Gang will not be timid. Master Lu of Xueqing and Miss Su are eating ice cream here. Who is not afraid of death and wants to take a step forward? The 4 of them took a step forward together. Oh, so there's no room for negotiation. The rules of the martial arts world are one-on-one duel. Zhao Gang roared. The 4 people looked at each other expressionlessly, with a hint of mockery and disdain in the corners of their eyes and eyebrows. Lu Qingwen felt something was wrong. From Zhao Gang's momentary surprise just now, Lu Qingwen concluded that these people were not easy to mess with. Lu Qingwen said quickly, forget it, forget it. They are obviously from other places. Zhao Gang should settle the account and leave. Yes. Zhao Gang was the one who knew the importance of things the best. He knew very well that he might not be able to deal with even one of these people. So it's time to get off the mountain quickly. Su Xuejiao disagreed. Hey. He just scolded me and hasn't apologized yet. Lu Qingwen hugged Su Xuejiao and said with a smile, forget it, forget it. I apologize to you. I'm sorry. I won't do it. No one has ever dared to scold me since I was a child. Why do they have the right to do so? Are you afraid that they have more people? At this time, a big dark-faced man stood up from a seat, turned around and said, Who are you? You're making so much noise that I can't eat. When Lu Qingwen saw this person, his heart skipped a beat. No way. What the hell? Iron King. This is a character that will only appear in the later part of this book. It seems like he is one of the 4 kings of some shitty team on the northern border. He is very powerful and has a very domineering style. In the later period, he followed Long Outyan and was loyal to him and willing to go through fire and water for him. How come this kind of person appears so soon? Oh no. I have to find a way to retreat. Su Xuejiao said angrily, they are your subordinates, right? You should take good care of your subordinates. They cut in line and even cursed at us. Ha ha ha. The dark-faced big guy came over with a smile and said, I'm sorry, but it's common for us to cut in line and curse at people. And we also like to beat people up. Su Xuejiao said angrily, you hit me. How dare you? My boyfriend is Lu Qingwen, the eldest son of the Lu family. In Xueqing, he is the only one who can bully others. No one dares to bully him. And his girlfriend. Lu Qingwen covered Su Xuejiao's mouth and said with a smile, you guys count first, Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang quickly took out 2,000 yuan and threw it on the bar, no need for change. Lu Qingwen pulled Su Xuejiao out and said, goodbye, goodbye. Su Xuejiao pushed Lu Qingwen away, Lu Qingwen. Didn't you see them bullying people? Lu Chengwen thought to himself, sister, I can't explain this to you. This matter is not that simple. I might have to die here. I know. Let's go back and talk about it. At this time, King Tiechuo laughed. Stop. Lu Chengwen gritted his teeth in his heart. Oops. I caught his attention. Tiechuo Wang walked over with a smile. This girl looks good. The four big guys also laughed together. This girl is pretty good. I never thought that I would meet such a pretty and lovely little girl when I first arrived. Ha ha ha, there are indeed many beauties in the North Country. The four big guys said in unison, there are many beautiful women in the North. Su Shiwejiao looked at him and said, have some shame, what does it matter to you that there are so many beauties in the North? You guys look like 5 ghosts. One look at this will make me lose my appetite for 3 days. You should stay away from women in the future, you rubbish. King Tiechuo laughed. Violent Lolita, ha ha ha, I like it. The four big guys said in unison, Violent Loli, I like it. Su Shiwejiao felt that these people were sick. Are you 4 repeaters? Lu Chengwen approached Su Shiwejiao and said, these guys are not easy to deal with. Let's go first. Su Shiwejiao said, if you want to leave, go ahead. If they don't apologize, today's matter is not over yet. Lu Chengwen nodded, okay, I'll go first, and we'll contact each other another day. Su Shiwejiao was shocked and angry when she saw Lu Chengwen actually turned around and left. King Tiechuo reached out and grabbed Su Shiwejiao's wrist. Ha ha ha, little girl, come back with me and have some fun, ah ha ha ha. At this time, Lu Chengwen stood at the door. Tiechuo Wang, let me go. King Tiechuo didn't expect that the young man could actually call out his name. He was shocked and subconsciously let go of his hand. Your Excellency is. Lu Chengwen had no choice. My mind is racing. According to the plot, the 4 heavenly kings have never seen Long Aotian, nor do they know that he is using the name Long Aotian here. Their organization is very mysterious and they almost don't know each other. He dared to tease the heroine Su Shiwejiao, which showed that he had not met Long Aotian yet, otherwise he would not dare to do so even if he had 800 guts. In other words, he had just arrived in Snow City and had not yet figured out the situation. Lu Chengwen's heart was beating wildly, but he appeared very calm. He raised his chin slightly and looked at Tiechuo Wang with cold eyes. Lu Chengwen walked in slowly, came up to Tiechuo Wang, and looked straight into his eyes when he got close. King Tiechuo felt a little unsure for a moment. This guy, his footsteps, his aura, his body shape, he doesn't look like someone who knows Kung Fu. Why does he have such an aura? Tiechuo Wang raised his eyebrows. Who are you? Who am I? When Zhao Gangang was tearing apart, his wrist was grabbed by Tiechuo Wang's men. He felt a dull pain and rolled up his sleeves to see that it was red and swollen. Zhao Gang was quick-witted, and at this moment he was completely convinced, these guys were all martial artists, and they were difficult to deal with. If he went up, he would probably be killed in one move. What should we do? We must not panic at this moment. We must not panic at all. Mr. Lu is confronting them. I have to. What should I do? They are so numerous and powerful, and they are all martial artists. Lu Chengwen looked at Tiechuo Wang and smiled coldly. Who am I? He turned around and laughed at Su Shiwejiao and Zhao Gang. This idiot actually asked me who I am. Ha 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 ha. Just as Tiechuo Wang's men were about to step forward to beat Lu Chengwen, Tiechuo Wang stopped them with his hand. King Tiechuo narrowed his eyes and asked, Young man, may I ask your name and whether we are old friends? Lu Chengwen turned around, put his hands behind his back, and looked at King Tiechuo. I am a great war god, what can I have with a loser like you? King Tiechuo, let me ask you one question, do you still remember why you came to the North Country? This sentence shocked King Tiechuo extremely. He was surprised and said, Sir, could it be? Shut up. You big idiot. Lu Chengwen confirmed. At this moment, they haven't made any move yet, which means that they have probably scared him. The 4 heavenly kings in this book are themselves a few single-celled organisms. How should I put it? I guess the author probably didn't use his brain much when writing about them. Tools. They have extraordinary abilities, follow the lead of the male protagonist, obey obediently, work diligently, and contribute to the protagonist's pretentious career. This is their only use, so they don't need to be very smart. This gives me a chance. No matter what, I'll just have to wait until today. We can't just let Tiechua Wang take Su Xuejiao away without knowing it, right? Although Lu Qingwen is not as tall as Tiechua Wang, and his build is not as big as Tiechua Wang, his aura at this moment is definitely at the king level. Lu Qingwen yelled, "Have you forgotten why I asked you to come to the North Country?" King Tiechuo narrowed his eyes, completely unsure. You. Could it be? Lu Qingwen slapped him hard on the dark face. This slap was too loud. Everyone in the restaurant was stunned. King Tiechuo stood there in shock. His mind was completely paralyzed and he couldn't think straight. Lu Qingwen was so frightened after slapping him in the face that he put his hands behind his back and were actually shaking slightly. Lu Qingwen's eyes widened. "Tell me, why did you come to the North Country?" Tiechua Wang thought to himself, "It's over, completely over, I deserve to die. This is clearly the young master. How unlucky I am that I flirted with the young master's woman. I am just stupid. This girl is beautiful, smart, and charming. Of course the young master will not let such a pretty girl go. How can I? I offended the young master on the first day I came to the North Country, and also flirted with the young master's woman. What should I do? Will the young master stew me?" Lu Qingwen thought to himself, "Just give in. You're almost scaring me to death." Since Tiechua Wang didn't react, Lu Qingwen couldn't let the situation remain static. Lu Qingwen gritted his teeth and slapped him again. "Speak. What are you doing in the North Country?" King Tiechuo quickly knelt on one knee, assist the young master in unifying. Lu Qingwen slapped him again. "Are you serious?" King Tiechuo was about to cry, "Young master, please calm down. Your subordinates." Lu Qingwen grabbed his neck, gritted his teeth, and said viciously, "Call me President Lu. You idiot." "Yes, Mr. Lu, I was wrong." As soon as King Tiechuo knelt down, the four people behind him also knelt down. They all said in unison, "Please have mercy, Mr. Lu." Lu Qingwen said angrily, "You guys, pack your things and go back to where you came from. Sooner or later, my big event will be delayed by you." Tiechua Wang quickly begged, "Mr. Lu, we know we were wrong. Please give us another chance." The four people behind him said in unison, "Please show mercy, Mr. Lu, and give us another chance." Lu Qingwen pretended to suppress his anger. "From now on in Snow City, be civilized, polite, learn humbly, and listen to others' teachings, otherwise I will tear your bones apart and feed them to the dogs. Do you understand?" "Yes. We understand, subordinates." Lu Qingwen pretended to slap him in the face, but his hand felt too painful and he was afraid that the scene would be exposed. He said viciously, "Be smarter next time." Su Xuejiao thought that Lu Qingwen was going to hit someone again, so she came up and hugged Lu Qingwen's arm. "Brother Qingwen, please don't hit them anymore. I just want them to apologize. It's just a small matter, and you don't need to make them kneel down." Lu Qingwen thought to himself, "Sister, you finally said something sensible. If you had put out the fire earlier, would I have been wandering around the gates of hell today?" Lu Qingwen pointed at Su Xuejiao and said, "Apologize." Tiechua Wang and his four men quickly apologized, making Su Xuejiao feel very embarrassed. "Oh, that's enough, forget it. From now on, we should pay attention to order in public places and have the manners to queue up." Yes, we got it. Also, be polite to girls. A grown man should be graceful." Yes, we were wrong. "And you, big guy, Iron, what king, don't bully girls in the future, or you will suffer retribution." Lu Qingwen said, "Why not? I'll ask them to kowtow to you 100 times. No. At this time, Su Xuejiao wanted to calm down the situation. 5 big guys kneeling in a row, how ugly. I can't stand this kind of thing. Pushing Lu Qingwen, "Okay, Qingwen, calm down, let's go, ignore them, let's go, at worst, I'll go back and put on a JK uniform for you to see." "Do you mean what you said?" Let's go, let's go. Zhao Gang started the car, and while driving he shook his head and exclaimed, Boss Lu, I really admire you. You are so wild. I just tried these people, and 2 of them are even as good as me in martial arts. Such powerful characters actually knelt in front of you to confess and apologize. Apart from being a child of destiny, I really can't think of other words to describe your greatness and stature. Boss Lu, I really suspect that you are a god, and you came to the world just to stroll around. Zhao Gang in the front was still bragging, but Lu Qingguan in the back was already shaking so much. Su Shiwejiao looked at Lu Qingguan, Brother Qingguan, what's wrong with you? Why, are you sweating so much and shaking so badly? Lu Qingguan thought to himself, I almost died there just now, do you know that? Tiechuo Wang. One of the 4 kings of the northern kingdom of the big organization, he is a tough and ruthless character. I was just acting, playing a cat pretending to be a prince. If that guy had had a little bit of common sense, I would have lost my life. Su Shiwejiao saw that something was wrong with Lu Qingguan, so she quickly pulled his wrist over to check his pulse. Lu Qingguan pulled his hand back tiredly, I'm fine. Su Shiwejiao asked, hug. Lu Qingguan's body tilted and Su Shiwejiao hugged him. Hugging Lu Qingguan, Su Shiwejiao suddenly became shy, 2 blushes flew onto her cheeks, and she smiled and patted Lu Qingguan, be good, baby Lu, don't be afraid, Sister Shiwejiao is here. Lu Qingguan sighed. It seems like things have gotten out of hand now. When that idiot Tiechuo Wang realizes that I played a trick on him and slaps him a few times, he will definitely come after me to settle the score. Tiechuo Wang was slapped several times. He stood at the door of the restaurant, watched the luxury car drive away, frowned, and then slapped himself hard. I actually offended the young master on my first day here. I am so blind. Iron King, is that person really the young master? How can this be false? Look at how romantic, uninhibited, and carefree he is, look at how powerful and heroic he is when he gets angry, look at his pretentious methods and his unyielding attitude. Apart from the young master, who else in the world can have such an aura? We have done something meritorious, right? Anyway, we have helped the young master show off. Yeah. Tiechuo King nodded, these few mouths have established a close relationship between me and the young master. I think this is a good start. What do you think? Lu Qingguan was angry. Su Shiwejiao, this jinx, was pushing me to my death. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have gotten into such a big trouble today. But if it weren't for her, I might not have known that King Tiechuo had already arrived in the north. Well, let's take it one step at a time. Lu Qingguan didn't know that Leng Qingqiu insisted on following Lu Qingguan to carry out the slum reconstruction project, but Long Aotian kept recommending the amusement park project to Leng Tianhao. But Lu Qingguan took the initiative to help Leng Qingqiu by directly transferring 10 billion yuan into Leng Qingqiu's personal account. Leng Qingqiu refused to take out the 10 billion yuan and directly deducted it as personal funds. The group was able to mobilize several billion in cash, and borrowed more than 10 billion in cash, totaling 4.9 billion. It had signed a contract with Li Meichin at the speed of light, and the funds were directly deposited into the account of the Dashan Group. This made Leng Tianhao furious, but he had no other choice. Long Aotian felt that he was in trouble. I don't know why, in the first half of my life, I killed people regardless of whether they were gods or Buddhas, but now that I'm in Snow City, I sprain my ankle every time I walk. According to my own ideas, everything should be logical, everything should come naturally, everything should go smoothly, and everything should develop according to my wishes. Ideals are full, but reality is as thin as lightning. It's just the Ling family, but he can't handle it no matter what. Long Aotian had no choice but to send a distress signal to his own organization, the Big Organization. Why is it called a big organization? I guess it's because the author likes to watch Naruto. In short, the northern branch of the Big Organization sent King Tiechuo, one of the 4 heavenly kings, to help with 5 billion in cash. Everything revolves around that piece of land. It's useless to say anything if you can't handle that piece of land. If he could get the land and make money, he could prove his business acumen and operational ability to Leng Tianhao and Leng Qingqiu. Only then can he naturally take charge of Qianfeng Group. Money is not a problem for Long Aotian. As long as I can deal with the 4 major families, their money will be my money from now on. I can take as much as I want with just a word. Those girls would line up and beg me to use their money. And if I didn't use anyone's money, who would be anxious and afraid of losing favor? Thinking of this, Long Aotian smiled. He fantasized about his bright future with great ambition. Now everything is ready, except for the startup capital sent by Tiechua Wang. In Lu Qingwen's private villa. According to his requirements, a new villa was purchased and the decoration was already made with some slight modifications. I have to say, it feels good to have money, and the construction team is working at an astonishing speed. The decoration styles are all the kind of literary and luxurious styles that I like, which are both luxurious and low-key and simple. Lying on the bed, Lu Qingwen looked at the ceiling weakly. My road is coming to an end. What should I do if I offend the Iron King? Not to mention the Iron King, any assassin under his command would have no difficulty in killing me, as easy as twisting open a drink bottle. Zhao Gang was obviously frightened today, right? This kid thought he was a good fighter because of his big and strong frame. He probably has never suffered such a loss in his life. The fact that the kid's expression changed instantly and he wanted to sneak away showed how powerful those 4 killers were. Lu Qingwen sat up suddenly. I'm just escaping from this city, what's the problem? Who can stop me? When Lu Qingwen thought of this, he jumped up. Just as he jumped down, the door was pushed open and a girl walked in. Su Shiuejiao walked in wearing a JK uniform. Lu Qingwen was stunned. What are you doing? Su Shiuejiao smiled and said, I'll wear a uniform for you to see. Don't you like to see girls wearing uniforms? As Su Shiuejiao spoke, she turned around and showed off her figure. I have to say, Su Shiuejiao looks really good in uniform. In other words, it's not just beautiful, it's simply tempting.